time, Denny and his group regrouped. All the disciples of the 10,000 Transformations sect in the peripheral region were killed by them. Not one escaped. Then news about the deaths of the 10,000 Transformations sect disciples in the peripheral region spread rapidly, instantly causing a massive storm. What? The 10,000 Transformations sect disciples are all dead? The beings in the peripheral region were dumbfounded. By the time the news spread, all the 10,000 Transformations sect disciples were already dead, without exception. This happened too quickly for anyone to believe. But even if they didn't want to believe it, they had to. Many people saw the corpses of the 10,000 Transformations sect disciples. Their total annihilation was an undeniable fact. If you want to kill us, you must be prepared to be killed. Denny sneered and let out these words. It didn't take long for his words to spread throughout the peripheral region, and everyone knew that the 10,000 Transformations sect disciples had been killed by them. They're that powerful? My God. The beings in the peripheral region were shocked. Even the formidable 10,000 Transformations sect had been thoroughly wiped out. They were terrified, and many immediately abandoned the idea of hunting down Denny and his group. Though the bounty was tempting, one needed to be alive to claim it. Since Denny and his group had wiped out the entire 10,000 Transformation sect, how could they dare risk chasing after Denny and his group? Truly, if they went after Denny and his group, their fate would surely be the same as the 10,000 Transformation sect disciples. This is getting more interesting. However, not all beings gave up the idea. Quite a few of them grew even more determined to act. They weren't ordinary beings but those with deep backgrounds. Some from ancient families, some from other races, or descendants of powerful beasts. Damn it! At the same time, Kian cursed angrily. He hadn't expected such an outcome. The peripheral region was vast, making it difficult to find Denny and his group. Originally, he had hoped to use the bounty to get the beings of the peripheral region to help locate Denny and his group. What he hadn't anticipated was that Denny and his group wouldn't be so easy to handle. With their powerful attack, they eliminated all the 10,000 Transformation sect disciples, scaring off the other beings from pursuing them any further. No matter what, you can't escape. His eyes turned cold, and he personally took action. However, instead of searching for Denny and his group, he began to search for the xuanhuan sect disciples in the peripheral region. Note, xuanhuan sect should be consistently translated as xuanhuan mystery sect, if xuan is meant to be a proper noun or specific term within the context of the story. I maintained xuanhuan sect here to match your provided text, but please ensure consistency in terminology throughout the document. He intended to attack the xuanhuan sect disciples to force Denny and his group to reveal themselves. Although finding Denny and his group was challenging, locating the xuanhuan sect disciples wasn't so hard. Before long, he found a group of xuanhuan sect disciples. Note, xuanhuan sect seems like it should be consistent with previous terminology. If xuanhuan sect has been referred to earlier as Zhanxian sect or another name, it should be updated for consistency. For this edit, I am assuming xuanhuan sect is correct based on the provided text. For better fluency and natural reading, we can slightly modify it. He planned to attack the xuanhuan sect disciples to force Denny and his group to reveal themselves. While it was difficult to locate Denny and his companions, finding the xuanhuan sect disciples proved much easier. Soon enough, he found a group of xuanhuan sect disciples. With his strength, these xuanhuan sect disciples were no match for him, and he easily overpowered them. Note, xuanhuan sect seems to be a literal translation. If xuanhuan sect has an established English name like Xuanhuan mystery sect or Blue Profundity sect, it would be better to use that. For this example, I kept it as xuanhuan sect, but you should check if there's a preferred English rendition of the sect's name. Denny, come quickly, or I will kill all your fellow disciples. He sneered, spreading this threat widely. You previously said you would only target Denny and his group, not the other Xuanhuan mystery sect disciples. Why are you going back on your word now? Note, xuanhuan is translated as Xuanhuan mystery, for better readability and context in English. Personal grudges are one thing, dragging in the sect is quite another. All the beings in the peripheral region disapproved of Kian's actions, finding them unethical. How despicable! Mac gritted his teeth. Kian was indeed despicable, using the lives of Zhanxian sect disciples to threaten them. What do we do? As disciples of the xuanhuan sect, how could they possibly ignore their fellow disciples, especially since those disciples were put in danger because of them? Note, for consistency and fluency in English, xuanhuan sect should be defined earlier in the story with a proper name. Here I kept it as provided, but ideally, this would be addressed for better clarity. For a more fluent and natural read, here's a refined version. Being disciples of the xuanhuan sect, they couldn't turn a blind eye to their fellow disciples, especially when those disciples were endangered on their account. Let's fight him head on. We've fought before, and we can exhaust him. Megan said. No. Denny shook his head and said, with the xuanhuan sect disciples in their hands, how can we fight him? Note, the term xuanhuan sect seems inconsistent. Given the context from the original text where it is previously referred to as Zhanxian zone, it should be consistently translated. Here's a corrected version with consistent terminology. Denny shook his head and said, with the Zhanxian sect disciples in their hands, how can we fight him? They were naturally restrained by the safety of the xuanhuan sect disciples in Kian's grasp, unable to fight freely. Note, Shin is typically translated as Xuanhuan or mysterious in sect names, and for consistency, it should be xuanhuan sect here, unless they completely disregarded the lives of the xuanhuan sect disciples. However, if they were to do that, there would be no point in going there at all. By some time, Denny's eyes gleamed as he said, the Mu clan isn't just him in the peripheral region. There are weaker members of the Mu clan here too. He continued, since he uses the xuanhuan sect disciples to threaten us, we will use the Mu clan members to threaten him. Note, for consistency and fluency, I've adjusted xuanhuan to xuanhuan, as Shun was likely part of an untranslated proper noun which should remain consistent with previous references. If xuanhuan sect is meant to be a specific name that includes Shin, you may want to establish a consistent translated term or keep it in its original form depending on how names are handled in your text. Alright, I'll handle buying time. You go capture the Mu clan members, Mac said. I didn't want to do this, but since you're unrighteous, don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Denny's voice was icy as he said, Megan, come with me. When he first met Kian, Denny had investigated the causes and effects connected to Kian. From Kian's connections, he knew there were other Mu clan members in the peripheral region. Kian wasn't alone in the peripheral region. He had a task to lead some Mu clan members to gain blessings in a specific location. That location had caught the Mu clan's attention during the last opening of the Tai battlefield, suspecting it contained potential blessings. However, due to the weakness of the members sent last time, they couldn't confirm it. This time around, the Mu clan assigned Kian as the leader to investigate that location. But to obtain the divine burial flower, Kian separated from those members upon entering the Tai battlefield, instructing them to go ahead while he followed later. Denny knew about these Mu clan members and the location of that place from this information. He and Megan acted swiftly, heading towards that location. Meanwhile, Mac fulfilled his duty of delaying Kian. Do you clearly guarantee that once we arrive, you will release our Cyan Mystic Sect disciples? Note, Shin is typically translated as mystic in the context of sect names to maintain consistency and natural flow in English. Mac spoke, spreading these words. Come over, and I guarantee their release. You previously said you would only target us and not the Cyan sect disciples. Your promise isn't very trustworthy. Note, Cyan sect should be consistent with whatever name is being used for this sect in the rest of the translation. If Cyan Mystery Sect or another name has been used, it should be applied here as well. For the sake of fluency and natural reading in English, I've assumed a direct translation for this example, but please ensure consistency with the terminology used throughout the document. Mac responded, how about this? Let's find some witnesses and guarantors. Once everything is arranged, we'll come over immediately. Otherwise, we won't come. Because you lack credibility. Going over risks our fellow disciples' safety. Hashtag chapter 126, a fair exchange. Are you trying to haggle with me? Kian exploded in rage. What kind of behavior was this? To actually try and haggle? It's mainly because you have no credibility. Mac replied, do you want to come over or not? If you don't, I'll start killing now. Kian sneered coldly, pondering the situation. His intention was to kill a few Zhangxian sect disciples first to scare Denny and the others. If we go over, it means certain death. We understand that clearly, and we never intended to live through this, but we must die meaningfully. At the very least, we must ensure our senior sect members' lives are exchanged safely. Mac gritted his teeth. Even if Kian threatened to kill some Zhangxian sect disciples, he did not waver, insisting on finding witnesses and guarantees. If you cannot guarantee the safety of our senior siblings, how can we possibly walk to our deaths? Impossible. He continued. These exchanges were passed through living creatures in the borderlands, not face-to-face conversations, and such relays required time. Meanwhile, Denny, accompanied by the Temperance, had already fought their way to the land of opportunity. It was a valley, shrouded in mist and thick with miasma, occasionally emitting terrifying waves, a truly fearsome place. The Mu clan members guarded here, not daring to act rashly. They had previously attempted to enter the valley but failed. Had they not retreated quickly, they would have certainly died inside. Therefore, they dared not make another move, staying put while waiting for Kian's arrival. Brother Zirang said he would take care of a small matter and wouldn't be delayed for long. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Could something have happened? They murmured amongst themselves, unaware of what was happening outside. This area was extremely remote, with no other living beings around. News from outside did not reach here. I will lead you to meet your brother Zirang, Denny sneered, emerging from the shadows with the Temperance. Who are you? Stop right there. They shouted loudly, wary and cautious, ordering Denny and the Temperance to stop, not to approach any closer. Come on, let's go see your brother Zirang. Without wasting time, Denny immediately ordered the Temperance into action. The Zhangxian sect disciples might be in danger at any moment, so they needed to subdue these Mu clan members as soon as possible. Her! Paris roared, its fur standing on end. It crouched low and leaped, seizing the Mu clan members. These Mu clan members were extraordinary individuals, far superior to ordinary people and stronger than cultivators of the same level. However, their cultivation levels were not high, roughly around the first stage mystical spirit realm, making them no match for the Temperance. The battle barely began before all of them were subdued. Let's go. Denny and the Temperance set off, taking these Mu clan members back to Mac and the others. At the same time, Kian finally compromised. While fellow disciples' camaraderie was important, it wasn't like blood kinship, and he feared that if he pushed Denny and the others too hard, they might not come at all. He issued a call, inviting living creatures in the borderlands to witness and guarantee that he would release all Zhangxian sect disciples once Denny and the others arrived. We're coming. Mac responded. They set out for the location specified by Kian. However, Lamar and Anastasia did not go. They stayed behind, along with the Mu clan members. After some time, they arrived at the designated place. There were many living beings present, humans, aliens, and demon beast descendants. Bolivarman cultivators came here to investigate the background of the Wanwazong sect, while the aliens and demon beast offspring wanted to know why Kian targeted Denny and the others. They harbored ill intentions, ready to act if the situation suited them, as they suspected Denny and the others might possess something extraordinary. Kian sat cross-legged on a large green rock, his expression calm and composed. Below the rock stood a group of boys and girls, Zhangxian sect disciples who were under restriction, unable to move. When Denny and the others arrived, they instantly drew much attention. The spectators could not believe that Denny and the others had actually come. Look at the situation. Coming here means certain death. They actually made it here. Fellow disciples with such strong camaraderie are truly enviable. Not everyone would do this. At the very least, if it were me, I probably wouldn't. Many living beings sighed, expressing admiration. Risking life and limb to save fellow disciples, Denny and the others deserved respect. You're missing two people. On the rock, Kian scanned Denny and the others, noticing two were absent. They have other matters to attend to, Denny said calmly. Kian's eyebrows shot up, his face darkening as he bellowed, "You're playing tricks with me?" He had demanded they all come, yet two were missing. Did Denny and the others not take his threats seriously? "You won't shed tears unless you see a coffin. Do you think I dare not kill?" His eyes were cold, radiating intense killing intent. "You really dare not?" Denny replied, unperturbed. "This is on you. Then I'll start killing some people." Qian snarled, reaching out and forcibly pulling out several Zhanxian sect disciples. He intended to kill them. "If a single hair on my fellow disciples' bodies is harmed, Mu Zhan, Mu Chance, and others from your clan will lose flesh," Denny said coldly. "What are you saying?" Qian suddenly panicked. How did Denny know about Mu Zhan and Mu Chance? "Don't tell me you still don't understand?" Denny threw out some items belonging to Mu Zhan and the others. "Mu Zhan is in your hands? What do you think?" "Damn." Qian was furious, never expecting Mu Zhan and others to fall into Denny's hands. How did he find them? Even more enraged and disturbed, Mu Zhan and others went directly to the land of opportunity after entering the battlefield. Their whereabouts should have been unknown to outsiders. Was Denny's party so mysteriously powerful that they could find Mu Zhan and the others? "You release our people, and I'll release yours. We can exchange fairly," Denny proposed. Qian remained silent, narrowing his eyes. Honestly, he didn't care about Mu Zhan's fate at all, but if he ignored it, and the news spread within the clan, he would have no way to explain. Still, agreeing felt like admitting defeat, which he found incredibly bitter. Goodness, Denny and company are indeed formidable, capturing Qian's clansmen in such a short time? All those talks about needing witnesses and guarantors were likely just stalling tactics by Denny's group. No wonder Denny and the others dared to come here. They had something to rely on. The surrounding creatures discussed endlessly, their gazes towards Denny and company filled with curiosity and admiration. Indeed, they were tough to deal with. Originally, the situation seemed dire, but Denny and the others had completely turned things around. Unless Qian disregarded his clansmen's lives and forced a confrontation. Hashtag chapter 127, changing an identity. If you dare to harm a single hair of our Mu clan disciple, I guarantee that your Zhanxian sect will be destroyed in an instant. Qian sneered coldly, unwilling to concede so easily. He once again issued a threat, using the power of the Mu clan to intimidate Denny and leveraging the entire Zhanxian sect as leverage. On the surface, the Zhanxian sect was a prominent sect, but in reality, it couldn't match the Mu clan. The Mu clan could destroy the Zhanxian sect with just a flick of their hand. Anastasia and others were restless. They knew that Qian came from an ancient family. If they truly angered him, the Zhanxian sect would indeed be completely wiped out. Seeing the expressions on Anastasia's face, Qian gradually calmed down. "To go against me? Do you think you are worthy?" He spoke disdainfully, knowing he had the Mu clan backing him, making it impossible for Denny and others to stand up against him. "Haha, are you trying to pressure us with the Mu clan?" Denny's expression remained calm and fearless as he asked, "Does the Mu clan know what you're doing?" "I doubt they do." He continued, "If the Mu clan finds out about your actions, would they still help you?" Through the causal record, he had learned all the causes and effects behind Qian's actions. Regarding the burial godflower incident, neither Qian nor his father reported it to the Mu clan. Additionally, Qian's father had stolen a precious treasure from the clan to use for harvesting the burial godflower. It was difficult to gather the flower without proper preparation, and this valuable item was prepared specifically for Qian to gather the burial godflower. If all of this were exposed, Qian and his father were bound to receive severe punishment. There were already many factions within the Mu clan who disliked Qian's lineage and wanted to eliminate them. This exposure could very well bring a catastrophe upon Qian's lineage. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Qian shouted loudly, trying to remain calm while feeling some panic inside. What did Denny know? "There is a precious treasure in the Mu clan that I admire greatly, called the Soul Radiance Lamp. Legend has it that it can protect one's soul from spirit attacks." Denny said, "I wonder if, when I reach the Mu clan, their Isaias might allow me to see the Soul Radiance Lamp." Qian's expression changed rapidly. He could no longer maintain his composure as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The Soul Radiance Lamp was not in the Mu clan, but on his person. After thorough research, his father determined that the burial godflower was difficult to gather because it would launch soul attacks on those who attempted to harvest it. The Soul Radiance Lamp was exactly the item that could protect against these soul attacks. So, his father had stolen it from the clan and given it to him for the battlefield. Did Denny know that the Soul Radiance Lamp was on him? Otherwise, why would Denny only mention the Soul Radiance Lamp? All the talk about it being a Mu clan treasure was rubbish. The Mu clan had remained hidden from the world for too long, and how could anyone possibly know about the Soul Radiance Lamp? This was Denny deliberately speaking to him. "Are you going to release us or not?" Denny shouted loudly, maintaining a composed demeanor. He knew Qian would capitulate. Stealing a clan treasure was a major offense, and Qian absolutely dared not bear the blame for it. "Damn you!" Qian gritted his teeth, glaring at Denny. He hadn't expected to be threatened back. "You win this time." Finally, he spat out these words and turned to leave. There were too many people here, and he feared Denny might reveal everything publicly, which would lead to the downfall of not only himself but also his father and his lineage. After Qian left, the Zhanxian sect disciples tried moving and found they were free. They had been unbound. "Thank you." They expressed gratitude with excitement. "What are you thanking him for? If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been in this predicament." One of the Zhanxian sect disciples coldly humphed, showing no gratitude towards Denny. Ava was none other than Presley, who had lost to Denny twice and felt bitter resentment towards him. "You can't say that. Although the situation started because of senior brother Denny, he didn't abandon us. He risked his life to come here. Not everyone could do that," another disciple remarked. They reflected inwardly. If it were them, they might not have taken such risks. Denny didn't abandon them and came here, which indeed deserved admiration. Bolivarmf. Presley grunted and left without further comment. "Do you wish to chat for a bit, fellow Taoist?" A young man smiled lightly, approaching Denny. I have matters to attend to, let's talk next time. Denny declined and quickly left with Simon and others. He knew these people had ulterior motives and suspected something. He didn't want any further interaction with them. Swish. As the array pattern shimmered, Simon activated an array platform before their figures vanished from the spot. It was a teleportation array, used by Denny out of caution, fearing someone might be following them. What a clever guy. He's anticipated everything. Now it will be hard to find them. Several beings appeared where Denny and company had vanished. They looked grave, not expecting Denny and company to leave via the teleportation array. These beings had strong backgrounds, some from ancient families, others from different races, and some descendants of powerful beasts. Denny's suspicions were correct. They did have ill intentions and had quietly followed, intending to attack Denny and his group. Had it not been for the teleportation array, Denny and company would have faced a brutal battle. Before long, Denny and his companions arrived at a certain place where Anastasia and Lamar waited. Is it settled? Seeing Denny and company return, Anastasia hurriedly asked. Desmond's. Denny nodded. This matter was resolved satisfactorily. Kian dared not harm the Jianxian sect disciples or even approach them again. However, this resolution was only concerning Kian. Many beings were watching them closely, potentially leading to further confrontations, which would be tough to handle. What about them? Anastasia pointed to the Mu clan disciples held captive. Let them go. Denny said. The Mu clan wasn't easy to provoke, and with the Jianxian sect supporting him, he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, it would involve the Jianxian sect. This world was cruel. Involving too many parties meant many actions couldn't be done on a whim. Comprehensive consideration was necessary to avoid impacting others. All right. Anastasia nodded, removing the bindings on the Mu clan disciples and releasing them. This isn't right. Denny mused. After this incident, he realized the constraints placed on him. He couldn't act as freely as he wished, nor could he pursue opportunities and fortunes without restraint. Any mistake could implicate the Jianxian sect, hindering him severely in the Tai battlefield. I need to change my identity. His eyes gleamed with determination as a smile crept onto his lips, looking at Simon. Chapter 128. Stirring up troubles. If anyone could change identities, Simon was an old hand at it. Earlier, if not for the causal records he possessed, who knew how much trouble Simon would have caused him? What are you looking at me for? I'm humbly seeking your guidance. Denny smiled and said, I'm humbly seeking your advice on your method of transformation. That method took me great pains to acquire. How can I just give it to you? Simon shouted. However, although he said that, he still revealed the technique of transformation to Denny and the others. He understood what Denny meant. Maintaining the identity of a Jianxian sect disciple would greatly limit them, making it unfavorable for them to seize opportunities in the Tai battlefield. What is your background? Mo turned serious. He used the causal records to practice this method of transformation and realized it was an incredibly transcendent ancient technique with a significant origin. This technique was created by an ancient holy ape with astonishing power. The identity change through this method could not be seen through by anyone. In the past, that ancient holy ape had deceived countless major forces in ancient times using this technique. What's your real background? I'm from the Nan family of Yin State, Andre said. However, he seemed unwilling to say more and stopped talking after that. Seeing Andre did not want to talk further, Xuanhuan did not ask anymore. If Andre did not want to speak, there must be a reason, and he did not want to make things difficult for Andre. He explained the essence of this method, helping Anastasia and others to quickly master it. Freaky. Andre couldn't help but exclaim loudly. He had been cultivating this technique all along, yet he wasn't as strong as Xuanhuan, and he hadn't even comprehended the true essence of this method. Bolivari up and cultivate. We all need to change our identities. It wasn't just Xuanhuan who was being watched. Andre and the others would also be targeted. To be safe, they all needed to change their identities. Xuanhuan was the first to finish his cultivation. He successfully mastered the method, completely altering his appearance and even his original aura. Even someone very familiar with Xuanhuan wouldn't recognize this person in front of them as Xuanhuan. My name is Gu Franz, from the Western Wilderness tribes. He chuckled, giving himself a new name. Soon after, Anastasia and others successively finished their cultivation and successfully changed their appearances. Amanita also cultivated this technique. Initially, it didn't want to, as it could already change its appearance, but it could only transform into different beast forms and not into human or other races. Xuanhuan emphasized that it should become human to avoid raising suspicion. Therefore, it cultivated this technique and transformed into a human form. It became a young human boy with a head of dazzling golden hair, looking handsome with a naughty smile on the corner of its mouth, appearing like an evil-looking youth. Very handsome. Amanita was very satisfied with its new appearance, grinning widely. You can't compare. I'm much better looking. Andre had truly transformed greatly, becoming a very muscular man with a bronze skin tone, covered in explosive muscles. Let's go. We still have things to do. Xuanhuan said. They were interested in the area Mu clan was eyeing. The edges of the Tai battlefield had few opportunities for good fortune, and these opportunities were very hard to find. He did not want to miss out on the area Mu clan was watching. This was the benefit of changing their identities. If they hadn't changed their identities, Xuanhuan would never do such a thing. What happened between them and Kian was personal, unrelated to the Mu clan. But if they made a move on that location, they would be opposing the Mu clan. At that point, their backing, the Jianxian sect, might be implicated, and the Mu clan might make difficulties for the Jianxian sect. Now, they had no such concerns. Their new identities were unrelated to the Jianxian sect. Even if the Mu clan wanted to retaliate, it couldn't get back at the Jianxian sect. Trying to snatch it? It won't be easy. Amanita frowned, understanding Xuanhuan's intention and also having its eyes on that area. It had been there with Xuanhuan before and knew how amazing the place was, possibly harboring significant fortune. But as it mentioned, Kian was very tough to deal with, and if they tried to snatch it, they might not succeed. Besides, if we go there now, Kian will definitely suspect us. After all, few people know about that place. Amanita added. Of course, snatching it openly is not an option. Moafan smiled, looking at Andre and saying, but we have an experienced hand here for such operations. He is very capable. Why do I feel you're insulting me? Andre glared. No, praising you, Moafan laughed. All right. Andre spoke up. Of course, snatching it openly won't work. Not only does it expose our identity, but we might also fail. He paused and said, but we can stir things up and create chaos there. Then we'll have a chance. This wasn't the first time he'd done something like this. During the Qinsheng Mountain battle for the four-pole grass, he had acted similarly. However, he had ended up in a miserable situation, not getting the four-pole grass which Moafan eventually obtained. Just thinking about it infuriated him, and he glared fiercely at Moafan several times. Why blame me? If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for not being decisive enough and missing the best opportunity. Moafan smiled, knowing why Andre was glaring. They discussed their plan and then took action. Directly leaking information about that area was not wise and would cause suspicion from Qian, leading to trouble for the Zhanxian sect. They needed to spread the news without arousing suspicion from Qian. Meanwhile, Qian and the Mu clan members gathered at the sight of the opportunity. His face was grim, feeling extremely irritable. Now that he was at a disadvantage due to Moafan holding the soul lamp, he could only forget about obtaining the spirit flower. At least in the Tai battlefield, he couldn't harm Moafan. If he wanted to take action against Moafan, he would have to wait until he left and put the soul lamp back, removing the leverage Moafan had over him. Start now. He impatiently urged the Mu clan members to act. So many people. What are you doing? At that moment, a young boy with yellow hair appeared, staring wide-eyed. This place looks pretty complex. Oh, I see. This is a site of great fortune, and you're going in to obtain it. The Ezra exclaimed, suddenly understanding. Who is this guy? Kill him. Qian was irritated and immediately ordered the Mu clan members to kill the Ezra. How wicked. You can obtain the fortune, fine, but I didn't say I would stop you or try to snatch it from you. The Ezra shouted. I was just passing by, and you want to kill me? How heartless you are. Just nonsense, kill him. Bad guys. You're too bad. I won't let you succeed. I'll spread the news about what's happening here and see how you can still obtain any fortune. The Ezra shouted as he ran away. This technique was created by an ancient holy ape with astonishing power. No one could see through the identity transformed by this method. That ancient holy ape had deceived countless powerful forces in ancient times using this skill. I am from the Nan clan in Yin Prefecture, Simon said. However, he seemed unwilling to say more and stopped there. Seeing that Simon was unwilling to elaborate further, Denny didn't press him with more questions. Simon surely had his reasons for holding back, and he didn't want to put Simon in a difficult position. He explained the essence of this technique to Anastasia and others, helping them grasp it quickly. Insane. Simon couldn't help but exclaim loudly. He had been cultivating this technique all along but found himself still not as strong as Denny, who hadn't even fully grasped its true essence yet. Bolivari up and practice. We all need to change our identities. Not just Denny, but Simon and the others would also be targeted. To play it safe, they needed new identities. Denny was the first to finish his practice. He successfully mastered the technique, completely altering his appearance and even his original aura. Even someone very familiar with Denny wouldn't recognize this person in front of them as Denny. I'm named Gufrans, coming from a western wilderness tribe. He chuckled, giving himself a new name. It wasn't long before Anastasia and the others finished their practices one after another, successfully changing their appearances. Paris also cultivated this technique. Initially, it hadn't wanted to, as it could already change its appearance. However, its changes were limited to beast forms, unable to transform into human or other races. Denny emphasized the importance of it becoming human to avoid suspicion. Therefore, it cultivated this technique and transformed into a human form. It turned into a human youth with a head of brilliant golden hair, handsome features, and a mischievous smile on its lips, looking like an enchanting young rogue. Very handsome. Paris was extremely satisfied with its new look, grinning broadly. You're not as good looking as me. Simon had undergone a significant transformation, turning into a burly man with tan skin and bulging muscles all over. Let's go. We still have things to do, Denny said. He was equally interested in the opportune land that the Mu clan had set their sights on and intended to explore it. The fringe area had few opportunities for blessings and transformations, and these were very hard to find. He didn't want to miss out on the opportunity identified by the Mu clan. This was one advantage of having new identities. If they hadn't changed their identities, Denny wouldn't dare to take such action. Their dispute with Muling was purely personal and unrelated to the Mu clan as a whole. But if they took action against that opportune land, it would escalate into conflict with the Mu clan. In that case, Zhanxian sect would likely be implicated and face retaliation from the Mu clan. Now, with their new identities, there was no such worry. They were completely disconnected from Zhanxian sect, so even if the Mu clan sought retribution, they couldn't reach the sect. Should we snatch it? It might be tough. Paris frowned, understanding Denny's intentions. It too had its eye on that opportune land. Having been there with Denny, it knew how extraordinary the place was, possibly harboring significant transformational opportunities. However, as it pointed out, Muling was a formidable opponent, and they might not succeed in seizing it. Also, if we just barge in, Muling will definitely get suspicious since not many people know about that place, the Temperance continued. An outright snatch is certainly not feasible. Denny smiled, looking at Simon and saying, but we have an old hand at this among us, and he's quite skilled. Why does it feel like you're insulting me? Simon glared. No, I'm complimenting you, Denny laughed. All right. Simon responded. An outright snatch wouldn't work. Not only would it expose our identity, but we might not succeed either. He paused and then said, however, we can stir things up and create chaos there. When it gets messy, we'll have our chance. He had done this before, like during the 1,000-layer mountain contest for the 4 extreme herb, though that ended poorly for him. The herb ended up with Denny, which still irked him. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for not being decisive enough and missing the best opportunity, Denny grinned, knowing why Simon was glaring. They discussed the plan and proceeded accordingly. Directly leaking the location's information was not advisable as it would raise suspicions from Muling and potentially bring wrath upon Jianxian's sect from the Mu clan. Instead, they spread the word in a way that wouldn't arouse Muling's suspicion. Meanwhile, Muling gathered the Mu clan disciples and arrived at the opportune location. His expression was grim, his mood sour. Currently, Denny held something over him. There was no way he could obtain the Flower of God's burial now. At least within the Tai battlefield, he couldn't make a move against Denny. If he wanted to, he'd have to wait until he returned and put away the soul lantern, ensuring Denny no longer had leverage. Let's start. Impatient, he urged the Mu clan disciples into action. Lots of people. What are you all doing? Just then, a blonde-haired youth appeared, wide-eyed and curious. This place seems quite complicated. Oh, I get it. This is an opportune land, and you guys are here to seize the blessings. The blonde youth exclaimed in realization. Where did this guy come from? Kill him. Irritated, Muling ordered the Mu clan disciples to eliminate the youth. What a mean bunch. You can seek your blessings if you want. I never said you couldn't or try to snatch anything. Baxter yelled, I was just passing by, and you want to kill me. How heartless. Just nonsense, kill him. Evildoers. You're terrible. I won't let you get away with this. I'll spread the word about what's happening here, and see how you'll manage to get those blessings. Baxter shouted as he ran. He explained the profound principles of this method to help Clementine and others quickly master it. Freakishly talented. Simon couldn't help but exclaim loudly. Despite having practiced this method all along, he wasn't as strong as Denny and hadn't yet grasped its true essence. Quickly practice, we all need to change our identities. Not only was Denny being watched, but Simon and the others were also likely to be targeted. To play it safe, they all needed to assume new identities. Morfan was the first to finish practicing. He successfully mastered this technique, completely altering his appearance and even changing his original aura. Even someone who knew him very well wouldn't recognize this person as Morfan. Heavy makeup. Xiaomal couldn't help but exclaim. He had been cultivating this technique all along, yet he wasn't as strong as Morfan and had never truly grasped the essence of this technique. Quickly practice. We all need to change our identities. It wasn't just Morfan who was being targeted. Nandura and the others would definitely be targeted too. To be safe, they all needed to adopt new identities. Morfan was the first to finish his practice. He successfully mastered this technique, completely altering his appearance and even changing his original aura. Even someone who knew him very well wouldn't recognize this person as Morfan. I am now called Gubufan, from a western barbarian tribe. He smiled, having given himself a new name. Not long after, Luosoi and the others finished their practice one by one, successfully changing their appearances. Amanita also cultivated this technique. Originally, it didn't want to practice because it could already change its appearance into various monster forms, but not into human or other races. However, Morfan emphasized that it should turn into a human to avoid suspicion. Thus, it also practiced this technique, transforming into a human form. It became a handsome young man with brilliant golden hair, sporting a rogue-like smile, looking like an enchantingly charming youth. Very handsome. Amanita was extremely satisfied with its new appearance, grinning from ear to ear. You're not as handsome as me. Nandura truly transformed into a bulky, muscular man with a bronze complexion. Let's go. We still have things to do, said Morfan. They were interested in the same opportunity site that the Mu clan had targeted, not wanting to miss out on such a rare find, especially in the outskirts where opportunities were scarce and hard to locate. Morfan intended to visit it. Adopting new identities had its advantages. If they hadn't changed their identities, he certainly wouldn't have dared to act this way. The conflict between them and Qian was personal, not involving the Mu clan. However, if they acted against the Mu clan's target, it could drag the Jianxian sect into trouble. But now, they had no such concerns. Their new identities were unconnected to the Jianxian sect, so any retaliation from the Mu clan wouldn't reach the sect. We can't rush in head-on. It won't be easy, Xiaomal frowned, understanding Morfan's intentions. They both coveted the opportunity site. As Xiaomal pointed out, Qian wouldn't be easy to handle, and there was no guarantee they could succeed in seizing it. Besides, if we just show up, Qian will suspect something. After all, not many people know about that place, Xiaomal continued. An outright grab certainly won't work. Morfan smiled, looking at Nandura and said, but we have a seasoned veteran in us who is quite skilled. Why does it feel like you're insulting me? Nandura glared. No, I'm praising you. Morfan laughed. All right then. Nandura conceded, saying, an outright grab indeed won't work. We might not only expose our identities, but also fail to seize it. He paused and said, but we can stir up chaos there, create confusion, and we'll get our chance. This was something he had done before during the battle for the Four Poles Grass, although it ended poorly without success. Recalling it irritated him further as he shot several angry glares at Morfan. Why blame me? If you're upset, blame yourself for not being decisive enough and missing the best timing. Morfan laughed, knowing why Nandura glared at him. They discussed their plan and began their action. Directly revealing information about the location was impractical and risky, potentially arousing suspicion from Qian and involving the Jianxian sect. Meanwhile, Qian joined forces with Mu clan disciples and arrived at the opportunity site. His mood was grim, knowing that he held no advantage over Morfan in this battleground. At least in the Tai battlefield, he couldn't touch Morfan. Any move against Morfan must wait until he could retrieve the soul lantern and eliminate the leverage. Begin the operation, he impatiently urged the Mu clan disciples to act. Suddenly, a blonde-haired youth appeared, asking curiously with wide eyes, hey, what are you guys doing here? This place looks important. Oh, I get it, this is an opportunity site, and you're trying to seize the opportunity. Qian, annoyed, immediately ordered, kill him? Why are you killing me? You can seize your opportunity. I didn't stop you or try to take it, Baxter shouted. I just happened to pass by, yet you want to kill me. How cruel you are. Enough nonsense, kill him. Evil people. Too evil. I won't let you succeed. I'll spread the word about this place and see how you seize the opportunity. Baxter ran away shouting. My name is Franz, from a western barbarian tribe. He chuckled softly, giving himself a new name. Soon, Clementine and the others also finished their practice, successfully changing their appearances. Paris also practiced this technique. Initially, it didn't want to because it could already change its appearance. However, it could only transform into beast forms and couldn't turn into human or other races. Denny emphasized that it should transform into a human form to avoid arousing suspicion. Thus, it also practiced this technique and transformed into a human form. It became a human xuanhuan with a head of brilliant golden hair, handsome in appearance, and a slightly rogue smile on its face, looking like an enchantingly mischievous xuanhuan. Note, the term xuanhuan was likely used in error. It should be translated as youth, or left out for better English fluency. Corrected. Denny emphasized that it should transform into a human form to avoid arousing suspicion. Thus, it also practiced this technique and transformed into a human form. It became a youthful figure with a head of brilliant golden hair, handsome in appearance, and a slightly rogue smile on its face, looking like an enchantingly mischievous young man. So, it also practiced this technique and transformed into a human form. It became a human youth with dazzling golden hair, a handsome face, and a mischievous smile, looking like an enigmatic young man. Very handsome. Paris was very satisfied with its transformed appearance, grinning widely. You're no match, you're not as handsome as me. Simon indeed looked very different now, transforming into a muscular, bronze-skinned Hulk with explosive muscles. Let's go, we have something to do, Denny said. The place that had caught the Mu clan's interest was also somewhere he was very interested in and wanted to explore. This slight adjustment makes the sentence flow more naturally while ensuring it accurately conveys the original meaning. In the peripheral areas, opportunities for enlightenment and luck were scarce and hard to find. He didn't want to miss the place the Mu clan was targeting. This was the advantage of adopting new identities. If they hadn't changed their identities, Denny wouldn't have dared to act this way. The incident with Muling was personal and didn't directly involve the Mu clan. But if they made a move on that place, it would amount to opposing the Mu clan. At that point, their sect, Zhanxian sect, would be implicated. The Mu clan might challenge the Zhanxian sect. Now, they had no such worries. With their new identities, unrelated to the Zhanxian sect, even if the Mu clan wanted revenge, they wouldn't target the Zhanxian sect. Do we have to fight? It won't be easy. Paris frowned, understanding Arigo's intentions. It also had its eyes on that location. It had been there with Denny before and knew that the place was truly remarkable, possibly containing extraordinary blessings. However, as it said, Muling was tough to deal with, and they might not succeed if they fought. Besides, if we just rush there, Muling will definitely get suspicious. Not many people know about that place, the Temperance added. An outright attack certainly won't work. Moafan smiled and looked at Simon, saying, however, we do have a seasoned veteran here who is very capable. This has been revised to more accurately convey the meaning, read more naturally, and maintain consistency in style. The term, veteran thief, was changed to seasoned veteran, as it reads more fluently in English while preserving the context. Why do I feel you're insulting me? Simon glared. No, I'm complimenting you, Denny laughed. Note, I changed Moafan to Denny to maintain consistency in terminology and style, using the English transliteration of the character's name throughout the text. Fine then, Simon replied, an outright attack certainly won't work. It will easily expose us, and we might not succeed. He paused and said, but we can stir up chaos there, creating confusion and giving us an opportunity. He had done this before during the competition for the four-pole grass. However, he failed to get the four-pole grass, which was obtained by Denny. Just thinking about it made him glare fiercely at Finn several times. Why blame me? If you're upset, blame yourself for hesitating and missing the best chance. Denny smiled, knowing why Simon glared at him. They discussed their plan and started to act. Directly leaking information about that place was impractical and unwise. It would raise suspicions from Muling and lead the Mu clan to hold a grudge against the Zhanxian sect. They needed to spread the news about that place without arousing suspicion from Muling. Meanwhile, Muling joined the Mu clan disciples and arrived at that auspicious location. His face was gloomy, feeling very unhappy. Currently, he had a handle on Moafan, so he couldn't even think about the burial god flower. At least in the Tai battlefield, he couldn't make a move against Moafan. If he wanted to deal with Moafan, he would have to wait until he could return the soul illuminating lamp and ensure that Moafan no longer had any leverage over him. At least in the Tai battlefield, he couldn't touch Denny. If he wanted to deal with Denny, he'd have to wait until he left and put the soul shining lamp back so that Denny had no leverage against him. Start the action. Impatient, he urged the Mu clan disciples to act. Bolivar, so many people. What are you doing? At this moment, a boy with yellow hair appeared, wide-eyed asking. This looks very important. Oh, I get it. This is an auspicious site, and you're going in to take its fortune. The yellow-haired boy exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Who are you? Kill him. Muling, annoyed and agitated, immediately ordered the Mu clan disciples to kill the boy. How cruel. You can take the fortune yourselves. I didn't stop you, or try to snatch it from you. The yellow-haired boy cried, I was just passing by, but you want to kill me. You're too cruel. Enough nonsense, kill him. Bad guys. You're too evil. I won't let you succeed. I'll spread the word about this place and see how you get the fortune. The yellow-haired boy ran away shouting. Chapter 129, Admitting Defeat. That makes it even more impossible to let you go. Kian sneered, taking action himself to suppress and kill the Ezra. He couldn't allow this situation to leak out. You think you can just kill me like that? If I can't fight, I can still run. The Ezra shouted, not engaging in battle but fleeing while fighting. As he ran, he also yelled, come quickly. Someone is killing for silence over a place of opportunity. Shut up. Kian, furious beyond measure, continuously unleashed lethal attacks to eliminate the Ezra. However, the Ezra was no simple figure, very strong and did not engage in battle. Kian failed to keep him behind. There are incredible treasures there. There's an ancient sage's legacy, celestial beast bones, divine springs of the godly race. Everyone, hurry over. He ran specifically toward crowded places, shouting as he went, attracting many living beings' attention. Damn it! Kian roared in anger, seething. He had underestimated the Ezra, not catching him in the first instance, leading to the spread of information about the opportune site. Moreover, the Ezra embellished the story, claiming there was an ancient sage's legacy, celestial beast bones, and divine springs of the godly race. Undoubtedly, this would attract many living beings. I'll kill you. His murderous intent surged. No matter what, he needed to kill the Ezra. But the youth was cunning, running into the crowd where Kian could not perform wide-ranging destruction. Ultimately, the youth slipped away from right under his nose. Arf! He howled in rage, almost exploding with fury. Earlier, he suffered defeats at the hands of Denny and others. Now, an unknown brat also thwarted him. His mindset collapsed. That guy is really tough. On the other side, after escaping, the Ezra was drenched in cold sweat. Kian was indeed strong. If not for running into crowds multiple times, he might not have escaped. Swoosh. Auras surged. He changed form again, appearing with brilliant blue hair. Did it work? Denny and others appeared, joining him. It worked. He nodded. He wasn't anyone else but Megan. Only he could accomplish such a task, whereas others would never escape Kian. Indeed, this was their plan. With the appearance of the Ezra, Kian wouldn't suspect them anymore. Nor would Xuanhuan's sect be implicated. The peripheral area became chaotic. Although many beings doubted the message, they still headed over. There were too few opportunities in the peripheral area, and finding them was difficult. They'd rather risk a wasted trip than miss out. It's not false, it's true. This place is astonishing. It must hold an opportunity. Upon arrival, many beings immediately confirmed it. The valley was shrouded in heavy mist, making it hard to see inside. Desmond, beams of light flickered intermittently, resembling sacred items. Get out of my way. Kian roared, radiating boundless murderous intent. This was a site the Mu clan targeted long ago. He couldn't let others touch it. Failure would bring repercussions from the clan. Furthermore, his mood was already foul. The presence of these beings made him exceedingly irritable. Many beings shrunk back, daring to be angry but not voice it. They knew the power behind Kian was terrifying, too scary to provoke. However, they didn't leave. Too many beings wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Kian couldn't drive everyone away, especially those with powerful backgrounds. Some came from ancient clans, and some were prodigies or descendants of mighty beasts. The Mu clan is strong, but not all powerful, right? A youth spoke calmly, fearless. He was from an ancient clan, Sun clan, potentially stronger than Mu clan. Trying to intimidate him with Mu clan wouldn't work. Do you think we're Xuanhuan's sect? Easily manipulated? Oh right, you can't even manipulate Xuanhuan's sect. A violet chuckled lightly, fearless and mocking. Ava came from an ancient clan, Chang clan. Everyone fell silent. Was this how ancient clans spoke? The top-tier, powerful Xuanhuan sect meant nothing here. Want to make us leave? Show your capability. A foreign youth coldly laughed, emanating a heavy aura of savagery. He looked bizarre, with two colors on his body, one red, one black. He was from the Immortals clan, a royal lineage among foreigners. Roar. A huge, mountain-sized beast roared, scales as cold as iron armor. It looked like a giant crocodile with 3 heads. Each head had a unique shape, central as a crocodile head, the sides as a dragon head and a tiger head. This was a Hale, with an extremely terrifying bloodline, descended from an ancient fierce beast. The 3 heads could devour gods and destroy devils. Though its lineage wasn't fully inherited, it still possessed 3 heads. It stared at Kian, its 6 eyes radiating chilling brilliance. What are you? Dare telling me to leave? Its father, an adult Hale, was incredibly powerful, even surpassing ancient clans. Kian felt overwhelmed. Why did such powerful beings come here? None of their backgrounds were weaker than the Mu clan. Instantly, his arrogance vanished. He couldn't stop them. Some beings secretly rejoiced for staying. Adapt carefully, don't be rash, Denny warned Anastasia and others. Based on their current strength, only Megan could engage top-tier beings, while the rest couldn't. They could only cautiously act, hoping to seize an opportunity. Everyone enter together. Opportunities depend on strength. Kian laughed dryly, admitting defeat. Not admitting wouldn't help. Provoking these beings could lead to his immediate death. Even if strong, he couldn't withstand so many top-tier beings. Being ganged up on would guarantee his demise. What's happening? Mu clan members grumbled internally, blaming Kian heavily. Had he acted earlier, none of this would happen. They were taken hostage needlessly and lost their rightful opportunity site. Their grievances were immense, though not voiced directly, they would surely report back to their clan, accusing Kian of failure. Chapter 130. Behind danger Zaire's greater danger. Kian conceded, sending out invitations, but the descendants of the ancient clans like Sun and Chong, as well as exotic races like Immortals clan and powerful beastkin such as the Hale, completely ignored Kian. Did they need Kian's invitation? Did they need Kian's approval? Swish, swish, swish. Terrifying ripples emitted from their bodies one after another. Their expressions were solemn, entering the valley cautiously. Behind them, Kian was inwardly raging. He had been completely ignored, which infuriated him. However, he dared not voice his anger. The collective ire of many was difficult to offend. If he spoke improperly, these creatures might attack him en masse. Afterward, he led the Mu clan members into the valley as well. So embarrassing. This time, our Mu clan has lost face. We've been eyeing this place for so long. The Mu clan offspring's resentment deepened. Ignoring Kian was embarrassing not only for him, but also for their clan. They resolved to report Kian once they returned, finding his performance today unacceptable. A large number of beings followed carefully inside. The valley exuded a dangerous aura. Denny and his group blended in, unnoticed, adopting new identities no one recognized. This is terrifying, Clementine whispered, her voice trembling. Outside, it was bright and scorching hot, but inside the valley, everything was dim with very low visibility, obstructed by mist. Furthermore, they felt as if walking in an ice cellar, their bodies numbing from cold that penetrated through. Spirit senses are being suppressed here, Max said grimly. The mist was thick, blocking sight. He tried using spirit senses to navigate but found it heavily suppressed, only able to detect within a couple of yards. Be careful. Denny also had a grave expression, spreading his spirit senses but experiencing the same suppression as Mac. Extremely limited range. Suddenly, numerous cries of pain erupted ahead, the air reeking of blood. A creature was attacked, losing its life. Get lost. Ian Brenton clan prodigy roared, hands transforming into yin and yang forces combined, releasing an incredibly fearsome shockwave that dispersed the mist temporarily, revealing what had happened. Sigh. Gasps echoed as numerous creatures shivered at the horrifying sight. The fallen creatures were covered in dense clusters of large white worms, which, in an instant, devoured every last trace of the victim down to the bones. With their numbers, the white worms started attacking other creatures after finishing their initial victims. I want to leave. I don't want to die. Panic spread instantly. Numerous creatures couldn't escape, being quickly engulfed by the white worms, disappearing in moments. Some creatures unleashed mighty spells to exterminate the worms, but the worm shells were incredibly tough, enduring the attacks before latching onto their victims. The creatures didn't even scream. They were devoured instantly, leaving nothing behind. Roar. The hail roared fiercely, shaking off many worms with its overwhelming strength, charging out. Purple brightness flame. A young Benson raised his hand, unleashing fierce purple flames, a terrifying flame that could melt metal with frighteningly high temperatures. He used this flame to charge out, the worms avoiding the purple brightness flame. Come forth, my guards. A young Sophie giggled fearlessly, extending her translucent hand, summoning soldiers wielding iron weapons and clad in armor from multiple black holes. This was puppetry, a cruel method stripping away consciousness to forge lifeless warriors obedient only to their master. You wouldn't think such a beautiful lady would practice puppetry. This is a forbidden technique, long prohibited, yet she dares to learn it. Numerous creatures exclaimed, recognizing the technique. Puppetry was extremely cruel, converting living beings into soulless warriors. This practice faced strong opposition in the past and rarely appeared afterward. What's the big deal? The Chong clan girl said dismissively. They all volunteered willingly to be my warriors. With myriad paths to follow, each serves a purpose. Suppressing it would be wrong. Everyone was chilled. How ruthless must the Chong girl be to say that? Being stripped of consciousness made one no different from the dead, who would willingly submit to such fate. Even if there were willing participants, there would be compelling reasons, not simply voluntary. Do you have time to worry about others? Focus on yourselves and surviving. The Chong girl chuckled derisively, with ironclad puppets surrounding her, fighting their way out from the swarm of worms. Elsewhere, Kian charged forward with brute force, leading Mu clan members to break through. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang non-stop. Powerful creatures didn't hesitate, bursting through the worm swarm. Weaker ones were either killed or rapidly retreated. Incredibly chaotic, Megan led Denny and others through without drawing attention. They passed through the mist, arriving at a serene, idyllic landscape contrasting sharply with the previous area. Almost like a utopia. No, something's wrong. I can't muster any strength in my body. A creature screamed, pale-faced, sensing extreme suppression preventing any use of power, reducing them to powerless mortals. Me too. Darn it. Others confirmed the same. They couldn't utilize any internal strength, turning into mere mortals. How could this be? In such a terrifying place, being unable to use any strength meant no ability to defend themselves. We can't leave. The way back is blocked. Many faces turned ashen, wishing to leave but unable to do so. The path was sealed off, trapping them inside. How did this happen? If I knew, I wouldn't have come. Many cried in terror and panic. How could they not be terrified? Completely powerless. How were they supposed to survive here? They bitterly regretted coming. Knowing this outcome, they would never have entered. Now, they couldn't even leave if they wanted to. Hashtag chapter 131. Cannot use power. Don't panic. The young woman of the Chong clan chuckled, completely unperturbed. Ava looked at the creatures around her who were in a state of panic and said, Do you want to live? If you do, sign a contract with me. After I take you away, you will willingly become my puppets. The power of these creatures was suppressed here, and she could not use her own power either. However, she was not worried at all. She was full of confidence. Her puppets had all been refined using special methods, making their physical bodies extremely strong. With those puppets around, even if she couldn't use her own power, she wouldn't be worried. She still had the means to protect herself. This is what you meant by willingly? This is taking advantage of a desperate situation. The creatures shouted angrily. Indeed, the young woman of the Chong clan was ruthless, trying to refine them into puppets while they were helpless. Those people who had been turned into puppets by the Chong clan girl must have also agreed under similar circumstances. You're mistaken. I never force anyone. Anyone who becomes my puppet does so willingly, Adriana said with a serene smile. The opportunity is always there. When you're ready to accept it, you can come to me anytime. Being turned into a puppet is no different from dying. I will never agree. Many creatures firmly stated their refusal. Don't say it so definitively. A strange smile appeared on Adriana's face. Ava believed that eventually, some would come to her. Being dead was worse than living, even if only for a little longer. There would be those willing to compromise in the face of death. That's right, this is an opportunity. You should cherish and appreciate it. Don't wait until you're dead and can't even consider agreeing, Kian said, clearly trying to ingratiate himself with Adriana. Possessing the puppet technique, Adriana was undoubtedly one of the strongest here. Building a good relationship with her would bring only benefits, not drawbacks. Do we have no backbone left? How could our clan send someone like him to lead us? The other members of the Mu clan thought disparagingly. They felt that Kian's behavior disgraced the Mu clan. The puppet technique was a forbidden art, and Adriana, who dared practice it, was extremely dangerous, capable of anything. They sincerely did not want to get too close to her. You, on the other hand, are more reasonable, Adriana said with a light laugh, looking at Kian. I think you'd make an excellent puppet. With your high talent and strength, being refined as a puppet would be even better. Don't joke around. Kian was frightened speechless, stuttering slightly. Haha, just a joke, don't take it seriously. Adriana laughed, reluctantly moving her gaze from Kian. In fact, she really did want to turn him into a puppet. However, she dared only to think about it, not dare to act on it. If she really did so, the Mu clan definitely wouldn't let it slide. At that point, things might escalate into something much bigger for her. The puppet technique was ultimately a forbidden technique. As long as she didn't overstep, nobody bothered her. The puppets she had refined lacked status and influence, and no one would trouble her or the Chong clan for them. But interfering with the Mu clan changed everything. Not only would the Mu clan oppose it, but other ancient clans might also grow wary and act against her. Oh no. At that moment, a creature's expression changed dramatically as they shouted in alarm. In the distance, a black mass approached, seeming like a large number of beasts rushing toward them. Roar, roar, roar. Closer now, they could hear the roaring of many beasts. They were indeed coming toward them. These beasts, unlike them, seemed able to mobilize immense power, emitting terrifying vibrations from each of them. They were terrified. How could they fight? They couldn't use any power at all. There's still a chance to live now, but once those beasts arrive, you won't have any opportunities left. Adriana remained calm, smiling at the panicked creatures. Each creature that had made it here from the White Worms area was no ordinary being, possessing significant strength. Ava was very satisfied with them. Refining them into puppets would certainly create a formidable group. I agree. I am willing to become a puppet. Some creatures cried out, their former resolve melting away as they chose to give in and sign contracts with Adriana. Facing imminent death, people truly changed. What they once deemed impossible now seemed necessary in the face of mortality. Good, good, good. Adriana smiled broadly, looking at the remaining creatures who hadn't conceded. And you? I refuse. Zyreving without consciousness, what's the point of living? They gritted their teeth and shouted, knowing they would die when the beasts arrived, but unwilling to become puppets. Well, wish you luck then. Adriana chuckled nonchalantly. Ava extended her hand, and a massive void appeared, from which emerged a giant scorpion as big as a small hill, another puppet with no consciousness. This was the puppet space created through the puppet technique. It required no power, just intent. Not only had she refined humans into puppets, but also beasts. Let's go. Ava leaped onto the scorpion's head, gesturing for those who had signed contracts to join her. The creatures who had signed rushed aboard, knowing staying here meant certain death. Take us with you, Kian shouted, his face filled with urgency. With powerful beasts attacking, staying meant a horrific fate awaited them. Adriana glanced at Kian thoughtfully and finally said, you can come too. Thank you. Kian, excited and relieved, jumped up, inviting the other Mu clan members to follow. We won't go. You go ahead. Unexpectedly, the Mu clan members refused. They had their pride. Their ancient lineage gave them a sense of honor. Even knowing they would die if they stayed, they preferred not to bow down and live by others' mercy. Especially to someone as ruthless as Adriana. If you want to die, go ahead. Kian spat, urging Adriana onward without further concern for his clanmates. Not caring about your own kin? Fine, I admire your character. Adriana chuckled, ordering the puppet scorpion to move. Immediately, it sped away from the scene. At that moment, a wave of beasts charged in, their murderous aura overwhelming and terrifying. Undoubtedly, a great massacre would occur here. Unable to use their power, the creatures would stand no chance. Blood would flow and corpses would litter the ground. Chapter 132. What a pity. Roar, roar, roar. The deafening beast roars resounded as the demonic beasts charged forward. With immense strength, one swipe of their claws would instantly turn numerous lives into minced flesh, dying on the spot. The young man from the Brenton clan snorted coldly. Although he couldn't use his power, his constitution was special. He was an Brenton body, with an extraordinarily powerful physical form. His figure moved agilely like a cheetah, and he fought through the throng of demonic beasts. A crouching tiger may be bullied by dogs, but no matter how low a tiger falls, it is still a tiger. The Fernando shouted loudly, equally remarkable. He struck with both fists, which, despite lacking Taoist power, still unleashed formidable force, driving back some of the demonic beasts and leaving the area. A three-headed crocodile roared, possessing boundless strength. Its bloodline was astonishing, and its physical form had incredible power, also retreating from the scene. The ancient clans, other races, and offspring of powerful demonic beasts were not to be underestimated either. Even without using their Taoist powers, they remained formidable opponents and managed to fight their way through the beasts. Ancient clans had long traditions of cultivation, and in those distant times, body cultivation existed as well. However, due to the limited achievements that could be obtained through body cultivation compared to Taoist methods, it fell into decline and was no longer practiced. The ancient clans did not abandon body cultivation and continued to have their disciples strengthen their bodies within the clan. The achievements of body cultivation might be limited for most, But the ancients clearly remembered a supreme powerhouse who cultivated only his body and was still incomparably terrifying, capable of tearing apart suns and moons and collapsing stars. That was the most glorious moment for body cultivation, when countless lives chose this path because of this invincible warrior. Desmond, body cultivation proved too difficult to advance, and many eventually abandoned it for Taoist cultivation out of frustration. The ancient clans believed body cultivation could still be useful and should not be entirely discarded. Therefore, they continued to let their descendants cultivate both body and Tao simultaneously. This was why the Fernando could unleash such formidable strength from his fists and fight through the demonic beasts. Other ancient clan youths were in similar situations, benefiting from body cultivation. Otherwise, they would surely have perished here. As for the offsprings of other races and powerful demonic beasts, they didn't need much explanation. Their physical strength was inherently much stronger than humans, allowing them to rely solely on their bodily strength in combat. Kian, that little rat, is so crafty, clinging to Adriana's leg like that. Otherwise, he would have died here. Amanita gritted its teeth in hatred, originally intending to take Kian's life here. But Kian formed a connection with Adriana and left under her protection. Its physical strength was also extremely powerful. Since Taoist powers couldn't be used here, it was confident it could kill Kian. Furthermore, even if it couldn't do it alone, there was Denny. Denny's physical strength was even more formidable. If they acted together, Kian was doomed to die. Unfortunately, Kian teamed up with Adriana, and they feared and dared not act rashly against her. Adriana's puppets were mysterious, and they couldn't gauge their combat capabilities or know how many more she might have. They initially thought Adriana only had human soldier puppets, but in fact, she also possessed demonic beast puppets. There are plenty of opportunities, don't rush, Denny said. Is Adriana a good person? Ava might have ulterior motives for taking Kian along. Who knows, Kian might be dead before we can even make our move. We'll worry about that later. We need to go now. Simon urged them as large numbers of demonic beasts charged at them. If they stayed any longer, something terrible might happen. Let's go. Denny walked ahead, using his fists to fend off the beasts. Though unable to use Taoist powers, his physical strength was so great that his fists emitted golden light when he struck. Amanita kept pace with him, also displaying exceptional physical strength, striking the demonic beasts away effortlessly. They felt quite relaxed with little pressure. However, they didn't dare stay long because they heard even more terrifying roars approaching from stronger demonic beasts. Before long, they quickly left the area. Plop, 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 blood splattered, and one creature after another fell. Without the ability to use Taoist powers, they were no match for the demonic beasts and were instantly slaughtered en masse. But there were also remarkable individuals among them. They weren't from the ancient clans and lacked strong backgrounds, yet they remained fierce and physically powerful, mostly hailing from wilderness regions where they regularly fought demonic beasts, strengthening their bodies. Get lost. A young man roared, rough-faced and robust, dressed in animal hide, wielding a thick bone club to smash open a demonic beast's skull with a single blow. He was exceptionally savage, stomping over various demon corpses as he left the area. All those who could leave did so, while the rest perished. Meanwhile, Denny and company raced to a large lake. The lake stretched far and wide, with clear water that reflected their figures. There seems to be something at the bottom of the lake. Simon squinted, noticing occasional flashes of light at the bottom, suspecting hidden treasures. Don't just think about treasures. Look at everything else, Denny advised. Bolivar? Simon initially puzzled over Denny's words, but soon understood. Heck, there are sea beasts at the bottom, lots of them. No wonder Denny spoke those words. The treasures at the bottom were incredibly hard to obtain due to the presence of sea beasts. Through the clear water, he saw these creatures clearly. Even from the shore, they could sense the terrifying aura of the underwater sea beasts, whose powerful presence reached them. Just what I needed. On the opposite side of the lake, a young man spotted Denny and company, his eyes lighting up. He noticed the same treasure at the bottom, but was troubled by the sea beasts. Seeing Denny and others, he thought, they managed to escape, so they must have some skills. They can serve as scouts for me. He smiled and approached Denny and company. I'm giving you a chance. Bow down to me, serve as my servants, and I'll lead you to greater strength. He spoke arrogantly from a superior position. From the ancient clans, he indeed had the right to be proud. He looked down on outsiders, considering it a privilege for them to serve him as slaves. And he wasn't just anyone. He was Joshua, from the Sun Clan. Chapter 133, The Mysteries of Acupoints. What? Serving me as master and becoming my servant? Oh dear, how can someone be so lowly? Rushing to become someone's servant? Amanita spoke sarcastically and then continued, lowly or not, this person has keen eyes. They can see our extraordinary and formidable presence, knowing that being our servant will bring tremendous benefits. It knew who Joshua was. He came from an ancient clan and possessed top-tier strength. But here, Joshua couldn't act recklessly as all Taoist powers were suppressed. Madness? Daring to speak to me like this? Joshua snorted coldly, his eyebrows rising angrily, emanating a heavy aura of menace. He came from an ancient clan with astonishing talents, yet he was mocked by outsiders. It was ridiculous. This place isn't the same as outside. Put away your attitude from out there. It won't work here. Denny said. My methods work everywhere. Joshua's eyes were cold, shooting out two beams of startling light. His body gleamed faintly, a sign of his flesh having reached a sufficiently high level of strength. He attacked directly, demonstrating martial arts. Even without any Taoist power support, it was still powerful, with each punch creating resounding winds, stirring the void itself. If so, there's nothing more to say. Denny countered fearlessly, his body glowing even more brilliantly. His physical strength surpassed Joshua's. Boom, boom, boom. His punches clashed fiercely, the two fists pounding like divine hammers, making Joshua's hands ache terribly, causing him to grimace. You. Joshua's eyes flashed with unusual light, surprised by Denny's intense physical power. Since childhood, he had practiced body cultivation and used various elixirs to refine his physique, making his body stronger than many beasts. Desmond, after colliding with Denny, he found himself far inferior. Denny's fists were harder. On the other side, Denny showed a slight look of astonishment. Joshua's physical strength also took him by surprise. This was due to the improved lane transformation pool, which enhanced his physique through upgrades, leading to a qualitative change. If not for this, he wouldn't have stood a chance against Joshua. Interesting. This only strengthens my resolve to make you all my servants. Joshua laughed confidently. The ancient clans delved deep into body cultivation, much deeper than it appeared on the surface, and he had stronger means at his disposal. Taking a step forward, his aura drastically changed, his entire body transforming. He grew taller, muscles bulging, radiating a metallic sheen, resembling a giant brimming with power. With a thunderous roar, he slammed a fist down. But Denny dodged without confronting him directly. His punch created a massive crater in the ground, sending debris flying. Bang! With a casual blow, he shattered a nearby boulder. Without doubt, he was several times stronger now. Anastasia and others' expressions changed. Members of the ancient clans were truly formidable, surpassing expectations. I've always thought body cultivation useless, just wasting time. If it weren't for the periodic checks within the clan, I wouldn't bother with it. Joshua grinned, revealing rows of white teeth, somewhat intimidating. He continued, however, unexpectedly, body cultivation proved useful here. Otherwise, I might have suffered at the hands of your little bugs. The ancient clans highly regarded body cultivation and had strict requirements for their disciples, hoping to forge a path where both Taoist and body cultivation coexist harmoniously. Most importantly, the past supreme body cultivator demonstrated the immense power of body cultivation, making them unwilling to abandon it. The human body is indeed mysterious, harboring countless treasures. The Sun clan uncovered many such treasures, enhancing the body significantly upon activation. Joshua's power surge resulted from unlocking these treasures, extracting immense strength. Come, my servant, submit to your master. Joshua launched an attack, his fists indestructible, carrying gale force winds that stung the face. Don't be arrogant. Denny remained cold, countering with powerful punches, colliding head-on with Joshua. He grunted and was pushed back. Joshua's physical strength was terrifying. Overestimating yourself? Joshua sneered, feeling untouchable with his unlocked treasures. Is that all? Denny remained unperturbed, fearless. His body shone even more brilliantly than before. With a thunderous roar, he leaped off the ground, creating another crater, charging at Joshua like a ferocious humanoid beast. Their previous clash was merely testing Joshua's physical strength, not because Denny was weaker. Now, with his full physical strength unleashed, his power surged dramatically, knocking Joshua aside with one punch, smashing through a rock. The ancient clans went far in body cultivation, but Denny intended to go even further. His exceptional physical strength didn't just come from lane transformation pool training. He cultivated Tao scriptures, including body refinement practices. While the ancient clans self-explored, Tao scriptures were immensely mature in this aspect, leaving Joshua far behind. Spit. Joshua spat out a mouthful of blood, his back mangled. Ahaha! He roared angrily, refusing to accept defeat. 6 points activated. He roared again, undergoing another transformation. 6 areas on his body emitted blinding light, rapidly enhancing his physical strength. These blinding points were acupoints. The ancient clans discovered treasures hidden within human acupoints and, over time, found ways to unlock these treasures. However, they hadn't mastered all acupoint unlocking methods, only a few. If all could be unlocked, they firmly believed the body would rival deities, achieving sanctity and invincibility. Acupoints? Denny was astonished. The ancient clans indeed were no simple adversaries, discovering methods to activate acupoints. Although he hadn't opened his acupoints yet, it was only a matter of time. He needed to cultivate Tao scriptures further, which required acupoint activation. Bolivarman acupoints held infinite mysteries, often mentioned in Tao scriptures, emphasizing their importance. He hadn't opened his acupoints because he didn't meet the criteria and lacked the necessary methods. He only knew some Tao scripture techniques, with acupoint methods revealed later. He needed to acquire advanced Tao scripture methods to open acupoints. Submit to me. Joshua roared, his voice thunderous, fists hammer-like, smashing towards Denny with great force. You can't do it. Denny yelled, black hair disheveled, his body emitting radiant light, appearing like a war god with unmatched momentum. Confidence oozed from him as he met Joshua's fists head-on, unyieldingly. Chapter 134, Forbidden Dead End. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions reverberated through the area, shaking trees to break and boulders to shatter. Simon and others showed evident shock on their faces. They never expected that sheer physical power could create such a tremendous impact. This is too frightening. It rivals the power of Tao magic. That Donovan still left a profound influence on future generations. Simon sighed, referring to the formidable figure who once dominated the world solely by virtue of his bodily strength. He understood why ancient clans placed such importance on body cultivation. It was because the Donovan was simply too powerful, leading the ancient clans to refuse to give up on this path. Do they really think they can succeed? Opening acupoints to the fullest extent will bring misfortune. It seems to be a curse, a rule set to prevent the human body from transcending its limits. He shook his head, clearly having deeper insights into these matters than even the ancient clans. Bolivarman acupoints were an intricate system. The ancient clans had developed methods for opening them, reaping some benefits and believing they could become even stronger. However, Simon knew all too well that this was a dead-end path. At first, it seemed manageable, but further along, it would inevitably lead to calamities and untimely death. Even the Donovan himself was suspected to have faced misfortune in his later years, beset by hardships and plagued by misfortunes. Is Charles going to walk this path as well? His eyes gleamed, fixed on Charles, who was locked in intense combat, his expression serious. He saw the shadow of that path reflected in Charles, though earlier he hadn't considered it much. Now, watching Charles's battle with Joshua, his suspicions were confirmed. It really does seem like it. His gaze sharpened as he became more convinced. Eventually, he determined that Charles would indeed tread that path. He noticed multiple acupoints on Charles's body glowing, indicating that they were close to being opened. Without a doubt, Charles had already laid the foundation and would eventually undergo the process of opening acupoints. He was truly mysterious, knowledgeable about many ancient secrets, including body cultivation. He could identify the glowing acupoints on Charles. Why didn't I notice this earlier? He sighed heavily, feeling guilty. Charles had built such a solid foundation, not yet opening any acupoints but clearly on this path. Compared to Joshua, Charles had ventured further down this road, delving deeper into it. Initially, there might not have been significant issues reported, but undoubtedly it was a forbidden path. If he had discovered this sooner, he would have advised Charles to abandon this path. It was too late now. Boom, boom, boom. Elsewhere, Charles displayed incredible prowess. Even with 6 acupoints activated, greatly increasing his power, Joshua was no match for Charles and was thoroughly beaten. With unmasked resentment, a raging fire burned in his chest. Despite his desperate efforts, nothing worked. Charles was far superior. With a loud bang, he was knocked to the ground. Bones broken, body contorted, completely losing the ability to fight. Who are you? He glared at Charles, suspecting that he was more than just a simple figure. My name is Egbert, an obscure person from the West, coming from a wilderness tribe. Charles remained calm. Impossible, I don't believe it. Joshua gritted his teeth, refusing to accept Charles's claimed identity. It wasn't that there was any flaw in Charles's story, but he couldn't fathom being defeated by an unknown individual. He preferred to believe Charles had grand origins, which made his loss slightly easier to bear. I don't care whether you believe it or not. Charles said, you should have healing pills on you. Take one to recover from your injuries, then scout ahead for us. He intended to turn Joshua into a servant and make him probe ahead. Do you know who I am? Do you realize the disaster you'll bring upon yourself? From this moment on, you are my servant. Obey my orders. Charles slapped Joshua, sending him flying several meters away. At this point, he had nothing to lose and didn't care about Joshua's background. You. Joshua gnashed his teeth, nearly breaking them. As a member of an ancient clan, becoming a servant was unbearable. He simply couldn't accept it. Want to live? Bolivari up. Charles coldly ordered, killing you here won't be known to anyone. Don't waste time angering me. Joshua looked at Charles, wanting to protest but swallowing the words. Charles was right. No one would know if he was killed here. Angering Charles would only worsen his situation. Ultimately, he suppressed his rage, retrieved a pill, and swallowed it to heal himself. This took time since he couldn't use his strength to accelerate the recovery process. Charles, come over here. Simon called Charles to the side. What is it? Are you also cultivating the body and planning to open acupoints? Charles was surprised. Simon was perceptive enough to discern this? Desmond's. He didn't hide it. Once he obtained advanced techniques from the Tao scriptures, he planned to open his acupoints and unlock their treasures. Stop now. Simon's face was grave. This isn't a bright path, but a forbidden way to death. What do you mean? Charles frowned, realizing Simon wasn't joking. There might be genuine horrors involved. Simon explained the terrors associated with this path in full detail. Why did the Donovan not pass down the methods of body cultivation? This may be the best proof. The Donovan never took disciples throughout his life, which was highly unusual. Who wouldn't want their legacy to continue? But the Donovan chose not to, neither taking disciples nor guiding anyone in body cultivation. Someone once begged the Donovan for decades, hoping for guidance, but the Donovan advised him to abandon it entirely without offering any instructions. Is that true? Charles believed Simon wouldn't lie but found it hard to accept. Ancient clans placed great emphasis on body cultivation, strictly requiring it within their ranks. Didn't the ancient clans know this? Desmond's. Simon responded. I once entered a grand tomb where a supreme master dedicated to body cultivation was buried. Inside, records were left by that supreme master regarding body cultivation. All his knowledge came from those records. The Donovan emerged, dominating the world with his physical strength, sparking a wave of body cultivation. However, achieving success in body cultivation was exceedingly difficult. Almost everyone failed, unable to reach higher levels in this pursuit. Not everything is absolute. Although most people failed, a few managed to succeed and reached remarkable heights. Simon explained. Chapter 135, No Choice. They achieved victory after victory, reaching unparalleled glory in that era and leaving behind countless legends. However, most of them eventually disappeared without a trace, losing all contact. Simon spoke solemnly, continuing to recount what he had read from the records. The master of the grand tomb I entered was one such powerful figure. The reason these accomplished body cultivators ultimately vanished was due to unforeseen mishaps. They touched upon certain taboos, leading to madness, mutations, or even sudden deaths. None of their fates were pleasant. They didn't even make it to old age. According to the master of the grand tomb, there might have been changes in the world, making the path of body cultivation more arduous. The curses, misfortunes, and rules seemed to have advanced, or perhaps they encountered one obstacle after another. Those who overcame the obstacles could continue on, but those who couldn't would meet with calamity. After reaching a certain level, the master of the grand tomb sensed his impending doom, felt deep sorrow, and decided to bury himself early to avoid any mutations. Those who couldn't overcome this found no hope at all. The master fought with all his might, but ultimately chose self-sacrifice. After undergoing mutations, they lost all consciousness and did unspeakable things, becoming extremely terrifying. I later investigated and indeed found that many extraordinary events occurred during that period. Unknown creatures emerged, causing chaos across the land. These creatures must have been those who reached high levels of body cultivation. The ancient clans were unaware. They were too weak back then compared to now. In fact, very few knew the truth. These accomplished body cultivators never fully understood what they faced, only guessing. By the time anything happened, they had already changed beyond recognition and could not warn others about the dangers. The master of the Grand Tomb also sensed the impending doom but couldn't be sure. When it became certain, it was already too late, Simon explained. The master of the Grand Tomb left some records, which was better than the other cultivators who left nothing at all. So perilous. Charles was shocked. This path was truly terrifying. Screw that, we should quit while we're ahead. Moira exclaimed, having heard everything. Desmond's, quit cultivating. This is pure recklessness. Clementine and Lamar agreed. They also found out just how dangerous this path was. Even the once invincible Heavenly Lord seemingly met with misfortune. How could anyone continue on this path? It's not that easy. Charles sighed deeply. How could he quit? Stop practicing the Tao scripture? It was so supreme and profound, and the deeper he delved into it, the more extraordinary it felt. Giving up now would leave him feeling deeply unsatisfied. You really don't have a choice? Simon smiled bitterly, saying, I can't believe how you've managed to cultivate. You seem more powerful than other body cultivators, laying an incredibly solid foundation. He continued, other body cultivators find it extremely difficult to open meridians, but for you, it's like water flowing downhill, easily accomplished because your foundation is so strong. Simon was unaware, but Charles knew this was all due to the Tao scripture. It had given him this solid foundation. Charles remained silent, his face showing hesitation. Was the Tao scripture really that problematic? Should he continue or stop? I have no choice. He had no say in the matter. He could only continue cultivating the Tao scripture despite the risks involved, potentially costing him his life. My parents are still waiting for me. He didn't know their current situation, but he was certain it wasn't good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been silent all this time. He needed to grow strong enough to face his mother's clan directly. Only then could he rescue his parents and change their fate. Cultivating the Tao scripture would make him stronger faster than any other method. Whatever happens, I won't fall on this path. Charles's eyes shone with determination. No matter what lay ahead, he was ready to face it bravely. Moreover, Simon made it clear that he was too deeply involved, and even stopping now wouldn't guarantee safety. He might as well go all out and see what would happen. The seed has been planted. There's no turning back. Charles stated. Alas, your situation makes future problems highly likely, Simon sighed, acknowledging that Charles had ventured too far down this path, surpassing even those body cultivators in foundation. Not even the master of the Grand Tomb had such a solid base as Charles. No worries, I'll be careful. Charles changed the subject, not wanting to burden Simon with further worry. His mind was set. He would continue this path. Sometime later, Joshua finally recovered fully. He planned to ambush Charles and escape, but upon recalling Charles's terrifying physical strength, he abandoned the idea. He didn't want to die. Charles had made it clear he would kill him if he tried anything. Go. Charles ordered Joshua to scout the lake first. Joshua felt bitter resentment, but had no choice. Originally, he planned to force Charles and his companions to scout the lake as servants, but now he was forced into the role himself. This stung him deeply. Nonetheless, he had no option but to endure. With a splash, he dived into the lake and began scouting carefully. Move. Charles and the others followed into the lake, swimming behind Joshua. Despite the inability to use Tao powers here, they were not ordinary humans and could stay underwater indefinitely without breathing. Joshua carried out his task meticulously, aware that any mishap would put him in immediate danger. Translation maintained the structure, tone, and style of the original text while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence. Chapter 136, Becoming a Gem. Joshua cautiously descended, inch by inch, fearing to trigger the sea beasts at the bottom of the lake. They were approaching the source of the bright light, which was the reason they ventured into the depths of the lake. Damn it! Joshua cursed under his breath. Despite his utmost care and caution, he still attracted the sea beasts. A group of gigantic saber-toothed fish swam towards them. These saber-toothed fish were terrifying, their mouths agape, sword-like teeth clattering ominously with a glint of cold light, ready to devour Denny and the others. He turned around, intending to leave without engaging in battle with these saber-toothed fish. What are you doing? Paris reprimanded Joshua, making him turn back to lead the way forward. Joshua's anger boiled, nearly reaching the point of confronting the temperance fiercely. He came from an ancient clan, with a status so lofty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Slap. Paris slapped Joshua on the head, saying, What? Not obedient yet? Obedient. Joshua forced down his rage, not daring to explode. He truly wasn't capable enough. If he wanted to fight, he lacked the strength. Denny could easily kill him. You, all die. His eyes gleamed menacingly as he vented his anger on the group of saber-toothed fish. His whole body glowing, 6 points activated, he pushed his physical strength to its peak, leading the way forward. The saber-toothed fish were formidable opponents, extremely strong. Without opening the 6 points, he would have no chance and would be devoured immediately. Boom, boom, boom. He pounded with both fists, releasing immense power that struck down one saber-toothed fish after another. With his anger vented, his expression softened, and his mood improved slightly. However, soon his face darkened again. From behind, the temperance raised her hand and slapped him again. These are ingredients. How can you break them and still eat them? Paris said, Be careful, don't damage the ingredients. Are you an *%? Joshua broke out in curses. Was there no justice or human rights? Even bullying didn't happen this way. Slap. Paris slapped him again. Who are you cursing? Ava wore an unkind look, asking, want to put on airs as the young master of your ancient clan? Joshua gritted his teeth, but did not dare to speak up. He remained silent and continued leading the way, being more cautious this time, restraining his strength to keep the saber-toothed fish intact as much as possible. Time for some grilled fish. Paris smiled brightly, happily collecting the dead saber-toothed fish behind. This only happened because Joshua, being a descendant of an ancient clan, had achieved great prowess in body cultivation. Any other creature would surely die from being devoured by these saber-toothed fish. They fought their way out of the swarm of saber-toothed fish, but the path ahead became even more challenging. The closer they got to the bright light, the more numerous the sea beasts became. Even Joshua found it overwhelming, with many wounds appearing on his body, dripping with fresh blood. Ripple, ripple. The lake water surged, stirring up quite a commotion, alarming many creatures. Go, check it out. There might be an opportunity. Many creatures' eyes sparkled with interest as they rushed toward the lake. They were all powerful survivors from the onslaught of beast demons, roaming various places. Now, the huge commotion from the lake made them want to see what had happened. This place was full of opportunities, and any abnormality here was never simple. They all understood this and moved quickly to the lake. Adriana has arrived. Some creatures whispered upon seeing Adriana. Puppet scorpions marched grandly, emitting a fearsome aura, carrying Adriana and Kian. He really does whatever he wants, ignoring the fate of his clansmen and leaving alone. The Mu clan's disciples died horribly, none escaped. Many creatures spoke disdainfully about Kian, showing utter contempt. Kian left, but the other Mu clan disciples couldn't escape and all died there, very miserably. In fact, the other Mu clan disciples could have left. The Mu clan disciples had also undergone body cultivation, possessing considerable physical strength. Even if they couldn't all fight through the beast demons, total annihilation was not inevitable. All this happened because the Mu clan disciples upheld righteousness and could not bear to abandon the weaker ones. They wanted everyone to leave. Unfortunately, they failed and ultimately died there. Why is there such a stark difference among clansmen? A sigh. The creature sighed, Kian's selfishness contrasting sharply with the righteousness of the other Mu clan disciples, making them despise Kian even more. Oh, so your clansmen are all dead. Adriana chuckled, turning to Kian, having heard the comments from the creatures. This was their own choice, not something I abandoned them for. Kian's expression remained indifferent, without any remorse or guilt. He simply didn't care about the lives of the Mu clan disciples. Their deaths meant nothing to him. Really, what a shameless man. I've seen just how thick someone's skin can be. Many creatures expressed their resentment. Kian was indeed too shameless. Haha, I like you even more. Adriana looked at Kian, her gaze filled with genuine approval, as if the worse Kian was, the more she liked him. That's Joshua? Did I see it wrong? Joshua being slapped on the head and doesn't react at all? A group of creatures gaped in astonishment as they saw the scene underwater. Someone was slapping Joshua on the head, and Joshua showed no resistance. Who is this person? So powerful? I must be mistaken. That can't be Joshua. How can Joshua suffer such humiliation? Look, he's been slapped again. The creatures felt like they were witnessing a ghost. That was someone comparable to Adriana, now taking blows without fighting back? My servant should obey? At that moment, a creature from another race said in bewilderment. He came from the Windier clan, with exceptionally long ears and superb hearing. Despite the noise in the depths of the lake, he overheard the words spoken by the one who slapped Joshua. What? Joshua became a servant? Did you hear that right? The creatures couldn't believe it. Without considering Joshua's formidable background, even his strength alone made it unbelievable for him to become a servant. But they had to believe it. Down in the lake, they clearly saw Joshua being slapped several more times. Indeed a servant. My God, these people are ruthless. Daring to subdue Joshua as a servant, did these people not fear retaliation from the Sun Clan? They genuinely thought this group was incredibly bold. Let's go into the lake. Into the lake. They started moving, entering the lake bed one after another, eager to discover the truth. Chapter 137, 2 Gems. Joshua was suppressed and turned into a servant? A flicker of surprise flashed in Adriana's beautiful eyes. Ava knew Joshua quite well, aware that he had made great strides in the path of body cultivation, unlocking the treasure trove of human body acupoints. Desmond, even someone like Joshua could be subdued and enslaved. How could she not be shocked? Brazenly disregarding the dignity of the ancient clans like this? Kian's eyes gleamed with greenish light, radiating an intense aura of malice. He wasn't actually sympathetic towards Joshua but felt a resonance with his own situation. As a member of the ancient clan, he had also suffered greatly at the hands of outsiders, tarnishing the dignity of his lineage. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel agitated and infuriated. We should take a look as well. Adriana also moved, entering the depths of the lake. The bottom of the lake was thick with blood, the aftermath of Denny and company's brutal advance, littered with the remains of sea beasts. These people are ruthless. There isn't a single intact corpse. Desmond's indeed. Many creatures were inwardly horrified. They weren't just disturbed by the slaughter, but by the lack of mercy to leave a whole corpse, a practice that frightened them. In reality, they didn't know that Denny and company had collected the entire corpses for ingredients. They couldn't be wasted. Following the trail of blood, they quickly arrived where Denny and company were. Truly turned into servants. They stared wide-eyed, watching as someone berated Joshua, using degrading terms like servant, which sounded exceptionally grating. Why so many people here all of a sudden? Amanita showed surprise on its face, but then slapped Joshua across the head again, scolding, I told you to make less noise, yet you don't listen. You attracted all these people. Enraged beyond control, Joshua couldn't hold back anymore, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Was it within his control? With so many sea beasts around, just surviving was commendable. Moreover, he felt immense humiliation. Everyone knowing he had become a servant. This would undoubtedly be a stain on his reputation for life. You die now. He attacked immediately, trying to kill the kitten. Fed up with being slapped and seeing more allies coming, especially some who were friendly with his clan, he was not fighting alone. Brother Sun, let me help you. Are you mad? To treat Brother Sun like this? Two ancient clan youths coldly shouted and joined forces to attack the kitten. They were old friends of the Sun clan and wouldn't sit idle while Joshua was in trouble. Denny moved to block the two youths. Xuanhuan is disciplining his servant. What does it have to do with you? Stay back. Denny shone brightly, his long hair flowing, appearing like a divine being, unmatched in martial prowess. The two youths were completely held back, unable to reach Joshua. Who are you? Do you know how much trouble you're in? Do you want your entire clan to be wiped out? The two youths shouted loudly, their hearts filled with shock. How could Denny be this strong? Their combined attacks couldn't penetrate Denny's defenses. Threatening me? Denny looked coldly, saying, then you can join my servants too. His body erupted with even more terrifying light, his fists striking like thunder, carrying immense power. On the other side, Joshua's eyes glinted with murderous intent, determined to kill the kitten. He thought only Denny could suppress him, and the others posed no real threat. Now that Denny was engaged with the two youths, Joshua could seize the opportunity to kill the kitten. However, soon his expression changed. What the? He cursed bitterly. Why another freak? Ammonida's physical strength was also formidable, possibly even stronger than his. Splatter. Blood splattered everywhere as Denny, acting like a war god, effortlessly overpowered the two ancient clan youths, defeating them in short order. He's so powerful. Physical strength can be this strong? Every creature present was terrified by Denny's display of brute force. Adriana's gaze flickered as she watched Denny intently. My servant, you dare to strike your master? This time, I'll flay you alive. Ammonida yelled, unleashing its full physical strength, swiftly subduing Joshua and beating him mercilessly. Its physical power was absolutely terrifying, rivaling if not surpassing Denny's. After all, it once was a demon saint. He's the main servant. You're the second and third servants. Denny nodded approvingly. The two youths were furious. Their identities were extremely prestigious. How could they tolerate being turned into servants? They wanted to fight again, to kill Denny who had insulted them. But as soon as they stood up, Denny slapped them back down. Not servants, then corpses. Denny's expression was cold, filled with lethal intent. If the two youths insisted on defying him, he didn't mind killing them. He had a new identity now, with no ties to hold him back. He wasn't afraid of retribution from the ancient clans. Dare to kill us? If you do, no matter where you run, the Isaias of our clan will come after you and those associated with you. I won't repeat myself. Denny kicked one youth right in the heart, instantly killing him. Hiss. Everyone gasped in horror. To kill an ancient clan descendant without hesitation. It was brutal. And you? Denny looked at the other youth. I become a servant, master. The other youth screamed, bowing to Denny to avoid death. Good. Denny nodded. You were the third servant, now the second servant since the second is dead. Desmond's master, I am the second servant. On the other side, Joshua was equally terrified, never expecting Denny to be so bold as to publicly execute an ancient clan youth. Master, I was wrong. It won't happen again. He hurriedly said, fearing his previous actions might anger Denny and result in his death. I'll give you one chance. If it happens again, no mercy. It won't happen again. Joshua quickly replied, abandoning any pride. Pride paled in comparison to life. Everyone watched in astonishment, the once untouchable Joshua submitting as a servant. It was surreal and unbelievable. You two are very strong. I like that. Adriana laughed, looking at Denny and the kitten. If you two became my puppets, you'd be incredibly powerful. What do you say? Want to become my puppets? Chapter 138. Do you have a heart? All beings were astonished. Indeed, Adriana was terrifying. Despite Denny and the kitten showcasing such formidable combat power, Adriana still ignored it all and wanted to turn Denny and the kitten into puppets. I think having just male servants isn't enough. The Brenton energy is too strong. I need maidservants for balance. So, how about it? Want to become my maidservant? Denny spoke without backing down, wanting to make Adriana his servant. You can only be arrogant here. Outside of this place, what are you really? Kian sneered, saying, daring to speak to Latoya Chang like that. Do you want your lives extended? Kian, I know. To cling to power, you disregard even your own kind. Denny glared at Kian. You're nothing but a bootlicker, Scram. You have no say here. He then yelled, just such a bootlicker, I wouldn't even take as my servant. Ammonida said with disdain. You asking for death. Kian was furious, veins popping out on his forehead. Come over and see who's looking for death. Denny sneered, inviting Kian for a fight. Kian hesitated, not moving forward, fearing to engage in combat. The place forbade the use of Daoist powers. Only physical strength could be used. He had witnessed Denny and the kitten's terrifying physical power just now and wasn't confident he could handle them. He invited you for a fight. What are you waiting for? Go fight. Adriana laughed lightly. Kian was embarrassed. His earlier boldness was solely due to Adriana's influence. Without her support, he wouldn't have dared speak that way. Just messing with you. Let my puppets play with them first. Adriana laughed again and summoned the dead soldier puppets. Wearing iron helmets and wielding iron weapons, these puppets exuded an icy cold aura that chilled one to the bone. Subdue them, but don't hurt them. I don't want any damaged puppets. Adriana gave her orders. The power and strength of Denny and the kitten piqued her interest. She genuinely wanted to refine them into her puppets. Puppetry techniques varied in layers, each higher layer producing stronger puppets. However, high-level refinement required very stringent criteria. Ava couldn't find suitable targets easily, and even if she did, she dared not act rashly, as suitable targets usually came with powerful backgrounds. But Denny and the kitten possessed such formidable physical strength, meeting all the criteria, and lacked significant backgrounds, perfect candidates for refinement. Ava planned to refine them to break through her puppetry skill levels. The dead soldier puppets advanced, their eyes devoid of emotion, brandishing iron weapons toward Denny and the kitten. Bang bang bang. Denny attacked, his fists glowing as he clashed fiercely with the puppets. His punch force was astonishing. Upon collision, the iron weapons shattering under his blows, and even the iron armor of the puppets crumbled. What? Many beings, seeing the puppets' bodies, shivered in fear. Their spines quickly dampened with cold sweat as they saw the sheer number of horrifying scars covering every inch of the puppet's flesh. These cuts ensure the medicinal effects fully permeate their bodies, Adriana explained proudly, considering it a badge of honor. How ruthless. Many beings were terrified by Adriana's cruelty. Each cut must cause excruciating pain. Yet Adriana spoke so casually and proudly. How hard must her heart be? One cannot judge a person by their appearance, they remarked, astounded by Adriana's heavenly beauty contrasting sharply with her ruthlessness. Iron weapons and armor were inferior to the puppets' raw bodies. When the puppets fought Denny bare-handed, they managed to surprise him. How tough. Denny couldn't help but comment, feeling pain from hitting the puppets' hard bodies. His punches could shatter steel without hurting, yet striking flesh caused him pain. An alarming phenomenon. They're inadequate, their physiques aren't perfect. But you, I think you would be much stronger. Your body could match precious artifacts. Adriana stared at Denny eagerly, her eyes gleaming. You're not bad either, suitable for washing feet. Denny's expression turned cold as he exhibited even greater physical power, pushing back the puppets. You haven't even opened your acupoints yet? Adriana found it incredible. Ava could tell Denny hadn't activated his acupoints, and the difference between those who had and hadn't was obvious. If Denny had activated his acupoints, how much more terrifying would he be? Her eyes shone brighter with increasing desire for Denny. Ava vowed to capture him and refine him into the strongest puppet. Come forth. Raising her hand, she summoned more puppets. This time, not human ones but various demon beast puppets, including the scorpion that carried her earlier, powerful kylers, wolves, and armored elephants. Roars echoed, instinctual and void of emotion. The other powerful demonic beasts, like San-Tu-E, gazed coldly at the new puppets, clearly disapproving of Adriana turning them into puppets. They refrained from action, wary of Adriana's unknown strengths. Boom boom boom. The lake bottom exploded as numerous demonic beast puppets surged towards Denny. I'll join too. Amanita roared, her eyes equally cold. Her body glowing, she unleashed her full physical power, fighting alongside Denny against the beast puppets. Instantly, a fierce battle erupted, generating terrifying ripples. Why waste time like this? Adriana asked, feigning affection. I adore you both. Any harm to you pains me. Please stop fighting. Stop bragging. Amanita retorted angrily. Do you even have a heart? Talking about pain. A heartless person would never do such inhumane things. Turning living beings into puppets, it was despicable. Chapter 139. A pair of fists and a mouth of teeth. Boom. Boom. This was a fierce battle. The puppet beasts were extraordinarily powerful and terrifying, even more so than real monstrous beasts. People observed that these puppet beasts also bore scars across their bodies, much like the human warrior puppets. It appeared they had undergone enhancements as well, boosting their physical strength. This is formidable. Monstrous beasts already possess impressive physical power, but after enhancements, this is undoubtedly astounding. Many creatures said with heavy expressions. They had witnessed the immense strength of the human warrior puppets whose physical resilience could match steel. Even those with weak constitutions became extremely powerful after enhancement. Hence, it was only natural that puppet monstrous beasts would see an unimaginable boost in power. Roar. Driven by instinct, a gray wolf puppet launched itself at Denny, its claws creating a fearsome force storm upon impact, churning up the lake bottom like a tsunami. Surrounding sea creatures were instantly shredded, having no chance to resist. Massive coral reefs crumbled around, forcing numerous creatures to retreat due to instability and shockwaves from the battle. Denny showed no fear, his eyes shining with brilliant light. He struck out powerfully, fists akin to divine hammers clashing fiercely with the gray wolf puppet. Clang, clang. The sound of metal collision echoed. Both Denny and the gray wolf puppet possessed incredibly strong physiques. Their clashes resembled collisions of treasured weapons, and occasionally sparks flew. With a thud, Denny suffered a heavy blow, knocked back by the iron-plated elephant's trunk. His opponents were not limited to just one gray wolf puppet. Other puppet monstrous beasts were attacking him too. Moira unleashed its might, forcibly blocking several puppet beasts, easing Denny's burden. A puppet scorpion flicked its long stinger, emitting chilling coldness. Its speed surpassed extremes, piercing through Denny's body defenses and causing blood to flow. Roar. The gray wolf puppet roared, its eyes shooting terrifying vicious glares. Seizing the moment, it bit down on Denny's arm. Its teeth were exceptionally sharp, seemingly invincible, easily breaking through Denny's defense, drawing blood. Simultaneously, a colorful snake puppet swiftly attacked Denny, quickly wrapping around him and tightening until he couldn't resist. Moira wasn't faring much better. Zairian tiger beast puppets clashed head-on with Moira while the iron-plated elephant continuously whipped its trunk, delivering heavy blows. Elsewhere, a giant centipede lashed out with its 1,000 legs, each as sharp as a blade, cutting into Moira. Be careful, don't harm them, but without pain or compromise, it really is troublesome. Adriana rubbed her forehead, her expression showing concern mixed with regret. Having some skill makes one arrogant and foolish. Kian sneered dismissively at Denny and Moira. Sometimes, being too strong isn't a good thing. Desmond's, it can attract unwanted attention. Many spectators sighed. The situation for Denny and Moira was dire. Winning seemed almost impossible. If they lost, Denny and Moira would become Adriana's puppets, disappearing from the world. Damn! Clementine gritted her teeth, worry etched on her delicate face. Ava wanted to help Denny and Moira. No. Mac remained calm, stopping Clementine. 6 puppet beasts were too powerful. Clementine's physical strength wasn't enough to handle this situation. Believe in them. Lamar spoke, his voice tinged with resignation. They had no choice but to trust Denny and Moira. They didn't have the power to intervene. Get away from me. Denny roared, his body bursting into radiant light as his physical strength exploded outward, throwing the gray wolf and snake puppets aside. His fists pounded, forcefully countering the scorpion's tail, forcing it to retract. The Dow cannon had fundamentally transformed Denny's body, laying a solid foundation that Lane Poole further strengthened. Denny wasn't easy to defeat. His physical power was exceptional. Is this guy even human? I think not. Spectators wore peculiar expressions, not because of Denny, but because of Moira. Moira was astonishingly biting and fighting 3 puppet beasts mouth to mouth. Desmond's, biting with its open mouth and moving teeth. I'll bite you to death. Moira took a huge chunk out of a Kyler puppet in one bite. Neither the iron-plated elephant nor the giant centipede escaped Moira's jaws. It bit off a significant part of the elephant's trunk and severed many of the centipede's legs. What kind of teeth are these, so sharp? Too fierce. Everyone was speechless, stunned by Moira's razor-sharp teeth. This biting ability was unparalleled, cutting through anything. While Denny's fierce actions, throwing off the gray wolf and snake puppets and striking back at the scorpion, were already shocking enough, Moira's unconventional combat style drew everyone's attention. Gnaw. Moira seemed to get hooked on biting, relentlessly gnawing at the 3 puppet beasts, leaving them disfigured and heavily wounded. Adriana's face darkened. What sort of freakish creature was this? Were her 3 puppet beasts going to be literally bitten to death? Oh, what's his fist made of? This is too scary. Is that really flesh and blood? Soon, attention shifted back to Denny. He burst forth with overwhelming power, every punch carrying tremendous force. Whatever he hit immediately turned to bloody mush, leaving gaping wounds in the puppet beasts. The state of the 3 puppet beasts was truly pitiful. A pair of fists and a mouth of teeth. Adriana has met her match. They're going to fail. Crowds watched with a touch of schadenfreude. Adriana's deeds warranted someone to stand up against her. Should we leave? Kian felt uneasy, whispering to Adriana. He feared retribution for previously mocking Denny and Moira. Fear what? Look at your timidity. Adriana remained composed, not a hint of nervousness, berating Kian. Ava must have other trump cards up her sleeve. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this calm. After all, the battle between Denny and Moira versus the puppet beasts was nearly decided. The puppet beasts were no match for Denny and Moira, and their defeat was imminent. Chapter 140, The Connection. Carlo was ferocious, his physical strength incredibly terrifying. Although the puppet scorpion and other beast puppets had undergone modifications to make their physical bodies exceptionally tough, they did not last long under Carlo's fists and were thoroughly destroyed, dying here. At the same time, Moira also bit and killed the Kylers and other beast puppets. It grinned with its large mouth wide open, its teeth stained red from biting. It scared nearby creatures into shuddering fear. Such a venomous woman makes me feel nauseated even just thinking about her washing my feet. Fawn, how about we let her be the foot washer for our head servant and second servant? Moira stared at Jewel, eyes filled with disdain. Sure. Beside them, Carlo nodded, also fixing his gaze on Jewel. Jewel remained unperturbed, showing no signs of nervousness or panic. On the contrary, she wore an even brighter smile. You surpassed my expectations and are stronger than I imagined. I believe you will become the most perfect puppets. Her eyes gleamed, akin to a lecherous gaze on a nubia, brimming with immense desire. As she had said, Carlo and Moira exceeded her expectations, potentially allowing her to break through to higher levels of puppetry using them. This was a level she hadn't dared to imagine before, yet now it was not only within reach but achievable. I'm too lazy to talk much with her. Head servant and second servant still wait for their feet to be washed. Moira sneered, finding Jewel increasingly repulsive. It attacked directly, opening its massive mouth to bite down on Jewel. Meanwhile, Carlo also struck, his fists slamming with immense force towards Jewel. Come on. Jewel smiled eerily, looking extremely strange as she charged forward to meet Carlo and Moira. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 10 spots on her body glowed brightly. 10 acupoints. Jackson exclaimed in shock, never expecting Jewel to be so formidable that she opened 10 acupoints. The human body's acupoints contained boundless divine treasures. Opening each one was extremely difficult, and 10 acupoints marked a significant threshold, almost impossible to achieve. 10 acupoints served as a lever. Once they were opened, a qualitative change would occur, stepping onto a higher plane. 20, 30 acupoints similarly acted as levers, creating a qualitative leap. No wonder Jewel was so calm. With 10 acupoints opened, she indeed had the capital to remain so composed. With a loud boom, Jewel's petite fist collided with Carlo's, actually forcing him to retreat. Simultaneously, she punched out again, this time with immense force, making Moira hesitant to collide, thus dodging the blow. You are destined to become my puppets. Jewel stood proud and extremely confident. With the divine power of the 10 acupoints unlocked, her physical strength had reached its peak. No matter how strong Carlo and Moira were, they would inevitably not be her match. Carlo frowned, sensing Jewel's formidable physical strength from their earlier collision. Indeed, Jewel was very strong, even stronger than he was. He alone truly couldn't defeat her. However, he wasn't alone. There was also Moira, whose physical strength was absolutely terrifying. Bite her! Carlo yelled, instructing Moira to bite while he waited for the right moment to attack. All right. Moira bared its teeth, leaping up again to bite down on Jewel. Its body was agile and nimble, evading Jewel's punches and clamping down on her arm. My teeth nearly cracked. Moira cried out in pain, feeling both rows of teeth nearly breaking. Get off! Jewel roared in anger, unable to tolerate being bitten by a man. Ava launched a powerful punch at Moira. Just then, Carlo charged in, his fist striking directly at Jewel's head, forcing her to turn and block Carlo's attack. Moira grew fierce, attacking from the side. It retracted its teeth, no longer biting. Jewel's body was too hard, and another bite would cost it all its teeth. Useless. Jewel looked indifferent, handling the situation with ease. Her physical body became extraordinarily robust due to the 10 acupoints, and neither Carlo nor Moira could breach her defenses. Really useless? Carlo sneered, completely unfazed. He had a way to deal with Jewel. He had long-activated causal records, investigating every cause and effect concerning Jewel. Causal records presented him with a method to combat her. Opening 10 acupoints triggered a qualitative leap, enhancing physical abilities. This occurred because, upon opening 10 acupoints, a connection inside the body integrated these 10 points, unifying their power. Thus, the 10 acupoints became so powerful. Without that connection, the 10 acupoints would function like single points, lacking such strength. Carlo aimed to break that connection. He continuously clashed with Jewel's attacks, seemingly aimless but always searching for the right moment to destroy that critical connection. Jewel was incredibly strong, holding a decisive advantage against both Carlo and Moira. That's enough. Let's end it. Ava spoke calmly, full of confidence, preparing to defeat Carlo and Moira with her formidable power. Right now. Suddenly, Carlo's eyes lit up. Earlier, Jewel had guarded the connection point intentionally or unintentionally. Now, she was careless, giving Carlo an opportunity. He abruptly leaped, planning to endure Jewel's attack with his body rather than using his fists. What is he doing? Giving up? Many beings watched in confusion, puzzled by Carlo's choice to forego resistance, facing death. However, Jewel's face instantly turned pale. Ava sensed Carlo's intent. Damn it! Ava cursed, reacting swiftly, trying to dodge Carlo. But she was too slow. Carlo's fist slammed straight into her abdomen. With a loud boom, she staggered back, her face turning ashen, spitting out a mouthful of blood. That was the connection point between the 10 acupoints. Carlo accurately struck it, severing the link. Other parts of her body were absolutely solid, except for the connection point, which was quite fragile. Ava had guarded it carefully for this reason. How did you know? Ava stared at Carlo intently, unable to believe it. How could Carlo have precisely identified the connection point within her body? Carlo sneered, remaining silent as he attacked relentlessly, not giving Jewel a chance, aiming to defeat her decisively. I'm coming. Moira also went berserk, coordinating with Carlo to strike Jewel fiercely. Though it didn't know what had happened, it knew Jewel had been severely wounded. This was the best opportunity to defeat her. Hashtag chapter 141. Too disgusting. Kill her. With the connection between the 10 acupoints broken, Adriana's momentum greatly diminished, and the shimmering light that previously surrounded her body faded as well. However, despite this setback, Adriana remained formidable. She still possessed the power of all 10 acupoints. With a splat, the kitten spewed out a mouthful of blood, his arm hanging limply, broken from Adriana's powerful punch. On the other side, Denny's internal energy was roiling intensely. He had also suffered a heavy blow. Adriana was terrifyingly strong. If it were only him fighting without the kitten to share the burden and stand against Adriana, even breaking the connection between the 10 acupoints would not be enough for him to defeat her. Opening 10 acupoints was no joke. It was incredibly powerful. Don't be afraid. She's just a caged beast making one last struggle. Denny shouted, encouraging the kitten not to fear. Breaking the connection meant the 10 acupoints could no longer link together, placing Adriana at a significant disadvantage. Without the connection, the constant flow of energy through the 10 acupoints ceased, leading to rapid exhaustion of her strength. They, on the other hand, relied on pure physical strength rather than the power brought by opening acupoints. Thus, they weren't worried about exhausting themselves and could continue fighting. Adriana's eyes turned cold, her attacks becoming more ferocious. Her own strength was rapidly depleting, and she wanted to finish off Denny and the kitten quickly. Denny and the kitten gritted their teeth, enduring Adriana's series of powerful blows. In reality, they preferred to use hit-and-run tactics to wear down Adriana, but her strength was too overwhelming, leaving them no choice but to withstand her relentless attacks. It didn't take long before Adriana's attacks noticeably weakened. 3 of her 10 acupoints had already depleted their energy. Desmond, she still hadn't managed to defeat Denny and the kitten. Her mind raced in confusion. How were Denny and the kitten still so strong? Run. Ava clenched her teeth, deciding to retreat. Ava didn't want to continue this fight any longer. Nowhere to run. You're definitely going to be our foot washer. Denny and the kitten sneered, refusing to let Adriana leave. They intercepted her path. After being suppressed by her for so long, she couldn't just walk away now. They had been harboring anger, waiting for this moment. There was no way Adriana could escape. Adriana's face turned grim, panic rising within her. If she were truly detained, her fate would be disastrous. Ava unleashed her full strength in a desperate attempt to break free, but Denny and the kitten blocked her path fiercely. Ultimately, her strength ran dry, losing her ability to continue the fight. Ava was captured by Denny and the kitten. Ava lost? Ah. The onlookers stared in disbelief, their hearts filled with tumultuous emotions. Such a powerful Adriana had ultimately fallen, which was hard to believe. First gem, second gem, come here and meet your new foot washer. Amanita called Joshua and Aaron, a member of an ancient clan. Joshua and Aaron walked over with awkward expressions. Was Adriana really going to become their foot washer? Looking at Adriana, their faces flushed slightly, their eyes flickering as if imagining unsavory things. Do you want to die? Adriana raged furiously. From their expressions, she knew exactly what Joshua and Aaron were thinking. Definitely some dirty thoughts. Stop acting high and mighty. This is your master now. Amanita sneered, slapping Adriana across the head. Be obedient, or I'll kill you right now. Ancient clans are nothing special. We've killed their members before. Adriana felt a chill after being slapped. Hearing the kitten's words reminded her that an ancient clan member had been killed right there, proving that Denny and the kitten didn't care about the status of ancient clan members. No one wanted to die, especially not her. In the face of death, everything else seemed trivial. Biting her lip, she endured, not daring to react. Meanwhile, Kian was panic-stricken, moving cautiously, fearing discovery and trying to sneak away. Where are you going? You were so arrogant earlier. Lamar had been watching Kian closely and immediately blocked his path. I was wrong. I acted foolishly and offended all of you. Please don't hold it against me. I'll bow and apologize. Kian bowed down, showing his willingness to bend. With Adriana's defeat, he dared not resist anymore. Not at all. This guy is just as disgusting. Ignoring his fellow clansmen's lives, selfish and self-serving. I think it's best to kill him. Amanita's killing intent was strong, focused on Kian. Being a servant isn't enough? Kian's face changed dramatically. He had braced himself for the worst, ready to serve Denny and others. But it seemed even being a servant wasn't an option. The kitten immediately talked about killing him. Why was he so unlucky? This person indeed has no backbone. He's offering to be a servant before anyone even asked. Soft bones. The crowd looked down on Kian even more. Some ancient clan members covered their faces in shame. Kian truly disgraced the ancient clan. Serving won't work. I disagree. He's too repulsive. Lamar said. Kian was different from Joshua and others. While Joshua could remain as a servant, Kian harbored deep-seated grudges that could never be resolved. Although Denny threatened Kian, such threats were temporary. Once the threat disappeared, Kian might turn against them and Zhangxian's sect. It was best to eliminate Kian. No, please. I'll do anything as long as you let me live. Kian cried, genuinely not wanting to die. Kill him quickly. He's so revolting. Many ancient clan members agreed, despising Kian, who had thoroughly disgraced the clan. Child, remember in your next life to do good deeds and avoid evil. You could have lived, but because of your despicable actions, you will die here. Amanita drew a long knife and slashed down. Kian's head rolled onto the ground, blood splattering everywhere, dying on the spot. At the same time, Adriana's expression darkened. Her actions were far more sinister than Kian's. If Kian could be killed like this, what about her? Could she escape this fate? Suddenly, she became extremely fearful, overwhelmed by worry and fear. First gem, second gem, quickly take off your shoes and socks. Let the foot washer wash your feet, then she can go on her way. Amanita stared at Adriana, planning to end her life as well. Chapter 142, Georgina and Childbugs. No, please spare me. Adriana's face changed drastically as she pleaded for mercy. It was finally her turn. You want to live after what you've done? You're dreaming. Kian has already met his end. You won't be an exception. Paris sneered. Give me another chance. I won't dare do it again. Adriana cried out. Stop dawdling, or I'll make you suffer worse than death. Taste the agony of being cut 1,000 times. Paris shouted angrily. What are you doing? Take off your shoes and socks now. It turned its head and scolded Joshua and Aaron. Oh, okay, we'll do it right away. Joshua and Aaron did not hesitate and quickly removed their shoes and socks. They actually wanted Adriana to wash their feet. After all, she was beautiful and held a high status. But they also dared not. If they let Adriana wash their feet, they would be making enemies with the Chong clan, who wouldn't let it go so easily. However, they had no choice now. Paris was extremely decisive. If it said to kill, it would kill. How could they dare provoke it? They were at the bottom of the lake surrounded by water. Adriana could easily reach over and wash Joshua and Aaron's feet. Ava clenched her teeth, unable to move for a long time. She truly couldn't bring herself to do it. Do you want me to use my knife? Paris sneered, placing its long blade against Adriana's fair neck, ready to cut at any moment. I will wash. Finally, Adriana gave in. Ava didn't want to experience the pain of being sliced repeatedly. Ava had come to terms with the fact that she would die eventually. Her pride no longer mattered. Ava extended her delicate hands and began washing Joshua's feet. Joshua's heart raced with fantasies as his face flushed red. How envious I am. I want to be a servant too. I want her to wash my feet too. How enjoyable that must be. Other beings shrieked with envy, genuinely hating Joshua. For Adriana, the pride of heaven, to wash their feet made them almost uncontrollably excited. On the other side, Joshua wore a blissful expression, somewhat relieved he chose to be a servant. If he hadn't chosen this path, how would he have enjoyed this? Desmond's, keep washing. There's still a lot more to clean. He couldn't help but say, fearing the foot washing would end soon and wanting Adriana to continue longer. Almost done here. What about me? Aaron impatiently interjected from the side. Adriana felt immense humiliation, wishing to kill Joshua and Aaron, but seeing the Temperance's cold gaze, she didn't dare, afraid of being sliced into pieces. Thus, she finished washing both Joshua's and Aaron's feet. It was too short. Wish we could do it again. Joshua and Aaron lingered lovingly, full of longing expressions. Enough. Paris placed the knife on Adriana's neck, saying, I'll give you a quick death. Adriana closed her eyes, feeling a form of relief. No, leave her for now. At this point, Max spoke up, deciding to temporarily spare Adriana. The road ahead is dangerous. We should keep her as a fighter. Indeed, the way forward wasn't easy. Not only were there more sea beasts, but many were heading towards that direction, as if something attracted them. Additionally, too many creatures were present. Anything valuable found there would spark fierce competition. So, he thought it best to temporarily keep Adriana alive. Though Adriana was detestable, she was still powerful. Fine. Denny nodded, agreeing to temporarily spare Adriana's life. He added, but we need to restrict her. If she recovers fully, she might pose a threat. Giving Adriana time to recover, she could rebuild connections between the 10 acupoints, bringing back her incredible physical strength. Thus, they needed to limit Adriana to prevent a possible counterattack. This is simple. Leave it to me. Mac grinned and took out a wooden box. He opened it, revealing one large bug and several small ones. These are mother-child bugs. Swallow the child bug. If you have ill intentions or disobey orders, I crush the mother bug, and the child bug will start eating away at your organs. He explained. Then, he looked at Joshua and Aaron. You eat one too. Oh, we have no second thoughts. If the mother bug is crushed because of her ill intentions, don't we die too? Joshua and Aaron's faces changed drastically. Pray she doesn't get those thoughts then, Mac said. What nonsense, hurry up and eat. Paris commanded. Having no choice, Joshua and Aaron each took a small bug and swallowed it with closed eyes. Adriana didn't move. Swallowing such a small bug seemed too disgusting. Not eating means immediate death. Paris's blade once again rested on Adriana's neck. I will eat. Finally, Adriana picked up a small bug and gulped it down. Afterward, the Temperance put away the blade contentedly. Adriana took medicinal pills for recovery. After some time, she completely recovered, emitting a powerful aura. Indeed, she re-established the connections between her 10 acupoints, unleashing continuous formidable physical strength. Let's go. Denny moved to start. They had wasted enough time here. More sea beasts had gathered ahead. Can't provoke these. They're all tough. Other beings watched Denny and company, feeling a chill down their spines, terrified of them. Nonetheless, they followed behind, hoping to find opportunities. As they moved forward, more sea beasts appeared, even fiercer and stronger. Mac's decision to keep Adriana proved wise. Her strength cleared a path for them. For other beings, getting through was much harder, blocked by numerous strong sea beasts. However, not all beings were blocked. Some powerful entities pushed through. Zyaric the Immortals clan and other alien races, descendants of mighty beasts like three-headed crocodiles, and many ancient lineage heirs. A few background-less, but extremely powerful youths joined in as well. They stood awestruck, discovering a palace radiating gentle light ahead, the same light seen from the shore. Is this a Lane palace? Their hearts pounded, instantly associating underwater palaces with dragon palaces. In ancient times, many dragon clans built famous palaces underwater, widely known. Moreover, dragons were notorious for hoarding treasures in their palaces. Note, the character names used are Adriana, Joshua, Aaron, Denny, and Mac. These are kept consistent with typical English naming conventions. Chapter 143-9 Brenton, Sacred Body. The palace was grand and majestic, emitting auspicious rosy clouds, looking exceptionally extraordinary and transcendent. In front of it, several colossal sea beasts stood guard. Their eyes were fixed on the palace's grand entrance, as if the door could open at any moment. Truly, we'd be set for life if this is the Lane Palace. Even all the ancient clans combined probably can't match a corner of the Lane Palace. Many creatures gazed at the palace, their faces filled with hope. They wished it truly was the Lane Palace. It's probably not the Lane Palace, Mac frowned and said. This is an ancient battlefield. In those times, the dragon race had long been extinct. They existed in the prehistoric era. Whatever is inside isn't simple even if it's not the Lane Palace. Denny spoke up. All the sea beasts from the lake have gathered here. There must be something incredible within that palace. He narrowed his eyes, but it's hard to obtain. Those few sea beasts won't be easy to deal with. The sea beasts guarding the front of the palace exuded an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Not a single beast dared approach them easily. The surrounding area was a vacuum. Without a doubt, these sea beasts were the rulers of the lake bottom, possessing supreme strength. You try. Amanita spoke to Adriana. Adriana's face immediately changed. Forget dealing with those sea beasts, she would struggle just to get close. The sea beasts behind the initial few were also formidable, each radiating immense power. Ava had no confidence in breaching their defenses. Don't play around. Denny waved a hand, his expression serious, fearing an incident, so he didn't let Adriana proceed. He wasn't worried about her safety but feared she might provoke those sea beasts, leading to unimaginable consequences. We'll observe and wait. Mac's face was equally serious as he decided to stop and not get too close. The beasts ahead were too terrifying. Getting too close would likely cause trouble. They stopped, waiting to see what would happen next. Other creatures also found safe places and paused, afraid to get too close. Friend, greetings. The Immortals clan youth laughed and approached Denny's group, smilingly greeting Denny. Is there anything? Denny asked. I want to join forces with friends. The Immortals clan youth got straight to the point. These sea beasts are clearly after what's inside the palace. Once the doors open, a bloody battle will erupt. He continued, I hope we can join forces to enter the palace together. Let's pass. Denny lightly laughed and refused. He naturally understood the advantages but didn't trust the Immortals clan youth. Alliances were valuable, but only with trustworthy companions, or else betrayal might follow. Do you really not reconsider? The Immortals clan youth persisted. Denny didn't speak, just shook his head, his stance clear. All right then. The Immortals clan youth finally left. Failing to reach an agreement with Denny, he sought out other clan members to discuss alliances. Just then, Hale arrived with the same intent, to ally with Denny. Given the formidable strength of Denny's group, especially with Adriana present, they were undoubtedly the best choice for alliances. I have no intention of joining forces. Denny similarly rejected Hale, knowing these individuals weren't reliable and might stab them in the back during critical moments. Leaving, Hale turned to other powerful demon beast offspring to propose collaboration. Several ancient clan youths also approached Denny for alliances, but were likewise turned down. Ultimately, these ancient clan youths banded together. Friend, though I know you don't plan to join forces, I wanted to ask anyway. A young man approached, his smile warm. He had no prominent background, coming from a regular faction. Denny looked at this young man, feeling he was very exceptional, evoking a unique impression. 9 Brenton's sacred body. Denny's mind trembled. Indeed, this young man possessed the rare 9 Brenton's sacred body. The 9 Brenton's sacred body was immensely powerful and astonishing, ranking within the top 50 among countless constitutions throughout history. It was undoubtedly astounding and powerful to make it into the top 50. Of course, Denny didn't deduce this himself but through unfolding the cause and effect record. What's your name? Denny asked. Goss. Baxter replied. Agreed. Denny nodded. Friend Goss, we can join forces. Unfolding the cause and effect record revealed that allying with Goss would create positive karma. Denny trusted it, believing Goss was trustworthy. That's great. Goss was initially taken aback but then smiled. He hadn't expected Denny to agree, especially since others before him, like the Brenton clan youth, Hale, and ancient clan youths, had been rejected. Goss hadn't held much hope. What do you mean? Are you disrespecting me? The Brenton clan youth glared coldly, upset by the acceptance of an unknown figure while rejecting him. Hale also stared at Denny with hostility. The ancient clan youths who had previously invited Denny felt extremely displeased. If Denny had agreed to one of them, it might have been acceptable, but agreeing to ally with an unknown person like Goss enraged them. All of you are very angry. I have a good feeling about Brother Brenton, nothing else. Please don't misinterpret it, Denny chuckled. What kind of good feeling? Are you deliberately humiliating us? The Brenton clan youth huffed angrily. Though Denny was strong, he wasn't weak either, and Denny's behavior infuriated him. No other meaning. I feel I resonate well with Brother Brenton. Please don't misinterpret it, Denny explained again. However, if you misinterpret it, there's nothing I can do. It's up to you. He had no fear, especially given his current unencumbered status, making him fearless. Be careful, don't get too arrogant. Bolivar Milady is better. The Brenton clan youth, Hale, and others sneered. Why can't we choose who to join forces with? Amanita retorted. We'll team up with whomever we wish. We won't kowtow to you. Outside, they might need to think more carefully and cautiously, but here, they didn't need to. Unable to use Taoist powers, only physical strength mattered, and they were fearless against any creature here. Sure. Of course you can choose, but you must bear the consequences of your choice. The Brenton clan youth, Hale, and others responded coldly. They wouldn't stand being embarrassed like this. You should stay away from them, kid. If you ally, you won't end well. And Elon warned Goss harshly, clearly threatening him. Chapter 144, Encirclement and Annihilation. Thank you for your well-meaning warning. Goss smiled lightly, unafraid of the young alien's threat, and said, however, I will still join forces with Brother Franz. Fine. The young alien sneered and didn't continue speaking. Though he stopped talking, everyone clearly understood that this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. Slap. At this moment, a loud sound of a slap rang out. Denny moved swiftly, appearing directly in front of the young alien. He slapped the young alien hard, sending him flying. You dare threaten my friend right in front of me? Impressive, huh? Denny's expression was cold as he stared intently at the young alien. You. The young alien flew into a rage, getting up to fight Denny. Don't just stand there. Protect the master. Haroun said, and Adriana immediately moved to block the young alien. To hit my ally right in front of me? You think you're something else? The Brenton clan youth's gaze turned icy, staring directly at Denny, with a terrifying aura radiating from his body. Impressive or not, come test it yourself. Denny showed no fear. Then let me give it a try. The Brenton clan youth's eyes gleamed fiercely as he attacked Denny head-on. Earlier, he was enraged by Denny rejecting him and choosing to join Goss. Now, Denny had struck his ally outright, causing his anger to reach its peak, which he could barely tolerate. He was indeed formidable, 2 different colored lights flickering around him, each attack possessing tremendous power. Having formed an alliance, how can we watch our allies suffer and do nothing? Goof on, you'll pay for this. Other Elons sneered, then also joined the assault alongside the Brenton clan youth, attacking Denny. Too arrogant. I can't stand people like you. Kill. Even the offspring of powerful beasts, like the Hale, joined in, moving to strike Denny. The dignity of the ancient clans cannot be defiled. You've repeatedly tarnished it, and now you must pay with blood. You're done for. Several members of ancient clans, their eyes cold, joined the fray to kill Denny. Aliens, beast offspring, and ancient clan members all targeted Denny simultaneously, aiming to eliminate him. Ultimately, because Denny did not choose to ally with them, they deeply feared him and wished to get rid of him. If Denny were to die, they could rest easy without such worries. Truly contending with Denny for fortune would be uncertain even if they allied together, so they wanted to eliminate Denny before the contest began. The wrath of many is hard to defy. Prepare to die. The Brenton clan youth was the first to clash with Denny. If anything happens to Franz, none of you will survive. Protect Franz. Simon shouted, ordering Adriana, Joshua, and Aaron to protect Denny. Adriana struck out with one palm, immediately sending the young alien flying aside. Ava quickly rushed to Denny's side to fend off the assaults. Haroun also acted, charging in instantly. Since we've joined forces, we're one. I stand with Brother Franz, sharing his fate. Goss did not remain idle, but also joined the battle immediately. He had no great reputation nor powerful background, yet his strength was remarkably formidable, almost matching Denny's. Bang bang bang. In mere moments, several members of ancient clans were sent flying and heavily injured, lying on the ground. The other beings narrowed their eyes, sensing Goss's immense power. No wonder Denny teamed up with Goss. Denny must have sensed Goss's prowess beforehand? Kill. They snorted coldly, their murderous intent only intensifying. Originally, dealing with Denny and company was tough enough. Now, with Goss joining them, it became even more challenging. Boom boom boom. Instantly, a huge melee erupted, creating massive commotion. Some sea beasts were startled and looked over, but they took no action. The battle was none of their concern, and they were happy for it to be fiercer, reducing competitors. As for the few dominant sea beasts at the front, they paid no attention. Their power was too formidable to care about this skirmish. Adriana was fierce and terrifying, her pent-up anger finding release. Ava faced off against powerful beast offspring like the hail single-handedly, frighteningly impressive. Her body, connected through 10 acupoints, was incomparably strong. Even battling the likes of the hail, she held her own admirably. The powerful beast offspring's eyes shone with surprise after experiencing Adriana's might firsthand. I bite, I bite, I bite. Her round bared her teeth, biting whoever came near. Ah, bastard, where did you bite me? A young member of an ancient clan shrieked in embarrassment and anger, her round having bitten a sensitive spot. Two good things make a pair. Let's make it double here too. Her round didn't hesitate, biting the other side again, making the girl scream in fury and pain. Joshua and Aaron might be weak before Denny and her round, but compared to others, they were formidable, with remarkable strength. Thud thud thud. Denny punched powerfully, each blow exploding with immense force, incredibly fearsome. The Imbrenton clan youth's physique was unique, the flow of Imbrenton energies giving him formidable physical strength. His punch matched Denny's blow for blow, deflecting it. Not bad. The Imbrenton clan youth scoffed, not sensing much of a challenge, confident in his victory. Time to go. He revealed lethal moves, aiming to end Denny's life. Overestimating yourself. Denny's expression remained cold, unleashing all his strength, his aura soared, his physical power multiplying. With a thunderous crash, his fist clashed again with the Imbrenton clan youth's, instantly shattering the youth's hand and arm bones. Ah! The Imbrenton clan youth screamed in agony, his eyes turning red with fury, beads of sweat trickling down his face. That arm was now completely crippled. Kill. Other aliens didn't hesitate, quickly attacking Denny to relieve the pressure on their comrade. Each was formidable, their physical power immense. Their coordinated attacks unleashed a terrifying force. Even Denny couldn't underestimate them, needing to seriously contend. On the other side, Adriana faced threats. The hail and other powerful beasts burst forth, pulling her down from her advantageous position. First, eliminate Xuanhuan. She's not worth worrying about. The hail sneered, withdrawing from Adriana's engagement to target Denny. Other beast offspring also withdrew to join the hail, striking towards Denny. Adriana was being controlled. There was no need to tangle with her further. Eliminating Denny and company was the top priority. Protect Franz. If anything happens to him, neither will you live. Simon roared. Adriana gritted her teeth, unleashing her full power. If Denny died, she would too. Ava couldn't let Denny come to harm. If you don't die now, I'll kneel and call you grandfather. The Imbrenton clan youth raged, filled with hate, charging towards Denny again. You should not. I won't recognize you as my grandson. Denny's expression remained cold, undaunted as he faced multiple opponents head-on. Chapter 145, Thunderburst Pearls. A multitude of creatures charged toward Denny's side, all formidable opponents. The Imbrenton clan youth was at the forefront, with alternating yin and yang energies swirling around him, casting an eerie glow on his body. A three-headed crocodile roared, its three heads staring intently at Denny, exuding menacing and terrifying glares. Its massive flesh struck from the other side toward Denny. Other powerful offspring of demonic beasts also rushed over, their bodily strength astonishing, aiming to crush Denny. Several descendants of ancient families also burst forth fully armed, with a killing intent that was clear and unequivocal, intending to slay Denny. They all understood very well that if they did not completely eliminate Denny and his group, they would definitely encounter significant resistance when they contested for opportunities and transformations. Denny and his party were undoubtedly the strongest force here. Adriana erupted. The power from 10 apertures surged entirely, intending to rescue Denny. Joshua and Aaron exploded recklessly too. If Denny died, they wouldn't survive either. Moira, Goss, and others did likewise, exploding with effort, attempting to aid Denny. However, each of them had their own opponents, and it was already too late to rush to Denny's aid in time. The Imbrenton clan youth and other creatures had already reached close to Denny. Perfect timing. Denny showed no fear. Raising his hand, he conjured several round beads about the size of a fist, tossing them all out. With a loud bang, huge explosions immediately resounded, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The Imbrenton clan youth and other creatures encountered heavy strikes, their bodies injured as they were knocked back. What is this? The Imbrenton clan youth and others shouted loudly, never imagining that Denny actually had such items. What kind of thing was it? It unleashed a powerful electrical force, catching them off guard. Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Mac laughed calmly. The item Denny threw was given to him by Mac, Thunderburst Pearls. At first, Mac once used Spirit Burst Pearls against Denny. Thunderburst Pearls worked similarly to Spirit Burst Pearls. Once detonated, they could unleash the power stored within. These didn't require Dao techniques to be triggered, and could be used in this place as well. This was considered their trump card, with Megan, Anastasia, Lamar, and others carrying them. Blood splattered everywhere as Megan and others fought their way over. The Imbrenton clan youth and other creatures had been heavily injured by the Thunderburst Pearls. Their combat strength greatly diminished, unable to match Megan and company. They were instantly suppressed. No one expected such an outcome. The remaining creatures quickly retreated from battle, daring not to fight anymore. Despicable. How is this skill? The Imbrenton clan youth and others shouted angrily, extremely unwilling. Denny hadn't defeated them with his own power, but relied on external items. I'm amused. Max said, "You so many creatures attacking together counts as skill? In single combat, which one of you is any good?" The Imbrenton clan youth and others clenched their teeth silently, aware that individually, they weren't at an advantage. Denny wasn't weaker than any of them. If anything, only stronger. Moreover, setting aside Denny, Adriana alone had incredibly strong solo combat capabilities, more than capable of subduing any one of them. "Do you still have Georgina childworms?" Denny asked. "Desmond's." Mac grinned, quickly retrieving several wooden boxes, opening them to reveal they were filled with Georgina childworms. Where did these come from? Numerous creatures were momentarily stunned. Why did Mac carry so many Georgina childworms with him? Clearly, he wasn't a good person, having quite the malevolent heart. "Do I need to explain more, everyone?" Denny chuckled, saying, "Eat and live. Don't eat and die." The Imbrenton clan youth and others looked ghastly pale. Denny and his companions were indeed cautious, holding onto Thunderburst pearls without using them prematurely. Even during the intense battles between Denny, Megan, and Adriana earlier, Denny and his group hadn't used them. Undeniably, Denny and his people had thought things through thoroughly and remained on guard against them. Their concerns were justified. Denny indeed kept vigilant against these creatures. Not a single one of these creatures was good. They all had evil hearts. Without some hidden trump cards, they might suffer great losses. Ultimately, the Imbrenton clan youth and others one by one began eating the mother worms. Dared they not eat? Denny was decisive, completely unconcerned with their backing forces. Not eating would mean certain death for them here. "Look, isn't this wonderful now? Everyone has united." Denny smiled brilliantly. Could this ever be the same? In their hearts, the Imbrenton clan youth and others felt a mixture of unease and bitterness. Having eaten the mother worms, their lives were controlled by Denny and his companions. Just like Adriana and the others, they became servants to Denny and his group. "At least I made the right choice," Goss remarked emotionally, grateful for his perseverance. Otherwise, he truly would have missed a great opportunity. There was nothing else to say. The powerful creatures on this side had all been subdued by Denny and his group. Denny and his companions' only rivals left were those sea beasts. Several sea beasts displayed unusual glimmers, indicating their immense power. Unexpectedly, the final result turned out this way. The foremost sea beast overlords remained exceptionally calm, showing no ripples of emotion. This matter held no significance for them. Their power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Should they wish it, they could annihilate all creatures here. Swish, swish, swish. The palace radiance intensified, and intricate patterns appeared on its enormous gates, astounding to behold. The faces of the few sea beast overlords displayed tense expressions. They knew the palace was about to open. What lay inside? They didn't know either. Desmond, whatever was inside exerted a tremendous allure upon them. From the moment it stirred, they sensed this temptation, irresistibly drawn here. Other sea beasts in the lake bottom were likewise lured by this irresistible temptation, converging here. With a boom, the palace doors opened, emitting boundless rays of light, incredibly astonishing and ethereal. Roar! Several sea beast overlords howled, rapidly rushing inside. After the gate opened, that allure grew even stronger, almost uncontrollable. They couldn't help but surge inward. Immediately following, numerous sea beasts, unable to resist that allure, hurried into the palace. "We're going in too." Denny's face was serious as he entered the palace with Mac and others. They didn't feel that allure, which seemed targeted solely at the sea beasts. Inside, the palace was immensely vast, luxuriously decorated with numerous ancient stone pillars supporting it like sky pillars. Numerous sea beasts rushed in, yet there was no congestion, leaving plenty of space. Boom! Suddenly, the palace gates closed tightly, imprisoning all who entered within. Not good. Denny's expression changed drastically, sensing something amiss. This palace was boundlessly terrifying, and they would soon face calamity. Chapter 146, Remains of the Prodigious. The massive door closed, instantly filling many living beings with unease as they wished to leave this palace. However, they didn't dare move. All had ingested the parasitic larvae and were controlled by people like Denny, too afraid to act on their own or move recklessly. "Can we leave?" Denny felt even more apprehensive. The sudden closing of the gate, combined with the sea beast's indifference and continued march deeper into the hall, seemed highly irregular. He sensed boundless terror here. He approached the main entrance and tried to open it, but no matter how hard he pushed, the door wouldn't budge. "We go." With no other option, they steeled themselves to proceed inward. Staying idle was not an option. So many bones. What place is this? Many creatures shivered with fear as they entered a chamber filled with numerous skeletons. Is that a fiery sun beast? Three-headed Croc stared intently at one of the remains, its huge body trembling violently, while its three heads revealed expressions of extreme shock. Fiery sun beasts. These ancient beasts once ruled supreme in prehistoric times. Even now, their bloodline remains formidable, ranking among the top 10 most powerful demon beast lineages. Three-headed Croc trembled as it spoke. Decades ago when the battle arena opened, a descendant of the fiery sun beast entered. It was the purest-blooded fiery sun beast of its era. It was said that if nothing went awry, it might grow to be as strong as its ancestor. However, that descendant never emerged from the battlefield. No one knew what happened until now. Here it lies dead. It quaked in fear. The fiery sun beast lineage was far superior to its own. The bloodline's offspring were immensely powerful. This time, another member of that lineage entered deep into the battlegrounds. Our Imbrenton clan's prodigy died here too. A young Imbrenton clansman stared at another set of remains, recognizing them as one of his clansmen. "Imbalavara, is that you?" His voice shook with emotion. Decades ago, Imbalavara was their clan's most outstanding prodigy who vanished without a trace upon entering the battlefield. Though the Tai battleground had been opened multiple times, Every time Imbrinton clansmen entered, they always knew what became of their kin. Only Imbalavara had completely disappeared. Imbalavara seemed to have evaporated inside the battleground, leaving no clues about his survival status. Seeing the remains, he called out Imbalavara's name, believing these bones belonged to him. Similarly, Three-Headed Croc identified the fiery sun beast remains as belonging to that astonishingly impressive descendant who entered decades ago, also losing all trace inside the battlefield. Hero. Adriana was taken aback. Ava saw a human skeleton, just bones with no flesh, but immediately recognized it as Hero of her clan. Beside the skeleton lay a jade pendant belonging to Hero. Hero was their clan's celebrated top prodigy, even groomed to become the next clan leader. Desmond, after entering the battleground, he too vanished. This was our clan's prodigy. The pride of our clan. Many living beings began identifying the remains of those who vanished during the same period decades ago. Their disappearances had once caused great upheaval, leading to frenzied investigations by the forces behind these prodigies. But no one found answers until now. It was revealed that all those prodigies died here. They determined the identities of the remains through bone structure or artifacts left nearby, confirming these were indeed the prodigies from decades past. We came to the wrong place. This is a burial ground. Their anxiety and fear intensified. Even those brilliant prodigies perished here. Would they survive? This place is cursed. Even the Temperance murmured uneasily. Suddenly, a breeze blew through, though only a gentle wind. To everyone's shock, the skeletons turned to sand and scattered across the floor. How is this possible? Fiery sun beasts have tough bones. Even after 200 years, they should remain intact. Three-Headed Croc's eyes widened with horror. Clearly, the fiery sun beast's death was bizarre for the bones to decay so quickly. Our clan's bones shouldn't disintegrate this fast either. Ours too. Many creatures expressed mounting panic. The deaths here weren't natural. Roar. From the depths came agonized roars, accompanied by a heavy smell of blood. The sea beasts are in trouble. So much blood. Blood flowed from the depths, like a small river. How many sea beasts must have died to cause such a sight? They imagined the worst, suspecting all those who ventured deep had met their end. The blood is flowing backwards. What is going on? Some felt cold chills run down their spines. Just as the blood started flowing outward, it reversed direction. This terrifying scene made hearts race and souls tremble. Do we still go deeper? Paris hesitated, fearing the unknown horrors within. We have no choice. Denny shook his head. Trapped within, they needed to investigate and find a way out rather than waiting to perish here. Let's go. His eyes gleamed as he led the way into the depths. Reluctantly, the others followed, knowing they had no other option. In the next chamber, they encountered numerous skeletal remains, all beast-like but distinctly different from sea beasts, resembling more closely the demonic beasts they had encountered earlier. These look more like those external demonic beasts, Simon observed after close inspection. Denny narrowed his eyes, pondering but not yet fully convinced. Let's go. Determined, he decided to push forward deeper. Chapter 147. A Grand Scheme. Carlo led the way, walking through one palace after another. In each palace, numerous skeletons lay scattered, intensifying their sense of fear. The owners of these skeletons had also died mysteriously, turning to sand and becoming bone ash with just a gust of wind. No wonder those skeletons were like that. Carlo's expression turned solemn as he finally found the answer. He saw the sea beasts that had rushed into the depths. Indeed, all those sea beasts had already perished. These sea beasts died very miserably, leaving only 2 layers of skin behind, seemingly having been directly drained of all their essence by some kind of creature. Even those few sea beast overlords couldn't escape. Moira's voice trembled. Not far ahead, those few sea beast overlords lay sprawled on the ground, similarly drained of all their essence, leaving only 2 layers of skin behind. What is that? Germain's pupils contracted. In the center of the grand hall ahead stood a stone platform, on which there was a huge egg, as big as a water vat. The stone platform was covered in blood, which was flowing backward into the egg. As more blood continuously flowed in, flashes of light occasionally sparkled on the eggshell, along with the appearance of certain special Tao patterns. Carlo unfurled the cause and effect chronicle to investigate the origin of this egg. His eyebrows furrowed and his face grew unusually grave. The egg was extremely extraordinary, possessing an incomparably significant origin. Desmond, the cause and effect chronicle failed to present any causes or effects. Did all the living beings who died here die because of this egg? Moira muttered softly, offering this speculation. The blood flowing back into the egg was precisely from those recently deceased sea beasts. Even if this egg didn't kill them, it certainly had something to do with it. Wait. At that moment, Germain suddenly paled, recalling a certain ancient record. This can't be true. He drew in a sharp breath, unwilling to believe it. If everything were true, it would be too terrifying, too horrifying. What are you talking about? Moira was baffled, not understanding at all what Germain was saying. Germain ignored Moira and began carefully observing the large hall. They had yet to enter the hall, still standing outside. It's really true. He wore a stunned expression, his heart racing. The walls surrounding the grand hall, including its ceiling, were inscribed with certain array patterns. Through these patterns, he confirmed that everything matched his conjecture. Who did this? What a grand scheme. He felt chilled to the bone. To carry out such actions within the Tai battlefield, this must have been done by an unimaginably powerful supreme expert. What's going on? Carlo asked. Someone is using the entire energy of the Tai battlefield to nourish this egg. Germain's expression grew grave as he explained everything. I don't know what kind of egg this is, but once the creature inside hatches, it will undoubtedly defy heaven and be overwhelmingly terrifying. The Tai battlefield. This place had once been the battleground for sages and gods in ancient times. The living beings who died here were, without a doubt, extremely formidable experts. Even though these experts were long dead, they left behind immense power. All this tremendous power used to nourish this single egg. Imagine how terrifying the creature inside will be once it hatches. Germain shuddered in fear. Who was so audacious as to ignore the power of the Tai battlefield and set up such an arrangement within it? I think the opening of the Tai battlefield might be related to this setup. Germain continued speaking. Yin energy is ultimately Yin energy, a dead force. It needs fresh blood rich in life essence to harmonize it. Germain looked at the blood flowing into the egg. I think this blood isn't just from those sea beasts. It might also include the blood of the living beings who entered the battlefield this time. The array patterns inscribed on several walls could not only gather boundless Yin energy from this area, but also connect to various parts of the battlefield. The blood of living beings who died in the battlefield likely converged here through these patterns. So terrifying. My God. All the living beings felt their mouths go dry, thinking Germain's words were utterly fantastical and unbelievable. The opening of the battlefield was actually to introduce young, fresh blood to supply this egg? Think about it. Why can only the younger generation enter the battlefield, while middle-aged and Isaeusly individuals cannot? Also, why does the battlefield open multiple times and then close again after a period? Germain said. And why did we feel our existing Dao powers being suppressed, unable to use them after arriving in this region? He continued, originally, I couldn't understand it, but now I do. The Yin energy here is too strong, too terrifying. We lost contact with the world, thus we can't utilize our Dao powers. What is Dao power? It is precisely established through cultivation and the connection with nature, absorbing various forces from the world for oneself. When this communication and connection are interrupted, naturally, they couldn't utilize their Dao powers anymore. All of this aligned perfectly with what Germain had mentioned earlier, providing a very reasonable explanation. We should leave. This place can't be stayed. Many living beings were terrified by what Germain said, finding it too shocking to bear. Do you think if we take this egg away and wait for it to hatch, cultivating it with care, it would obey us? Carlo actually said, Brother, what are you thinking? Germain was taken aback. Don't say we can't take the egg, even if we could. Do you think that terrifying expert would let us off? That expert put so much effort into nurturing and hatching this egg. If the egg were taken away, wouldn't that expert be furious? At that point, it would be strange if they got away unscathed. Just kidding. Carlo laughed. He was just intentionally saying that to ease the tense atmosphere since everyone was too afraid, and that wasn't good. He also knew not to tamper with the egg, otherwise, it would invite overwhelming disaster. You, Kelly laughed and shook her head. Here Carlo was, cracking jokes in such a situation. Desmond, Carlo's comment effectively dispersed much of the oppressive atmosphere, alleviating everyone's anxiety. Ah, save me. Just then, a living being shouted. The oppressive atmosphere, which had slightly dissipated, rose again. Others turned toward the source of the shout, feeling a chill run down their spines. That living being was sucked into the grand hall and suspended above the egg. Save me. This living being cried out, but immediately fell silent. Their pores opened wide, and droplets of blood overflowed, being absorbed into the egg. In no time, the essence of this living being's blood was completely drained, leaving only 2 layers of skin. Chapter 148. Spiritual Treasure. Numerous creatures felt their blood run cold. They had no idea what was happening when one of them was sucked into the hall, its essence and blood completely drained. This was terrifying, leaving them profoundly uneasy. We can't escape. This place's power will kill us all. Mac's face was ashen with dread. He acutely sensed that the dark energy within the hall had intensified. It was this dark energy that had dragged the previous creature in. They were destined not to escape. That dark force would pull each of them in one by one, sucking out their essence and blood, infusing it into the egg. Is there any way out? Denny asked. There is. One way would be to break that formation. Mac gritted his teeth. But if we do that, we'll be sealing our fates in enmity with that great person. That individual won't let this rest easily. He didn't recommend doing so, adding, moreover, that formation isn't easy to break. This formation was set up by a formidable being. How could it be so easily broken? Despite his proficiency in formations far exceeding his peers, he found not a single flaw in it. There was no method to break it. Denny unfolded the book of cause and effect, probing the formation's origins and outcomes, hoping to find a way to break it through the book. However, he failed. His current level was too low. Regarding that great being, nothing appeared in the book. The wind howled, and every creature felt bone-chilling cold, as if they were in the netherworld, surrounded by vengeful spirits. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next moment, several creatures were involuntarily pulled into the hall, their essence and blood sucked out and infused into the egg. Their corpses fell to the ground, skin hanging limply. It was almost indefensible. Before they realized any power emerged, those creatures were already sucked in. Let's go. I don't want to stay here. Panicked, numerous creatures tried to flee despite consuming the progeny insects. This place was too frightening. Death loomed at any moment. They didn't want to stay another second. Desmond, they couldn't escape. That suction reappeared, instantly pulling everyone into the hall, draining their essence and blood, leaving them dead. The remaining creatures were deeply shocked and dared not move recklessly. I'll try to break the formation. Denny gritted his teeth. He couldn't sit around and wait for death. The formation seemed unbreakable, but he had to give it a try. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he took out the reincarnation bell and the purple lane spear. Both were ancient treasures with extraordinary origins. Although he couldn't activate them, they could still serve as weapons. With firm resolve, he walked toward the hall, step by step. Throughout this process, ghostly screams echoed in his ears, and he felt like various specters were touching him, making his hair stand on end. Just then, a powerful suction appeared. His body lifted uncontrollably, being drawn into the hall. It's not that simple. Denny roared, thrusting the purple lane spear into the ground. anchoring himself against being pulled in. Whistling sounds continued. Evil entities appeared, some grabbing Denny's legs, others trying to wrench the spear from the ground. This scene was terrifying. Various evil entities appeared, hideously deformed and fear-inducing. Denny! Mac and others grew pale, worried about Denny. Suddenly, the purple lane spear glowed with boundless light, emitting a faint dragon aura that sent the evil entities scattering. Those evil entities trembled, seemingly terrified of the purple lane spear. The purple lane spear activated on its own. Denny was startled. He hadn't activated the spear, yet it acted on its own. Soon he calmed down, understanding it all. Even though the purple lane spear couldn't be activated, its origin was extraordinary. It wasn't something that evil entities could easily affect. Dong! A heavy bell sound echoed as the reincarnation bell swayed automatically, radiating waves of golden light that instantly reduced the evil entities to ashes, dispersing them completely. The reincarnation bell also exerted its own power here. My Azure Void Axe should work too? Amanita's eyes gleamed as it took out the Azure Void Axe and swung it twice, immediately sensing the dark energy around it weaken significantly. The power contained within the Azure Void Axe countered the dark energy. It indeed worked. I'll help you. Amanita held the Azure Void Axe and joined Denny. Count me in too. Lamar took out the Heavenly Mirror, believing it would also be effective. Sure enough, the Heavenly Mirror proved useful here. Holding it made his fear vanish, and the icy sensation in his body disappeared. I'm coming. Anastasia's eyes sparkled, her long hair flowing gracefully, indescribably beautiful and captivating. Ava took out an ancient fan, using it to protect herself as she approached Denny. The ancient fan, like the purple lane spear, came from a grand source and now showed its effectiveness. These are all treasures containing spiritual energies, with extraordinary materials. Even with the intense dark energy here, it cannot suppress these treasures. Mac thought, taking out a jade ruler and walking forward to join Denny and the others. The jade ruler, like the other items, had an incredible background. It was obtained from an ancient tomb, whose former owner was a supreme strong being who had mastered creation and evolution. There's hope. With these treasures, we might attempt breaking the formation. His eyes shone, seeing a glimmer of hope. The treasures were exceptional and might indeed break the formation. The purple lane spear and others emitted light, displaying a special Tao rhythm, remarkably transcendent, countering that suction force. Denny regained control. Go! Denny held the reincarnation bell in one hand, and the purple lane spear in the other, entering the great hall. Mac and the others followed closely behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The dark energy in the hall intensified, the chilling winds like hurricanes, extremely fearsome. More evil entities appeared, attacking Denny and the others in numbers. Kill! Denny roared, brandishing the purple lane spear, meeting the assault head-on. The purple lane spear shone, exuding a formidable dragon aura, with the purple dragon at its tip seeming to come alive, radiating terrifying dragon chi. He swept his spear horizontally, instantly destroying many evil entities. Mac and others fought with their treasures, unleashing formidable power, annihilating the remaining evil entities. Are these divine weapons? Creatures like the three-headed crocodile gaped in disbelief, never imagining the terror of Denny and the others' weapons. They also took out their magic weapons, hoping to unleash power. But their magic weapons showed no reaction or power. Their hearts shook. The weapons in Denny and the others' hands must have had a grand origin. They weren't ordinary weapons. Chapter 149. The Kathy. The malevolent spirits were vanquished, but the matter was far from over. Dense black mists swirled and coalesced into more malevolent spirits. Spirits that were even more terrifying and formidable, their dark power overwhelmingly intense. They clashed with the treasures without suffering any damage, managing to hold their ground. Ultimately, it's because we can't activate the treasures. If we could, even with our limited strength, we could make these treasures much stronger. Mac sighed. The treasures were not suppressed, yet they were restrained and unable to use Taoist powers. If they weren't restrained and could use Taoist powers, the treasures would undoubtedly become even more powerful. Charge! Denny roared as he raised his violet lane spear once again. There was no retreat for them now. Unless they eradicated these malevolent spirits and destroyed those arrays, they were destined to die here. Mac and the others understood this all too well. Without hesitation, they wielded their treasures and resumed battle. These spirits were incredibly strong and terrifying. If any other creatures, even those of the mystic spirit realm, faced them, survival would be impossible, death swift and inevitable. However, objects like the violet lane spear were transcendent and extraordinary. Despite being restrained, after a bitter struggle, Denny and his companions finally managed to destroy these spirits. The black mists dissipated, leaving the hall clear and calm. Even the ghostly winds vanished. Break the array. Without delay, Denny thrust his violet lane spear directly at a wall, upon which an intricate array was inscribed. Hold! Suddenly, an extremely strange voice echoed, not in the modern tongue, but in an ancient language. Although Denny and the others couldn't understand the words, they clearly grasped the meaning. This voice penetrated their souls, presenting its intent clearly. Who? Denny and the others were startled. Where did this voice come from? Do you wish to die? How dare you wreak havoc here? The voice resounded again, still in the ancient language, piercing their souls. The egg is speaking? Moira's expression turned peculiar as she looked towards the source. The voice came from within the egg. To have spirit before birth, what kind of egg is this? Mac's face turned grave. Buzz buzz buzz. On the stone platform, the egg shook violently. Special patterns etched on its shell began to glow, radiating an extremely ominous energy. Then, waves of black smoke emerged from the egg, forming into an eerie image, a towering figure finally materializing as Kathy. Is this the egg of Kathy? Mac was stunned, immediately recognizing it from descriptions in ancient texts he had read. Kathy, one of the great terrors of the ancient times, reigning supreme across the 9 heavens and 10 lands, its power incomparably terrifying. He never imagined this egg could have such an illustrious origin. An egg of Cathy. Was the grand individual who set up this place in Cathy? He murmured to himself. What are you thinking? If my father had done this setup, why would I spend years here? The black mist-formed Cathy coldly remarked, the arrangement here was made by one of my servants. It spoke in the ancient language, resonating directly through Denny and the other souls. Boasting again, claiming your father's servant? You aren't even born yet. Where do you get servants from? Moira said. You know nothing, the Cathy retorted. My servants span the 9 heavens and 10 lands, far beyond what you insignificant beings can imagine. Though not yet born, it had long achieved sentience, accumulating many servants over the ages. The layout here was precisely the work of its servants. In the ancient era, its father participated in a great battle and then went missing, zyreeving in egg form for an extended time. The birth of Cathy required vast amounts of death chi and life chi. If its father were around, obtaining these would be effortless. But with its father lost, it had to rely on itself to gather enough death chi and life chi. Through countless years, it found many servants and nurtured them to greater strength, instructing them to collect death chi and life chi on its behalf. However, the amount collected by the servants wasn't enough for it to be born, only sufficient to sustain it. Later, the Tai battlefield erupted in conflict, with numerous deities and saints battling here, resulting in the deaths of many powerful figures. After the war, it targeted this battlefield, ordering its servants to prepare everything. What Mac mentioned earlier was indeed true. The Tai battlefield opened periodically and only allowed young life forms to enter, orchestrated by it. The place had ample death chi but lacked life chi, so it periodically opened the battlefield to lure young life forms in to absorb their life chi. It didn't kill all the entrants to avoid deterring future visitors due to fear. The various opportunities within the Tai battlefield were also left intact, using them as bait to draw in more young life forms. Unexpectedly, this time, Denny and company possessed significant treasures, ignoring the formidable dark force here and posing a potential threat. I never expected to see such treasures here. Its eyes fixed on the Violet Lane spear and others, it was deeply moved. These treasures were astonishing, having appeared in the ancient times, held by certain powerful figures. Moreover, the origins of the Violet Lane spear and others were even older, possibly predating the ancient era. Haha, this is wonderful. Heaven is aiding me. Knowing I will be born soon, it has guided you to bring these treasures to me. Laughing confidently, it regarded Denny and company as insignificant, plotting to obtain the treasures. Come, hand over your treasures and die. Its wings flapped, and streaks of black light shot out, penetrating the minds of Denny and the others. Instantly, they became blank, their eyes empty, akin to lifeless puppets. This was a soul attack. The Cathy attacked their souls, turning them into mindless automatons. With these treasures, I will uncover what happened to my father. Its eyes gleamed ominously as it continued. Hashtag chapter 150. The eggshell is unyielding. Come forth and present the treasures in your hands. The Cathy bellowed, and instantly, Denny and the others, carrying items like the Purple Lane spear, approached it. Although it had not yet been born, its soul power was extremely formidable, having subjugated several powerful beings with its overwhelming soul strength. In reality, it could only use its soul power at this moment. Other powers would only become available once it was truly born. They are finished. What kind of creature is that? So terrifying. Creatures like the hail outside the hall witnessed everything, but couldn't hear the conversation inside. A force within the hall blocked out these sounds. They are done for, and so will we be. Desmonda. They were terrified, as Denny and the others, who possessed numerous treasures, were instantly controlled by the creature. If this happened to them, they would have no chance of resistance and would be controlled instantly, leading to certain death. Don't you dare let anything happen. Wake up quickly, they shouted, hoping Denny and the others would awaken and defeat the Cathy, or else they too would surely die. On the other side, Denny and the others walked toward the Cathy with blank expressions, offering the treasures in their hands. Haha, this is truly heaven's favor. The Cathy laughed heartily, thrilled that with items like the Purple Lane spear, it would undoubtedly become stronger, perhaps even surpass its father. This made it immensely excited. But suddenly, its smile froze. Denny thrust a spear at it. This was entirely unexpected. It hadn't realized Denny wasn't under its control. Before it could react, the Purple Lane spear struck its body. Aya! It screamed in pain as black liquid oozed out, its essence of life. The attack left it severely wounded. Shaken and staggering, it fled quickly. Fortunately, the Purple Lane spear hadn't fully awakened, limiting its power. Otherwise, this strike would have been fatal. With the Cathy grievously injured, Mac and the others instantly regained consciousness. What happened? They were bewildered, unaware of what transpired while they were under control. Clang! Denny reacted swiftly, thrusting his spear again, giving the Cathy no time to catch its breath. The creature was too dangerous. He dared not give it a chance to recover, unsure of what might happen if it did. Kill! Mac and the others also came to their senses, guessing they had just been controlled by the Cathy. Without hesitation, they attacked, trying to finish it off. Damn you! The Cathy roared in fury, spreading its wings to release more dense black smoke. Zyreek venomous snakes, the smoke quickly entwined around Denny and the others, seeping into their bodies. Instantly, Mac and the others became motionless again. This was another soul attack, even more terrifying than before. I won't believe I can't control you this time. The Cathy snarled, eyes fixed on Denny. It could only fight using its soul power, waiting for Denny to succumb. If you don't believe it, then don't. Denny's expression remained cold, his spear never stopping as it struck the Cathy again. How is this possible? The Cathy was incredulous, momentarily ignoring the intense pain from the Purple Lane spear. No mere young being should have been able to resist its soul attack, not even seasoned warriors. Its subjugated servants were all powerful figures, whose might rivaled the heavens, yet none could withstand its soul power. Now, Denny, such a young being, had resisted without any visible impact. How could it believe it? That's not right, you must have other treasures on you. It quickly realized Denny alone couldn't have resisted. There must be an extraordinary treasure on Denny, causing its soul attack to fail. Indeed, Denny was safe because the causal record absorbed the soul attacks. Thrust after thrust, Denny aimed to completely destroy the Cathy. Despite the pain, it unleashed another formidable soul attack against Denny. But nothing worked. Denny remained unaffected, the soul power inflicting no harm. How could it continue this fight? Unable to injure Denny, each attack from Denny inflicted severe damage. If this continued, it would be utterly destroyed. Whoosh! It transformed into black smoke and retreated into its egg. Split open your eggshell. Enraged, Denny thrust the purple lane spear directly at the egg. He and the Cathy now had a deadly enmity that couldn't be resolved. He aimed to eliminate it completely before it caused greater calamity. Clang! The spear hit the egg, sparks flying. But the egg remained intact. Everyone attack! Break it! Mac and the others joined, their weapons like jade rulers striking the egg, but it remained unbreakable despite their efforts. Don't waste your energy, you cannot succeed. The Cathy taunted. Its eggshell was incredibly tough, unbreakable unless items like the purple lane spear were fully restored. Ignoring its words, they continued to strike but achieved nothing. The egg remained untouched. Then I'll take you and find a way to destroy you later. Denny's eyes gleamed, intending to carry the egg away. However, he failed. Some unknown force bound the egg, preventing him from lifting it. You cursed beings, you won't live. You will die. The Cathy roared in anger, unable to tolerate the threat from these insignificant beings. Desmond had to endure, avoiding further soul attacks which would only benefit Denny and worsen its condition. Destroy the setup here. Denny attacked the surrounding walls, aiming to dismantle the array formations. Chapter 151. Impossible to agree. The purple lane spear emitted a dazzling purple glow, its might undulating like dragon's fury as it struck the wall straight on. Array patterns on the wall flickered, blocking the strike from the purple lane spear without sustaining any damage. Continue. Carlo's eyes were icy cold, never pausing as he held the purple lane spear in one hand and swung the samsara bell with the other, smashing down powerfully. Smash! Amanita wielded the azure abyss axe, releasing green light as it continuously hacked and smashed against the wall. Harold and others did likewise, attacking with their treasures. Initially, the array patterns on the wall remained intact, successfully withstanding Carlo and company's attacks. However, as Carlo and the others continued their relentless assault, the array patterns began to change. The once bright glow gradually faded. Damn it! Stop this immediately! The Cathy was frantic. At this rate, Carlo and company would indeed break the array patterns here. If these patterns were destroyed, it would undoubtedly cause a significant impact on it. It had absorbed vast amounts of dead chi and living chi over time, and its birth was imminent. If these patterns were broken now, it might risk all its efforts being wasted, and everything would have to start anew. So-called absorption was merely accumulation. When it was born, these accumulated dead chi and living chi would explode into action, aiding its emergence. Breaking the formation now could lead to all the dead chi and living chi dissipating. Simply put, all its efforts up until now would be rendered futile. I ask you to leave, let's consider this never happened. It shouted desperately, saying those words. Carlo's expression remained indifferent, ignoring the Cathy and continuing to attack the array patterns on the wall. He could not possibly stop. Even if the Cathy promised to let them leave, that was only due to its current compromised position. Once it was reborn and wielded immense power, it would definitely come for retribution and wouldn't just let this slide. This was why they had no means of destroying the Cathy. Otherwise, they would certainly do so completely to prevent this potential disaster. Stop quickly. I will offer you opportunities for cultivation and resources, can you then leave? The Cathy was filled with anxiety. This place wasn't ordinary. Setting up such formations here was incredibly challenging. Its servants sacrificed themselves to succeed in these arrangements. Now, it had no other strength to rely on, only itself. Regret flooded its heart. If it had known, it should have gathered more followers to protect this place, preventing its current vulnerability. Most importantly, it had been too confident, believing no unexpected issues would arise even without followers. After all, its soul force was terrifyingly powerful, deterring even the strongest from opposing it. Whether or not it retained followers made no difference. But what it hadn't anticipated was encountering someone like Carlo who could break its soul attack. With a rumble, the ground shook and split open. A massive stone box emerged from underground, opening to reveal a radiant display of numerous treasures and pills. Harold and others stared wide-eyed at the sight. All these are yours if you leave. The Cathy pleaded. These were its accumulations, incredibly impressive, each item capable of causing massive turmoil among the powerful outside. A wise man doesn't take unnecessary risks. It could rebuild its wealth but didn't want to lose everything now. Desmond, it would not let this go easily. Once reborn, it would hunt down Carlo and company within the first chance, suppressing them for 10,000 years to make them wish they were dead. These aren't enough. Harold commented. Not enough? Blood practically spewed from the egg containing the Cathy. Greed must have limits. Everything in the stone box was priceless. Even an unremarkable pill was a supreme-grade elixir. As long as you leave, I'll give you some more. It said. Show us first. What if you trick us? Harold remarked. You. Furious, the Cathy relented. Mainly because Carlo and company hadn't agreed yet. In the end, it complied. Another section of the ground cracked. Another giant stone box rose, filled with extremely rare treasures. Do you have more? Harold asked, his heart pounding. No more. The Cathy firmly replied, recognizing that Carlo and company didn't plan to let it off. Otherwise, the contents of these 2 boxes would have been sufficient. It promptly made the boxes sink, unwilling to provide benefits to Carlo and company gratis. Why bring them out just to take back? Carlo intervened, using both hands to grab the boxes, displaying immense physical strength and holding them firmly. Subsequently, he stored both boxes into his spatial magical item. Recognizing its master, the spatial magical item allowed easy access, requiring neither Dao nor magic energy. Before entering the Zhanxian sect, Carlo had obtained an upper-grade spatial magical item from Hengtian Auction House, offering substantial storage space. Are you still staying after taking this? The Cathy roared, the entire egg violently shaking, clearly very angry. It shouldn't have shown the 2 boxes but had no other choice at the moment. Unable to fight and threats proving ineffective, what else could it do but try to tempt? But temptation didn't work either. We're leaving, but we can't stay with you as just an egg. Carlo said, but before we go, we must destroy these formations. Absorbing dead chi is one thing, but absorbing living chi, this can't be ignored. With a loud crash, a part of the wall shattered, the array patterns vanishing as the formation was destroyed. I swear I will kill you all. The Cathy angrily roared, realizing there was nothing left to negotiate. The linked formations were now destroyed. Feeling the loss of dead chi and living chi inside the egg, it tried desperately but failed to control the leakage. The worst-case scenario had materialized. It needed to start again from scratch. To the heavens above and the underworld below, you cannot escape. I will ensure your existence is full of endless torment and despair. It raged. Hashtag chapter 152, Sealing. Through countless years, everything has turned to nothingness. How could it not fall apart? The Cathy spat out several mouthfuls of black blood inside the eggshell, trembling with rage. Boom, boom, boom. Denny and his companions continued their attack, destroying other walls. They could not hold back. They were now in a life-or-death struggle with the Cathy. After doing this, they focused on the Cathy. It was undoubtedly a great calamity to leave it alive, which would inevitably pose a huge threat to them. They did not want to leave just like that. They wanted to try once more, to see if they could break through the eggshell and extinguish the Cathy. Items like the purple lane spear glowed, each emitting immense power as they continuously battered the egg. Unfortunately, the egg was excessively tough, remaining intact without a hint of damage. Actually, it made sense upon reflection. For the Cathy to have survived from ancient times until now, it must have had sufficient means for self-preservation. Really tough. Moira couldn't help but curse again. They had been battering it for a long time, but there was no effect at all. The eggshell remained unscathed. There's nothing we can do. Denny shook his head, having to give up. The eggshell was far too tough. Given their current situation, even if they spent 100 years here battering it, it might still be ineffective. Do we just leave like this? Moira bared his teeth, extremely unwilling to leave just yet. Of course not. Denny squinted his eyes and said, no rush. Let's search around here first. There should be other things. He didn't believe the Cathy only had these accumulations. There must be more here. Start digging. Moira took the initiative, swinging the azure heaven axe continuously to smash into the ground, creating large pits one after another. Mac and the others also started digging. The 2 stone boxes earlier had risen from underground. You're just a bunch of bandits. The Cathy angrily cursed. Having already gained so many celestial treasures, Denny and company still wouldn't stop and wanted to dig out its last reserves. How ruthless. There really is more. Not long after, they dug up another stone box. Upon opening it, it was filled with rare celestial treasures. They continued digging, thoroughly searching the area, eventually uncovering 6 stone boxes in total. One day, I will shred you to pieces. The Cathy roared in anger, its heart bleeding. Accumulated over such a long time. All those treasures were now easily taken by Denny and the others. Just go, please. Its voice wavered, tears welling up as it saw the stone boxes and felt the pain in its heart. Keep looking, there should be more. Denny and the others did not give up. They dismantled the walls and even the ceiling of the hall. Sure enough, they found more treasures in these places, acquiring quite a number of celestial treasures. You're not human. The Cathy went mad, wishing it could burst out and fight to the death with Denny and company. Just go, please, quickly go away. It cried, genuinely cried, the celestial treasures paining its heart. I think there's still more. Denny's eyes lit up. Where? You've already dismantled everything here. The Cathy shouted. It felt somewhat panicked. Did Denny really sense something? Indeed, there were some more of its accumulations here, the most precious ones, far more valuable than the others. The stone platform hasn't been dismantled yet. Denny stared at the stone platform and said, such a large stone platform, surely it can hilly good things, right? Saying this, he attacked directly, wielding the purple lane spear and the samsara bell to hammer away. Please, just be merciful. This is solid rock, there's nothing inside. The Cathy cried out, its voice mournful. Denny and company were indeed bandits, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, it feared internally because there really was something inside the stone platform, holding its most precious accumulations. The stone platform material was very tough, hard to break with ordinary tools. However, the dermic weapons in Denny and the others' hands were all exceptionally extraordinary. Under the bombardment of these dermic weapons, the stone platform finally cracked open. You aren't being good, lying to us. What do you mean solid rock? A large hole was blasted into the stone platform, revealing that it was hollow, not solid rock at all. Inside, they found another stone box. This stone box was clearly different from the others. This one was undoubtedly even more extraordinary and remarkable, with natural patterns on its surface that shimmered with light, flowing with a special Tao rhythm, astonishingly powerful. Denny opened the stone box, and what was inside was even more astonishing. Ancient artifacts emitted light and aura, medicinal herbs released vibrant essence, leaving Mac and the others wide-eyed. Arg! The Cathy roared, spitting out several mouthfuls of black blood inside the egg. It was truly enraged. Denny and company had ransacked it empty, taking all its accumulated treasures. Now let's figure out how to deal with it, Denny said, still staring at the egg, unable to simply leave. Mac and the others felt the same way. They gathered together to discuss how to handle the Cathy. Finally, they came up with a plan. We can't take it away or break it open, so let's seal it here. This was their agreed-upon plan. Among the Cathy's treasures were many sealing artifacts. They decided to use these sealing artifacts to bind the Cathy. First, let's put a few layers of soul sealing on it. Denny suggested, this guy's soul power is too strong. We need to be careful, don't be careless. Without sealing the soul power of the Cathy, any seal they placed would be ineffective. The Cathy could easily escape using its soul power. After all, the Cathy possessed extremely strong soul power, which it could use to control other beings, making them come and free it. Therefore, Denny proposed placing several layers of soul-sealing artifacts on the Cathy first. Okay, Mac replied, searching among the various stone boxes for soul-sealing artifacts. No, you can't do this. The Cathy's voice changed. It knew how powerful the artifacts in the stone boxes were. These were all artifacts it had painstakingly collected. How could they be simple? If it were truly sealed by these artifacts, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Move. Denny and company paid no heed to the Cathy. They found many soul-sealing artifacts in the various stone boxes and proceeded to seal the egg. One after another, soul-sealing artifacts were placed, and the furious roar of the Cathy gradually weakened. This indicated that the soul-sealing artifacts were working, confining the Cathy's soul power. Finally, the furious roar of the Cathy completely faded. Its soul power was thoroughly sealed. Chapter 153, Being Targeted. After the enraged howls of the immortal Black Phoenix completely faded away, Denny and his group did not cease their actions. They attached all the remaining soul-trapping artifacts to it. They did not feel that they were wasting them. If anything, they felt there were too few. The immortal Black Phoenix was absolutely terrifying in its power. They dared not be even slightly careless. After attaching all the soul-trapping artifacts, they continued to apply the other trapping artifacts one by one, effectively sealing the immortal Black Phoenix. Through endless years, the immortal Black Phoenix had indeed amassed a multitude of magical artifacts. There were over 100 trapping artifacts alone. Without hesitation, Denny and his companions used all the trapping artifacts available. Finally, satisfied, they left the area with other precious treasures. Inside the eggshell, the immortal Black Phoenix was nearly driven mad with fury. It never imagined such an outcome. It was actually trapped by its own artifacts. Aha! It roared angrily inside the shell, vowing that once it emerged, it would make Denny and his group pay dearly. This matter could not end like this. Denny and his group had destroyed its various arrangements, forcing it to start all over again. Not only did they raid all its savings, but they also used its own trapping artifacts against it. This series of events sealed an irreconcilable hatred between them. Once it regained its strength, it would ensure Denny and his group paid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Outside the hall, creatures like Santa Crocodile were utterly dumbfounded. Denny and his group returned unscathed, bringing out heaps of precious treasures. Even from outside the hall, they could feel the extraordinary and transcendent qualities of those treasures. Any single item was priceless and would cause great uproar on the outside. They swallowed hard, wishing they could obtain just one of these treasures from Denny's group. However, they dared not act upon these desires. Having ingested the parasitic insects, they didn't dare disrespect Denny and his companions for fear of immediate death. Let's go. Denny led the way, taking the three-headed crocodile and others away from the palace. With the immortal Black Phoenix's formation broken, the palace's locked doors opened, allowing them to successfully leave the palace and return to land. The barrier here should have disappeared as well. Denny pondered aloud. When they first arrived, a barrier had suddenly appeared, blocking their return path. At that time, they did not understand why. But now, it was clear everything was caused by the formation near the immortal Black Phoenix. Upon arriving at the path back, they found that indeed the barrier was gone, having vanished completely. Let's head back. Denny and his group set off with the three-headed crocodile and others. Sometime later, they reached the edge of the Tai battlefield. How wonderful it feels to use Dao techniques again. Desmond's creatures like the three-headed crocodile were filled with sentiment. Outside, the suppressive force was lifted, allowing them to use their innate powers once more. Some creatures cast unfriendly glances at Denny and his group but quickly retracted them. They intended to take action against Denny and his companions. Inside the cave, they couldn't use Dao techniques and were no match for Denny. Now outside, they could harness their powers, making Denny's group their inferior. However, they still dared not act. Swallowing the parasitic insects, their lives remained in Denny's hands, compelling them to obey his orders. Let's find a place to cultivate, Denny suggested. Saying cultivation, he primarily wanted to divide the treasures with Simon and others. While inside, most of the treasures ended up with him, while Simon and others had very little. This seemed unfair, so he decided to evenly distribute them. True to his character, Denny was never stingy with friends. Even though these treasures were extremely valuable, he remained calm and fair about sharing them. Subsequently, they left to find a suitable hidden spot. That's Denny? On their journey, a youth named Ernest saw Denny, his eyes turning icy cold. Because of you, I lost a golden opportunity. Otherwise, I'd already be deep within. His tone dripped with resentment, wishing he could devour Denny alive. Ernest was none other than an inner disciple of Jeremiah's sect. Initially, he helped Crystal eliminate Denny. Repeated failures cost him Crystal's trust. Since then, Crystal never sought him out again. He hated Denny, especially now. If he had eliminated Denny earlier and earned Crystal's trust, he would have accompanied her into the depths rather than remain in this peripheral area where opportunities were rare. Until now, he hadn't encountered significant opportunities and only managed minor ones. In the depths, chances were far more abundant. It's not too late. If I kill him and present his head to Senior Katrina Zyron, she'll surely give me a place by her side. Eyes gleaming, Ernest planned to decapitate Denny. As he mentioned, he intended to bring Denny's head to Crystal. Please, Avon brother, help me remove Denny. He addressed a nearby youth. This youth came from an ancient clan, having met Ernest coincidentally before embarking on joint adventures, forming a deep bond. Denny? Baxter narrowed his eyes, saying, Mule Clan's muling has been after this guy, even issuing a bounty. Although it was eventually dropped, it's not a simple matter. He continued, I think this guy must possess something truly exceptional. That's why muling targeted him. Indeed, Denny's exploits caused significant upheaval outside, making his name known among the creatures in the periphery. I agree. Ernest added, after killing Denny, everything he owns will be yours, Avon brother. Meanwhile, Denny and his group were unaware they were being targeted. Having dismissed the three-headed crocodile and others, they reverted to their original appearances. To their surprise, barely had they returned to their true forms when they were spotted. Denny, stop right there. Ernest yelled menacingly from behind. Chapter 154. Avon Zyron and Aaron. Outside was dangerous, and the forces behind creatures like the three-headed crocodile were very complex. They had even more powerful clan members scattered across various parts of the Tai battlefield. If Carlo and his group were to take the three-headed crocodile and other creatures with them, it would surely bring them a lot of trouble. Therefore, right after leaving that place, Carlo and the others separated from the three-headed crocodile and the other creatures. Of course, for safety, they did not remove the larva insects, which still remained inside the three-headed crocodile and the other creatures. They also did not let Jewel go. Instead, they ended his life right after leaving that area. Jewel was ruthless and turned living creatures into mindless puppets. Such behavior was truly heinous and infuriating. After killing Jewel, they reverted to their original identities. Unexpectedly, they hadn't gone far when someone blocked their path. Carlo, we sure are fated to meet each other in these narrow paths. Adalberto sneered, his eyes flashing with menace. Fated to meet? Carlo narrowed his eyes. He didn't recognize Adalberto and had no memory related to him at all. Where did this fated encounter come from? He quickly unfolded the record of cause and effect and instantly understood everything. So, this person is Adalberto. He only knew Adalberto's name but had no idea what he looked like, hence why he failed to recognize him. I ask you, some people once want to hunt you down. What happened to them? Adalberto's face was grim. Although he already had an answer in mind, he wanted to hear it from Carlo's mouth. After all, those were just his speculations, unverified yet. So, it's you, young master of the Lua family, disciple of Jeremiahua sect, Allison's lapdog. Carlo smiled coldly and said, forget about it. They're all dead, without exception. You killed them. Adalberto's body radiated murderous intent. Those were elite disciples of the Lua family, and even one Isaias had died. He was furious. If you want to kill me, be prepared to be killed yourself. Carlo said coldly. Very impressive. No wonder you dare challenge Finian. A youth surnamed Avang next to Adalberto spoke up coldly. You, an outsider, can actually do such things. You're quite something, but ultimately, you're just a small insect. His demeanor was proud, exuding a noble aura. He came from an ancient clan and held outsiders in contempt. And who are you? Carlo asked. Avon Zyron. Baxter said proudly, I am from the Avon clan. The Avon clan? Harold repeated it, saying, why does it sound so familiar? Soon, he recalled and asked the youth with a strange expression, what relation is Aaron to you? Avon clan. At that area where Dao techniques were suppressed, they recruited a servant named Aaron, who was their second servant. That's my brother. Avon Zyron said. Earlier, he and Adalberto had been acquiring fortune and destiny in that region and couldn't afford to leave. Otherwise, he would have entered the area with Aaron. Afterward, once they obtained the fortune and destiny, he and Adalberto hurried to that area to meet up with his brother. That's why they encountered Carlo and the others on this path leading there. So, that's your brother, Harold said thoughtfully. You know my brother? Avon Zyron was surprised that Harold actually knew his brother. Desmond's, I do. Your brother is quite formidable. Many people know about him. Not bad. Avon Zyron smiled, thinking Harold was complimenting his brother. You're okay. Tell me everything honestly, and I won't make things difficult for you. Pfft, that was sarcasm, can't you tell? Harold couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? Avon Zyron's face darkened immediately, his brows raised in anger as a heavy aura of death radiated from him. You don't know anything? Harold laughed again. Your brother has become someone else's servant, and you're still being arrogant here, taking pride in your brother. TSK, you really have a thick skin. Jim. Avon Zyron's gaze turned cold. His brother becoming a servant? Ridiculous. Don't joke around. He can still be proud because he's the second among servants, very capable. Harris chuckled beside him. Insulting my brother. You will all die today. Avon Zyron was livid, deciding to kill Carlo and the others for daring to belittle his brother. Insulting? Don't make jokes. Hasn't everyone who's been there heard? Your brother was suppressed and became a servant. Also, is having an identity from an ancient clan that great? They're all servants. Harold said. In that area, many creatures knew about the servant situation, so revealing it wouldn't expose their identities. You must die. Avon Zyron flew into a rage, attacking Harold directly to kill him. Repeated insults towards his brother. Was he easy prey? Paris intervened, blocking Avon Zyron. Avon Zyron was very strong, at the third stage of profound spirit realm, causing significant battle tremors when clashing with the temperance. Carlo, after trying to kill you multiple times and failing, you won't escape this time. Die here now. Adalberto walked towards Carlo step by step, intending to kill him. He was at a much higher realm, 5th stage of profound spirit realm, far surpassing Carlo. Carlo was merely at the 2nd stage of penetrating profound realm, incomparable to Adalberto. As an inner disciple of Jeremiahua sect, and teamed up with Avong Zyron, it was clear that Adalberto must be very strong. Otherwise, he could never team up with Avong Zyron. Zyron, how did you end up here? Just then, someone approached and saw Avong Zyron, slightly surprised. Brother. Avong Zyron was delighted to see the newcomer. It was his older brother, Aaron. Paris was very strong, and Avong Zyron couldn't gain any advantage while fighting her. Now that his brother was here, there was no problem anymore. His brother was even stronger. Brother, they insulted you, saying you became someone's servant, and even called you the second servant. He quickly relayed this information. Brother, join me in capturing them. Finian had issued a bounty on them earlier. They might possess great treasures. He urged his brother to act together. Aaron appeared depressed. Did news of him becoming a servant spread so quickly? But he didn't doubt it. Many creatures entered that area, and his enslavement happened in plain sight, so it was normal for the news to spread. Carlo? Very well. You escaped last time, but this time you won't. He locked eyes on Carlo and said. After exchanging the Zhongxian sect disciple with Finian, he and other ancient clans' offspring, along with various exotic races and demon beast descendants, pursued Carlo and the others to capture them. However, Carlo and his group detected it early and escaped using a teleportation array. Hashtag chapter 155, a battle of equals. Artie was about to attack Charles, but upon hearing Destin's words, he stopped. Clearly, Destin wanted to take action against Charles. He didn't care about these details. All that mattered was Charles's death. As for the valuable treasures on Charles and his group, he hadn't even considered them. With Avong Zyron and Destin here, anything from Charles's group wouldn't be his to claim. Are you going to hand over your things yourselves, or do I need to take them by force? Destin looked at Charles and his group calmly. You sure like to show off, second servant. Amanita sneered, her lips curling in mockery. They weren't afraid of him. Destin still had the parasitic worm inside him. If they wanted, they could kill him anytime. You deserve to die. Destin's face twisted in anger as he lashed out immediately, aiming to strike the kitten. Being a servant was a lifelong stain for him. To have the kitten call him second servant right in front of him was intolerable. On the other side, Simon took advantage of the chaos to slip away. At this moment, both Destin and Avong Zyron, along with Artie, were focused entirely on Charles and the kitten. They didn't notice Simon quietly leaving. Amanita fought back, clashing with Destin and suffering greatly, being injured by him. Destin's cultivation was significantly higher than hers, and she wasn't a match for him. Just as she was about to reveal her identity, someone arrived. Second servant. This person was expressionless, his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. Upon hearing this voice, Destin was visibly startled. He unwillingly turned his head and whispered, Master, don't eat, or are you planning a rebellion? The man shouted, clearly displeased. Master! Destin shouted and quickly approached him, bowing respectfully. Brother, you? Avong Zyron's face turned pale. His heart felt heavy. Could it really be true? Had his brother truly become someone else's servant? He couldn't accept it. His brother had been so remarkable among the young generation of the Avong clan. At least now you're behaving appropriately. The man's expression softened slightly. Indeed, this person was none other than Simon. After slipping away secretly, Simon changed his appearance and returned here. What are you doing here? Bullying people? Using your higher cultivation to oppress others? Simon said. No, master, you misunderstood. I was just playing around with them. Destin hastily replied, afraid to provoke Simon's displeasure. Playing around? You actually think that's appropriate? Simon coldly snorted, saying, if I hadn't seen it, would you have said the same? Oppressing people with your cultivation, you're a disgrace and a disgrace to me. How can you become a servant? Avong Zyron couldn't contain his disappointment, still unable to accept that his perfect brother willingly became a servant. Destin remained silent. Who would want to be a servant? But he had no choice. The parasitic worm was still in him, and Simon could kill him with a single thought. I detest those who use their cultivation to oppress others. Simon said, I don't care what grievances you have between you, but if you want to fight, you must suppress your cultivation to battle as equals. Desmonda, oppressing others with cultivation isn't real skill, the kitten yelled. If you dare, come fight me at the same level, and I'll beat you into a pig's head. Destin's anger surged hearing the kitten's taunts, but because Simon was here, he didn't dare act rashly. Otherwise, he would definitely have slapped the kitten to death. Do you know what punishing a dog while considering its owner means? What are you implying? Simon coldly snorted. Second servant, go teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences. Remember, fight at the same level. He knew Charles and the kitten were abnormal. Fighting at the same level, they wouldn't fear anyone. This way, he wouldn't expose himself or cause any suspicions. I'll handle this. Charles stepped forward, saying, these are your servants, right? Let them all come, and I'll fight them alone. He was already at the peak of the second stage of Tongxian realm and sought to break through by fighting Destin and the others, hoping to reach the third stage of Tongxian realm. Who is a servant? Artie couldn't help shouting, you're the servant. Your whole family are servants. But after shouting, his expression suddenly changed. Wasn't he inviting death? Destin was that person's servant. Sure enough, he saw Destin looking at him with a menacing green gaze. I was wrong. Terrified, he hastily admitted, I'm a servant. I'm a servant. Are you a servant? Simon asked, are you also from an ancient noble family? My servants all start from there. No, I'm a disciple of Jeremiahua sect. Jeremiahua sect? No, far too weak. You can't be my servant. You're only fit to be a servant of my servants. Artie inwardly seethed, wishing to retort, who wants to be your servant anyway? But he was also shocked. starting with ancient noble family disciples. How terrifying and powerful must this person be? Enough chatter, make them come and fight. Charles shouted, issuing a challenge. Very bold, daring to boast like that in front of me. Simon deliberately showed anger. Second servant, take action immediately and bring him down. Desmond's master. Destin respectfully responded, then turned to Charles, eyes filled with murderous intent. He was holding in his frustration and decided to vent it on Charles. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of light emanated from his body, Tao patterns flickering, suppressing his cultivation to match Charles's. Then, he threw a punch towards Charles. Not fighting alone. Charles's figure flashed, evading Destin's attack. I hate seeing arrogant people the most. Simon coldly remarked, all of you attack him, let him learn a lesson. Avong Xiren and Artie were reluctant but ultimately joined, suppressing their cultivations to join Destin in attacking Charles. Now, that's more like it. Charles grinned, showing his bright white teeth. His figure flashed, rushing forward to engage Destin and the others in intense combat. Don't disgrace yourself, fight properly. Simon shouted loudly. The clash between Charles and Destin and the others instantly caused massive explosions. Even though they were in the lower-tier second stage of Tongxian realm, their strength was formidable. Trees snapped, soil and rocks flew everywhere, creating a significant disturbance. Some living beings passing by were drawn to the battle scene. What's happening? They were puzzled, not understanding why Destin and the others were suppressing their cultivations to fight Charles. Tao patterns flickered on their bodies, evidence of suppressed cultivation. Why not directly overpower Charles with their own higher cultivations? Isn't that easier? I can't understand it. They murmured among themselves. Hashtag chapter 156. The gap is too large. Bang, bang, bang. Asterisk asterisk. Carlo unleashed both fists, the essence of the Baji Chuan bursting forth. A mighty force surged within his body, unstoppable and unyielding as he clashed with Aristide and the other two. Bolivar? Aristide's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected Carlo to be this strong. While he knew Carlo was no ordinary individual, he hadn't anticipated just how formidable he would be. Avong Lin's shock deepened even further. No wonder Carlo dared to take on 3 opponents at once. Is this why Senior Xiren wants to eliminate him? Jimmy thought inwardly. Indeed, Carlo was extraordinary, surprising everyone. His potential was vast and couldn't be underestimated. Xiren's intention to get rid of Carlo wasn't misguided. This young man could one day pose a significant threat to her. How is this possible? I'm probably overthinking it. But Jimmy quickly dismissed his thoughts, thinking he had imagined too much. Xiren was already stunning, opening 9 meridians in her cultivation path, soaring like a celestial phoenix. How could Carlo ever pose a threat to her? In the future, Xiren and Carlo were destined to be worlds apart, one in the heavens and the other on the earth, Xiren above and Carlo below. Even if Carlo possessed some abilities, he was bound to fail. Boom, boom, boom. Asterisk asterisk. Explosions rang out continuously, dust billowing around them. Aristide and the other two burst forth, unleashing even greater power and divine techniques. Each of them, regardless of who they were, held considerable status and was outstanding among their peers. If they were to lose in this joint effort against Carlo, it would be a humiliating defeat for all of them. This was an outcome they absolutely couldn't accept. Their pride flared up now. They would do whatever it took to secure victory in this battle. Various divine techniques erupted from them, each displaying incredible strength far beyond low-tier techniques. Their power was astonishing. Onlookers were startled. Could second-tier Shintong realm cultivators unleash such immense power? They seriously doubted whether Aristide and the others had truly suppressed their realms to second-tier Shintong. They are indeed powerful. Desmond's, you're right. The Tao patterns haven't been tampered with. They have genuinely suppressed their realms to the second-tier Shintong. Spectators remarked, acknowledging that Aristide and company were genuinely battling at the second-tier Shintong level. You're only this much? From the other side, Carlo sighed with apparent disappointment. What did that mean? Did he look down on Aristide and the others? Everyone's expressions turned bizarre immediately. Carlo was excessively arrogant. Arrogant? That wasn't quite it. Carlo was genuinely disappointed. Aristide and the others weren't as strong as he had anticipated. I was wrong. It's not that they aren't strong enough. It's that I'm too strong. Carlo commented. Could you possibly be any more shameless? I've never seen anyone so self-absorbed. The crowd was speechless. Had anyone ever praised themselves this way? In fact, what Carlo said was true. It wasn't that Aristide and the others weren't powerful, but Carlo was simply too formidable. Having opened 9 meridians and undergone refinement in the Lane transformation pool, Carlo's foundation built upon the Tao scripture made him significantly stronger than his peers, his strength reaching unparalleled levels. Even though Aristide and Avong Lin came from ancient clans, boasting exceptional talent and rare cultivation resources, they were still far behind Carlo. Notably, Carlo hadn't even used the Tinslio Wang technique yet, and he remained at ease in the battle, feeling no pressure. When he activated the Tinslio Wang technique, gathering surrounding heaven and earth powers, multiplying his combat strength, Aristide and the others wouldn't stand a chance. There's no challenge here. Shaking his head, Carlo unleashed his full power, overwhelming Aristide and the others like autumn leaves swept by a fierce wind, ending the battle decisively. I hope to gain something from this, but unfortunately, you can't even provide me that, Carlo remarked. This? The spectators were stunned, having never witnessed such outrageous behavior before. It felt almost surreal. 1 versus 3, where each opponent was formidable, resulting in such a crushing defeat was unbelievable. You 3 have disgraced yourselves. Germain scolded, saying, 3 of you couldn't handle one? Do you still have the nerve to boast? Aristide and the others' faces turned ashen, their pride wounded. They were far from satisfied, but there was no denying that they couldn't match Carlo. Don't get cocky. I have plenty of servants under my command. Although you have some skill, you will ultimately fail. Germain stared at Carlo with a ferocious gaze. You can send your servants over one by one. I'll crush anyone at our same realm. Rest assured, I will. Germain replied. Then, he glared at Aristide and added, What are you waiting for? Get lost. You've disgraced yourselves enough. Daring not to protest, Aristide left with Evangeline and Jimmy. Tell everyone that no one is allowed to use their realm to oppress others, or else I won't spare them. Germain instructed before leaving the scene. Who is this person? So daring, scolding members of the Avon clan. It seems they are his servants. Everyone was taken aback by the sheer amount of information to process. We should go. Carlo and his group also left, disappearing from the crowd's sight. Not long after, Germain resumed his original appearance and reunited with them. They found a safe and secluded location where Germain set up numerous array platforms to seal off the area. Let's distribute the items. Carlo brought out everything he obtained from the Cathy and evenly divided it among Germain and the rest. These items were incredibly valuable, exceedingly precious without exception. Given their close bond and shared experiences, they understood each other well and divided the treasures fairly without much discussion. Cultivate. Carlo's eyes sparkled, knowing that these heavenly materials would aid them in attempting higher realm breakthroughs. They all entered cultivation mode, and their strength increased rapidly. Those treasures were indeed extraordinary. Even the weakest herb contained astonishing power. Each of them held a precious herb, refining it to enhance their strength. After a long time, only a fraction of the herbs had been refined. The energy contained within these herbs was too powerful to absorb completely at once. Directly absorbing all of it could lead to serious consequences. For them, breaking through realm barriers that seemed insurmountable was merely a matter of course. Level after level, Carlo and the others rapidly ascended in strength. Don't rush. Consolidate thoroughly before advancing again, Carlo reminded Germain and the others. He knew well that hasty advancement could backfire. Thus, after each level up, they ended their cultivation sessions to face various native beasts, honing and consolidating their new strength. They didn't focus solely on raising their realms. Translation complete, maintaining the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text. Chapter 157, Profound Spirit Realm. The Tai battlefield was extraordinary, having once been drenched in divine and sacred blood from countless battles. This fated the battlefield to be no ordinary place. Even without cultivation, one could feel a surging spiritual essence here that greatly benefited them. If one cultivated here, the benefits would be even more substantial, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Carlo and the others immersed themselves in cultivation, choosing not to vie for the scarce opportunities on the fringes of the battlefield. These opportunities were few and extremely hard to find. Over this long period, only a pitiful number had been discovered. They already gained plenty of fortune from the Cathy. Instead of searching tirelessly for more outside, they chose to focus on cultivation. Time passed bit by bit as they constantly cultivated and strengthened themselves, significantly improving their realm and power. The fastest improvement was Carlos. He advanced through realms like lightning, quickly elevating from the second level of Profound Tao to the 7th level within a short time. This was still while he restrained himself, consolidating after each breakthrough. Otherwise, his speed would have been even faster. Most importantly, this was due to Carlo practicing the Tao scripture and possessing an astounding constitution. With these factors, combined with cultivating using rare heavenly treasures, it felt incredibly smooth for him. Freak! Moira exclaimed. It had only managed to advance 2 levels during the same period. Stop yelling. The Profound Spirit Realm is a significant stage, and advancing each level is very difficult. To rise 2 levels in such a short time, you're actually pretty fast yourself, Harold said enviously. If anyone's a freak, you are too. Indeed, if Harold were to reflect honestly, he doubted he could have achieved this rapid advancement in the Profound Spirit Realm. Desmonda, we're only at the 3rd level too. Kelly et al. Scorned, feeling Moira's exclamation made them look worse. It's true, Moira chuckled. Advancing 2 levels in the Profound Spirit Realm was indeed quite fast. This shows how important foundations are, Carlo remarked. His rapid progress was partly due to the Tao scripture and his constitution, but also because of his solid foundation. During earlier cultivation, he focused heavily on consolidation, pushing each level to its limit before advancing. But I'm not satisfied. I want to explore deeper. Carlo's eyes shone brightly. The genuine fortuitous events lay deep within the battlefield. While the fringe areas did have opportunities, they were minimal compared to those found deeper. Legendary artifacts, sacred techniques, and heavenly bones awaited in the depths. We aren't strong enough to enter the depths, Harold admitted. Their current strength, even in the fringe area, wasn't formidable compared to many other creatures. Let's see if we can break through to the Profound Spirit Realm. If we succeed, we'll venture deeper, Carlo proposed, continuing his cultivation, absorbing the power of the precious medicinal herb he possessed. To reach the Profound Spirit Realm, he undoubtedly needed this treasure plant's help. Let's cultivate too. Harold and others joined, unwilling to waste the opportunity. The Tai battlefield was an unparalleled cultivation paradise. Another month passed swiftly. Carlo's entire body shimmered with brilliance as he finally broke through to the Profound Spirit Realm. Surprisingly, he had barely used 1/10 of the medicinal herb's power. Including previous time, it was nearly 2 months. Advancing from the 2nd level of Profound Tao to the Profound Spirit Realm in 2 months was breathtakingly fast. If other creatures knew, their jaws would drop. Harold also surprisingly reached the Profound Spirit Realm. Moira advanced to the 3rd level of Profound Spirit, while Jonathan and Kelly remained around the 7th level of Profound Tao. Let's 3 go deeper, Carlo suggested, excluding Jonathan and Kelly from this venture. The depth was terrifying. Even reaching the Profound Spirit Realm was low here. It was where Zyrif will realm beings clashed. Okay. Jonathan and Kelly agreed, remaining in the fringe to continue cultivating. Once they reached the Profound Spirit Realm, they would join Carlo in the depths. Carlo, Harold, and Moira set off, altering their appearances again. Posing as disciples of the Azure Dao sect limited their actions. Thus, they adopted new identities. They abandoned Gu Bufon's identity due to deep-seated feuds with powerful clans, races, and monstrous beasts. A knack for changing identities is truly convenient, Moira mused. I am Hamish, a peaceful commoner, Carlo introduced, adopting an elegant demeanor. My name is Shidade. My name is Baiqianhu. Harold and Moira introduced their new names. They proceeded towards the depths. Help us. They heard cries for help. A group of people, battered and bleeding, stumbled towards them. What happened? Carlo asked calmly but internally stirred. These were Azure Dao sect disciples. Someone is chasing us. One of the disciples explained hurriedly. Soon, another group approached, including someone Carlo recognized. Jimmy. Carlo's heart coldly sneered. It was Jimmy, leading people to chase down Azure Dao sect disciples. Get lost if you don't want to die. This doesn't concern you. Jeremiahua sect is handling business, Jimmy snorted arrogantly. His followers were all Jeremiahua sect disciples. That works for me, Carlo thought, inwardly smirking. Previously, considering his identity, he hadn't killed Jimmy. Killing Jimmy then would have aroused suspicion and implicated the Azure Dao sect. But now, with Jimmy bringing trouble, he wouldn't let him escape, especially since Jimmy led people to chase down Azure Dao sect disciples. Hashtag chapter 158. The Chance Clan. Please save us, don't abandon us. Please. The disciples of Zhanxian's sect were crying and begging Denny and his companions. They didn't want to die and saw Denny and the others as their only hope. The affairs of Jeremiahua sect. How dare you meddle? Ernest sneered coldly and bellowed. My patience is limited. Leave immediately, or I will kill all of you here. Denny's expression was icy as he said, Jeremiahua sect might have some influence outside, but in this tiny battlefield, what are they really worth? He continued, ancient clans, alien races, powerful descendants of demon beasts. Which one isn't stronger than Jeremiahua sect? They are strong, and so is Jeremiahua sect. At the very least, you can't provoke them. Ernest's gaze turned sinister, his aura radiating with murderous intent. Though he did not recognize Denny and company, he was sure they weren't from the ancient clans. Members of the ancient clans had a unique aura that made them easy to distinguish, which Denny and his group lacked. If they weren't from the ancient clans, there was no need for him to fear. Below the ancient clans, Jeremiahua sect reigned supreme. Even forces like Zhanxian's sect couldn't compare. Jeremiahua sect had risen to unparalleled power, long surpassing such sects. I wasn't planning on getting involved, but after hearing what you've said, too bad. I will get involved. Denny laughed coldly. Is dying what you wish for? Ernest brandished a long sword, pointing it at Denny, and ordered, kill him. He regarded himself highly and found it beneath him to engage Denny personally, thus commanded the other Jeremiahua sect disciples to slay Denny. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of chilling light shot out as a horde of Jeremiahua sect disciples launched their attack, wielding potent magical artifacts. All were formidable in strength, around the first-level profound spirit realm. Together, their attacks created immense turmoil. If you wish to die, I can help you. Denny raised his hand and summoned an iron staff. He swung it horizontally with overwhelming power. The iron staff was entirely black, its material indiscernible, with profound Dao symbols engraved at both ends. Under Denny's activation, it emitted dazzling beams of light. This was the Black Inscription Staff, an artifact of extremely high rank, obtained by Denny from the Cathy. He didn't worry about exposing anything, since no one knew the origin of the Black Inscription Staff. Though the Embrenton clan youth and others knew that Denny's group had gained many opportunities from the Cathy, they were unaware of the specifics. With a powerful sweep, the Black Inscription Staff exerted tremendous force, instantly shattering a shield artifact wielded by a Jeremiahua sect disciple. With a plop, the Black Inscription Staff surged forward, blasting the Jeremiahua sect disciple into the air. His ribs shattered, and a gush of blood spewed out, rendering him unconscious. Denny continued fighting, like an invincible war god, swiftly subduing the remaining Jeremiahua sect disciples. So strong? Ernest's pupils dilated, revealing intense shock. Denny's strength was beyond his expectations. During Denny's attacks, his realm was clearly visible, a first-level profound spirit realm cultivator. Desmond, the power he unleashed far exceeded that realm. This tiny battlefield is indeed no simple place. Those immensely powerful yet unknown entities have begun to surface. His face turned grave as he thought to himself, recalling Gubu Avon and others who had gathered ancient clan members, alien prodigies, and powerful offspring of demon beasts as servants. These were the previously unknown but incredibly astonishing figures. Suppressing his pride, Ernest spoke formally to Denny. I apologize for the earlier incident. I acted rashly. Please, Evan, do not take it to heart. He continued. These people have nothing to do with you. We hope you can give Jeremiahua sect a chance and leave them to us. Faced with Denny's formidable power, Ernest felt uncertain and began treating Denny more respectfully. If you had done this from the start, perhaps I wouldn't have interfered. But now no. Denny remained resolute. This was just an excuse. No matter what, he would not let these fellow sect members down. How could he? Evan, this is the order for my senior Katrina Crystal. Ernest calmly mentioned Crystal, hoping to sway Denny. Crystal, known for her 9 meridians, had long been renowned throughout Jeremiahua. Especially later on, when her cultivation rapidly soared, her name became even more prominent. Mentioning Crystal, he aimed to make Denny reconsider. That Crystal with the 9 meridians? Denny's gaze was calm. 9 meridians, yes, impressive. But I've heard Zhanxian sect has also produced someone with 9 meridians. It's different, Ernest chuckled. Senior Katrina Crystal is now close friends with the young master of the Chance clan, and their relationship is very good. The Chance clan is one of the top ancient clans. By mentioning the Chance clan, Ernest was trying to deter Denny from protecting Zhanxian sect disciples. Indeed, Denny scoffed inwardly. So Crystal had attached herself to a powerful backer, emboldening her actions against Jianxian's sect. Crystal was well aware of his good relationship with the Moron clan, yet she dared act without assurance. Claiming to target Jianxian's sect, Denny understood that Crystal's true aim was him. I've heard that Denny of Jianxian's sect has a close relationship with an ancient clan, Denny replied firmly, indicating his resolve to protect Jianxian's sect disciples. You're right, Denny of Jianxian's sect does have ties to an ancient clan, but the Chance clan is far superior. Do you think saying they're stronger makes them stronger? Denny's expression was indifferent. Enough talk. As long as I'm here, no one can touch them. Outwardly calm, internally he felt uneasy. Could the Chance clan truly be stronger than the Moron clan? Would the Moron clan suffer due to his actions? Will Evan persist in this stubbornness? Ernest's expression darkened slightly. Even clay figurines can break if pushed too far. Despite all his courteous words, Denny still refused to cooperate, igniting his anger. Sorry, once I make a decision, I never change it. Then you forced me to offend you. Ernest lunged with his sword, moving swiftly toward Denny in attack. Deep inside, under Crystal's orders, Jeremiah's sect disciples were searching for Denny to capture him. This was a prime opportunity for him to prove himself to Crystal once again. And his method was similar to Kian's. Capture Jianxian's sect disciples to lure Denny out. Denny seemed to have vanished without a trace lately, prompting Ernest to resort to this strategy. Chapter 159. Only death brings peace. Artie struck out, his long sword glowing with a brilliant spiritual radiance. He took particular care in dealing with Charles, and immediately unleashed his full strength without the slightest underestimation. Even though his own realm was higher than Charles's, he did not take it lightly and was extremely cautious. Previously, Charles had demonstrated formidable power, which was why Artie dared not be negligent. Swish, swish, swish. Sword beams shot forth as he executed a powerful sword technique, its blade filled with imposing might, indicating that he had cultivated this skill to an extremely high level. Charles remained calm, swinging the Hugoming staff forward to meet the attack. He had clashed with Artie before. However, during their last encounter, Artie had suppressed his cultivation. This time was different. Artie was fighting at his peak strength. With the strength of the 5th level profound spirit realm, Artie was undoubtedly a formidable foe, much more difficult to defeat than Charles, who was only at the 1st level profound spirit realm. Charles was equally solemn, his hands gripping the Jeremiah's staff as golden light blazed brilliantly, clashing fiercely with Artie's sword beam. His eyebrows raised as he felt immense pressure. Indeed, Artie wasn't easy to handle. The sword beam overwhelmed the Hugoming staff, almost disintegrating it into pieces if not for its extraordinary nature. A 1st level profound spirit against a 5th level profound spirit, the disparity was immense. Though Charles was no ordinary person, he still felt great pressure. But Charles was not worried. With his new identity, he could now employ many skills that he couldn't reveal before. With a bang, he was sent flying back, his internal chi churning violently as his body shook. Unexpectedly, he sheathed the Hugoming staff. Brother Daoist truly understands reason, thank you. Artie chuckled, assuming that Charles put away the staff because he knew he couldn't win and chose to compromise, giving up on protecting the Jianxian sect disciple. What nonsense! Why should I thank you? Charles said, I don't think you're worth using my magical weapon against. Artie was left speechless by such remarks, quickly becoming enraged. Was Charles belittling him? Brother Daoist, you're playing with fire. Artie's eyes flashed with hostility, his aura growing menacing. Haha. Charles laughed, you're too arrogant about yourself. Boom. A punch flew out from Charles, unleashing blazing light and even carrying the aura of a dragon. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed as Charles's punch conjured a dragon shadow that lunged towards Artie. This was the heavenly lane fist. Prior to this, Charles refrained from using it in public due to fear of trouble. Now, with his new identity, he didn't fear any repercussions and could even discard this persona if necessary. What kind of fist is this? Artie was taken aback, startled by the power of the heavenly lane fist. A true dragon shadow imbued with dragon might, far beyond mere imitation. Xuanhuan sword art. He became more serious, fully concentrating all his power. His sword glowed as he employed the Xuanhuan sword art, a high-grade sword skill from the Jeremiah's sect, accessible only to important disciples. Multiple crescent moons appeared from his swift strikes, rotating rapidly towards Charles. This sword art was incredibly potent, having helped him defeat many strong enemies. Desmond under Charles's heavenly lane fist. It proved ineffective, the crescents exploding instantly. Seizing the moment, Charles charged forward, landing a punch on Artie. Artie spewed a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a puppet. Who exactly are you? Artie's face darkened, struggling to steady himself. His eyes fixed intently on Charles as he asked. Such formidable fists led him to suspect Charles had significant background or origin. If there were no Jianxian sect disciples around, Charles wouldn't have explained. To avoid arousing suspicion, he said, I'm just an unknown, with no notable background. I learned this fist technique in the Tai battlefield. Do you really not reconsider protecting the Jianxian sect disciple? The Jianxian sect won't protect you if you do, Artie ground out. They can barely manage themselves, don't place your hopes on them. No, you're mistaken. Charles shook his head. I've never relied on others. Everything I do follows my conscience. If I want to do something, I just do it. It's that simple. Do you seriously think you can keep him safe? Artie snorted, his aura rising as he possessed formidable strength from the 5th level profound spirit realm. Boom, boom, boom. He attacked again, even more powerful this time. Charles was no ordinary person, mastering extraordinary fists, but Artie refused to retreat. You can't seriously believe you're my match? Charles looked calm, unleashing the white tiger's sacred technique. The tigers were deafening, creating terrifying phenomena. How many more do you have? Artie's face paled, surprised by another powerful skill Charles wielded. Was the edge of destiny so generous here? How come he never acquired such powerful skills, obtaining only minor benefits that paled in comparison to Charles's heavenly lane fist and white tiger sacred technique? Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed as they clashed again. The white tiger's sacred technique was equally terrifying, overpowering and frightening. This time, Artie suffered similarly without gaining any advantage. You're powerful, I'll leave, Artie said with a pale face, reluctantly acknowledging Charles's strength. Knowing he wasn't a match, continuing would only worsen his situation. Leave? It's too late. Charles sneered. I'm afraid you'll seek revenge later. Whether it's the Jeremiah sect or Chance clan, they're beyond what I can deal with. His figure flickered, charging towards Artie with murderous intent. After sending assassins multiple times, Artie could not escape unpunished. He must be slain here. You. Artie never imagined his words would bring death upon him. He regretted deeply speaking so much. I promise, I'll pretend this never happened, he hurriedly shouted. How can what happened be erased? Charles coldly smiled. You should accept your fate. Only then will I be at peace. Chapter 160. Reaching the depths. Ernest gritted his teeth. He could tell that Denny was truly intent on killing him, not just threatening. Without hesitation, he pushed himself to the limit, attempting to escape from this place. Defeating Denny or turning the tables on him never crossed his mind. It was an impossible feat. He only hoped to flee from here. Explosions resounded continuously as Ernest held nothing back, employing every trick in his arsenal. But he simply wasn't a match for Denny, who exuded an overwhelming murderous intent, giving him no opportunity. Within moments, Ernest was slain by Denny. Thank you. We will definitely not speak of this. The Jianshan sect disciples apologized to Denny and made a solemn vow not to divulge what had transpired. It's fine, Denny chuckled unconcerned. If it were revealed, so be it. This was his new identity, after all. As for the other Jeremiah sect disciples, Denny showed them no mercy either. With terrifying force from his fists, he slaughtered them all. They departed afterward, warning the Jianshan sect disciples to be cautious. After some time, they reached the depths. The deeper areas were even more terrifying and daunting, with beast roars echoing intermittently, sending shivers down their spines. Denny and his companions moved cautiously, avoiding those sounds. They were too weak at the moment, and encountering those creatures would be disastrous. However, caution alone was not enough in the depths. They still encountered danger. A magic butterfly approached silently, looking like an ordinary butterfly but extremely deadly, almost costing them their lives. Despite Denny, Mac, and Megan possessing strong soul power and heightened spiritual senses, they failed to detect the magic butterfly's approach until it attacked them. When the magic butterfly flapped its wings, ripples of golden waves emerged, trapping Denny, Mac, and Megan instantly in an illusion. This was a magic butterfly capable of casting powerful illusions. If not for Denny holding the causal record and uncovering the truth through investigation, they would have remained trapped in the illusion, killed by the magic butterfly. Bang! The cycle bell sounded, instantly dispelling the illusion. Denny lunged forward with his purple lane spear, slaying the magic butterfly. Fortunately, the magic butterfly was not particularly strong. Otherwise, even if Denny knew it was an illusion, he wouldn't have been able to break it, let alone kill the butterfly. Scary. Megan shrunk its head, feeling like they had narrowly escaped death. If Denny hadn't broken the illusion, they would have died there. Bolivari up. After killing the magic butterfly, Denny urged Megan and Mac to move without delay. He felt a strong sense of unease. More dangers might lie ahead. Sure enough, just as they left, a large swarm of black ants appeared, devouring the dead magic butterfly's body. Had they stayed, these ants would have targeted them as food. These were no ordinary ants, each radiating a terrifying aura. Even formidable Shinling realm beings would not stand a chance against them. We can't even provoke ants. Megan grumbled, bitter. It considered itself the king of beasts, but had to flee from a bunch of ants, which it found deeply humiliating. Let's go. Stop complaining. Instead of wasting time complaining, focus on becoming stronger. They continued onward, pushing their spiritual senses to the extreme, being cautious and vigilant. The depths were indeed terrifying, and few living creatures ventured this far. In the outer regions, they often saw creatures along the way, but in the depths, they hadn't seen any yet. Searching aimlessly like this is too time-consuming and dangerous, Mac remarked, his eyes sharp. We should capture some local beasts, and see if we can get useful information from them. That's a good idea. Local beasts live here, and must know the area well. Megan's eyes lit up. Let's start then. They changed tactics. Previously, they avoided local beasts. Now, they sought them out. Of course, they didn't recklessly confront any beast they saw. Given their current strength, that would mean certain death. They searched for weaker local beasts. Eventually, they found one, not particularly strong, which they quickly subdued. Denny conducted a soul search to gather the information they needed. It won't work, Denny frowned. The captured beast was too weak, struggling to survive in the depths, and thus knew nothing about significant opportunities. To gain insights into the depth's secrets, they needed to capture a stronger local beast, one that held such knowledge. But we did get some useful info, Denny smiled. This beast saw many creatures gathering recently, as if planning something. That's a lead. Mac and Megan's eyes lit up. They moved toward the location where the creatures gathered. Why would so many creatures congregate? Clearly, there was an opportunity awaiting discovery. No one would reject the abundance of heavenly treasures, not even Denny and his group. Though they had obtained plenty of treasures from the Cathy, they still wanted more. The path of cultivation was long and resource-intensive, so having more treasures was always better. Soon, they arrived at the location. Indeed, they saw numerous creatures gathered there. Familiar faces appeared, including some Jianshan sect disciples. Tensions were high, and a confrontation seemed imminent. This was just a minor site of opportunity, And none of the creatures here were extraordinarily powerful, no ancient clans, strange races, or mighty beast offspring. We can try our luck. Denny grinned. Thankfully, there were no ancient clan descendants, strange races, or powerful beast offspring here, or they would have no chance of competing. Though their strength had increased significantly compared to the elite members of deep-dwelling forces like the Jeremiahua sect, they still lagged far behind. Even compared to disciples of Jeremiahua sect-level powers in the depths, they paled in comparison. The elites of those forces could still completely overwhelm them. Chapter 161, Divine Legacy. The outstanding disciples from forces like the Jeremiahu Balavara sect all have realms beyond the Zairif Wheel realm. As for those ancient noble clans, alien races, and offspring of powerful magical beasts, their realm and strength are even higher. This place is almost entirely populated by ordinary cultivators with relatively weak power and realms, around the 7th rank Profound Spirit realm. Though Denny and his companions have lower realms, the highest among them, Haroun, is only at the 3rd rank Profound Spirit realm. They are no commoners. Each of them possesses various formidable hidden cards, making them capable of fighting on equal footing with cultivators at the 7th rank Profound Spirit realm. If there were outstanding disciples, ancient clan descendants, aliens, or strong beast offsprings here, they wouldn't hesitate but would immediately turn back. These were not people they could contend with. Even attempting to take advantage of the situation would be incredibly difficult. Everyone, we've been here for some time now. It should be clear to everyone that without joining forces, none of us can enter. A youth with purple hair said, exuding an extraordinary air with crystalline radiance swirling around his body. His name was Gabe, from the Jeremiahu Balavar sect. Let's join forces. We'll first destroy this place's force together, then each person will gain the opportunities and blessings inside based on their own abilities. Others agreed. Gabe was right. The force in this area was formidable. Without cooperation, they truly couldn't break through. They had tried many efforts before, yet none succeeded in penetrating the area's force. That place was a ruin enveloped by an unknown power. Despite multiple attempts by all parties, there was no effect. The Zhanxian sect members don't need to participate. Gabe glanced at the disciples from the Zhanxian sect, stating it coolly. What do you mean? A Zhanxian sect disciple glared at Gabe angrily. Do you not understand what I mean? Gabe continued. Unless you give up protecting Denny. Otherwise, you're destined to miss out on the opportunities and blessings here. Recently, Crystal ordered the Edge Area Jeremiahu Balavara sect disciples to capture Denny. The Deep Area Zhanxian sect disciples vehemently disagreed, claiming Denny was their sect's most important disciple. If Crystal insisted on making things difficult for Denny, she would face opposition from the entire Zhanxian sect. They swore to protect Denny. My Zhanxian sect isn't a pushover. You can't bully us at will. If Crystal acts alone against Denny, it's personal. But if Crystal uses the Jeremiahu Balavara sect's force against Denny, we won't agree. Dong Balavari, who spoke earlier, shouted loudly. Your agreement is necessary? Gabe sneered. Do you know how great your mistake is, inviting such disaster upon the Zhanxian sect? He paused, looking very proud, and added, you didn't know yet that Crystal obtained the legacy of a deity in the depths. Even the Chance clan respects our Crystal greatly. What qualifications do you have to resist our Crystal? What? Crystal got a divine legacy. The Zhanxian sect disciples' faces changed dramatically, shocked internally. They knew Crystal was close to the Chance clan, but never imagined the reason was because of obtaining a divine legacy. A divine legacy? Too astonishing. The achievements Crystal could attain in the future were unimaginable, perhaps even enough to challenge the ancient noble clans single-handedly. Even others around them looked stunned, unable to believe Crystal had obtained a divine legacy. Crystal opened 9 meridians, already remarkable. Now with a divine legacy, Crystal was even more extraordinary. Denny narrowed his eyes, equally surprised. His earlier guesses were wrong. Crystal wasn't just leaning on the Chance clan. More likely, the Chance clan was courting Crystal. Obtaining a divine legacy made Crystal destined for greatness, bound to become an invincible powerhouse who could sweep away opponents. Ancient noble clans would be nothing in front of such a Crystal in the future. Divinity. Too powerful, too terrifying. Haha, knowing this, do you think you've been stupid? Gabe laughed. Think about it. The Moron clan behind the Eternal Heaven auction house is also deep inside. Despite their close relationship with Denny, after Crystal announced, the Moron clan remained silent. Desmond, you still dared to defy Crystal. Truly foolish. Dong Balavari and other Zhanxian sect disciples did not respond, their faces grim and unhappy. Initially puzzled why the Moron clan did not interfere when Crystal publicly wanted to kill Denny, now everything was clear. Crystal with a divine legacy was untouchable even by the Moron clan. Although Crystal was far from fully grown and her current strength was negligible compared to the entire Moron clan, the potential with a divine legacy was immense. Countless ancient clans sought to curry favor with Crystal. Even a powerful clan like the Moron clan would not dare to easily provoke Crystal. The Chance clan was the best example, aligning itself with Crystal immediately, supporting her. They sighed, unsure of what to do. Before entering the Tai battlefield, their Linus had warned them to protect Denny as much as possible without letting anything happen to him. Now with Crystal so terrifying, the whole Zhanxian sect might perish. How could they continue to protect Denny? I think you should run away from the Zhanxian sect. Mac whispered to Denny. Given Crystal's terror, if Denny stayed, the Zhanxian sect might sell him out to Crystal. I think so too. Haroun agreed, saying, since you've already gained plenty of opportunities and blessings, staying or leaving the Zhanxian sect doesn't matter much. Better to leave. Perhaps it's time to leave the Zhanxian sect? Denny pondered aloud. The unexpected changes left him in disbelief. Crystal was now vastly different. Staying in the Zhanxian sect might bring great disaster. He didn't want to drag down the Zhanxian sect. But this leaves me unsettled. His eyes reflected reluctance. He had a good life in the Zhanxian sect until Crystal forced him to leave. How could he possibly be content? Don't worry, you can return when stronger. Mac consoled. urging Denny not to overthink it. The current crystal was unassailable. Even the Moron clan couldn't confront her head-on. Absolutely, I will come back. Denny's gaze turned cold. This wouldn't end here. He and Crystal were destined to fight to the death. There's more I need to arrange. Denny thought of Shannon and others. Previously, Crystal had manipulated Shannon against him. Back then, Crystal feared the Moron clan. Now, everything has changed. Crystal might again target Shannon and others to force him out of hiding. Chapter 162. What are you? How is Nadine doing? Denny frowned, thinking of Nadine again. Crystal knew about his relationship with Nadine and was well aware that if she pressured him through Nadine, he would likely appear on his own. Nadine had passed the 9 Bolivar sect's examination and entered early into the 9 Bolivar sect. However, strangely enough, Nadine did not come this time. Given Nadine's excellent performance in the exam, she was bound to receive intensive cultivation support from the 9 Bolivar sect. Such cultivation should have given her the strength to come here. But Nadine didn't come. He hadn't seen her. When Denny killed the 9 Bolivar sect disciples who were with Ernest, he asked them about Nadine's situation. The result was unexpected. These 9 Bolivar sect disciples actually didn't know anyone named Nadine. How could this be? Nadine entered the 9 Bolivar sect with a high score. How could she not have any reputation at all? Something was definitely wrong. Never lay a hand on Nadine, or I won't let you off easily. Denny's eyes turned cold, sensing something was amiss. Perhaps something had happened to Nadine. There was no doubt in his mind. If anything happened to Nadine, it would surely be related to Crystal. Meanwhile, Billy looked arrogantly at a group of xuanhuan sect disciples and said slowly, "Do you protect him or not? We won't protect him, nor will we betray Denny for the chance to compete for blessings and opportunities. We won't participate." Dong Bolivari spoke up, ready to leave with the other xuanhuan sect disciples. What was there left to protect now? It was simply impossible. Otherwise, they would be pushing the entire xuanhuan sect into a dire situation. Still, as he said, he would never trade such things for a shot at gaining opportunity and fortune. If he did, he would never be able to respect himself ever again. Other xuanhuan sect disciples felt the same way, finding such actions despicable. Stupid. Billy sneered, considering Dong Bolivari's behavior utterly foolish. If it were him, he would definitely secure the chance to vie for blessings and opportunities here. Hold it. At this moment, Denny shouted out to stop Dong Bolivari and the other xuanhuan sect disciples. He doesn't decide what happens here. Why should you leave? If anyone has to go, it should be him. How dare you speak so insolently? Do you want to die? Numerous 9 Bolivar sect disciples scolded him, anger flashing across their faces. I hate seeing people bully others. When I see it, I can't just sit by. Denny laughed coldly, undeterred. Funny. Do you even have the strength for that? Billy chuckled, disdain visible in his eyes. You're afraid I wouldn't let you join, so you're trying to drag xuanhuan sect members into a rebellion, right? To be honest, you don't have the qualifications. He wore an arrogant expression, clearly disregarding someone without status like Denny. Many others without status were also present, but he had no intention of letting them participate either. Only large forces like their 9 Bolivar sect were allowed to partake. What are you? Who gave you the right to make such decisions? Denny sneered. I said you cannot participate, and you cannot. Billy's expression turned cold, turning to ask the other large faction youths, do you agree with me? Originally, these youths might have opposed him, but now they knew the terrifying power of Crystal and dared not defy her. You're right. They shouldn't be involved. These major faction youth echoed in agreement, flattering Billy excessively. Among them were some from the 1 Bolivar sect as well. The 1 Bolivar sect was backed by the ancient Clan Mu clan, yet even they dared not offend Billy now. It was all because Crystal was too formidable for them to act recklessly. Huh, then what are you? Just a bunch of dogs? Denny laughed coldly, daring to say such words. Insolent. Do you really not know when you're about to die? These youths roared in anger, emitting intense killing intent. Denny dared to humiliate them, making their hearts burn with rage. What are you waiting for? Kill him. Why keep him around? Eyes gleaming viciously, Billy ordered. With a flurry of movements, several youths attacked Denny. They came from different factions, all aiming to please Billy. Denny remained unafraid, extending his hand. The Black Ming staff appeared instantly. He swung the staff fiercely, radiating overwhelming power, looking like an awakened warrior god. Pant, pant, pant. Blood sprayed out. Denny was too powerful. His staff struck down these youths, sending them flying away with heavy injuries, spitting blood continuously. Bolivar? Billy raised his eyebrows, surprised by Denny's strength, especially realizing Denny was only at the 1st stage profound spirit realm, while those youths were 5th stage. To think he could crush those 5th stage youths despite being only 1st stage, how could this not shock everyone? All present, without exception, changed their expressions, looking at Denny with seriousness. No wonder you spoke so boldly, relying on your skills. Billy smirked, saying, but you're still only at the 1st stage profound spirit realm. What can you do here? Heh, plenty of things. Denny's eyes flashed with sharp beams, staring directly at Billy. Haha. Billy laughed disdainfully, looking at the other faction youths. Are you going to let him be this reckless? This is too humiliating. I'll kill him. A youth sneered, his body emitting a terrifying glow. He was a 7th stage profound spirit realm, one of the strongest here. Come over, let's fight. Amanita stepped forward, blocking in front of Denny. It sensed this youth's formidable aura, believing Denny might not be a match for him. Whoever comes, the outcome is the same. You will all die. This youth's gaze was icy cold, directly attacking the kitten. Proud talker, let's see how you'll kill me. Amanita attacked, clashing with the youth. A 3rd stage profound spirit realm dares to be so reckless? Baxter sneered, showing disdain. Amanita revealed its level during the attack, a 3rd stage profound spirit realm. Fighting a 7th stage against a 3rd stage, wasn't this like playing a game? Though Denny swept past a bunch of 5th stage earlier, this youth differed. Those were ordinary disciples, but he wasn't. His talent was exceptional, his strength fierce. He was among the best in the 7th stage profound spirit realm. Crossing realms to defeat him, especially with such a huge gap, was merely wishful thinking, impossible to achieve. Please let me know if you need any further assistance. Chapter 163, Too Many Hidden Lanes and Crouching Tigers. Baxter's expression was filled with pride, completely disregarding the kitten. Before absolute realm suppression, everything was as insubstantial as clouds. No matter how strong the kitten was, it wouldn't work. However, soon his expression drastically changed, the previous arrogance vanishing. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering severe injuries. Earlier, he had been careless, not taking the kitten seriously, choosing to withstand its attack directly. As a result, his chest bones were broken, offering no resistance at all. How can it be this strong? Baxter gnashed his teeth in frustration, completely unable to accept such an outcome. He possessed the power of the 7th rank profound spirit realm. Even if he was negligent, it was impossible for someone at the 3rd rank profound spirit realm to deal him a heavy blow. Desmond. The fact remained that he was heavily injured by the kitten's single strike. Around them, the onlookers also showed shock. They marveled. Truly people of similar caliber would stick together. If Denny was so monstrous, then his friends were equally monstrous. Earlier, Denny, despite being at the 1st rank profound spirit realm, had swept away a group of 5th rank profound spirit realms. Now, the kitten struck down a 7th rank profound spirit realm elite in one blow. This was terrifying, truly unexpected, equally arrogant. How strong are you two? In the end, there are only 2 of you. We will all join forces. Let's see how you fight us. Clifton growled fiercely, preparing to launch an ambush. You're wrong, there are 3. Simon smiled mischievously, appearing somewhat despicable, walking over to where Denny and the kitten stood. Another freak? With Denny ahead and the kitten behind, they did not dare underestimate anyone who stood alongside Denny. Kill. Clifton's eyes turned cold, raising his double-handed sword, charging forward first to strike at Denny and company. Other disciples from various factions closely followed, joining Clifton in their assault. Higher realms, come over here. Amanita bared its fangs without hesitation, unleashing the White Tiger Sacred Art, immediately boosting its aura rapidly. The White Tiger Sacred Art was extraordinary and exceptional, and if news of it spread, it would attract envy. However, since it was using a new disguised identity, it could be abandoned anytime, without needing too much concern. Roar, roar, roar. A ground-shaking tiger roar echoed, startling everyone. The White Tiger Sacred Art was remarkably powerful, making the kitten resemble a heavenly tiger descending from the heavens, particularly ferocious, blocking off Clifton and other powerful figures. On the other side, Denny displayed unparalleled might, wielding the Heavenly Lane Treasure technique in one hand and the White Tiger Sacred Art in the other, truly terrifying and formidable, unmatched among the crowd. He held nothing back, opening all 9 veins, resembling a war god, causing fear and panic. This was the difference between him and ordinary people, now clearly revealed. At the 1st rank profound spirit realm, who could accumulate such immense and terrifying power? No one, not even the kitten could. The Tao Classic gave Denny an extremely solid foundation, covering various aspects, whether it be physical strength or Tao technique strength, both were strengthened. It was precisely because of this that Denny could accumulate such terrifying power, allowing him to be so fierce. He's too strong. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked, trembling in fear. Denny was only at the 1st rank profound spirit realm, yet fighting against him felt like battling a Zyrif will realm cultivator. There were quite a few 6th rank profound spirit realm individuals among them. Desmond, before Denny, they still failed. Superhuman physical strength, immensely robust Tao technique strength, coupled with the exceptional Heavenly Lane Treasure technique and White Tiger Sacred Art, they found themselves far inferior when trying to match Denny. Of course, the most crucial factor was that they lacked brilliance, possessing realms but not having fully cultivated them. If they were ancient clan heirs, alien races, or offspring of powerful beasts, Denny, though exceptionally strong, would certainly not achieve this level of overwhelming dominance. In some cases, it might even be the opposite, with those ancient clan heirs, alien races, and powerful beast descendants overpowering Denny. Facing true geniuses, cross-realm combat was undoubtedly exceedingly difficult, not easily achieved. On the other side, Simon was also astonishing. His combat style differed from Denny's. Denny was fierce and straightforward, confronting head-on, while Simon used countless tricks, exploiting every loophole, causing headaches for his opponents. His realm wasn't high either, matching Denny's, yet those combating him, all at the 5th rank profound spirit realm and above, found themselves powerless. Under normal circumstances, this would have already amazed and left people sighing in admiration. However, Denny's performance overshadowed all of Simon's prowess, even surpassing the attention garnered by the kitten. A 1st rank profound spirit realm sweeping a large number of 6th rank profound spirit realms. This was simply unbelievable, almost like a dream. Clifton and others couldn't help but glance towards Denny, their eyes flashing with strange light. The descendants of ancient clans, alien races, and powerful beasts are just like this. Is he even human? They couldn't help but say so, feeling as if they had encountered someone they shouldn't have. He's too strong. I really admire him. All the Zhanxian sect disciples were stunned, seeing a familiar shadow in Denny. Our sect's Denny is just as fiercely astonishing. They thought about Denny. Back in Zhanxian sect, Denny was always unexpectedly formidable, incredibly fierce, excelling in cross-realm battles. Recalling this, regret appeared on their faces. Such a remarkable Denny, destined for great achievements in the future, had incurred Crystal's wrath, vowing to take his life. Previously, this wouldn't have been an issue as Zhanxian sect could shield Denny from everything. Even if Zhanxian sect failed, the Moron clan behind Hengtian Auction House could protect him. But now, no one could shield him from this dark path, leaving little hope for Denny. Crystal, with a divine legacy, surpassed her former self, drawing the ancient clan's courtship, casting darkness over Denny's future, with barely any hope. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded non-stop as everyone unleashed their full power, sparing no effort, unleashing various divine techniques, stirring up waves of terrifying power storms. The earth cracked, forming enormous fissures that rapidly spread like spider webs. The surrounding towering trees snapped, collapsing on the ground, stirring up dust. Denny glowed all over, looking more like an invincible war god. Lion roars and tiger growls rang out as he forcefully broke through various divine techniques, dealing blows to their users. Blood sprayed like a rainstorm. No one could withstand Denny, each one knocked down, losing the ability to continue fighting. Bathed in a radiant glow, unsoiled by blood, Denny continued to fight, joining the battle alongside the kitten. Kill! Clifton shouted, turning towards Denny and attacking him. Two other youths joined him, assaulting Denny together. At this point, no one dared underestimate Denny anymore. Denny had proven his strength through action. Realm suppression was ineffective against him. Where do these people come from? So powerful. The world is vast and filled with marvels. We must never underestimate the talents hidden within the world. Those without backgrounds who didn't participate in the battle all sighed deeply. Chapter 164. So powerful. The realm suppression isn't non-existent. It's just that you're too weak. Denny spoke, his eyes clear and bright. He didn't feel proud about it because he knew very well that what he said was true. It wasn't that the realm suppression was non-existent, but that the opponents were too weak. Damn! Kill him! Clifton and the others raged uncontrollably. Although they weren't top prodigies in their respective factions, they still held some renown within their forces and weren't ordinary disciples. Now, Denny mocked them, which they couldn't endure, making them even angrier. Swish, swish, swish. Blinding beams of light shot out as they activated one magic weapon after another, pushing them to their limits, determined to slay Denny and restore their honor. But soon, their expressions changed drastically. Denny was incredibly powerful. His physical strength was unparalleled, able to confront their magical weapons with bare fists. Most terrifyingly, their magical weapons were no match for him. After colliding with his fists, various damages and gashes appeared. Is he a beastkin transformed into human form? Clifton and the others gritted their teeth, finding it hard to believe Denny was human. They felt more convinced that Denny was a beastkin. Beastkin, not demonic beasts. Beastkin were far more terrifying than demonic beasts. Only those truly heaven-defying creatures would be called beastkin. With a boom, Denny punched, and the dragon roar echoed through the forest. One person was directly blasted away, landing on the ground, spitting out endless blood. Denny's heavenly lane treasure art had never been used publicly, but he never stopped practicing it in secret. The same went for the white tiger sacred art. Both the heavenly lane treasure art and the white tiger sacred art were astonishingly transcendent divine techniques, and Denny always put great effort into practicing both. Roar. The tiger roar pierced their eardrums. A white tiger shadow appeared, its cold, indifferent eyes flashing eerily. A young man lost his combat ability right there. This guy isn't human, right? Does he share the same lineage as me? Haroun muttered softly, feeling Denny seemed to have the same lineage as it, but purer. Denny's manifestation of the white tiger sacred art was even mightier than its own. Nearly driven crazy, like a tiger, it added resentfully. Initially, its strength overwhelmingly surpassed Denny, but over time, Denny gradually caught up. Even now, it wasn't sure it could win against Denny. Too abnormal, Denny's growth rate was alarming. Clifton spat out a mouthful of blood, injured by Denny, similarly defeated, and unable to continue fighting. Thus, Denny dealt with all his opponents on this side. He moved swiftly without stopping, coming to Haroun's side, and together they fought against the other youths. The outcome was self-evident. Denny and Haroun, united, were immensely powerful and formidable, defeating the youths in moments, leaving them sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. What makes you think you have the right to decide who can participate? Denny's expression was cold as he looked at Clifton. With Crystal from our sect. Clifton growled, unsatisfied and unwilling, and brought up Crystal. Slap. Denny slapped him away, sending him flying, even knocking out some teeth. No skills of your own, relying only on others? Denny said coldly. As good as you are now, you'll suffer just as much later. My Jeremiahua sect will never let you go. My senior Katrina Crystal won't let you go either. Clifton's eyes turned bloodshot, shouting defiantly. The future is the future. Denny sneered, saying, let's enjoy the present first. He stepped forward, lifting Clifton and beat him. When others need you, then you've got skills. Denny grabbed Clifton's neck, continuously slapping his face, leaving it bloody and swollen. Ah! Clifton screamed, akin to a butchered pig. It hurt deeply, unbearable. I'm wrong, please spare me. Unable to endure it, he cried out pleadingly. If this continued, he feared he might die here. Denny lifted him and tossed him aside. Then, Denny summoned a recliner chair and lay on it. You must have healing pills, right? Heal yourselves and start solving this place's power issues. He said indifferently. Hearing this, Clifton and the others felt bitter. They were beaten and ended up working for Denny? How miserable. They blamed Clifton. Why provoke this person? He was practically a mighty demon god. Clifton regretted it, wishing to slap himself twice. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have provoked Denny. Before entering the Tai battlefield, they all prepared thoroughly, including healing pills. They quickly took them, healing their wounds without delay. Denny was so fierce, showing no fear of their backing powers. How could they dare delay? If they angered Denny, he might kill them. Have seen strong ones, but never this strong. Disciples of Jeremiah's most powerful force, all beaten badly. Those without strong backgrounds marveled. To them, Forces like the Jeremiah sect were behemoths, untouchable. Desmond, before Denny, these behemoths counted for nothing, with all their disciples being thrashed. Xuanhuan sect disciples also sighed, filled with relief. They were grateful for not siding with Clifton. Otherwise, their fate would be the same. I admire you. You have integrity and righteousness, maintaining your principles even against strong enemies. Follow me, there's a share of fortune for you, Denny told the Xuanhuan sect disciples. Honestly, he was surprised that the Xuanhuan sect disciples chose not to align with Clifton. Though this place was a small source of fortune, it was far from simple. Refusing Clifton showed immense integrity, earning Denny's admiration. These Xuanhuan sect disciples deserve the fortune here. Ah, thank you. The Xuanhuan sect disciples were stunned, not expecting Denny to offer to bring them in. Soon, they became excited and thanked Denny profusely. Denny and his group were so powerful that obtaining the fortune here was a certainty, like a windfall for them. Chapter 165, Time-Space Ring. Those without backgrounds looked at the Xuanhuan sect disciples with envy. They also wished they could follow Denny and the others inside. However, they dared not approach Denny for fear of provoking his displeasure. As for competing for this place's opportunities and transformations, it didn't even cross their minds. Denny and the others were so formidable that these people wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. Denny and his group could easily subdue them with just a casual move. After some time, Gabe and his team recovered and healed their injuries. Make your move. Don't think about anything else. I'm watching, said Denny, lounging in a rocking chair. Speaking nonchalantly, Gabe and his companions felt very uncomfortable, especially Gabe himself. Just moments ago, he had been full of vigor, directing everyone. And now he was reduced to being a laborer under Denny's command. How could he feel good about this situation? But no matter how uneasy they felt, they did not dare say more or slack off. Each of them using all their strength to break through this place's protective forces. Why was this called a minor opportunity transformation site? It was because its protective forces weren't strong. In truly significant sites, the protective forces were frighteningly powerful, making it difficult for even the top talents from various factions to breach them. Even ancient noble clans, exotic races, and powerful demon beast descendants would find it extremely hard to penetrate without exploiting weaknesses and loopholes. As for divine inheritances or those of saints, they were even more terrifying, their protective forces seemingly unbreakable. Many divine and saint inheritances were hidden deep within and were not necessarily hard to locate. Many have already been discovered by people. Desmond, to date, only Crystal had received a divine inheritance, while other creatures hadn't. The guardianship of these inheritances couldn't be broken without receiving recognition. Just like Crystal, when she approached a divine inheritance site, she walked in without resistance and obtained it directly. Rumbling, Gabe and the others erupted together, holding nothing back. Finally, they broke through the site's defensive forces, revealing what was inside. There lay a skeleton, despite its age, still astonishing, emitting a faint glow. Undoubtedly, the owner of this skeleton had been incredibly powerful in life. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been preserved so well for such a long time. Around the skeleton were scattered various items, ancient scrolls, magical weapons, jade vials, and other objects. Denny remained lying in the rocking chair, unmoved. You all go ahead and pick whatever you like, he said, smiling at the Xuanhuan sect disciples. Ah! The Xuanhuan sect disciples hadn't expected Denny to be so generous. Their hearts raced. Did he really mean they could take whatever they wanted? Go on, don't hesitate. Denny smiled again. All right. Dong Balavari responded, stepping forward first. Given Denny's group strength, there was no need for tricks. Denny genuinely allowed them to take whatever they wanted. Dong Balavari entered smoothly, encountering no danger as he approached the skeleton and picked up a jade vial. Opening the vial, the medicinal scent wafted out, and despite the lengthy passage of time, the pills were perfectly preserved. These are enough. The medicines here will give us each one pill, said Dong Balavari, showing no greed. How can that be enough? Denny shook his head. Each of you should take something. Thank you for your kindness. We're already satisfied with what we've got. We really shouldn't take more. Dong Balavari insisted, and the other Xuanhuan sect disciples agreed not to take anything more. Denny remained silent, then got up and approached the skeleton, picking up several jade vials and a few magical weapons. Hold these. He handed them to Dong Balavari, asking him to distribute them among the other Xuanhuan sect disciples. These are too precious. Dong Balavari exclaimed. Take them otherwise, I'll get angry. Under Denny's insistence, Dong Balavari eventually accepted the items. This scene stirred envy and admiration in others. These medicines, preserved over such a long period, were undoubtedly treasured elixirs, each worth a fortune. After doing this, Denny returned to the skeleton, collecting the remaining items. I can't take these things for free. Denny spoke courteously and earnestly. He dug a pit and buried the skeleton. Since obtaining the cause-effect record, he realized the importance of cause and effect. He took the skeleton's belongings, but buried it as recompense. Suddenly, after burying the skeleton, a ray of light emerged from the soil, revealing a ring landing in front of Denny. Denny was surprised. Where did this ring come from? He hadn't seen it before. Great sages of ancient times possess unfathomable powers. Even in death, their spiritual energy lingers. Perhaps this is a sign of gratitude from the predecessor, Mac mused aloud. Denny pocketed the ring and turned to the Xuanhuan sect disciples. Let's go. Okay. Thank you. The Xuanhuan sect disciples thanked Denny and his group again before leaving. Can we leave now? Asked Gabe and the others. You cannot. Denny's expression turned cold. Summoning Hugo Ming's stick, he slew Gabe and his companions right there. He looked at the individuals without backgrounds. Don't speak recklessly once you leave. I remember your faces. If word leaks about this, I will find you. We understand. We promise to keep quiet. Terrified, their faces pale, they immediately vowed never to speak of what transpired here. With a nod, Denny Denny put away Hugo Ming's stick. He wasn't worried about exposing anything. However, he feared for Dong Balavari and the Zhanxian sect disciples who had acquired treasures here. If any details leaked, they would encounter numerous troubles. Therefore, he killed Gabe and gave a stern warning to the others. The survivors left quickly, not daring to linger. Denny examined the ring. This ring isn't simple. It's a time-space ring. Surprise flickered across his face. Through the cause-effect record, he understood its nature. This was a ring containing a separate time-space realm, where 10 years inside equated to 1 day outside. Hashtag chapter 166. Most important is stability. Space-time ring? Simon was first shocked, then filled with ecstasy. Good deeds are rewarded with good fortune. You've hit the jackpot. Artifacts of the time domain are the most precious, with very few in existence. Among the 3,000 paths, each leading to divinity, the path of the time domain undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelons, ranking within the top 10 among the great paths. However, this path is incredibly difficult to cultivate. Throughout history, only a few have achieved any significant success in the time domain, making it an exceedingly challenging path. Similarly, creating artifacts for the time domain is also extremely difficult. From ancient times until now, there haven't been many time domain artifacts in the world. He truly didn't expect to acquire a time domain artifact here. It was a treasure far more precious than the artifacts they obtained from the Cathy. Thank you, predecessor. Denny solemnly thanked the buried remains, fully aware of the time ring's value. Originally, we were only scavenging at the fringes, able to participate in minor opportunities. Now, everything has changed, and we can compete with those truly elite geniuses. Denny's eyes shone with confidence. Spending 10 years inside the ring space would be just 1 day outside. They could greatly advance their cultivation levels within the ring's space. Let's go. Denny and the others left, finding a safe place and having Simon meticulously set up various protective formations. After all preparations were completed, Denny followed the method presented by the causality record to open the time space within the ring. Not worried about the cost at all. Denny grinned. Maintaining the time space within the ring required tremendous power, which in the past they couldn't have sustained even if they had possessed the ring. But now, as he had said, they weren't afraid of such costs. The large quantities of heaven-tier treasures they obtained from the Cathy could easily support the ring's consumption. The ring glowed, its supreme Tao patterns flickering, forming a gate of light. Go! Denny led the way through the light gate, followed by Simon and Mavis. Behind the light gate lay an expansive world, containing nothing but a high platform. Denny took out a crystal and placed it on the platform. This crystal contained immense power, acquired from the Cathy. The platform served as the hub maintaining this space, needing tremendous power to keep it continuously active. Upon placing the crystal, they felt a peculiar sensation. The flow of time around them seemed to slow down. Begin cultivating, Denny said. The slower passage of time was genuine. The crystal's power created a difference between the internal and external time flow. Okay. Simon and Mavis quickly began their cultivation. Denny did not start immediately, but retrieved the lane transformation pool. Upgrade again. Denny took some heavenly materials and placed them in the pool to enhance it. Previously, he had upgraded the pool once, but the materials used were not of the highest quality. Over time, the pool's power had visibly diminished. Using the treasures from the Cathy, without a doubt, the lane transformation pool would become much stronger than before. After all, the treasures from the Cathy were extraordinarily exceptional, containing astonishing power. As time passed, the pool absorbed the power of the treasures, its water changing and radiating with intense light waves and vitality. Denny entered the lane transformation pool for body refinement. After a short while, his body emitted numerous bright lights. These were acupuncture points on the human body. If Simon saw this, he would have been astonished. Without opening these points, his body could already emit radiant lights, indicating his flesh strength had reached an exceptionally powerful level. After some time, Denny left the pool, putting it away. His entire body radiated a divine glow, filled with an overwhelming sense of power. This refinement greatly enhanced his physical strength, reaching its peak. The next step is to open the acupoints, Denny said. He felt that his physical strength could no longer progress further. To strengthen it further, he would need to open the acupoints. Previously, Simon warned him about potentially terrifying consequences after opening the acupoints, but Denny still decided to proceed, pushing his body to its limits. He believed in the Tao scripture. With the Tao scripture, he felt confident that ominous or mysterious effects wouldn't affect him. Denny unfolded the causality record, practicing the Tao scripture to try and unlock its advanced techniques. It didn't work. He shook his head. The causality record did not reveal any advanced techniques. Seems I have to reach the Zyrif wheel realm, Denny said. The Tao scripture techniques he currently mastered could take him to the Zyrif wheel realm. So, I'll wait until after reaching the Zyrif wheel realm to open the acupoints. Denny wasn't in a hurry. Rushing wouldn't help since the techniques beyond what he knew contained the methods to open the acupoints, something he couldn't achieve now. He then focused on cultivating using the Tao scripture. Time slowly passed. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years later, though only half a day had passed outside. Denny cultivated to the second-level mystic spirit realm. Compared to his previous rapid progression to the mystic spirit realm in less than 2 months, this pace seemed snail-like. Despite the slow speed, Denny was very satisfied. Such a deliberate pace was intentional, allowing him to reinforce and consolidate each realm to perfection. Moreover, the mystic spirit realm was a major stage compared to previous realms, inherently harder to advance. Breaking through wouldn't be easy. Continue. Denny continued cultivating, undisturbed by time concerns. Simon and Mavis also persisted in cultivation, following Denny's advice to review and reinforce earlier realms instead of blindly pursuing advancement. Stability was the most important. Speed without stability would lead to serious problems in the future. Meanwhile, deep within, Crystal emerged from cultivation after completely receiving the divine legacy. A goddess. Jeremiah will never be the same. Deep-dwelling creatures marveled, spreading Crystal's name far and wide. Everyone knew she had received the divine legacy. Chapter 167, Searching for Denny. Previously, only a select few knew that Crystal had inherited the divine legacy. The vast majority remained unaware. Now, as Crystal emerged, her entire body radiating divine light and exuding an awe-inspiring presence, every being knew she had obtained the divine legacy. Ava is one of the 9 pulse ones, and now she has inherited divine power. Truly, the strong always remain powerful. Comparing oneself to her can be heart-wrenching. Her life is destined to be resplendent, adorned with infinite glory. People were profoundly moved, realizing that Crystal was no longer like them. She had completely transcended them all. Even ancient noble clans, exotic races, and powerful demon beast offspring had to admit that Crystal surpassed them all. Swish, swish, swish. Divine light surged, and Crystal, stunningly beautiful, strolled through the air, traversing deep regions until she reached the fringe area. What is she going to do? Is she planning to leave? People were puzzled by Crystal's intentions. With the immense boost in strength from inheriting divine power, shouldn't she stay within the core area to gain further opportunities? How deeply ingrained this enmity is, murmured a blonde youth, as if he understood what Crystal intended. If so, I'll help her kill that person no matter what. His eyes glowed as he also left the core region for the fringes. At the same time, somewhere within the core area, a breathtakingly beautiful girl wore a look of sorrow, preparing to leave the innermost part and head toward the fringes. Don't go, Latoya. The young man beside the girl tried to stop her departure. The present-day Crystal cannot be provoked lightly. Don't act impulsively, Latoya. He desperately held her back, insisting she not go to the fringe area. He has done me a favor and concerns my future. The girl murmured to herself. Is he that important to you? The young man was taken aback. He could understand the gratitude mentioned, but what did concerns your future mean? Could he be someone the misfavored? Latoya, you really can't go. It might have been possible before, but not now. He clenched his teeth, firmly determined. Crystal was not who she used to be. Even their Moron clan couldn't afford to provoke her easily. The Chance clan was courting Crystal, and other ancient noble clans sought to establish connections with her too. If Crystal desired, she could rally the ancient noble clans to destroy their Moron clan. Indeed, the girl was none other than Amira, and the young man was indeed a member of the Moron clan. Amira sighed heavily, her expression complex. Denny had helped her, and her body condition depended on Denny to resolve. However, she was also bound by circumstances. Ava represented the Moron clan and couldn't let it fall into disaster due to her personal actions. If only I had removed her earlier. Ava gritted her teeth, filled with regret. Had she eliminated Crystal sooner, none of this would have happened. I must still go and see. Ultimately, despite the young man's objections, she decided to head to the fringe area. To neglect Denny like this felt wrong, and she needed to visit the edge. Rest assured, I won't act rashly. I know the consequences. Saying this, she left the core region. Crystal shone like the brightest star, drawing many gazes. Many beings in the core area followed her to the fringe, curious about her intentions. Upon arriving, Crystal stood aloft on a cloud peak, her body emanating a sacred glow, appearing as if a true goddess had descended upon the earth. Denny, where are you? Come out. Her voice was calm yet resonant, clearly heard by every being at the fringe. Indeed, she came for Denny. Who is Denny? Those in the core area were confused, never having heard of Denny. However, those in the fringe were familiar with Denny. Earlier, Kian had placed a bounty on Denny, making him well known among the fringe residents. Later, when Denny confronted Kian, killed several 10,000 transformation sect disciples, and threatened Kian, freeing numerous Azure Profundity sect members, his reputation soared further. The fringe area was eerily silent, with no one responding. Latoya Zyron, whoever you seek, I will find for you. The blonde youth said, approaching Crystal. He was Remy from the powerful ancient noble Chance clan. Denny, you can't hide forever. Come out. He sneered, ordering the Chance clan to search for Denny. The Chance clan deployed its trained forces to thoroughly search the fringe area. Leave no stone unturned. We'll help Latoya Zyron too. Many other ancient noble clans' elite youths echoed this, deploying their forces for a widespread search. The fringe area plunged into chaos. This search operation surpassed the one initiated by Kian's bounty. Numerous ancient noble clans joined in, a truly daunting force. Guards were stationed at the battle site's exits to prevent Denny from escaping stealthily. Azure Profundity sect members gritted their teeth, feeling incredibly humiliated. Despite Denny being one of their own, they dared not object to this targeted action, finding it shameful. This guy is no good person. He must have infuriated Latoya Zyron. Rest assured, the Azure Profundity sect will not protect him, Presley said, offering to help find Denny. You also unlocked 9 pulses? Crystal flashed over to Presley, her beautiful eyes emitting a peculiar light. Desmond's. Presley was thrilled and excited. Being valued by Crystal made her feel elated. This made the Azure Profundity sect members despise her, betraying her fellow disciples to curry favor with the enemy. What kind of character was this? They wanted to say, you are also a 9 pulse one, no less than Crystal. Is it necessary to be so excited just because she values you? It was embarrassing. Follow me. I can help you inherit divine power as well. Crystal observed Presley for a long time, and then made this surprising offer. Really? Desmond's yes. Presley grew even more agitated. Could she also receive the divine inheritance? I can't promise you the same grand divine legacy I received, but I guarantee you a lesser one, Crystal explained. There were levels among gods, and her inheritance was from a grand deity, more supreme and transcendent. Thank you. I am willing to follow you, Latoya. Without hesitation, Presley agreed, adding, I'll resign from the Azure Profundity sect immediately. All right. Crystal nodded. Follow wherever I go. Your world is destined to be extraordinary and should not be confined to a small place. Chapter 168, Concern and Indifference. Thank you, Latoya. From now on, I will follow you. Presley was overjoyed. Seeing Presley's actions, the disciples of Jianxian sect were all furious inside. A traitor. Presley is really no good. Without their Jianxian sect, could Presley have open 9 meridians? But Presley did not show any gratitude towards Jianxian sect and immediately abandoned it. Denny, are you going to hide forever? Does hiding like this make any sense? You can't hide from me. After a long time with still no news from Denny, Crystal said coldly. Ava had come out this time with the resolve to kill Denny. After arriving in the fringe area, she learned more about Denny. His rapid growth surprised even her. She would not let him grow any further. If you don't want anything to happen to the people of Jianxian sect, then come out quickly. Remy sneered, making such threats. So much time had passed, and they hadn't found any trace of Denny. He was impatient and wanted to use the Jianxian sect disciples to force Denny out. How hateful. Arg, I really want to kill someone. The Jianxian sect disciples were uncontrollably angry. Before, they were used by Qian to pressure Denny, and now Remy was doing the same. They felt extremely uncomfortable. If possible, they really wished to fight Remy to the death, but they were very clear. If they fought against Remy, it would be like smashing eggs against a stone. Not only would they fail to threaten Remy, but it would also bring disaster to Jianxian sect. Crystal watched everything coldly without stopping them. Her non-interference meant agreement. Ava was determined to eliminate Denny within the Tai battlefield. Crystal, why do you need to involve so many people just because of our personal grudges? At this moment, Denny's voice sounded from all directions, making it impossible to determine his exact location. You finally came out. Crystal laughed, knowing that this was Denny's weakness. Denny would not stand idly by while people affected by him suffered. I've come here just to tell you that from this moment onward, I am no longer a disciple of Jianxian sect, and I have nothing to do with Jianxian sect. Denny's voice sounded again from all directions. Deep down, upon hearing that Crystal was heading to the fringe area, he knew what she intended and quickly came to the fringe area. Sure enough, Crystal had come to kill him. He originally did not intend to speak up, but Crystal's threat to the Jianxian sect disciples forced him to respond. This voice coming from all directions was made possible by sound-transmitting stones he set up, obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix, aiming to mislead Crystal and not reveal his position. Do you say there's no connection just because you say so? Remy coldly responded, show yourself immediately, or I will start killing Jianxian sect disciples right now. Initially, Denny didn't react at all, but after he threatened the Jianxian sect disciples, Denny immediately responded. This showed that Denny cared about the Jianxian sect disciples. He had grasped this point and intended to use it to force Denny to appear. That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. I am no longer a disciple of Jianxian sect. Denny replied icily, however, since you targeted me, I will not let it go easily. If you dare to act, you must be prepared to pay the price. Are you threatening me? Remy showed utter disdain. Desmond's, I am threatening you. Denny was straightforward, without any pretense. Huh, what do you have to threaten me with? Remy laughed carelessly, completely disregarding Denny's threats. What you use to threaten me, I will use it to threaten you back. Denny replied coldly. Subsequently, images identical in various places in the fringe area lit up. In the image, Denny held a long knife, the blade resting on the neck of a youth. Gio, save me. Baxter cried out, his voice spreading throughout the fringe area. This was also Denny's setup, using projection stones and sound-transmitting stones obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix. Projection stones and sound-transmitting stones were extremely rare, able to project images and transmit sounds respectively. These materials were extremely precious, almost unseen in this era. You deserve death. Remy was enraged. Denny actually used members of the Chance clan to threaten him. Denny is still Denny, never bowing down, maintaining a strong stance. When Qian dealt with Denny, Denny took Mu clan members hostage and retaliated against Qian. Creatures in the fringe area whispered. This kind of thing wasn't new, Denny had done it before. You're indeed not easy to deal with. Crystal's expression was indifferent, as if she had anticipated this. You're no different. Whatever you use to threaten me, I will use it to threaten you. The image turned, Denny's long knife rested on another person's neck, this time a disciple of Jeremiah sect. I'm different from you. You should know that I don't care. Crystal's face remained unchanged. Ava truly didn't care, speaking these words publicly. Now, she had no reason to care anymore. Jeremiah sect was destined not to be part of her future. She wouldn't stay there. Additionally, even if she stayed in Jeremiah sect, she didn't care either. Jeremiah sect disciples meant nothing to her. She wouldn't compromise for their sake. Even if this damaged her reputation, she didn't mind. In a world where the weak were preyed upon by the strong, strength was most important. When she had absolute power, even the worst reputation would be reversed, and the world would be filled with praise for her. I know you don't care, and I know you know what I care about. In the image, Denny's expression was cold. But, you should understand better what I bear on my shoulders. I cannot choose death willingly. I have more important things to do. I didn't spend much time in Jianxian sect, and didn't develop deep attachment to it. There are many disciples in the sect whom I don't even recognize. They died because of me, and I feel guilty and blame myself, but I won't sacrifice my life because of it, especially since I have already left Jianxian sect. What he said was true. He still needed to investigate the truth about his parents. He couldn't die here. I still want to try. Crystal raised one hand, and instantly a Jianxian sect disciple was lifted into the air. Ava intended to kill this Jianxian sect disciple. I will avenge them. In the image, Denny's gaze became colder. His knife advanced slightly, cutting the skin of the Jeremiah sect disciple, drawing blood. It was a last resort. He had to resist this way. He couldn't go out. Going out meant certain death. Katrina-in-law, please. I don't want to die. The Jeremiah sect disciple cried out, terrified, his face pale. He didn't want to die here. Crystal didn't speak. Her expression remained indifferent, unreadable. Chapter 169, Tomas. In the scene, Denny's gaze was resolute, revealing unwavering determination. If Crystal dared to harm a Jianxian sect disciple, he would not hesitate to kill a Jeremiah sect disciple. Are you really not coming? Crystal's expression was indifferent as she stretched out her hand, summoning a powerful force that clutched the neck of the Jianxian sect disciple. Instantly, the disciple struggled to breathe, veins bulging on his forehead, and his legs thrashing wildly in extreme discomfort. This act was cruel, and Crystal clearly did not value the life of the Jianxian sect disciple. In fact, she was almost certain Denny wouldn't come. Ava knew what Denny carried on his shoulders, and that he still needed to uncover the truth about his parents. Desmond, she didn't plan to give up. Denny was kind-hearted. If this Jianxian sect disciple died because of him, Denny would undoubtedly feel terrible, and she intended to make him suffer. In the scene, Denny remained silent. His face turned even colder, and the knife pressed against the neck of the Jeremiah sect disciple moved an inch closer, with more and more crimson blood flowing. If you don't come, I will start killing. Crystal's tone was indifferent, her strength increasing as she prepared to crush the Jianxian sect disciple's neck. Suddenly, a brilliant light beam appeared out of nowhere, hurtling toward Crystal. Crystal raised her eyebrows, her body emitting boundless divine radiance. Ava shot out a palm to block the beam. With a deafening boom, a terrifying explosion occurred, forcing Crystal to retreat a few steps. The Jianxian sect is not without people, nor are its disciples spineless, and it cannot be trampled upon like a soft persimmon. A cold snort rang out as a black-haired, dark-eyed youth appeared. He had a slender build and a handsome face, exuding a rugged charm. Senior brother Tomas. Brother! The Jianxian sect disciple shouted excitedly, tears shimmering in his eyes. The black-haired youth was none other than their Jianxian sect's top-ranked disciple, Tomas. Tomas, the legendary disciple of the Jianxian sect, whose cultivation realm had always been far ahead, surpassing those of his age. He had long ago achieved the formidable 7th Zairif wheel realm. I don't care about your grudge against him, or whether you want to kill him. However, you cannot touch the Jianxian sect disciples. Tomas's black hair fluttered, his presence extraordinary. He stared directly at Crystal, unafraid. Especially now that he has left the Jianxian sect, you have no reason to harm our disciples anymore. He continued. What if I insist? Crystal's expression was icy, feeling her authority challenged. As long as I'm here, you won't succeed. Tomas's response was incomparably domineering and firm. Tomas, do you wish to push the Jianxian sect into a bottomless abyss? Presley yelled loudly. What gives you the right to say such things? The Jianxian sect nurtured you and helped you open all 9 meridians. And yet, you turned your back on it. Do you have any conscience left? People strive for higher places, and water flows downhill. I acknowledge the kindness of the Jianxian sect, and I won't forget it. In the future, I will repay it. Bolivar. Tomas laughed coldly. Watching others slaughter Jianxian sect disciples while remaining indifferent and even aiding them. This is how you repay the kindness of the Jianxian sect? Presley gritted her teeth, unable to retort because it was true. Crystal intended to kill the Jianxian sect disciple, and Presley hadn't stopped her, even siding with Crystal instead. You're out of line, Tomas. At this moment, a young man leaped forward to confront Tomas. Do you think Crystal hasn't grown strong enough yet? He roared, his body radiating formidable power, indicating immense strength. Crystal was astonishing, having opened all 9 meridians and received divine inheritance, but her previous cultivation was too low. Despite rapid progress, she still lagged behind Tomas. It must be noted that Tomas had reached the 7th Zairif will realm long ago, and now his cultivation was even higher, possibly at the very least in the upper Zairif will realm. Wang Zairi, she doesn't care about the lives of your Jeremiah sect disciples, and yet you speak up for her? You should know she will eventually leave the Jeremiah sect. Tomas remarked. He recognized the youth as the strongest disciple in the Jeremiah sect. Ava is still a Jeremiah sect disciple for now, Wang Zairi said coldly. He was well aware that Crystal would eventually leave. However, he couldn't ignore the situation. If ignored, the Jeremiah sect might be implicated, and he feared such an outcome. A small Jianxian sect dares to produce such arrogant individuals? Remy's eyes gleamed fiercely. Try touching Latoya Crystal again. Is the Jianxian sect courting destruction? Crazy. Numerous cold laughter rose as many ancient clans' prodigies stood up for Crystal, bolstering her side. Their strength and realms were superior, completely undaunted by Tomas. I mean no harm to Latoya Crystal, nor do I wish to be her enemy. I just can't stand idly by and watch my Jianxian sect disciples die here. Tomas stated. Latoya Zyron will do as she pleases. You have neither the right nor the strength to interfere. Leave immediately. Who cares if they die? Only a few have died so far. If you continue being unreasonable, many more from your Jianxian sect will die. The ancient clan's prodigies retorted coldly. Tomas remained silent, his body still glowing, unyielding. He had anticipated possible consequences when he decided to step forward. Such actions might bring about the downfall of the Jianxian sect, but he believed that if the Jianxian sect patriarch were here, he would agree with his approach. To protect oneself at the cost of ignoring one's disciples is no longer worthy of being a sect. Shut up all of you. Denny's voice echoed, cold and chilling, saying, Do you think I won't kill anyone? The scene shifted to reveal many ancient clan members under his control. He had known some ancient clans would curry favor with Crystal and thus prepared in advance, controlling numerous ancient clan members early on. This wasn't difficult for him. Not only were there ancient clan members deep within, but also on the outskirts. Additionally, these outsiders had ingested larvae, making it easy to locate and subdue them via the mother insect's influence. In the past, it would have been challenging to subdue them, But after rigorous training in the time-space ring, their own strength greatly increased. Now, these ancient clan members were no match for them. Even without using the larvae as leverage, they could easily suppress them. Get out of my way and stop talking nonsense, or I will slaughter everyone in your clans. Denny's expression was cold and domineering, making the prodigies step back. And you, get lost too. Are you ignoring the lives of Jeremiah's sect disciples as well? He yelled, ordering Wang Ziyari to back down as well. Hashtag chapter 170, Divine Incarnation. You deserve to die. Don't let me see you again. Many of the ancient clan elites were infuriated. They could not believe that Denny dared to blackmail them like this. They were enraged but dared not say anything more. They couldn't abandon their clansmen, and Wang Ziyari was no exception. He had no choice but to retreat. No one had expected things to escalate to such a point. Everyone was astonished by Denny's boldness. He dared to defy so many ancient clans. Even if Denny managed to leave the Tai battlefield alive this time, his future was destined to be bleak. These ancient clans would certainly not let him off easily. How did it come to this? Edna sighed deeply. This enmity was too deep. Denny's future path would be dark and filled with peril, leaving no place for him in Jeremiah. Senior brother Reed, you should also step back. This is my personal grievance with her. There's no need to involve Zhangqian's sect, Denny said with a smile, expressing respect for Reed. In this situation, Reed had still stood up for him. It made Reed deserving of admiration. Your departure from Zhangqian's sect is our greatest loss, Reed said solemnly before retreating. Crystal, do you not care about the Nine Flowers sect disciples? And what about these ancient clan members? If they die because of you, how will you gain their support in the future? Denny sneered, no longer threatening with the disciples of Nine Flowers sect, but now using the ancient clan members as leverage. Crystal remained silent, her expression cold and complex. Denny had truly threatened her this time. With the divine inheritance, she held boundless potential, but she wasn't invincible or without concerns. She hadn't yet grown into her full power. If the ancient clan members died because of her, the clans would definitely hold a grudge against her. Although they wouldn't openly target her, it would create resentment which would be very detrimental to her. Ava saw no reason to take such risks. Release them. I'll only deal with you. I won't target any Zhangqian sect disciples. Ava spoke coldly. Just target me then. You can attack freely. Denny released the ancient clan members fearlessly. He wasn't worried about Crystal breaking her word. With those insect puppets, he could control the clan members effortlessly. Then, he destroyed the portraits and vanished from everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned, never expecting events to end this way. Crystal came with such force, but ultimately retreated, surprising everyone. Thank you for your concern, but I'll handle him on my own next. Crystal smiled at Remy and other ancient clan elites. Latoya Zyron, this isn't just your personal feud. It's a grudge we all share. Remy glared, refusing to let it go. Other ancient clan elites also expressed their resolve to eliminate Denny. This incident was too humiliating. They couldn't tolerate being blackmailed by a single person. They swore to seek revenge. It's fine. He won't last long. Crystal chuckled lightly. Opportunity and destiny are important. The Tai battlefield won't stay open forever. No need to waste time on him. Denny was a formidable opponent with unparalleled courage. Ava didn't dare act rashly, fearing for the safety of the clan members. No worries if we can't find him now. He'll have to come out eventually. I won't waste any more time on him. Ava continued, creating an avatar to guard the exit. Remy and others were shocked. Crystal had actually cultivated an avatar. They were at the soul fusion stage, above the Zyreful stage, and even at this level, none of them had an avatar. Avatars required at least the heaven fusion stage. Beyond the Zyreful stage were the soul fusion, heaven fusion, void, and inner void stages. They hadn't anticipated that Crystal, still in the Zyreful stage, could cultivate an avatar. This avatar comes from the inheritance, not my cultivation. Crystal explained softly, knowing what Remy and others were thinking. The inheritance gives you an avatar too? Divine incarnation? Remy and others were even more astonished. This was even more remarkable than an avatar cultivated normally. This avatar has the potential to become a deity. What? A deity? Remy and others were astounded. Could this avatar be that powerful? Crystal chuckled, offering no further explanation. Come with me. I'll take you deeper inside. Ava left with Presley, intending to help him obtain the divine inheritance. An avatar guarded the exit, ensuring Denny couldn't escape. This avatar possessed unimaginable power beyond mere appearances. Meanwhile, Denny and his group didn't immediately return to the deeper areas. Lamar and Anastasia contacted them and decided to join them. It wasn't long before Lamar and Anastasia arrived and met up with them. Both were in new disguises, ensuring safety from trackers. With this, you probably can't stay in Jeremiah anymore. Anastasia's beautiful face was filled with worry. The conflict with multiple ancient clans put Denny in great danger. These clans were deeply rooted in Jeremiah, making it almost impossible for Denny to move around freely after leaving the Tai battlefield. Changing identities was useful only within the Tai battlefield. Confronting true experts would quickly expose him. We'll see. If necessary, I'll leave, Denny replied. He initially wanted to settle things with Crystal in the Tai battlefield, but it seemed almost impossible. Crystal was already strong and had obtained the divine inheritance, becoming even stronger. With numerous ancient clan elites supporting her, killing her here was out of the question. To completely resolve matters with Crystal, he'd need time. Leaving won't be easy either. Crossing between states is immensely challenging, and you might struggle to leave Jeremiah. Mac interjected. Will the Mureo clan still help you? If they do, you might use their power to leave. Traversing between states was something ordinary forces couldn't achieve. Even top-tier forces like Zhangqian's sect couldn't manage it. Only ancient clans like the Mureo clan had that capability. I'm not sure, but I don't want to trouble them. Denny shook his head. While Edna would surely help, he wasn't sure about the whole clan and didn't want to involve Edna. I won't leave unless absolutely necessary. Denny's eyes turned cold, sending two beams of startling light. He didn't want to leave like this. Because of Crystal, he had left Zhangxian's sect. Did he have to leave Jeremiah now? He refused to accept this fate. If there was any chance, he would remain in Jeremiah and not leave so easily. Chapter 171. Golden Zyarian. Carlo and Germain returned to the innermost area, along with Jonathan and Luo Shui who followed them. With the time-space ring in their possession, Jonathan and Luo Shui no longer needed to wait until they reached the mystic spirit realm to enter this place, as it was no longer a problem for them. They could cultivate to the mystic spirit realm within the time-space realm. After one day outside, Jonathan and Luo Shui not only reached the mystic spirit realm but advanced even further, both achieving the 5th level of the mystic spirit realm. Carlo attained the 7th level of the mystic spirit realm, while Germain broke through to the Zyrif wheel realm. Paris was even stronger, reaching the 3rd level of the Zyrif wheel realm. Of course, the one day refers to a day outside. Inside the time-space realm, 10 years had passed. We can't use this again in the short term. Carlo put away the time-space ring. This wasn't because they lacked celestial treasures to sustain its use. They still had plenty from the immortal Black Phoenix. They couldn't continue using it due to the inherent limitations of the time-space ring, which required adjustment after a period of use. They would have to wait until the ring adjusted before using it again. Let's go. They started walking deeper into the area, searching for the opportunities and transformations hidden within. There were many such opportunities in the depths, and they were easy to find. However, finding them didn't mean obtaining them. The protective forces surrounding these opportunities were too strong to break through, forcing them to abandon attempts. Upon reaching another location, they saw a gathering of many living beings. Inside this place lay a skeleton that wasn't ordinary. It looked like it was cast from gold, gleaming brightly, and remained intact despite the long passage of time. A protective force also surrounded this place, preventing anyone from easily approaching. When Carlo and the others arrived, someone was trying to approach the skeleton. However, that person hadn't taken more than a few steps before being blasted apart, splattered blood and flesh creating a horrific scene. He was too stubborn, trying to push forward and ended up dead. One should know right from the first step whether they can continue. He refused to believe otherwise, sighed the crowd. This was a site of divine inheritance, where the owner of the skeleton was once a deity. Many such divine inheritance sites existed in the depths, and many had been discovered by people. But apart from Allison, no one had successfully obtained divine inheritance. Each divine inheritance site harbored an immensely powerful and terrifying force, which could not be forcibly broken. Only those who gained acknowledgement could proceed further, and gaining acknowledgement meant obtaining divine inheritance. Most faces here reflected disappointment. They had tried and all failed, without receiving acknowledgement. We should give it a try. Carlo's eyes gleamed as he walked toward the skeleton. Please move aside. The path ahead was crowded, making it difficult for him to pass. A man glanced back at Carlo with disdain. You're not even at the Zyrif wheel realm, yet you dare come here? His realm wasn't low, already at the Zyrif wheel realm, sensing Carlo's level. Being at the Zyrif wheel realm clearly indicated a higher realm with more profound effects. Cultivators at this level developed a sense, able to detect the realm fluctuations of other cultivators. Each realm had corresponding fluctuations. The Zyrif wheel realm had its own, as did the mystic spirit realm. Bolivari up and get lost. Don't you see everyone who attempted it is above the Zyrif wheel realm? His words were extremely rude and ill-tempered. Know your place. Scram. Several more people in front shouted at Carlo, similarly unfriendly and full of resentment. These were all people who had failed, and thus were in bad moods, each harsher than the last. Don't be too overbearing. You might get yourself into trouble, Carlo remarked. Are you lecturing me? The man laughed. So what if I am overbearing? You're not even at the Zyrif wheel realm. What are you pretending to be here for? This was the most critical reason. Because Carlo's realm was low, he was treated rudely. Had he been at the Zyrif wheel realm, the man would have tempered his behavior. There's no need for pretense. Carlo replied indifferently. Please move aside. I won't. Then there's nothing more to discuss. Carlo immediately struck out, his fists slamming with terrifying power. The man hadn't expected Carlo to attack directly, caught completely off guard. What he didn't expect was how incredibly strong Carlo's power was. With a roar, Carlo's fists collided solidly with the man, sending him flying to the side, spewing blood, his face deathly pale. The expressions of those who had ordered Carlo to leave changed. They hadn't anticipated that Carlo was so powerful. Please make way. Carlo repeated. After revealing his strength, the situation shifted, and those blocking his path moved aside. You're going to die for this. The man who was just blasted flew into a rage, struggling to his feet, summoning his magic weapon to strike Carlo. Being flung by a mystic spirit realm cultivator was utterly humiliating. He wanted to kill Carlo to save face. Carlo didn't even turn around, allowing the man to slash at him with the magic weapon. Unexpectedly, the weapon shattered upon striking Carlo. Gasps of shock echoed as onlookers realized how formidable his physical strength must be. Carlo turned around, eyes like lightning, staring straight at the attacker. The man was startled by Carlo's gaze, retreating quickly, too afraid to make another move. He realized Carlo was no ordinary person. Though his realm was low, his strength was immense. This is interesting. From behind, a creature laughed, walking toward them. You're quite impressive. You might have a chance to gain divine inheritance, but first, you need my approval. It smiled lightly, not human but a powerful beast descendant. It was entirely golden, massive, and incredibly formidable. A golden Zyarian. Beasts can't obtain divine inheritance, can they? What is it doing here? Neither can non-human races. They can't even take the first step. People were puzzled, unsure of the golden Zyarian's intentions. Bolivarmans were clearly stronger, at least able to take the first step with hopes of gaining divine inheritance. Non-human races and beast descendants had no hope whatsoever and couldn't even begin. Sign a contract and become my servant, then you can attempt it. The golden Zyarian revealed its intentions. People understood now. The Golden Zyarian was trying to secure someone likely to pass the test and reap benefits later. If its chosen one succeeded, it would wield great power. Whoever obtained divine inheritance would serve it. Hashtag Chapter 172. Seizing the legacy site. The divine legacy holds immense significance. Obtaining it will inevitably lead to one becoming a formidable power in this world, commanding awe from all. The Golden Zyarian was very clever, having already planned ahead, aiming to recruit those with potential to inherit the divine legacy. Where did this foolish lion come from? Still not awake and dreaming, said the Temperance as she looked at the Golden Zyarian. Is this your legacy? Do you need your approval for someone to obtain it? Not previously, but now it's mine, replied the Golden Zyarian calmly as its gaze swept over the cultivators present. Its power was immense, and it felt no threat here. It intended to dominate this place. Most importantly, there were no descendants of ancient clans or geniuses from other races, only other beast progeny. Thus, it dared to be so confident in occupying this area. My contract is quite lenient. If you gain the divine legacy, you serve me for 100 years, after which you are free. If you fail to gain it, the contract is nullified. It continued, compared to other places, my contract is quite fair. Elsewhere, they impose longer servitude and sometimes never return your freedom. What does that mean? Other places have similar situations? Everyone suddenly felt a sense of unease. Zyranian's acquisition of the divine legacy had stirred up ill intentions among others. Was this an attempt to monopolize various legacy sites to maximize their benefits? The days of attempting freely to obtain legacies are long gone. Now, you must sign a contract to try obtaining a legacy anywhere, said the Golden Zyarian, aware of their thoughts. Too many legacy sites had been discovered, and many were already occupied. Wherever he went, one needed to sign a contract to even attempt gaining a legacy. Since this site was not yet claimed, it sought to seize it. Not just beasts but also geniuses from other races and humans from ancient clans were occupying these places. They wanted to ensure no opportunity was missed and controlled various legacies, turning legacy recipients into tools. So ruthless, cried everyone, feeling both alarmed and resentful. Did these powerful beings flaunt their strength to act so wantonly? They felt like helpless lambs, unable to oppose such strong beings due to their inferior power. Sign it. You'll see how favorable my contract is compared to others, the Golden Zyarian told Denny nonchalantly. Haha, you're thinking too much, replied Denny coldly. He wouldn't sign any such contract, not even if he didn't aim for the legacy. Don't be like this. The opening of Tai Battlefield is uncertain, and we don't know when it will open next. These legacies represent your best chance, possibly your lifetime's greatest opportunity, the Golden Zyarian explained. Latoying out means losing the chance to grow stronger, and you might spend your later years regretting it. Though harsh, it was true. Compared to ancient clans, their factions lacked depth. Even top-tier forces like Jeremiahua sect couldn't compare. Ancient clans could still become stronger despite missing out on divine legacies, relying on their inherent strength. Not so for them. Following standard cultivation paths would limit their achievements significantly. These deep-seated legacies represented their biggest chances. Meeting another such significant opportunity was uncertain. You may face no significant restrictions under the contract and can do whatever you wish, the Golden Zyarian added with a smile. Contracts were infuriating and unfair, yet many still signed them. At many legacy sites it visited, numerous people had already signed contracts. Really? Chuckled the Temperance. You can do anything under a contract? Just slight restrictions. Overall you remain free, said the Golden Zyarian. Oh, I want to eat roasted golden lion legs. Is that allowed? Asked the Temperance sarcastically. The Golden Zyarian's face darkened immediately. Do you wish to die? It growled, eyes flashing menacingly, fur bristling as a terrifying aura radiated from it. If you can't even eat a golden lion leg, what kind of freedom is this? Mocked the Temperance. Ha, wrong again. Who needs permission? Just cut and grill, Denny laughed. I'll show you, he said, striking toward the Golden Zyarian with clenched fists. Defiant fools, roared the Golden Zyarian, leaping forward, unleashing a terrifying wave of power at Denny. Would they treat it as a pushover? It aimed to establish dominance, showing everyone its power. Roaring, a ripple of golden energy spread out from it, making it seem like a towering mountain pressing down. Denny stood firm, fists clashing against the Golden Zyarian. A massive explosion rang out, and Denny was forced back, his fists trembling from the impact. The Golden Zyarian was incredibly powerful. To its surprise, it hadn't killed Denny outright nor inflicted serious injuries, only pushing him back. It underestimated Denny earlier. To assert dominance, it unleashed immense power to instill fear. Such power wasn't easily countered even by third-stage Zyrif Wheel Realm cultivators, who would surely suffer grievous harm. I take back what I said. You don't have to die. You can still choose to sign the contract, it said, staring at Denny. Denny's performance stunned it. It believed Denny might succeed and wanted to retain him. Sorry, my stance remains. Roasted golden lion leg it is, replied Denny calmly, unyielding. Fine. Golden Zyarian sneered. Today's contract. You sign it, or else you lose all freedom and become my servant. This is your punishment for defiance. Chapter 173, Thunder roars in all directions. The Golden Zyarian was enraged. It had given Denny a chance, but he did not cherish it. Now, it would make Denny pay the price. Roar. It roared again. One wave after another of golden light appeared, its sound intimidating, assaulting Denny. This was a true Zyarian's roar, immensely powerful, capable of piercing eardrums and striking deep into the soul. Aya! My ears! Many people screamed in agony, their ears bleeding as they quickly moved away, afraid to stay where they were. If they remained there any longer, their fate would be terrible, their souls shattering. Denny's eyebrows twitched. His soul was hit by an immense shock. The Golden Zyarian was indeed formidable. No wonder it dared to claim this place. Rest assured, I won't take your life. You will become my most despicable servant beneath my feet. The golden Xyrian stood proudly, its ferocious might terrifying, imposing an immense pressure on everyone around. It's still so young, yet its presence is already so terrifying. It will definitely become the next generation's golden Xyrian king, ruling over all Jeremiah How. Desmond's, its father was once the golden Xyrian king, incredibly powerful in Jeremiah How, with few rivals. Many people looked grim, understanding the golden Xyrian's lineage, a nearly invincible royal beast offspring in Jeremiah How. Its performance was even more astonishing than its father during his youth. Its future was limitless. Just because you barked once, you think you're invincible? You're overestimating yourself. Denny was indifferent, his body radiating brilliant light. His black hair moved without wind, resembling a war god with an invincible aura. He moved forward, passing through layers of golden waves without any effect. What? How strong he is! Everyone was shocked by Denny. The Xyrian's roar struck deeply into the soul. Even though they weren't the main targets, they still suffered significant impacts. Desmond Denny remained unscathed, which was terrifying. The golden Xyrian's expression changed too, not expecting Denny's soul power to be so strong. Roar! It roared loudly, leaping up, extending a massive claw that seemed to tear through the heavens, slamming forward. Boom! The golden Xyrian's paw slashed out, releasing extremely terrifying ripples. Surrounding mountains cracked, rivers flowed backward. The scene was horrifying. Some people couldn't even maintain their stance, being pressed to the ground by the terror-inducing ripples. Denny showed no fear, punching forward with tremendous force, colliding with the golden Xyrian's massive claw. He unleashed the heavenly lane fist, accompanied by dragon roars, its brilliance unmatched as it clashed with the golden Xyrian. A shadow of a celestial dragon appeared, awe-inspiring, making anyone who saw it feel insignificant. Blood spewed like a rain of blood. The golden Xyrian's paw was injured, its bones broken. What kind of fist is this? It possesses the might and form of a dragon. People were astounded, finding Denny far from ordinary. This fist technique was undoubtedly supreme and transcendent, frighteningly high in rank. Denny, in his new identity, had no fear of exposure and immediately showcased the heavenly lane fist. Who are you? A descendant of an ancient family? The golden Xyrian's voice was grave, realizing that Denny wasn't simple. If he truly was a descendant of an ancient family, it would stop everything here. Regular confrontations were fine, but suppressing and capturing servants was unacceptable, as it would anger the ancient families. Ancient families were all deep and incredibly terrifying. Even its father, nearly invincible golden Xyrian king, wouldn't dare provoke them recklessly. Not. Denny spoke, having no need or desire to rely on the influence of ancient families. Not? Then you will definitely be my servant. The golden Xyrian's eyes turned cold, the injured paw emitting dazzling light, stopping the bleeding and healing completely. It indeed wasn't simple, possessing incredible self-healing abilities. Roar! It roared skyward, its bloodline power exploding. Denny's strength made it very cautious. Now it started getting serious. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant and blinding golden light erupted from its body, its overall energy becoming stronger. Each claw swipe shattered the void, chaos spreading through the air. This power was overwhelming, far exceeding its previous attempts several times over. From this, it could be inferred that its bloodline was exceptionally pure, containing immense power. Bang! Denny staggered, a trickle of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. His physical body was incredibly strong, hard for even enchanted weapons to harm him, yet now he was bleeding. The golden Xyrian's attack was truly terrifying. So that's all? Denny's expression was cold as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. If that's all you've got, I'm taking your leg for sure. Arrogant. The golden Xyrian shouted, even so, you can't match me. It attacked again, ferocious might soaring, terrifying ripples like a 1,000-foot tidal wave pressing forward. Smiling, Denny exploded with power, his 9 veins fully opened, blood energy surging to the sky, resembling an ancient vicious beast awakening. He unleashed the white tiger's sacred art, a flawless white tiger appearing behind him, charging forward. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the mountains, Denny unstoppable and terrifying, pushing through the overwhelming ripples to charge directly at the golden Xyrian. With a single punch, the white tiger roared, transforming into a beam of light merging into his fist. The golden Xyrian didn't expect Denny to surge forward. However, it was very adept, reacting swiftly and biting fiercely at Denny. Its fangs were razor-sharp, glinting menacingly, terrifying enough to sever steel with a bite. Denny showed no fear, his fist slamming against the golden Xyrian's fangs. Roar! The golden Xyrian roared in pain, its fangs shattered and scattered with blood. How could Denny be this strong? It couldn't believe it. A cultivator in the profound spirit realm could unleash such formidable power? You must die. It was furious, absolutely livid. Its fangs shattered by Denny. It harbored murderous intent now, forgetting its earlier plan to spare Denny's life and capture him as a servant. It aimed to exterminate Denny right here. Thunder roars in all directions. It roared furiously, sinister energy oppressive as immense power burst forth. It used its bloodline abilities, aiming to kill Denny. Well, looks like it's a Thunder Xyrian. Denny showed no fear, even taunting it. Die, die, die. The golden Xyrian's eyes were bloodshot, saying the word, die, 3 times. It truly wanted to slay Denny. Boom. The void shattered. The heavens darkened as thunder and lightning continued. Massive lightning bolts descended from the sky, illuminating the world with terrifying force, converging on Denny. The lightning was dense, like a rain of thunderbolts, covering the area. This scene was horrifying, as if the end times had arrived, making one's heart tremble and back chill. So terrifying. Can Denny handle it? Clementine's face was filled with worry. Despite knowing how extraordinary Denny was, seeing such terrifying attacks, she couldn't help but worry. Chapter 174 Thunder Striking for Body Refinement. It's okay, Paris replied, but it was clear that its words did not match its feelings. Its eyes were fixed on Denny, looking tense and ready to come to his aid at any moment. It believed in Denny deep down, but the situation there seemed too perilous, like being right in the heart of a thunderstorm, and it was worried something might happen to him. Don't worry. Simon waved his hand confidently, showing no signs of tension. Whoever gets into trouble, he won't. He's too shrewd and never fights without being certain of victory. You just wait for the Golden Lion's leg feast. He was exceptionally wise and skilled at calculating, yet he kept falling short against Denny. He felt that if Denny dared to challenge, he must be fully confident. Suddenly, with a roar, a massive lightning bolt struck down, landing on Denny and making his skin split open and black smoke rise from his body. Is this what you mean by don't worry? Paris wanted to slap Simon hard. This was clearly cause for concern as Denny was nearly shattered. It radiated terrifying fluctuations across its body, bending slightly, preparing to act. It couldn't stand by and watch Denny be obliterated. What the hell? Is he really overreaching? Simon muttered under his breath, feeling extremely guilty. Could Denny really be at such a disadvantage? Boom, boom, boom. One thick lightning bolt after another struck down, carrying an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Even the residual waves leveled the surrounding tall mountains, causing great fear. Denny resisted but seemed to be overwhelmed, chunks of flesh dropping off, exposing chilling white bones inside. The Four Directions Thunderstrike hasn't failed yet. Prepare to meet your end. The Golden Lion sneered, immensely confident in its bloodline ability. It wasn't lying. When the Four Directions Thunderstrike appeared, all enemies were annihilated, and no one had survived before. Hold on, I'm coming, Paris shouted, finally unable to hold back and ready to intervene. What the heck? Just then, it stopped abruptly, speaking in a strange tone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. From where Denny stood, boundless light flashed up, and the fallen flesh began regenerating rapidly. The newly grown flesh was even more astonishing, containing vigorous life essence, which was astounding. You're not good enough. The so-called Four Directions Thunderstrike is too weak. It can only refine part of my flesh, not the whole body. Denny shook his head, actually using the lightning to refine his body. Everyone's faces turned black. What kind of person was this? Too overpowering. Such a terrifying and formidable lightning power, actually used to refine the body. They couldn't even imagine such a thing. Moreover, they were deeply impressed by how transcendent Denny's physical body was. Such terrifying and formidable lightning power hadn't destroyed his body but was instead used for refinement. In ancient times, heavenly tribulations were endured by geniuses who refined their bodies with it, toughening themselves. I emulate the ancients, wanting to refine and temper myself. But you're too weak. This so-called Four Directions Thunderstrike is just a show. Denny said. You damn. The Golden Lion was so enraged that its nostrils flared. Its powerful bloodline ability was being used by Denny for refinement? This was a tremendous insult, but it was also shock to the core. The Four Directions Thunderstrike couldn't do anything to Denny. It might lose to him. It was very decisive, turning around to leave. This place could not be stayed longer, or it would risk losing more than just its legs. Where are you going? Denny coldly shouted, not letting the Golden Lion escape. Impossible. His figure darted, surpassing all limits, moving so fast it was almost invisible. In an instant, he reached the Golden Lion, leaping onto its back, pounding its head with his fists continuously. Get off me! The Golden Lion winced in pain, Denny's fists like hammers, nearly smashing its head apart. It struggled fiercely, revealing all its abilities and powers, trying to shake Denny off. But it was futile. Denny rode on the Golden Lion as steady as a rock, immune to its struggles. Blood craters appeared on the Golden Lion's skull, fragments of flesh flying everywhere until it was utterly defeated, falling from the sky, powerless to resist further. Denny leapt off the Golden Lion and wielded a snow-white long knife, severing one of its legs on the spot. Ah! The Golden Lion screamed in pain, feeling incredibly humiliated. Was its leg about to be roasted and eaten? Behave, don't look for death. Denny glared at the Golden Lion, scaring it into silence. With practiced hands, he quickly skinned and cleaned the leg, lit a fire, and began roasting it. Acquiring the legacy is extremely important. We need to be prepared. Eat some roasted meat first to replenish our vitality, Denny said, not just spouting nonsense. The Golden Lion's bloodline strength was immense, and its flesh contained much essence, beneficial for them to consume. Soon, the rich aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, enhanced by various seasonings, becoming even more inviting. Gulp, gulp. Everyone swallowed madly, staring intently at the Golden Lion's leg, eager to bite into it. So fragrant. Even the Golden Lion couldn't help but voice this sentiment, saliva visibly dripping from its mouth. The roasted meat truly smelled divine, but it quickly came to its senses, its face turning ashen. This was its own leg being roasted. How could it be fragrant? Come, let's eat. Denny grinned, calling Anastasia and others over to join him. Anastasia and others couldn't wait any longer. They rushed over and devoured the meat greedily, making those around them drool even more. A single Golden Lion's leg, several feet long, was finished in no time. Anastasia and others' eyes gleamed, clearly not satisfied. Then have another leg? Denny himself hadn't eaten enough. These guys were insatiable. He raised his hand and severed another leg, skillfully cleaning and roasting it again. The Golden Lion was furious and filled with sorrow. So powerful, its father was nearly invincible in Jeremiah, yet it had become food, and food that could be cut and eaten at will. However, it dared only to feel anger silently. 2 legs, it wasn't much. With its bloodline and recovery abilities, it would grow back. If it dared to defy Denny now, it might end up roasted entirely. Everyone, eat your fill. If you're still hungry, speak up. There are 2 more legs, no need to worry, Denny said. Upon hearing these words, the golden lion nearly fainted from fear. It prayed desperately that Denny and the others would be satiated and not eat anymore. Chapter 175, Desmond, another goddess. The rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air as a roasted lion's leg was quickly devoured by Denny and his companions once more. The golden Zyarian watched in horror, muttering under its breath, full now, still want more. Anastasia licked her red lips, still unsatisfied. Thump. The golden Zyarian's heart pounded violently. It was over. Another leg would be lost. Unfortunately, I can't eat anymore. I feel power coursing through my body. Eating any more might make me explode. Anastasia said with slight disappointment. The golden Zyarian's flesh contained an incredibly potent essence. Having eaten much roasted meat, she was saturated with energy and couldn't eat anymore. The situation was the same for Simon and the others. I can't eat any more either. Eating any more really will cause an explosion. They all chimed in. Upon hearing Simon and company's words, the golden Zyarian was almost ecstatic. It could keep its remaining legs. However, it didn't have time to rejoice as Denny's next words sent its mood plummeting. All right, you guys refine the accumulated energy in your bodies, then I'll eat another one. Denny said. You can still eat? Another whole leg? Simon and the rest were dumbfounded. Wasn't Denny afraid of exploding? It should be okay. I can probably handle another leg. Denny assessed his condition. While he had absorbed plenty of power, he was far from being at the bursting point. He sliced off another of the golden Zyarian's legs, cleaning and roasting it in the same manner. The golden Zyarian wanted to weep but had no tears. It had become a cripple. If this news spread among the Beast Prince descendants, it would be laughed out of the circle. Anastasia and the others began refining the energy in their bodies. Without doubt, they would become stronger after refining it. Meanwhile, Denny was consuming meat with big bites, finishing off the leg entirely. He too was reaching his limit. His body was now saturated with energy. However, he did not immediately begin refinement. This place was not safe. Accidents could happen at any moment. He needed to protect Simon and the others from anyone who might try to disrupt them. Can I go now? The golden Zyarian asked cautiously. Go? Where? Denny glanced at the golden Zyarian calmly. I know you have a very strong ability to recover. Your 3 legs should regrow in no time. Your lion legs are both delicious and nutritious. You should stay by my side for now until I get tired of eating you. He planned to domesticate the golden Zyarian. Brother, please spare me. I'll never dare again. The golden Zyarian cried. This torment was worse than death. Whenever Denny felt like having roasted meat, it would mean slicing off a leg. What had it become? Zyarive stock? Oh heavens, why did it provoke Denny of all people? It deeply regretted provoking Denny, feeling intense remorse. Now it had become fresh, readily available food. At first, you didn't say you would spare us. Denny looked coldly at the golden Zyarian, lifting a hand and storing it in a storage artifact. This was an extremely high-grade storage artifact from the Cathy, capable of storing large amounts of items and even living creatures. He had no intention of letting the golden Zyarian off easily. Only because they were powerful enough did they not end up as lifelong servants to the golden Zyarian. Their fate could have been far worse. Did you see that? Never provoke this person. You might end up domesticated as food. That's too ruthless. Everyone around was utterly frightened, deciding they would not provoke Denny. What are you thinking? I don't eat humans. Well, even human-shaped beasts I won't eat. Denny shouted, not wanting to be considered a man-eating demon. He had principles and wouldn't eat anything recklessly. After some time, Simon and the others finished their refinement, emanating a significantly stronger aura. Undoubtedly, they had all become stronger. They finished, and Denny started his refinement, his aura gradually strengthening. Denny's constitution was exceptionally strong, and he practiced Taoist scriptures. His refinement speed was faster than Simon and the others. Before long, he completely finished refining. His entire body shone brilliantly, blood chi vigorous like a true dragon. Just standing there, he exuded immense pressure. He ate the most and accumulated the most strength, yet refined the fastest. So terrifying. Indeed, dragons and tigers hide in deep waters. People sighed. Denny's performance was too astonishing, extraordinary, leaving everyone stunned. Let's see if we can gain the divine inheritance. Remember, don't overdo it. If something feels wrong, withdraw immediately. Denny looked serious, instructing Simon and the others to try first. Ladies first. Without further ado or formalities, Anastasia stepped forward to attempt obtaining the divine inheritance. Strange runes pulsated there, astonishing and transcendent, emitting terrifying power. Forceful entry was futile. Recognition was required. Anastasia, with some tension, took a deep breath and made her first step. It worked. Her face lit up with surprise. She felt no suppression, meaning she had been recognized. Ava attempted a second step, confirming her recognition. The powers here did not hinder her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ava proceeded with several steps effortlessly, as if on flat ground. The fearsome powers seemed non-existent here. Finally, she successfully reached the golden corpse. Desmond, another goddess. People envied her immensely. The divine inheritance was significant, changing one's life entirely. As Anastasia approached the corpse, a tremendous change occurred. The entire corpse emitted boundless golden light, filled with sacred aura. A barrier then appeared, sealing everything. Anastasia obtained the divine inheritance within. Great. Denny smiled broadly, happy for Anastasia. Simon and the others felt the same, happier for her than for themselves. Let's go explore other places and see if we can obtain more divine inheritances. Denny and company did not linger, heading towards other sites. Obtaining an inheritance took a long time. They preferred exploring other areas rather than waiting idly. With the divine inheritance, Anastasia was undoubtedly transformed. Zyrite crystal, her situation had changed. They needn't worry about Anastasia's safety. Someone obtained the divine inheritance. Where? This news spread, stirring up excitement among the ancient clan's prodigies, rushing to where Anastasia was. They intended to recruit her. If they could recruit Anastasia, they would inevitably become stronger, extending their legacy. Chapter 176, Re-encountering Goss. A new god's inheritor has been born, and every creature in the depths is boiling with excitement and hope. Sign the contract, and you can immediately try for the inheritance. This is a rare opportunity. Another new god's inheritor has appeared. You shouldn't hesitate any longer. Otherwise, when others obtain the god's inheritance, you'll have nowhere to cry. After the birth of a new god's inheritor, those who occupied various inheritance sites became even more resolute, requiring all creatures who wished to try for the inheritance to sign a contract. Damn it! Many creatures were furious, but had no solutions. They either couldn't fight off those who occupied the inheritance sites or feared the power behind those occupiers. In such a situation, they had only two choices. One was to sign the contract and gain a chance to attempt the inheritance, while the other choice was to give up on the god's inheritance entirely. Besides these two choices, they had no other options. Denny and his group quickly arrived at another inheritance site that had also been taken over. A contract had to be signed to gain a trial opportunity. The news of Anastasia obtaining the god's inheritance spread rapidly, and the number of creatures willing to sign contracts noticeably increased. God's inheritance is left by deities for destined ones. What right do you have to occupy it? Aren't you afraid of retribution? Someone angrily asked, confronting the occupiers. He was very bold, as no one else dared to say such things, yet he spoke out directly. Goss. Denny was surprised, recognizing the speaker. It was Goss, the one with the 9 Brenton sacred body. He hadn't expected that Goss would also come from the outskirts to the depths. This is a Zyrif will realm fluctuation. Haroun commented, sensing the Zyrif will realm aura from Goss, indicating he was now in the Zyrif will realm. He advanced quite quickly. Back then, he was only in the 7th level profound spirit realm. Max said, their rapid advancement was due to the existence of time-space zones. However, for Goss to reach the Zyrif will realm so swiftly in normal time, it truly showed his extraordinary talent. There's nothing strange about it. This is normal. Denny chuckled, not surprised. The 9 Brenton sacred body ranks among the top 50 constitutions in the world. If Goss's advancement speed was slow, that would be abnormal. Why should I listen to you talking about retribution here? A young man coldly scoffed, his gaze filled with disdain. He came from the Chance clan, which had occupied this inheritance site. You doing this kind of thing is utterly abominable. If it weren't for your ancient clan backing, you would have been killed long ago. Goss roared angrily. Those without backgrounds included some powerful elites capable of battling the geniuses of ancient clans. However, ancient clans were too formidable, and the consequences of a battle could be severe. Therefore, despite their great strength, these individuals without backgrounds could only endure, fearing to make any moves. Sorry, our ancient clan is indeed formidable and powerful. What can you do? The Chance clan youth sneered arrogantly. His realm wasn't high, only 2nd level Zyrif will realm. There were many people in this place stronger than him. Desmond, he dared to act so wildly, disregarding the others. Other Chance clan disciples were also present, but none had particularly high realms, being around the same level as him. Originally, there was a Chance clan genius stationed here, but after news of Anastasia obtaining the god's inheritance spread, the Chance clan's genius left this place to court Anastasia. Sign the contract, and you can proceed to attempt. Otherwise, get lost. The Chance clan youth coolly added, I won't sign and I won't leave either. Goss's gaze was resolute. He had stepped forward knowing well he was ready for a fight. You're courting death. The Chance clan youth's face darkened instantly. Beside him, other Chance clan disciples stepped forward, radiating murderous intent. You have no right or qualification to occupy here. This is left by gods for the destined ones. Goss bellowed, striking forward. His strength was impressive and surprising. Despite being only in the 1st level Zyrif wheel realm, he could fight against several 2nd level Zyrif wheel realm Chance clan disciples. Not bad. Crossing realms to fight and facing multiple opponents, truly remarkable. The surrounding crowd was shocked by Goss's prowess. These were all descendants of ancient clans, each one far exceeding ordinary cultivators. It was extremely difficult to cross realms and fight multiple ancient clan disciples. Desmond, Goss held his ground and even gained a slight advantage. If this continues, Goss might defeat these ancient clan disciples. He has some skill, no wonder he dares to act so boldly. At this point, a Chance clan disciple sneered and joined the fray. He had been watching but now saw the Chance clan fighters struggling to defeat Goss. His realm was higher, being in the 3rd level Zyrif will realm. Once he joined, the tide turned. Goss's established advantage was shattered, and he began to lose ground. Thud. Goss spat blood, struck heavily by the 3rd level Zyrif will realm Chance clan disciple, staggering backward. This was already alarming. If another 1st level Zyrif will realm practitioner faced that strike, they would likely be killed outright. I want to help him. He's fighting for us. The crowd without backgrounds clenched their teeth, their eyes turning red. Goss represented them. His victory was their victory. They understood this clearly. Desmond, no one moved. They still dared not provoke the Chance clan. Flash. Just as Goss was about to fall, a figure flashed by, catching Goss and preventing him from hitting the ground. Brother, well done. I'm proud of you. Denny said. Indeed, it was Denny who caught Goss. Others feared the ancient clans, but Denny did not. Especially since the Chance clan geniuses weren't around. He had nothing to fear. Thank you. Goss's face was pale, heavily injured by that strike, his voice weak. No need for thanks. Helping you is my duty. Standing up courageously like this deserved respect. Another one courting death? The third level Zyrif Wheel Realm Chance Clan disciple sneered, emitting heavy killing intent. His icy gaze focused on Denny, terrifyingly intense. Chapter 177. A dead end beneath your feet. Courting death? Denny's eyes were cold as he said, your clan's paragon isn't even here. You dare to be so arrogant with just you insignificant pests? It's you who are courting death. Without even reaching the Zyrif Wheel Realm, who gives you the guts to say these things? That Chance Clan member, Lance, laughed coldly. He sensed Denny's power fluctuations. Denny was still in the profound spirit realm. He originally thought a powerful person had arrived, but unexpectedly, it was just someone in the profound spirit realm. This was simply asking for death. Does this need courage? Denny replied, you guys really think too highly of yourselves, treating yourselves as something significant. With Chance Clan's paragon not around and only Lance and his group present, this truly meant nothing to him. He alone could sweep away Lance and the others. Even though Lance and the rest weren't ordinary people and far surpassed normal humans, Denny remained confident. Insolent. A Chance Clan member shouted angrily and directly attacked, wielding a heavy axe as he swung at Denny. Denny showed no fear. Surrounded by a crystalline luster, he took a step forward and directly clashed with the Chance Clan member. His punch was shockingly powerful, blasting the heavy axe into pieces. How is this possible? The Chance Clan member was dumbfounded. The heavy axe was an upper-grade spirit weapon, extremely powerful. How could it be shattered by Denny's flesh and blood fist? Nothing impossible about that. Denny's expression was cold as he kicked the Chance Clan member's chin, sending him flying skyward. Suck in a breath. The surrounding crowd gasped, stunned. 7th rank profound spirit, and he had blasted apart a heavy axe with one punch and kicked a second stage Zyrif Wheel Chance Clan member into the air. This was terrifying, almost surreal. This individual was even more astonishing and terrifying than Goss. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Goss was equally shocked but also confused. He clearly didn't know or recognize Denny, yet he felt an oddly familiar vibe from him, which puzzled him greatly. Lance's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Denny to be so formidable. Friend, we don't have to do this. We can achieve mutual benefits. He spoke up. Mutual benefit? Denny laughed derisively. Do you call being bound by a contract and controlled by you all mutual benefit? Friend, there's no need to obsess over the contract. If you truly gain the inheritance, the contract would be nothing but a formality. Lance explained, we will give you absolute respect and use the full strength of our Chance Clan to cultivate you. Forget it. No matter how sweet you make it sound, you're still talking about being restricted by a contract and ultimately listening to you all. With a contract in place, where was their absolute respect and freedom? This was a joke, completely impossible. Do you insist on this course? Lance's face turned cold. Friend, I'm doing this out of concern for talent, not wanting you to miss such a great opportunity. Don't misjudge your worth or situation. He added, his tone clearly threatening. You're the ones not understanding the situation. I've already said your clan's paragon isn't here. You count for nothing. Denny sneered, showing you some respect. Lance roared, you haven't even reached the Zyrif Wheel realm. How strong can you possibly be? Don't court death. After speaking, those Chance Clan members nearby emitted formidable auras, clearly ready to act at any moment. Where's the dead end? Show me. Denny showed no fear. Arrogant thing, bring him down. Lance barked the order. Boom, boom, boom. Massive explosions echoed as the Chance Clan members unleashed their formidable powers without hesitation. Oh, I see the dead end now. It's beneath your feet. Denny's body glowed as he immediately engaged, battling fiercely with the Chance Clan members. He was frightening and ferocious, like an awakened beast, his power surging to the skies. Even though these Chance Clan members initially burst with formidable power, it wasn't enough. They couldn't match Denny's overwhelming suppression. Stellar sand. Lance roared, tossing a handful of sparkling sand. Each grain was incredibly terrifying and powerful, pressing down like towering mountains. This was a secret treasure crafted by an Isaias of the Chance Clan, capable of slaying a strong foe with just one grain. Lance took Denny very seriously, not underestimating him, throwing the sand to suppress him. Are you joking? You think some broken sand can take me down? Denny showed no fear. His entire body erupted with blazing light. He seemed like an invincible war god, imposing and unstoppable. Walking calmly through the sand, he allowed it to fall onto him. Despite each grain being capable of collapsing a mountain, it became ordinary upon landing on Denny, lacking any force. It wasn't that the sand had lost its power. Denny's physical strength was simply too formidable. Though these grains contained terrifying forces, they were still ineffective against Denny. Lance's face changed. The stellar sand had no effect, far beyond his expectations. What do you mean? Your path to death has reached your feet. Denny snarled, charging fiercely towards Lance. Courting death. Lance yelled, summoning a magical artifact, a black furnace covered in complex runes. Opening the lid, flames soared into the sky, heat engulfing everything. This wasn't ordinary flame but pitch black fire, looking eerie and daunting. Taste the black flame. Lance sneered. Black flame was a kind of exotic fire, exceptionally terrifying and capable of incinerating everything. Although the Chance Clan Paragon had left, he'd left Lance with several means. The stellar sand and black flame were among them. Then let me try. Denny's expression remained calm as he walked right into the black flame. He wanted to gauge his current physical strength and test it against the black flame. You're way overestimating yourself. Prepare to be burned to ashes. Lance laughed derisively, amazed that Denny dared walk into the black flame. To him, this was suicide. Black flame was far more terrifying than stellar sand. Chapter 178. peerless flesh. The black flames burned fiercely, like ghostly fires from hell. They not only incinerated the flesh of living beings, but also scorched their souls. When Denny stepped into the black flames, he appeared even more astonishing. His entire body shone like a flawless treasure, radiating a crystalline luster that stood out brilliantly in the midst of the black flames. The temperature of the black flames was terrifyingly high, softening the ground beneath it. Surrounding trees and mountains melted, turning into various ash residues that fell to the ground. Zyreving beings nearby found their mouths parched, the water on their bodies evaporating rapidly. Even their blood was evaporating at an alarming rate. They retreated swiftly, but it was futile. The area engulfed by the black flames' heat was too vast. They lost strength mid-retreat and collapsed onto the ground. Quick, extinguish the black flames. We'll die if this continues. Please, have mercy. They cried out in agony, their appearances pitiful. Within a short time, they resembled mummies, their skin wrinkled and lifeless, clinging tightly to their bones. This was caused by the black flames, evaporating the moisture and blood within their bodies. If this continued, they would all perish here. Especially terrifying was the sensation that their souls were being evaporated as well, their consciousness gradually fading. They faced a dire crisis of life and death. Of course, not all living beings were affected to this extent. Those with lower realms were the most severely impacted. Those with higher realms, while affected, suffered less severely. You should blame him. Without him, you wouldn't be suffering so much. If you want to survive, persuade him to give up this meaningless struggle, Lance said coldly, showing no regard for their lives. How could they blame Denny? Though these beings did not wish to die, they still had principles. They knew none of this was Denny's fault. Not one person blamed Denny or wished for his defeat. Instead, they hoped for Denny to quickly defeat Lance. Swish, swish, swish. Those with greater strength took action, using their power to shield the weaker beings from the intense heat of the black flames. Helping those who upheld principles was worthwhile. You can't be hoping for him to win, can you? Lance snorted disdainfully. No one survives under the black flames. This is the flame of death, igniting the flames of doom. Igniting the flames of doom? Denny smiled calmly within the black flames, nodding and saying, Desmond's, it is the flame of death, and yes, I can ignite the flames of doom, but it will be your doom. With a roar, he emerged unscathed from the black flames. No matter how fearsome the flames were, they could not harm him. He was surrounded by a dazzling glow, an exceedingly astonishing sight. This was the power of his pure flesh, unmatched and invulnerable to the black flames. He hasn't even opened his acupoint treasures yet, and he's already this powerful. Astonishing! Mac marveled, his eyes wide with shock. Normally, the strength of the flesh only undergoes a qualitative change after opening the acupoint treasures, far surpassing ordinary flesh. However, Denny achieved such a transformation without opening the acupoint treasures, which was incredibly frightening and astounding. In the future, once Denny opens the acupoint treasures, his flesh strength will surely become even more monstrous and terrifying. But is this really a good thing? The farther one travels down the path of the flesh, the more tragic the outcome tends to be. He murmured, feeling uneasy. Denny's path filled him with worry. Even the Supreme Heavenly Lord ultimately met with a grim end, making him genuinely concerned for Denny's future. Lance's heart trembled. Neither Star Sand nor Black Flames were effective against Denny. What kind of freak was this? He retreated rapidly, unwilling to face Denny in combat. Star Sand and Black Flames were his ultimate trump cards, and now both had failed. He was destined not to be Denny's match. Taoist friend, I admit I was wrong before. Please forgive me. He apologized sincerely to Denny. Forget it. Put away your scheming. You won't buy any more time. Denny was cold, his spiritual perception extremely keen. He sensed Lance using a communication artifact, likely calling for help from the Chance Clan's elite. This supposed apology was just another delay tactic. I'm not stalling, Lance insisted, maintaining a calm expression. I am genuinely apologizing to you. Is that so? Then who are you contacting? Denny raised a piece of jade carved with complex runes and said, save your efforts. You can't succeed. This jade has sealed off this place. Your message won't get through. It was a jade obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix, inscribed with sealing runes. As he said, Lance could neither send a message nor leave the place. Neither could anyone else here. Though Denny and Megan's group had significantly improved in strength, they still lagged behind the true elites of ancient clans. Thus, Denny preemptively sealed off the area to prevent Lance from notifying the Chance Clan's elite. Frustrating. Lance gritted his teeth, his face contorted in fury. Denny hadn't lied. The area was indeed sealed, preventing any messages from getting out. Kill. Denny showed no mercy, launching a lethal attack. He already had no fondness for the Chance Clan, and Lance's actions only made things worse. He exploded with physical might, delivering a lane fist with one hand and white tiger holy art with the other, accompanied by the roars of dragon and tiger as he charged forward. Splat, splat, splat. Bright red blood spattered everywhere. Lance's strength was no match for Denny's, despite being at a higher realm. I'm from the Chance Clan. Lance screamed, trying to save his life. Denny ignored him, smashing through Lance's body with a punch and slaying him on the spot. Next, he dispatched the remaining members of the Chance Clan. Everyone, please stay here for now. Let's keep this information from spreading. Denny looked at the others and said, sure, no problem. Without hesitation, they agreed. They despised the Chance Clan. Helping them was out of the question. Now, let's try to obtain the legacy here. Denny instructed Mac and the others to attempt it while he stayed back. He already possessed the Dao Cannon, Lane Treasure Art, and White Tiger Holy Art. A legacy, while valuable, wasn't crucial for him. Getting it would be better, but not obtaining it wouldn't be a significant issue. Moreover, this wasn't the only legacy site. He wanted Mac and the others to receive it first. Chapter 179, Great God Legacy. Simon and company were too familiar with each other, understanding each other's temperaments well. Without any formalities, Lamar was the first to attempt it. Nope. Lamar shook his head, feeling an immense resistance as soon as he took his first step, unable to proceed. This indicated that he wasn't acknowledged. Let me try. Simon stepped forward and attempted. Damn it, not even I can? You have really bad judgment if you missed out on the best heir. He also couldn't do it. The pressure was too great for him to continue forward, thus not getting acknowledged. Amanita didn't need to try. Being an animal, it wasn't within the range of inheritance. Denny went next. As he stepped in, something unusual suddenly occurred on the other side. The entire area violently shook, and even the corpse bones of the god trembled vigorously, emitting a dazzling golden glow. What's going on here? Is this acknowledgement or rejection? Everyone was perplexed, having never witnessed such a situation before. Not just them, Simon, Lamar, and the kitten were equally bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Others might not have seen what an acknowledgement looked like, but they had. When Clementine received the acknowledgement, they were right there watching. But when Clementine was acknowledged, nothing like this happened. On the other side, Denny was also bewildered. He couldn't figure out whether he had been acknowledged or not. Normally, someone who gets acknowledgement doesn't feel any pressure and can proceed directly to receive the inheritance. He didn't feel any pressure at all, seemingly indicating acknowledgement. But again, nothing like this happened when Clementine got acknowledged. So he was confused, unsure if he had been acknowledged. He cautiously moved forward, still feeling no pressure, as if this place lacked any force. However, as he continued, the shaking grew more intense, including the divine corpse bones, almost shaking apart. Finally, he successfully reached the corpse bones, close enough to touch. What's going on? Did I get acknowledged or not? Denny muttered, full of confusion. He had made it this far, yet nothing had happened. No transmission barrier appeared. He waited for a long time, studied the bones, but only violent shaking occurred. Whatever. Denny shook his head and could only return, apparently not gaining the inheritance's recognition. Otherwise, he would have received the inheritance already. How bizarre is this? It's utterly inexplicable. Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. Why could Denny reach there without recognition? Why didn't he receive the inheritance if he was recognized? Go try everyone. Denny returned and let Goss and others attempt. He bid farewell to Goss and left with Simon and others. All the elite members of the ancient clans were with Clementine, waiting to court her, a rare opportunity. After all, with these elites guarding the inheritance site, they had no chance to attempt. So, they quickly headed to another inheritance site. This one won't work either. Brenton clan's elites are here. They departed, not wasting time. With Brenton clan elites present, they weren't their match. They then arrived at another inheritance site. Three-headed crocodile. Not this one either. They left again. A three-headed crocodile guarded this place, far more terrifying than the one in the peripheral area, way beyond their capabilities. The locations of various inheritance sites were no longer a secret. The entities deep within knew where they were. They visited several inheritance sites, none working due to foreign elites or powerful demonic beasts' offspring guarding them. This one works. The next inheritance site they arrived at was occupied by an ancient clan, but its elites were not present. Clearly, the news of Chanciu and others' deaths hadn't spread yet. Otherwise, the ancient clan elites guarding Clementine would have returned to fortify their respective inheritance sites. Given the ruthless actions against the ancient clans, no elite guardians meant potential danger for the clan's children. My clan, Denny sneered, quickly identifying the occupying ancient clan. This was the My Clan's inheritance site. No point in discussion. Denny and others attacked immediately, overwhelming the My Clan members. Without any elites, these My Clan members were no match. Lamar and Simon attempted, still not getting recognized. Denny went again. The same scene repeated. He successfully reached the skeleton, causing huge disturbances but not obtaining the inheritance. Don't spread the word about this place for now. It benefits us all. Denny left, letting others attempt. Others understood keeping it a secret benefited everyone, agreeing to remain silent. One after another, Denny and company traveled to multiple inheritance sites controlled by ancient clans, killing the descendants of these clans and attempting the trials. However, none obtained the inheritance. Denny consistently managed to reach the skeletons but couldn't gain the inheritance. No worries, there are more. Denny said, not giving up, continuing with Simon and others. They arrived at a particularly impressive inheritance site. The skeleton inside was much more astonishing. A skeleton glowing brightly, covered in sacred light, almost alive. Even divine sounds echoed around it. Extremely exceptional. Other inheritance site skeletons lay flat on the ground. This one stood upright, straight like a spear. Despite having no flesh, it exuded immense power from its previous owner. This was definitely not a minor god but a great god. King among gods. Here, the My Clan required lifelong service from recipients. Crystal gained such an inheritance, a great god legacy. Other inheritance sites are minor god legacies. Only two such great god legacies exist, one taken by Crystal and this one. More life forms gathered here, far exceeding other sites. Pity. The Zaire clan occupies this place, with such stringent terms. Occupying this place demonstrates Zaire clan's strength. Such a grand legacy would be fiercely contested among ancient clans. They discussed, filled with frustration and resignation. Chapter 180, Trace. In truth, the Zaire clan was indeed formidable and terrifying, even more powerful than other ancient clans. Even the Chance clan paled in comparison to the Zaire clan, which boasted a legacy stretching further back in time. Can I have a chance? A young man stepped forward, his body enveloped in radiance, eyes like lightning, long black hair cascading over his shoulders, exuding an extraordinary aura. I can assure you and swear that if I can obtain the inheritance here, the Zaire clan will be my lifelong friend, and I will go to any lengths to protect the Zaire clan in times of need. He spoke confidently. It's him, Aurelio. The crowd's expressions changed as they recognized the youth. This was a highly renowned young man who had gained immense fame in the inner regions. His prowess was remarkable. Though his cultivation realm wasn't among the top tier of the inner regions, his strength was incredibly formidable. He has fought against descendants of the ancient clans, geniuses of different races, and even offspring of monstrous beasts. In every battle, without exception, he emerged victorious. Desmond's. He comes from a small place in Jeremiah with no significant background but has achieved such brilliance. He is truly a peerless talent. People discussed endlessly. Aurelio's record in the inner regions was astounding, with no defeats to his name. Oh, relying on a bit of talent, you think you can negotiate with me? Someone from the Zaire clan laughed, filled with disdain. You're not good enough yet, far from it. Your achievements in the inner regions don't amount to anything. You don't know what a true genius is. He continued. I do admit I'm not good enough. There are many people stronger than me, Aurelio admitted. I didn't come here to negotiate. I just want to try a different method. Taking an oath and signing a contract should have the same binding effect. Cultivators could not break their oaths, for doing so would invite severe consequences from the heavens' retribution. If the effects are the same, why are you still talking? The Zaire clan member sneered. Put away your tricks. If you wish to try, only a signed contract will suffice. Can't you give me a chance? Aurelio asked, unwilling to give up. Oaths and contracts were equally binding, but he preferred to take an oath rather than sign a contract. Zaire clan contracts were too extreme, reducing one to a slave upon signing. Oaths, however, allowed some room for maneuver without becoming a servant. Do you really think you're exceptional, better than everyone else? The Zaire clan member said, fine, I'll give you a chance. Defeat me, and you can take an oath instead of signing a contract? Is this real? Aurelio's eyes lit up. Don't tell me you actually think you can defeat me? The Zaire clan member was exceptionally confident. There's always a chance to try. Aurelio replied. Then come, let you make the first move. The Zaire clan member, Trace, said. Pardon the offense. Aurelio bowed slightly before launching his attack towards Trace. Despite being only at the first order Zaire wheel realm, the power he unleashed exceeded those at the second and third order Zaire wheel realms. Indeed, Aurelio, his strength is truly terrifying. No one at his level can match him. Everyone was amazed. Aurelio's burst of power far surpassed his current cultivation realm. Trace remained unmoved, standing motionlessly. Just as Aurelio's attack was about to hit Trace, Trace moved. With a single palm strike, a thunderous boom echoed. A faint blue light burst forth, incredibly shocking. What? Aurelio's arm has been crippled. Everyone stared in disbelief, astonished by how frighteningly strong Trace was. Such a formidable Aurelio was severely injured in just one blow. Even more shockingly, Trace was also at the first order Zaire wheel realm, the same as Aurelio. Their faces turned red. They had just praised Aurelio as invincible at his level, only for Trace, this freak, to appear and turn the tables. Laughable. How can someone like Lord you be compared to you little outsiders? Overestimating yourselves. Zaire clan members mocked repeatedly. Trace's talent was astounding, making him an absolute prodigy among their clan, far surpassing even the heirs of other ancient clans. While Aurelio possessed some abilities, he was still far from matching Trace. This was because Trace was still young and hadn't cultivated for long. Otherwise, his realm would be much higher. Aurelio gritted his teeth, surprised by Trace's strength. However, he refused to give up. His body glowed as he unleashed all his inner power. A radiant glow enveloped his crippled arm, allowing it to function again. With a swift movement, he drew a spirit sword, activated the sword technique, and surged forward. This was an extremely powerful sword technique. The blade's aura was solemn, and when unleashed, its shadow filled the sky. Then, countless spirit sword shadows merged into a single massive sword, several zhang long, slicing downward. This strike was terrifying, even splitting the void. It was truly frightening. Avancy display. Trace sneered, not even attempting to dodge as he walked straight toward the sword. Again, he unleashed a palm strike, emitting a brilliant blue light that illuminated the entire area. Crack. A sound like shattering glass rang out as Trace shattered the spirit's sword with his palm. Aurelio was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying backward. Do you now understand how inadequate you are? Trace hovered midair, looking down at Aurelio, displaying supreme arrogance. Everyone felt a chill. Trace indeed had the right to be so arrogant. He was truly too strong, too terrifying. Such a person as Trace, once fully grown, would undoubtedly become an unmatched powerhouse. Furthermore, they felt a deep sense of despair. If even such a remarkably talented person like Trace couldn't gain the inheritance, what hope did they have? I lost. Aurelio's face was pale. He clearly understood the gap between himself and Trace. Defeating him was impossible. Given the chance, you proved useless. Trace sneered. Then, he turned his gaze to the others. I'll give you all a chance to. Anyone under the 5th Order Zaire wheel realm who can defeat me can avoid signing the contract and simply swear an oath. He was exceedingly domineering and self-assured to say such words. But if you lose, you must willingly sign the contract. He added, not wanting to act without imposing conditions. Reactions varied, indecision spreading through the crowd as they lacked confidence. What if someone below the Zaire wheel realm beats you? At that moment, Denny asked with a smile. Want to beat me at the Zaire wheel realm? Are you joking? What if it happens? There is no what if. Trace was decisive, extremely confident. How could he possibly be defeated by someone beneath the 5th Order Zaire wheel realm when he had already dared to challenge 5th Order practitioners? It was utterly preposterous and impossible. Translation provided maintains the original tone, structure, and character names while ensuring natural English readability and coherence. #####Chapter 181. Intense battle. Who is this? So daring, challenging Trace while being below the Zyrif wheel realm? Aurelio was immensely powerful and had never been defeated in all his battles. Desmond, when he fought against Trace, he was utterly defeated and couldn't stand a chance. Everyone turned to look, curious to see who this formidable opponent was. They saw Denny but had no recollection of him. They didn't know who Denny was. Here's the deal. If you lose, sign a contract with me and serve as my servant, bringing me tea and water. Denny remained calm, disregarding the odd gazes from the crowd around him. Am I giving you too much respect? Trace's face turned cold. From the day he was born, who had ever dared speak to him like this? There's no point in talking more. Let's fight. I'll let you make the first move. Denny took a step forward and walked out from among the crowd. He possessed an invincible heart, unafraid even though Trace was incredibly strong. He had confidence in himself. He practiced the Tao scripture, often underwent physical tempering in the Lane transformation pool, and mastered extraordinary skills such as the heavenly Lane fist and the white tiger sacred art. Trace's advantages in the eyes of others were insignificant before him. The Tao scripture, the upgraded Lane transformation pool, the heavenly Lane fist, and the white tiger sacred art. These were all exceedingly exceptional. Even an ancient clan with long-standing traditions could not match this level of power. Even if they did have similar abilities, it would be impossible for them to bestow all of these powers on one person, Trace. This was his confidence. Even though Trace was at a higher realm, Denny still had faith in his ability to fight. You fool. Today, I'll show you what it means to cross me. Trace sneered, angered by Denny. He slapped towards Denny, blue light rising around his hand with terrifying power, the palm growing large as a millstone instantly. Denny was unafraid, his body glowing brilliantly as he punched out, meeting Trace's massive palm head-on. His realm really is below the Zyrif wheel realm. He's only at the 7th level profound spirit realm. I thought he'd be at least 9th level profound spirit realm. The crowd murmured in disbelief, surprised by Denny's cultivation level. Denny's attack revealed his true strength to everyone. This must be an extremely outstanding young genius who has never tasted defeat, thus he is so confident. A cultivator should have confidence, but they should also assess their own abilities. Trace is far beyond what Denny can challenge. This slap will likely kill him outright. No one believed Denny stood a chance against Trace. If Denny were at the 9th level profound spirit realm, perhaps he might have stood a slim chance. But at the 7th level, it was too great a difference, and Trace wasn't just any cultivator. He was an elite genius. How is this possible? Bolivar? Trace's palm is trembling? In the next moment, they were stunned. Denny unexpectedly forced Trace's palm away upon collision, and they even saw it tremble slightly. This indicated that Trace had suffered a disadvantage. Trace's eyes flashed with surprise, even more shocked by Denny's incredible strength. At the 7th level profound spirit realm, Denny managed to make Trace's palm tremble. Though just a slight tremor, it was frightening and astonishing. Not bad. Denny's gaze sharpened, his body crackling as he stretched and prepared for battle. This would be a tough fight, surpassing anything he had faced before. Still, he felt no fear, and instead, his fighting spirit soared higher than ever. Come on, let's have a proper battle, he shouted, his black hair fluttering wildly, looking remarkably intense and extraordinary. I underestimated you earlier, not taking you seriously, using less than 1/10 of my power, yet you gained confidence from it? Trace sneered, saying, how laughable. Now I'll show you how weak you really are. Shwa shwa shwa. Trace struck again, creating a terrifying scene. Azure light illuminated heaven and earth. Overwhelming power surged forth, turning this place into a storm center. The crowd was astonished, their scalps tingling from the sheer intensity of Trace's power, making them feel as if a mountain pressed down on them. Even cultivators at the 3rd and 4th levels of the Zyrif wheel realm were equally uncomfortable. Is this his true power? Aurelio muttered, his face complex. Such power was far stronger than Trace's during their previous battle. Had Trace used this power back then, Aurelio would have been killed on the spot. So this is the power of an ancient clan's heritage? Aurelio was devastated, feeling an immense blow. Previously, he had never lost. Even though he lost to Trace, he believed he could eventually surpass him. But now, that hope vanished. Trace belonged to another world altogether, far surpassing him, and it would be extremely difficult to catch up. Seeing this terrifying power unleashed, everyone felt Trace's anger and intent to kill. Otherwise, how could he release such horrifying force? Indeed, that was the case. Earlier, he suffered a small disadvantage against Denny, which he could not tolerate. He intended to crush Denny forcefully to prove his dominance. Denny's eyes narrowed without hesitation. His 9 pulse forces erupted, unleashing the heavenly Lane fist. A dragon's roar reverberated through heaven and earth. A celestial dragon silhouette appearing, its eyes cold and invincible, defying all. What kind of boxing technique is this? Trace's pupils constricted, his heart shaking. He never expected Denny to possess such terrifying martial arts. This technique was more fearsome than even the strongest tribal skill of the Zaire clan. Where did he get it? Trace's gaze grew strange as he began to take Denny seriously. The heavenly Lane fist roared, its power surging, shaking the space itself as it collided with Trace's attack. Rumble. Instantly, one explosion after another echoed, brilliant light engulfing everything. Denny and Trace's figures disappeared in the radiance. The crowd was extremely tense, staring intently to see the outcome of this clash. He absolutely cannot win. He will only be defeated by young Master Yu. Desmond's. That's an unchangeable fact. Confident Zaire clan disciples voiced their opinions, unable to believe Trace would lose. Trace was astonishingly strong, several levels above Denny. How could he possibly lose in such a situation? It was simply impossible. Chapter 182, Purple Gold Gourd. Blinding light shone, accompanied by successive massive explosions. Everyone tried to see what was happening inside, but the force there was too terrifying. Despite employing various methods, they couldn't glimpse the scene. After a while, The light faded, revealing Denny and Trace's figures. Did you see that? How could he possibly be a match for young Master Yu? He's even bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Daring to challenge young Master Yu. What utter overconfidence. The disciples of the Zaire clan laughed loudly. It seems your young master is in an even worse state. Someone whispered. Not possible. The Zaire clan disciple wouldn't believe it, but still glanced towards Trace. Earlier, they had been focused on Denny, not noticing Trace's condition. Their faces darkened as the statement rang true. Trace was in far worse shape. Trace was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, looking almost like a blood-soaked figure. By comparison, Denny seemed practically unharmed, only with a bit of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How can this be? Young Master Yu actually lost? They couldn't believe it, unable to accept this fact. Trace, who was invincible among peers and dominated other ancient clans' descendants, was at such a disadvantage against a 7th-level mystic spirit realm practitioner. How could they believe it? I underestimated you. Trace stared fiercely at Denny. He had miscalculated by engaging in close combat. Denny's physical body was monstrously powerful, almost unnaturally so. He shouldn't have engaged in close combat. If not for the close combat, he wouldn't be injured this badly or at such a disadvantage. His figure flashed, quickly putting distance between him and Denny, resolving not to engage in close combat again. Continuing this way, he would surely lose. Denny's physical strength was simply non-human. He seriously suspected that Denny wasn't human but the offspring of a savage beast. However, no matter how suspicious, he knew clearly that Denny was truly human, not some beast offspring. Void Sea. He roared, forming seals with both hands, unleashing a terrifying divine art. This was one of their Zaire clan's clan-defining divine arts, capable of destroying heaven and earth when mastered perfectly. Truly formidable. Rushing water sounds echoed. The void shook, revealing a vast sea, its water tilting, emitting a chilling glow, swallowing the sky and surging towards Denny. Denny had nowhere to run, instantly swallowed by the seawater. Bolivar? Denny's eyebrows lifted. The seawater was not simple, containing terrifying power, squeezing his physical body. Only due to his extremely powerful physique could he withstand it. If it were anyone else, even those beast offspring, their bodies would be crushed immediately upon being submerged. It's useless. His physical strength erupted comprehensively. Unfurling the white tiger saint art, tiger roars resounded through the heavens, allowing him to break out from the seawater. Do you think this ends here? Trace sneered. You're too naive. Void Sea was one of their Zaire clan's clan-defining divine arts. How easy do you think it is to break through? Absolutely impossible. Rushing water sounds echoed again. Water surged, giant water pillars emerged, confining Denny, pressing him back into the seawater. Additionally, more terrifying power appeared within the seawater, squeezing Denny's body. Denny frowned, sensing grave danger. The power in the seawater this time was far more terrifying than before, rendering him immobile. To death. Trace's expression turned cold, his killing intent heavy. He intended to slay Denny right here. You're the naive one. Denny roared, erupting once more without any reservation, unleashing all his accumulated power. With a deafening boom, he broke out from the void sea. Water surged again, giant water pillars appearing, attempting to press him back underwater. Burst! He roared, unleashing the celestial lane treasure art and white tiger saint art simultaneously, blasting these water pillars. In that time space, he had ample time to retrain each level of cultivation, perfecting them. This undoubtedly greatly benefited him, drastically enhancing his strength and deepening the power he accumulated. Precisely because of this, he could unleash such terrifying power within the 7th-level mystic spirit realm. Had he not retrained each level in that time space, it would be impossible for him to exhibit such terrifying power or break out of the void sea. His momentum was astonishing, akin to an undefeated war god walking the world, his speed surpassing limits. The moment he broke out of the void sea, he charged fiercely towards Trace. Trace didn't expect Denny to break out. Reacting too late, Denny's fist slammed into him. A thunderous impact sent him flying, ribs breaking, spewing large amounts of blood. Denny showed no mercy, continuing his relentless assault towards Trace. Trace was a powerful opponent. He couldn't afford to underestimate or give Trace any chance to catch his breath, or he might fail. Swish. Indeed, Trace was no ordinary foe. Despite the heavy blow, he reacted swiftly, sidestepping Denny's attack. He raised a purple gold gourd, chanting incantations. A dazzling light shot out of the gourd's mouth, followed by terrifying beams. These beams were unbelievably fearsome, each one slicing through space like auroras, shocking all present. You use a magical artifact, then so will I. Denny remained calm, unhurried. He raised an ancient shield inscribed with complex ancient runes. Under his command, the shield emitted brilliant light, blocking those terrifying beams. Trace's pupils constricted, surprised that Denny possessed such a powerful ancient artifact. The purple gold gourd was crafted by strong members of the Zaire clan, infused with immense power. Such power could not be resisted even by transcendent Zaire wheel realm practitioners advancing to soul fusion realm. Desmond Denny's ancient shield actually held up, far beyond his expectations. I don't believe you can hold up. Trace unleashed the full power of the purple gold gourd, forming a terrifying strike. This was the Zaire clan Isaias's life-saving technique given to him. Now, driven by the desire to slay Denny, he discarded everything, focused entirely on killing Denny. Then let's try. Denny showed no fear, holding up the ancient shield in front of him, ready to resist. Chapter 183. The elites of various clans strike. The power within the purple gold gourd was fully unleashed by Trace, forming a terrifying strike that was absolutely horrifying, capable of causing even a cultivator at the fusion of spirits realm to die under this attack. Swish. A A peerless beam of light swiftly charged out, its brilliance blinding, almost impossible for anyone to look directly at it. Denny showed no fear whatsoever. He directed all his internal energy to bolster the ancient shield, deploying its might to resist. This mystical weapon had been obtained from the immortal Black Phoenix and was of extremely high quality, belonging to the category of precious treasures from ancient times. The immortal Black Phoenix was no simple creature. It came from a formidable background with exceedingly high standards. Anything collected by it would undoubtedly be an unimaginable treasure. Boom! The light beam struck the ancient shield, immediately triggering massive and fearsome ripples. It was as if an earthquake occurred in the area, the ground shaking continuously with terrifying after-effects spreading like ripples, sending numerous cultivators flying away, sprawled on the ground. Trace's face turned deathly pale, not expecting Denny's ancient shield to actually withstand the blow. Such a terrifying strike, hitting the ancient shield, left it completely unscathed, a truly shocking sight. Ended here. Denny's expression remained cold, unwilling to allow this battle to continue any longer. Though the ancient shield had withstood the light beam, he had paid a great price for it. The energy within him was nearly drained, almost depleted. If the fight continued, he would be powerless to carry on. Swish, swish, swish. He mobilized all the remaining strength within him, rapidly striking towards Trace. Trace's complexion was already pale, having suffered multiple heavy blows which greatly diminished his combat effectiveness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the purple gold gourd against Denny. His arrogance was immense. Resorting to the use of the purple gold gourd indicated his inferiority to Denny and needing external assistance to triumph over him. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he would never deploy the gourd. Although Denny's remaining strength wasn't much, it still exceeded Trace's. Despite Trace's best efforts to defend, he couldn't hold up and was killed on the spot by Denny. You killed young master you. You deserve death. The Zaire clan disciples were furious, never imagining that Denny dared to kill Trace. Trace was their clan's top elite. His death was a huge loss to them. So what? Descendants of ancient clans aren't new to being killed, Denny replied coldly. Too many descendants of ancient clans had died at his hands. Seizing inheritance sites and coercing others to sign contracts, you deserved your fate, Denny explained while taking a medicinal herb, biting off a small piece of the leaf. Instantly, his aura became incredibly strong again, erasing all signs of weakness and restoring his peak condition. That's the 9 destruction flower? Heaven! People's scalps tingled upon recognizing the medicinal herb in Denny's hand. The 9 destruction flower is an unparalleled medicinal herb of immeasurable value, long vanished from the world. The 9 destruction flower in Denny's possession was a complete mature one. If auctioned, such a complete mature flower could bankrupt an entire ancient clan. According to ancient records, the 9 destruction flower is considered a sacred herb, bringing tremendous benefits even just by carrying it, let alone refining it for cultivation effects multiplied. Denny devouring the leaf of the 9 destruction flower was seen as an incredible waste. Sacred herbs should not be consumed directly, but refined gradually to absorb its ultimate essence. Indeed, Denny eating the leaf to restore his state was somewhat wasteful. However, to Denny, it wasn't an issue. He had plenty of sacred herbs, and the 9 destruction flower was among the lesser ones. Kill. Without holding back, Denny slaughtered all other Zaire clan disciples present. He showed no mercy to evildoers. The Zaire clan treated others like dirt, and their fate was self-inflicted. Nandu Lamar, you too try. See if you can receive the inheritance. Despite this being a major divine inheritance site, Denny chose to make the final attempt. Nandu and Lamar tried one by one but failed, unable to gain the inheritance's acknowledgement. Denny walked inside. Zairic previous attempts in other inheritance sites, he easily approached the skeleton without any hindrance. Suddenly, noises outside disrupted the moment. Denny turned to look. Damn fellow, how dare you kill our clan's disciples? You're dead. No one can save you. Outside, a group of people arrived, filled with murderous intent, glaring at Denny from afar. They weren't just anyone but the elites of various ancient clans. News of the earlier events had leaked, revealing what happened at the occupied inheritance site. They quickly left Clementine and traced their way here. They were livid, incredulous that someone dared to kill their clan members so boldly. He's so powerful. No wonder he said before that he had killed descendants of ancient clans before. Everyone felt chilled, deeply alarmed. Denny was ruthless, showing no regard for the ancient clan descendants, slaying many of them. Come out and accept your death. Bolivari up and get out. The elites of various clans roared, their voices shaking the forest. Filled with rage, they wanted to charge in and kill Denny instantly, had it been possible. Wait, I need to obtain the divine inheritance first. Inside, Denny replied. Playing games, who are you fooling? We already know your situation. Although you can approach the skeleton, you cannot obtain the divine inheritance. The elites sneered repeatedly. What? You can approach the skeleton but can't obtain the inheritance? Is this possible? Those unaware of the truth were shocked. Typically, getting close to the skeleton meant gaining recognition, leading to receiving the divine inheritance. Desmond's, that's usually how it goes. But this time it's different. Denny stated. Regardless of whether you get the divine inheritance or not, you must die. Come out now, or else your friends will die here. Furious, the elites threatened Denny using Nandu and others. Their figures flashed, surrounding Nandu and the rest. If Denny didn't emerge, they would take action against Nandu. Don't worry, I won't kill your friends directly. That would be too merciful. I want to see you suffer endlessly. If you don't come out, you'll witness everything from inside. They sneered, determined not to let this pass. They intended to make Denny pay tenfold or more. Anything less would not assuage their anger. To dare kill their clan members so recklessly was intolerable. Chapter 184, 2 Divine Inheritors. Boy, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I'll carve you into pieces. A demon godlike youth roared with overwhelming killing intent. His eyes were bloodshot, and his aura was terrifyingly formidable, silencing everyone in shock. Even the elite youths of ancient clans became tense, not daring to speak rashly. This was Ellsworth from the Zaire clan, a prodigy whose talent and strength were astounding. He far surpassed other elites of ancient clans, and was truly among the top-tier talents, bearing the makings of a sage, hence being called Zyretal Sage. Sage. How exalted this realm was. Someone of this level could overturn oceans, extinguish starfields, all effortlessly. Such figures existed only in legends now. Ellsworth being called Zyretal Sage gave everyone a clear idea of just how formidable he was. Denny's eyes narrowed. Even in the inheritance site, he could feel Ellsworth's terror, a true world-class elite. However, Denny wasn't worried. He and Simon had acted this way after making preparations. He never engaged in fights without assurance. Simon carried a teleportation array platform and could leave at any moment. There was nothing to fear. On the other side, despite being surrounded by ancient clan elites, Simon and company remained calm. They had prepared the teleportation platform secretly and could leave anytime. Are you all getting angry? Inside the inheritance site, Denny coldly spoke. You occupied the inheritance site and forced others to sign contracts. Isn't that behavior more despicable? Losing a few people will teach you a lesson, not to bully others based on power. This guy is really bold. Who isn't saying that? Now he even dares lecture ancient clan elites. Everyone whispered in shock at Denny's audacity. Could he be unafraid of death? You come out and talk? Ellsworth glared icily at Denny, having known that he killed Trace and others. Denny was his target. You can come in. Denny remained composed. How could they enter? If they could, they already would have. It seems you won't learn your lesson without seeing a coffin. Everyone act. Let him watch his friends bleed. The ancient clan elites sneered, bodies glowing, releasing powerful auras as they moved to attack Simon and company. Simon and others were ready to activate the teleportation array at any time. Stop. At this moment, a soft voice echoed, and a violet arrived. Ava was enveloped in divine light, her aura transcendent, her clothes fluttering. She exuded an indescribable sanctity. This is the goddess. Divine aura. People quickly identified the girl. The holy fluctuation from her body was too strong. There was no doubt she had inherited divine power. Indeed, the one who came was Anastasia, who had received the inheritance. The ancient clan elites were startled, but then delighted. They hadn't expected Anastasia to arrive. Earlier, when guarding outside, there had been no movement from her side. What happened? Latoya, hello? I'm Justino, from the Mu clan. They rushed over with bright smiles, greeting Anastasia. With her obtaining divine inheritance, she was bound to become extraordinary in the future, and they wanted to draw her to their side. Even Ellsworth, filled with rage, softened his anger and walked over to greet Anastasia with a smile. Occupying the inheritance site and forcing others to sign contracts, this behavior is indeed wrong. Anastasia said, can all of you give me some face and let it go? How about we end this matter here? After leaving the inheritance site, Anastasia immediately learned about Denny's situation and quickly rushed over, fearing something might happen to him and his companions. Let it go? End it like this? The ancient clan elites outwardly showed nothing, but inwardly they were unwilling. So many of their clansmen died. How could they let it go so easily? Desmond, they didn't dare be too firm. They still wanted to win Anastasia over. Others can be forgiven, but he must die. Ellsworth pointed at Denny. As for the rest, maybe they could let it go, but Trace's death was unimaginable for the Zaire clan. Trace was destined to be a supreme powerhouse. They are my friends, Anastasia said. Friends? I see. Suddenly everyone understood why Anastasia came. It was to help Denny and his group. A divine inheritor. What a shocking identity. Would the ancient clan elites let this go because of her? Insisting further would mean breaking ties with Anastasia and becoming mortal enemies. Various ancient clan elites fell silent, their expressions changing rapidly. Friends. And Anastasia daring to intervene under these circumstances meant they weren't ordinary friends. This relationship made them cautious. They considered letting it go but felt deeply reluctant. Were their clansmen's deaths in vain? You are a divine inheritor. I respect you and give you face. But Trace cannot die in vain. Ellsworth's hair flowed, his eyes demonic, showing no intention of backing down. What if I join them? Another voice sounded, and a youth slowly approached. Zyric Anastasia, he was enveloped in divine light, akin to a true deity. What? Another divine inheritor? All hearts raced as they sensed the same intense sacred aura from the youth, proving he too had inherited divine power. Goss. Recognizing the newcomer inside the inheritance site, Denny thought of Goss, the one with the 9 Brenton sacred body. Well, this kid succeeded. We didn't, but he did. Simon and Lamar looked at Goss enviously. With 2 divine inheritors, they should be safe, right? Goss said, recalling the help Denny and his friends once gave him. Upon learning their situation post-inheritance, he rushed over, fearing something might happen. The ancient clan elite's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe Denny's group had connections with 2 divine inheritors. 2 divine inheritors. This development was immense. They pondered rapidly, trying to decide what to do next. Chapter 185, The Balance God. The legacy of the gods is an absolutely supreme and transcendent inheritance. The profound heritage of ancient clans pales in comparison to this kind of legacy. In Jeremiah how, ancient clans are like behemoths that can crush everything. But before a god, even the smallest deity could obliterate all ancient clans with just a wave of their hand. Anastasia and Goss obtained the divine inheritance, making them 2 demigods. Given time to grow, they would undoubtedly become full gods eventually. 2 gods, what tremendous power would that be? Not only in Jeremiah how, but even across the entire world. These 2 gods would reign supreme and sweep away everything else. We'll give you 2 some face. Let's drop this matter. Since we're all friends, there's no need for a falling out. Some ancient clan prodigies laughed, not planning to pursue further as they wished to maintain good relations with the future deities. Thank you all. We will remember your kindness. Anastasia and Goss replied with smiles, their worries easing. Although they had received the divine inheritance, greatly enhancing their power compared to before, they were still vastly inferior when compared to these ancient clan prodigies. If the ancient clan prodigies insisted on pursuing it further, they couldn't stop them due to their lack of strength. I don't want to let this slide. While many ancient clan prodigies expressed no intention to pursue further, Ellsworth said otherwise. You've received the divine inheritance. You are destined for greatness in the future. But understand this, your potential lies in the future, not now. What do you mean? Anastasia's heart skipped a beat. Was Ellsworth going to press on? It's simple. My cousin Trace cannot have died in vain. Someone must atone for his death, Ellsworth said calmly, showing no intention to back down. Compensation is fine. I'd like to invite Latoya to join our Zaire clan. So that's it. Hearing Ellsworth's words, many ancient clan prodigies sneered inwardly. They knew Ellsworth had an ulterior motive, using revenge as an excuse while truly aiming to recruit Anastasia. Compared to a divine inheritance bearer, Trace was nothing. In reality, everyone thought similarly but hadn't voiced it. Ellsworth spoke first. Anastasia and Goss needed to resolve everything. This was indeed a perfect opportunity, one they couldn't afford to miss. Latoya joining the Zaire clan, becoming part of our family, means Trace didn't die in vain. Is this coercion? Anastasia asked. No, just compensation. Trace can't just die in vain. What about the other clans who also lost people? Anastasia wasn't keen on joining the Zaire clan, regardless of its strength compared to other ancient clans. Denny and the others did nothing wrong. The ancient clan's act of monopolizing the inheritance site and forcing contracts was despicable, and they deserved whatever came their way. No problem. Ellsworth said calmly, if Latoya joins us, our Zaire clan can bear all the consequences. Zaire clan, as always, showed no fear towards the other ancient clans. This is going too far. Talk about coercion. Other ancient clan prodigies coldly retorted, displeased with Ellsworth disregarding them. Calm down. I'm not being unreasonable. I only want Latoya. You can fight over the other one. Ellsworth knew better than to provoke multiple ancient clans simultaneously. Should he push things too far, even the mighty Zaire clan might face significant trouble. We aren't objects to be fought over. Anastasia frowned, equally unhappy with the notion. The other ancient clan prodigies remained silent, accepting the situation. Both Zaire clan and Ellsworth were too powerful to challenge. Enough beating around the bush. Only if Latoya joins our clan can this issue be resolved, Ellsworth declared. Anastasia stayed quiet, hesitation evident on her face. Ava had to make a choice after Ellsworth laid it all out. What's she thinking? Does she really think they can take her without resistance? Denny suddenly snickered within the inheritance site. Heaven forbid, he's not one to be trifled with. Ava still dares to provoke? Everyone was stunned by Denny's audacity. Don't enrage me, or you'll wish you never met me. Ellsworth's eyes turned cold, furious that Denny dared defy him despite the circumstances. Had he not wanted to recruit Anastasia, Denny wouldn't survive this. Really? Denny remained calm. I'll give you a chance. Enter here and fight, dare you? A path appeared within the inheritance site as its forces divided, leading straight to Denny. Everyone was shocked. Did Denny really receive this site's inheritance? Otherwise, how could he control the powers within? Ellsworth hesitated, wary of potential pitfalls inside the inheritance site. Afraid? Denny continued, rest assured. I won't use the inheritance's power against you. We will fight fairly here. Am I afraid of you? Ellsworth sneered. Dare you come out and fight? Do you know what kind of god this place belongs to? It's a balance god. Its essence is balance. When you enter here, it will equalize our strengths. The real fair fight, Denny said. Earlier, everyone doubted he could inherit this place's legacy. In truth, he hadn't lied. Approaching the divine bone had given him strange insights unique to this site. The divine bone pulsed stronger, signaling the imminent start of the inheritance. He would truly gain the divine inheritance now. You say so, believe you? Ellsworth disbelieved Denny's claims. Wait a bit then. Denny's expression remained calm. The pulsation from the divine bone grew more intense, confirming the start of the inheritance. On the side, Mac and others moved closer to Anastasia, concerned she might get left behind without a teleportation array. They let Goss join them as well, appreciating his help. This translation aims to adhere closely to the original content style and tone, ensuring a coherent storyline and logical flow. Paragraph structures and line breaks match the original text. Chapter 186, Not Changing Bones. Simon and the others gathered together, while the prodigies from ancient noble clans remained silent. Ellsworth also thought nothing of it. How could such powerful figures allow Simon and the others to escape right under their noses? That was absolutely impossible. What is he going to do? What does wait a moment mean? Everyone looked at Denny, not understanding what he had just said. However, at that moment, there was a strange movement where Denny stood. The divine bone actually rose off the ground and floated above Denny's head. Swish, swish, swish. Infinite divine light poured down from the divine bone, and magnificent divine sounds echoed throughout the area. A barrier appeared around Denny, enclosing him within. He has been acknowledged. This is the acquisition of inheritance. Everyone gasped in surprise, finally realizing that Denny hadn't lied. He truly could gain an opportunity here. What? The faces of the prodigies from ancient noble clans changed drastically. They had never imagined that Denny could succeed. He went straight through all the previous inheritance grounds without obtaining any inheritance, yet he succeeded here. A prodigy murmured. Could it be that those inheritance grounds thought he was extraordinarily astonishing and wanted to leave him for this place's great divine inheritance? Everyone's expressions changed, finding the speculation of this prodigy quite plausible. Denny could directly penetrate all the inheritance grounds, which meant that Denny must have exceptional qualities, earning acknowledgement. Otherwise, Denny wouldn't have been able to go straight through all the inheritance grounds. Acknowledged but unable to obtain inheritance. This clearly didn't make sense. Now, the speculation of that prodigy provided an explanation for everything. What did we just do? Damn it. Many prodigies from ancient noble clans cursed furiously, regretting their actions bitterly. This was a great divine inheritance, far surpassing other inheritance grounds. Obtaining this inheritance would undoubtedly be even more astonishing than obtaining inheritances from other places. If they had known earlier, they definitely wouldn't have treated Denny with such indifference. Ellsworth's expression also changed. With the great divine inheritance, Denny could not only become a deity but might even become a king among deities. If they could bring Denny into their Zaire clan, the Zaire clan wouldn't just dominate Jeremiah Howe. They could dominate the entire world. I told you, with this kid's monstrous abilities, it's impossible for him not to obtain a divine inheritance. Simon grinned, always feeling that Denny should receive an inheritance. Now his thoughts were confirmed as true. Denny successfully obtained a divine inheritance. News of Denny obtaining a divine inheritance quickly spread deep within. This was a significant event, even more shocking than the news of Clementine obtaining a divine inheritance. Even more beings rushed over from deeper areas, eager to see Denny. Someone received the legacy of a balanced deity? In a remote location, an incomparably beautiful Violet whispered, her expression somewhat complicated. The king among gods can still differ. My received legacy doesn't match his? Ava muttered to herself. What? Latoya's legacy isn't on par with his? Beside her, another beautiful girl exclaimed in shock. Ava had also received a divine inheritance, well aware of how powerful and astonishing the inheritance her mentioned miss had obtained. Desmond, if even the one she referred to said she fell short, how terrifyingly powerful must the one who received the inheritance be? Indeed, Ava wasn't someone else. She was precisely Jeremy Annuin who had followed Crystal. And that incomparably beautiful Violet was Crystal. Among the 9 god kings, he is one of the divine kings, while the inheritance I obtained was just from an ordinary divine king. Crystal narrowed her eyes. After obtaining her inheritance, she also clearly understood the nature of another great divine inheritance. It was the inheritance of the balanced divine king, one of the 9 god kings, far more powerful than the divine king's inheritance she had received. Let's go take a look. Crystal and Jeremy Annuin set out, heading toward that place. They arrived there quickly, and their arrival caused immense excitement among the living beings present. Goddess Crystal has come. Heaven. Ava's indeed remarkable, saying she would let Jeremy Annuin receive a divine inheritance, and she made it happen. People expressed envy. Jeremy Annuin was also enveloped in divine light, a sign that she had received a divine inheritance. Latoya Zyron, greetings. Observing Latoya Zyron's aura, Latoya Zyron seemed stronger now. Many prodigies from ancient noble clans greeted Crystal with smiles. Greetings to all. Crystal replied politely. Then, she turned her gaze to Clementine and Goss. You two also obtained divine inheritances, congratulations. Ava smiled and greeted them proactively. Just luck. Not as impressive as Latoya Zyron's great divine inheritance. Clementine and Goss chuckled lightly. Goss was indifferent, having no ties with Crystal. But Clementine was different. Ava knew about the vile things Crystal had done in the past. Though she was smiling on the surface, she felt an intense dislike inside. Time passed slowly, and no unusual movements appeared in the barrier on that side. Obtaining a divine inheritance wasn't easy. It required a long time. Especially since Denny was not receiving a minor divine inheritance but a great one, it naturally took even longer. Inside the barrier, Denny glowed, as the light from the divine bone flowed into his body. This was the power contained within the divine bone, which would remain in his body, helping him become stronger. Additionally, various divine techniques and great arts surged into his mind. These were the divine skills possessed by the balanced deity. After a long time, Denny fully absorbed the power of the divine bone and its myriad divine skills. What? Replacing my bones? Denny's face changed. The divine bone floating above his head was gradually descending, intending to enter his body and replace his existing bones, transforming him into a divine bone. This was unexpected. Gaining divine bones undoubtedly would make him much stronger, as they possessed extraordinary and astounding effects. However, he did not want to replace his bones. No matter how good the divine bone is, it ultimately isn't my own bone. How can I replace my own bones? Denny shook his head, refusing to change his bones. Would he still be himself after changing his bones? He couldn't be sure. There were too many concerns and risks involved. He believed that even without replacing his bones, he could still become stronger. Changing bones was not mandatory, nor had its original owner expected anyone to refuse. After all, acquiring divine bones was almost like achieving immortality, as no one could easily destroy divine bones. Subsequently, he opened the barrier. You didn't change your bones? Crystal was greatly surprised when she saw the scene by Denny, not expecting him to have refrained from changing his bones. The divine bone was still there, indicating that Denny had not changed his bones. If Denny had undergone a bone replacement, the divine bone would have vanished, and his replaced bones would appear nearby. Not changing bones results in too great a loss. Ava shook her head. Chapter 187. The Realm of Balance. The divine bone is the greatest opportunity. The legacy is merely a minor path. If you don't replace your bones, the heritage of Dalton will be buried in your hands. Crystal spoke with regret. With this, you can't even match a lesser divine inheritor, let alone call yourself a true inheritor of the divine. What? Is it that serious? Everyone was stunned, not expecting the consequences of not replacing his bones to be so dire. The divine bone is the most precious and essential part. Only by replacing bones can one lay the foundation for divinity, then step by step cast down a divine rank. Crystal's eyes glowed with an unusual light. I truly don't understand why you didn't replace your bones. Can't he replace them again? Someone asked in confusion. If the divine bone still exists, can't he replace it again? No. Crystal shook her head. Bone replacement only has one chance. Once missed, there will be no second opportunity. Look closely. The divine bone is gradually disintegrating. It's really disintegrating. Everyone hurriedly looked at the divine bone, and indeed, as Crystal said, it was slowly disintegrating. All divine power lies within the legacy. Once the legacy is completed, the divine power will dissipate, and without divine power supporting it, the divine bone naturally disintegrates. Crystal explained. Having inherited the divine legacy, she was very familiar with these matters. Time is the most terrifying force. Even gods cannot ignore its passage. The divine bone remains intact because it is supported by divine power. Once the divine power disappears, the divine bone is immediately eroded by time. After such a long era, the erosion is too powerful for even the divine bone to withstand. How quickly it's disintegrating. Half of the divine bone has already dissipated. Only the skull is left. As everyone spoke, the divine bone completely disintegrated, disappearing from their sight. How regrettable. He could have been incredibly impressive, becoming Jeremiah Howe's brightest new star, but now all of that is ruined by his own doing. This is indeed lamentable. Everyone sighed, feeling incredibly regretful. If Denny had replaced his bones, he would have been unbeatable. But Denny did not, and his predetermined supremacy vanished instantly. Crystal was clear. Denny, who didn't replace his bones, was nothing. Hardly even considered a divine inheritor. You didn't replace your bones? Anastasia was taken aback. She hadn't expected Denny not to replace his bones. Ava, too, having inherited the divine legacy, understood how astonishing and transcendent the divine bone was. Ultimately, divine legacy must rely on the divine bone to fully manifest its potential. Without the divine bone, the legacy falls short. It feels odd having someone else's bones inside me, even if they are divine bones. Denny spoke calmly. He knew not replacing bones would reduce the effectiveness of the legacy, leaving many divine effects unmanifested. Desmond, he had no regrets. He only wanted his own bones, not others. Simon, you speak well. Even the best external things can't compare to one's own. Simon agreed with Denny. His background was mysterious, knowing many unknown ancient events. Bone replacement seemed great, but carried significant risks. One day, the consciousness of the divine bone might awaken, eliminating the original owner's consciousness and taking over the body. This wasn't impossible. As a supreme divine bone, any outcome would be unsurprising, given the unfathomable abilities and power of supreme deities. While most were regretful, some were exceptions. The ancient family's elites who had once spoken ill of Denny now smiled brightly. They previously had strained relations with Denny and didn't know how to mend them. Now, they no longer needed to consider it. Denny not replacing bones meant he wasn't a divine inheritor, so there was no need to court him further. Ellsworth's smile widened. His relationship with Denny was even worse, and he didn't know how to salvage it. Now, he didn't have to think about it anymore. Some people always like to be special, only to end up hurting themselves. He spoke lightly, with a tone of schadenfreude. Nothing wrong with that. At least I enjoyed the process of lifting the stone. Denny replied. Everything is over. You should come out now. Didn't you want to fight me? Come out and fight. Ellsworth's eyes turned cold, remembering Denny's earlier words. Let's go. Denny stepped out of the inheritance site fearlessly. As expected, he didn't emit the radiant divine light or sacred aura characteristic of other divine inheritors. Anastasia looked worried, wanting to stop the fight. Could Denny, without bone replacement, match Ellsworth? Don't worry, just watch the show. Simon smiled. This kid never enters a fight without confidence. Trust him. He knew Denny better than Anastasia and others did. He was certain Denny wouldn't challenge Ellsworth without full confidence. Can you still display the balance principle you mentioned earlier? If not, I won't bully you. I'll suppress my realm to match yours. Ellsworth exuded supreme confidence. As a top-tier elite among elites and the first among the ancient families, even suppressing his realm to Denny's level, he was confident in defeating Denny easily. Unnecessary. Denny's hair fluttered in the wind, radiating an indescribable transcendence. A peculiar wave emanated from him, rapidly forming a realm that enveloped Ellsworth. This is the realm of balance. In the realm of balance, Ellsworth's realm would be suppressed to match Denny's. Although Denny didn't replace his bones, he still possessed the divine essence of Dalton. However, without bone replacement, the efficacy of the realm of balance couldn't reach its peak. It was currently small, only affecting one person and couldn't suppress realms far beyond his own. If he had replaced bones, the realm of balance would cover the entire area, suppressing all life forms here. It would also suppress realms far above his, extending his control. Additionally, he couldn't maintain it for long compared to if he had replaced bones. The difference between replacing and not replacing bones was substantial. This divine essence is truly astonishing. Desmond's, with this essence, one doesn't fear those with higher realms. People exclaimed in amazement. Pity he didn't replace bones. Otherwise, the realm of balance would be much stronger. Crystal shook her head. Without bone replacement, he can only cultivate the divine essence to a limited extent, far below its highest potential, not even reaching half. The divine essence will be wasted. Translation notes asterisk. Maintained paragraph structure and line breaks. Ensured names were consistently translated using pinyin, e.g., Denny, Crystal. Kept the tone and style consistent throughout. Made sure the storyline and logic remained coherent with previous content. Ensured the translation was natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. Chapter 188. Bring out all your tricks. Crystal clearly understood the enormous difference between having undergone bone replacement and not. Although Denny had received the inheritance, he could only go so far with it, and was unable to advance it to a higher level. You're such a waste. You squandered such a fine opportunity, Ellsworth said furiously. How he wished he himself could obtain all this. If he did, he would become even stronger, and his future would be unparalleled. If that's the case, then you're more of a waste. Since you can't even gain recognition, Denny responded calmly. I'm still better than you, even without recognition. Ellsworth sneered, striking out directly with overwhelming power that surged towards Denny. Even though his realm had been suppressed, the strength he unleashed remained formidable, far surpassing what one would expect at his current realm. The crowd was alarmed as Ellsworth appeared like a demonic deity, exuding a fearsome aura in every move. Ellsworth's face remained cold as he slapped out, blue light enveloping the entire area. The palm grew rapidly in the wind, soon becoming a mountain pressing down on Denny heavily. Denny was unafraid. Strength circulated within him, emitting a golden glow as if clad in golden armor, looking like a radiant golden war god. Boom! A huge explosion sounded as Denny's fist clashed with Ellsworth's hand. Instantly, incomparably wild power shook the surroundings, sending many cultivators sprawling. Ellsworth's eyebrows raised. Denny was indeed no simple foe, his strength formidable. This time, he didn't gain any advantage from the collision. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. His hand trembled involuntarily, feeling as if the bones inside were broken, causing immense pain. Was this a flesh and blood fist? It felt like he was colliding with a priceless treasure. Ocean of Void. He roared, putting aside his underestimation of Denny and unleashing his great magical skill, attacking Denny. Whoosh! A sea emerged in the void, darkening the sky and sun, its waves rolling in an astonishing spectacle. This was the Zaire clan's clan-restraining divine ability. Earlier, when Trace fought Denny, he had also used this great magical skill. However, Ellsworth was much stronger than Trace, and the power unleashed by the Ocean of Void was even greater. Roar! 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 Beast roars resounded as one sea beast after another emerged from the Ocean of Void, charging to kill Denny. These were formed from force, representing a higher form of the Ocean of Void, a technique Trace had never mastered, but Ellsworth had. Those sea beasts shimmered with azure light, not real sea beasts but more powerful, radiating waves that made one's heart race. Denny pounded with both fists, fighting fiercely against the sea beasts. Bolivar? Soon, his expression changed. The sea beasts were not easy to handle. When his fist struck them, it felt like hitting air. Their force was absorbed. This is deflection. You can't possibly be my match. Ellsworth's demeanor was arrogant. As the Zaire clan's clan-restraining divine ability, the Ocean of Void was naturally incredibly strong. Trace could only harness limited power from the Ocean of Void, but Ellsworth could unleash much more potent power. As Ellsworth said, deflection belonged to a higher level of the Ocean of Void, guiding the received force into the void, thus avoiding being struck by it. Boom! 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 Denny pounded with both fists, releasing even greater power. Yet the sea beasts remained unharmed. His force was deflected away. Roar! 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 The sea beasts roared, their ferocity shaking heaven and earth, constantly attacking Denny. However, Denny's physical strength was incomparably powerful. No matter how these sea beasts pounced and bit, they couldn't break through Denny's physical defenses. My heavens, is he a descendant of a legendary fierce beast? His body is so powerful, too terrifying. Everyone was shocked, their spines chilled. Each sea beast could easily crush a mountain, yet not a single mark remained on Denny. They can deflect force, can you? Denny's eyes glowed. Instead of entangling with the sea beasts, he rushed toward Ellsworth. You won't make it. Ellsworth remained unperturbed. As his voice faded, seawater poured down from the void, like a waterfall, blocking Denny. Moreover, waterfalls appeared around Denny, forming a prison, trapping him inside. Just stay in there until your strength runs out, he continued. Since the sea beasts could deflect force, this situation was unsolvable. Denny would be drained of strength inside. Then let's see. 2 beams of astonishing light shot from Denny's eyes, his momentum skyrocketing as he activated all his strength. This was an immensely terrifying force, far exceeding his previous level. Heavenly Lane Fist. Denny roared, performing the Heavenly Lane Fist. The dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens as a dragon shadow followed his fist forward. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions resounded. The Heavenly Lane Fist was overwhelmingly powerful, shattering several sea beasts on impact, turning them into droplets scattered everywhere. How is this possible? Ellsworth's expression changed drastically, shouting in disbelief at the sight. The sea beasts couldn't deflect force anymore, which left him incredulous. Was Denny's strength so frighteningly powerful that it exceeded the sea beast's capacity to deflect? Everything has limits, and deflection was no different. Once exceeded, force could not be deflected further. He really hadn't anticipated that Denny possessed such terrifying power. Boom, boom, boom. Denny's body glowed brilliantly and dazzlingly, shattering one sea beast after another, along with the surrounding waterfalls, breaking free from the trap. Ellsworth gritted his teeth, unleashing another spell. Starsea brilliance filled the sky as a starry field appeared above him. Starlight slash! He roared. An extremely terrifying starry force erupted from the sky, striking Denny. This was an ancient method he had obtained deep within, more powerful than the Ocean of Void. Denny became incredibly strong, almost freakishly so after unleashing his full power. He flew up, hammering with both fists, shattering the starry field itself. How can he be so strong? Everyone's scalp tingled, profoundly frightened by Denny's overwhelming strength. It was too intense. Who among peers could match Denny? Do you have any other tricks? Bring them out. Denny stood in midair, looking down at Ellsworth, confident and domineering. Among peers, he feared none. Despite Ellsworth's high talent and ancient lineage, Denny was even more extraordinary. Having studied the Tao Sutra and trained in the Draconic Pool, he was extremely difficult to surpass at the same level. You Ellsworth gritted his teeth, nearly breaking them in frustration. He never expected Denny to be so frighteningly powerful, even thwarting the ancient method he had relied upon. He felt extremely aggrieved. He had never experienced such defeat before. Throughout his journey, he had always crushed others mercilessly, and now he was being crushed by Denny. This feeling was excruciating, and his mood was utterly ruined. Not just like this? If so, then it ends here. Denny spoke calmly. Chapter 189. Not becoming friends, turning into enemies. The faces of the many ancient family elites changed repeatedly, their moods complex. They knew Ellsworth and understood how terrifying and formidable he was. In their ancient clans, Ellsworth was nothing short of a legend, a myth they all aimed to surpass for glory. But now, this legendary Ellsworth seemed so helpless before Denny, which truly left them incredulous and unwilling to accept. Brush. Ellsworth summoned a magical artifact with a wave of his hand, unwilling to admit defeat like this, seeking victory through the use of the artifact. In fact, he had not intended to use the artifact because doing so would mean admitting his defeat. This battle against Denny was meant to test raw combat power. Artifacts were external aids. By being the first to summon one, it showed that his own strength couldn't match Denny's, forcing him to rely on external help. Desmond, he had no choice but to fight using an artifact. He unleashed his most powerful mystical technique, only to be defeated once again. If he didn't use the artifact, he would have faced certain defeat. However, even with the artifact, it made no difference. A single punch from Denny exploded with fearsome force, causing the artifact to shatter instantly. The sheer power was horrifying beyond words. How could Denny's physical prowess have reached such a monstrous level? It was unimaginable. Denny flashed forward, arriving in front of Ellsworth and delivering a devastating punch to his jaw, sending Ellsworth flying into the sky. Blood spurted out like a crimson rain, Ellsworth taking a heavy blow and looking pitifully battered. Do you have anything to boast about? You're just at a higher realm than me. Apart from that, you're nothing. Denny's expression was cold as he beat Ellsworth into a bloody pulp. You deserve to die. Enraged, Ellsworth had never been beaten like this before. His insides were almost exploding with fury. Knowing he wasn't a match for Denny at the same realm, he decided to move toward the edge of the equilibrium field. Once outside, he wouldn't be suppressed by the realm constraints. At that point, no matter how strong Denny was, he would be at Ellsworth's mercy. Keep your petty thoughts to yourself. You won't get out of here. Denny sneered, instantly seeing through Ellsworth's intentions. He lifted Ellsworth to the center of the equilibrium field and began pummeling him again. Ellsworth screamed in agony, bones breaking all over his body in unbearable pain. I'm not killing you now. I'll save that for later. Denny spoke as he kicked Ellsworth aside. Ellsworth's injuries affected his core essence. Even if he regained his full strength outside the equilibrium field, he wouldn't pose any real threat. Denny was extremely confident that he would eventually slay Ellsworth at his prime. His new identity allowed him complete freedom, so letting Ellsworth go now posed no risk. I will wait for you. Ellsworth clenched his teeth, staring daggers at Denny. Even after leaving the equilibrium field, his injuries were too severe for him to gather his internal strength or continue fighting. Defeated. And so thoroughly. Everyone was bewildered, finding the entire scene too surreal and unbelievable. Ellsworth had always been astounding, overshadowing countless ancient family elites, yet he had lost so miserably today. Many ancient family elites remained silent. Denny's performance was too astonishing. Even without bone replacement, his potential was immense. They couldn't predict just how high Denny would reach in the future. What they could confirm was that Denny would certainly surpass them all. Suddenly, the idea of recruiting Denny resurfaced in their minds. They wanted to win him over. Indeed, Friend is remarkable. Even without bone replacement, Friend is destined to be extraordinary. Friend, would you consider visiting our clan? They smiled, each trying to recruit Denny. Perhaps another time. I still have the blood of your clansmen on my hands. If you ever come for me later, wouldn't I be in trouble? It won't happen. If you visit us, you will surely be treated as a distinguished guest. As we said before, this matter ends here. We will not pursue it further. These ancient family elites quickly reassured Denny. Forget it. Your actions are shameful, and I don't want to be associated with you. Denny stated. If not, I wouldn't have killed your clansmen. With the teleportation array in hand, he could leave anytime and thus spoke freely without concern. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the ancient family elites changed drastically. Denny had completely disrespected their honor. After slaughtering their clansmen, he dared to speak like this? Denny was too arrogant. So you're not a friend, but an enemy. Think carefully about what being our enemy entails. They sneered. Even saints have their limits, and so did they. They had tried to recruit Denny, but if Denny continued to be disrespectful, they wouldn't let him off easily. Similarly, Anastasia and Goss also posed threats as enemies. They wouldn't give Denny and his allies a chance to grow, planning to eliminate them now. Even if business fails, there should still be righteousness. Look at your faces. You immediately turn murderous when things don't go your way. There's no sense of righteousness. There's nothing to talk about. Don't take the wrong path. These ancient family elites replied coldly. That advice applies to you. Don't keep walking down the wrong path. Denny remained calm. How dare you? Do you think we have good tempers? The ancient family elite sneered, encircling Denny and his group. Hold it. At this moment, Crystal stepped forward. Can you give me the honor of facing him first? Denny's strength had awakened her fighting spirit. Ava wished to challenge him to see who was stronger. Sure. Not a problem at all. The ancient family elites responded politely, showing respect to Crystal. I will fight you at the same realm. Crystal's eyes gleamed with fierce determination. As she spoke, she suppressed her strength down to Denny's realm. My situation is different. Having replaced divine bones, your equilibrium field won't affect me. Ava said indifferently. That's unfortunate. Denny didn't deactivate the field, enveloping Crystal within it. Just as she had said, the field had no effect on her. Had it worked, he would have felt it regardless of whether she had preemptively suppressed her strength. Note asterisk for clarity and readability. Some minor adjustments have been made while preserving the original tone and meaning. Chapter 190, Goddess of War. Pity. Crystal's gaze was as serene and clear as water, her beauty transcending the mundane. Ava didn't understand what Denny meant by pity. What was there to be pitted about? It's not entirely a pity, Denny chuckled, his words enigmatic. Initially, he had planned to kill Crystal using the Balance Realm. However, Crystal's transformation into a divine bone rendered the Balance Realm ineffective against her. Consequently, his intention to eliminate Crystal crumbled. Without the Balance Realm affecting her, Crystal could instantly return to her peak condition and strength, making it impossible for him to kill her. At first, he felt regretful, having lost an opportunity to kill Crystal. But then, he felt differently. Killing Crystal without cause was not what he desired. He wanted to defeat Crystal at her zenith, with his true identity, not this transformed self. Come forth. Crystal took a step forward, her body glowing with divine radiance. Ava resembled a genuine goddess, her eyes shimmering with divinity, her form flawless and sanctified. I inherited the legacy of the Goddess of War. Her voice was calm but carried a hint of dominance, an aura inherited from her divine bone. The Goddess of War promoted warfare, excelled in slaughter, and her dominance was deeply ingrained, evoking awe and fear. Ava raised one hand, and an ethereal golden spear instantly appeared in her grasp. Moreover, a suit of golden armor swiftly formed around her, enhancing her formidable presence. With a swift motion, she wielded the golden spear, unleashing a dazzling light that split the ground like an abyss. On the other side, she lifted another hand, conjuring a shield amidst surging divine light. It was a round shield adorned with a lifelike lion head, exuding a chilling metallic gleam, a sight extremely astonishing. This is my inheritance. I'm not cheating you. You may use any magical treasures or weapons. Ava spoke softly yet showed immense respect for Denny, holding nothing back in revealing her heritage. All right, Denny replied. He hoped Crystal would utilize all her abilities because although he couldn't kill her now, defeating her at full power would still be a significant triumph. The godly inheritance was extraordinary, so Denny didn't underestimate it either. He adjusted himself to his peak condition before engaging in battle with Crystal. He didn't need to use any magical treasures or heavy weaponry because his flesh was immensely powerful, rivaling those treasures. He aimed to defeat Crystal with sheer brute force. Boom. Both unleashed their might simultaneously, each more imposing than the other. Their clash resulted in terrifying battle ripples, striking fear into the hearts of onlookers. This is a clash of titans. Desmonds, they are both incredibly strong. Far surpassing their realm, people marveled at the spectacle. Denny and Crystal were extraordinarily astonishing, each burst of power being exceedingly potent. Denny pounded with fists ablaze, releasing monstrous force akin to the vast sea. Crystal countered with her round shield and struck back with her golden spear. The collision sounded like thunder, and despite Denny's fiercely powerful punch, it did no damage to the shield, which absorbed the entire impact. Clearly, the shield was no ordinary object. It was a formidable treasure with immense power. Otherwise, it wouldn't withstand Denny's punches, which were so powerful that even a mountain would shatter under them. Crystal's attack was relentless. After blocking Denny's fist, she immediately thrust her spear at him. However, Denny's body, invincibly strong, deflected the spear as if it were hitting an indestructible artifact. Your physical strength is truly formidable. Ava couldn't help but exclaim. This was terrifying. Her shield and spear were divine artifacts of the Goddess of War, possessing unimaginable power. Even though her strength wasn't fully utilized, these artifacts could still unleash tremendous force. Her thrust would have pierced through any powerful beast, but Denny, relying solely on his flesh, managed to deflect it, truly astonishing. Denny remained silent, narrowing his eyes. Among peers, he was supreme, his strength far exceeding others. Desmond, Crystal, with her divine inheritance, matched him in power. Without a doubt, Crystal was a formidable opponent. Defeating her without using magical treasures made victory even harder, perhaps unattainable. Crystal, wielding the shield and spear, had unparalleled defense and offense. Overcoming her was exceptionally challenging. Though her previous thrust left no mark on him, he felt his body reach its limit. Allowing her spear to pierce him again would cause injury. Your strength stirs my heart. Let us engage in a magnificent battle. Crystal roared, her eyes emitting shocking beams of light. Her steps bore a unique grace, each one increasing her power exponentially, a technique known as War God Steps, inherited from the Goddess of War. Each of the 9 steps could double her strength. Ava completed 3 steps, tripling her power to an unprecedented level, the most she could achieve currently. The stronger you become, the more elated I feel. Denny's expression was cold, unfazed by her might. When Crystal took her first step, he sensed the change. He allowed it because he aimed to defeat the strongest Crystal. Unfortunately, due to identity constraints, he couldn't use the Lesser Wasteland technique. If he could, gathering surrounding elemental forces would boost his power significantly, matching or even surpassing Crystal's increased strength. You're indeed confident. On the Cloud Summit, Crystal chuckled lightly. But let me remind you, confidence can easily turn into arrogance. Whether it's confidence or arrogance, I will surely win this battle, Denny declared, radiating unmatched dominance. No, I will emerge victorious. Crystal echoed, equally dominant, her fighting spirit indomitable. The legacy of the Goddess of War imbued her with an invincible aura. Pointing her spear directly at Denny, she seemed like a true warrior goddess, charging towards him once more. Ava was like 1,000 armies combined, evoking fear and awe. Only such a victory will be meaningful. Denny stood fearless, pounding his fists together, unleashing boundless fiery light, charging straight at her. Chapter 191, The Void Path. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded ceaselessly, and the heavens and earth turned a different color. Denny and Crystal clashed again, their figures fiercely menacing and terrifying. He's already this powerful without changing his bones. Imagine how strong he would be if he did. I'm afraid even Crystal wouldn't stand a chance against him at the same level. Everyone was astonished by the overwhelming power that Denny unleashed. Denny was incomparably strong without having changed his divine bones. If he had done so, Denny truly would have reached an unimaginable level. Thinking of this, they felt even more regretful. Denny could have been even more astonishing but had squandered it all. On the other side, Ellsworth's face darkened, filled with resentment. The power Denny displayed now far exceeded what he had shown when they fought. He felt a profound sense of defeat. Compared to Denny, he was nothing. How could he accept this? He was the pinnacle genius of the Zaire clan, surpassing numerous ancient clans' geniuses. Desmond, as Denny had said earlier, he only had a higher cultivation level than Denny. Apart from that, he possessed no advantages, and a higher cultivation level wasn't a permanent advantage. With Denny being so astonishing and growing at such a rapid pace, he feared it wouldn't take long before Denny caught up and even surpassed him in cultivation. I can't let him live. His eyes turned cold, fear creeping into his heart, fearing that Denny might come for him one day, and he might die by Denny's hands. He had to kill Denny first, not giving him any chance to grow. He looked around, secretly taking out a pill to consume. This was a healing pill. After swallowing and refining it, his injuries would heal, and his state and strength would return to peak condition. At that moment, no matter how strong Denny was, he would be doomed to be slaughtered. However, before he could swallow the pill, a large hand slapped toward him. What are you thinking? Max snorted coldly, slapping Ellsworth until stars danced in his vision, almost knocking him unconscious. Though Mac had been watching the battle between Denny and Crystal closely, he had also kept an eye on Ellsworth. You! Ellsworth gritted his teeth, gnashing them loudly. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Being slapped across the face by someone. But no matter how angry he was, it was useless. He had no strength left and couldn't resist anything. He had to endure, no matter how much humiliation he faced. Elsewhere, many descendants of ancient families had grim faces, their eyes fixed on Denny, who was still battling fiercely. It would be wonderful if Denny could join their clans, but Denny's attitude was firm. He would never join. Not a friend, then an enemy. He cannot live. Agreed. Their voices were icy cold, brimming with killing intent. Denny was too formidable. They couldn't let him have the opportunity to grow. Once Denny's battle with Crystal ended, they would act immediately to slaughter Denny here. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, the battle between Denny and Crystal entered an even more terrifying stage. Crystal was overwhelmingly powerful, her golden spear piercing through continuously with extremely terrifying force, creating gaping voids in space itself. Ava was incredibly strong, almost inhuman, making one's heart tremble. Why haven't you used your dermic weapon yet? Crystal demanded, seeing that Denny was still fighting with just his flesh and blood, not using any dermic weapon. There's no need. Denny's body glowed, emanating a daunting aura. He wasn't boasting. Although Crystal was strong and terrifying, he hadn't reached the point where he needed to use a dermic weapon. At least for now, he could still hold his ground without injury. You will pay the price. Crystal sniffed, somewhat dissatisfied. While she used her dermic weapon, Denny hadn't, which seemed like belittling and insulting her. Swish. Her spear swept horizontally, its light blinding, sweeping toward Denny with a roar like plowing through the sky. Denny met it with both fists. This time, he didn't fully block it. Blood dripped from both fists. But only a few drops. Crystal's face showed surprise. She hadn't expected that a sweep of her spear would only make Denny bleed a few drops. Denny's physical body was truly monstrous. It's futile. Ava roared, dancing her spear and employing the gun technique passed down through her lineage. This was an incredibly powerful spear technique created by the war goddess. Countless experts had died under this technique. War spear strikes fight? Ava shouted, thrusting her spear like a dragon emerging from the sea. With unparalleled destructive power, the scene shocking. Denny's brows furrowed. This wasn't an ordinary spear strike. He could feel it had completely locked onto him. No matter how he evaded, the spear would definitely pierce him. Heavenly Lane Fist. His expression was indifferent and fearless. With a punch, a dragon's roar echoed through heaven and earth, and a celestial dragon's shadow appeared above his fist. Crystal's spear thrust was like a dragon emerging from the sea, while Denny's Heavenly Lane Fist took on the true form and intention of a dragon, far more terrifying than Crystal's spear. At least we should make him leave behind this fist technique before killing him. Indeed. Many geniuses of ancient families lit up with interest in the Heavenly Lane Fist. Its power was simply terrifying, possessing the shape and intent of a dragon, making them yearn for it. Boom, boom, boom. Frightening explosions rang out, blazing light engulfing everything. Denny's fist collided with Crystal's spear, a scene too shocking to behold. Bolivar? Crystal's face drastically changed as she stumbled back several steps. In this clash, she had clearly suffered a disadvantage. Ava had tripled her strength and used a powerful war spear technique, yet she still lost out. Ava never expected this. Denny was fierce and decisive, taking advantage of her setback to rush forward, his fists hammering straight at Crystal. Crystal was no simple opponent, reacting astonishingly. Ava raised her round shield to block Denny's punches. You're strong, but you're destined to not be my match. With the war shield in hand, you can't harm me. Crystal spoke confidently about her shield. Is that so? Denny remained calm. Do you think I only obtained the balance realm from Brad? Hearing Denny's words, Crystal's face turned pale. Up until now, Denny hadn't used Brad's inheritance. Ava had been somewhat negligent, forgetting this detail. Brad had more than just balance power. He possessed other shocking abilities. Now, let me show you the inheritance of Brad. Denny shouted coldly, his figure disappearing in front of Crystal's eyes. The void path. Crystal gritted her teeth, understanding why Denny had vanished. This was the void path mastered by Brad. Chapter 192. The Domain of War. Balance and Void. These were the two major legacies mastered by the deity known as Brad, also referred to as the Void God King. Crystal had inherited the legacy of the War Goddess, which included some of her memories. Among these memories was a recollection of Brad, one of the 9 great God Kings. This was an absolutely supreme honor. Deities were unseen in the current world, let alone God Kings, but it wasn't so during ancient times. In those ancient days, deities were everywhere, and God Kings were countless. Desmond, to become one of the paramount existences among the God Kings was undoubtedly astonishing and extraordinary. Every great God King possessed incomparably terrifying and fearsome powers. Vanished. Can't sense his presence at all. Everyone was shocked. Denny's ability to disappear into thin air was terrifying, leaving no trace whatsoever. Even the elites from the ancient clans were completely taken aback. They too could not sense Denny's presence. For them, this was simply an inconceivable event. After all, their realms were exceedingly high, all surpassing the fusion realm, and for Denny, a mystic spirit cultivator, to completely vanish was utterly impossible regardless of how much he concealed himself. They should be able to detect him with their powerful spiritual senses. But now, Denny had truly vanished without a trace. We must leave behind such means. Indeed. Their gazes were feverish, showing equal interest in this technique. Being able to completely disappear was undeniably an extraordinarily remarkable and stunning ability. They moved swiftly, gathering around Mac and others. While Denny could disappear and escape, Mac and the rest couldn't. As long as they controlled Mac and the others, they wouldn't have to worry about Denny vanishing again. Bang! On the other side, Denny reappeared, striking Crystal's back with a powerful punch, causing her to stagger, nearly falling to the ground. Everything happened too suddenly. Crystal barely had time to react. Her armor provided incredible defense, deflecting the blow. If she hadn't been wearing this armor, Denny's punch might not have killed her, but it certainly would have left her on the brink of death. This returned the situation to its starting point. Denny initially planned to use the Path of Void to avoid the round shield's defense, but Crystal's armor was just as formidable as the shield. Domain of War. Crystal shouted, a wave of golden ripples spreading out from her center. This was the domain she inherited from the War Goddess. Within this domain, she was the absolute ruler, and Denny could not hide from her sight. The Domain of War instantly covered the entire area, enveloping everyone present. With her divine bone transformation, her manifested domain far surpassed Denny's. A blood-thick fog filled the air, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a battlefield, with cries of battle echoing everywhere. Heroes who died in war, I command you to appear and join me on the battlefield once more. Crystal yelled, summoning the spirits within the Domain of War. The souls of warriors who had fought alongside the War Goddess in life now resided within this domain. Soon, numerous figures appeared, each terrifying and formidable, resembling Azuras that instilled fear. They lined up, banners waving, standing behind Crystal. The power of the domain affected Denny's Path of Void, preventing him from using it freely. This was primarily because he hadn't undergone bone transformation yet, unable to unleash the true potential of the Path of Void. Otherwise, even within this Domain of War, Denny could have used it effortlessly. The Path of Void was incomparably terrifying compared to the Domain of War, which paled in comparison. Denny revealed himself. Within this Domain of War, he could no longer enter the void. Crystal pointed her spear at Denny, fiercely advancing toward him. Ava led the spirits towards Denny with overwhelming force. War drums pounded, banners waved high, making it feel like they were truly on a real battlefield, eyes witnessing fire and blood. Denny remained calm, showing no fear. His body emitted boundless radiance as he advanced. Here, he couldn't use the Path of Void, but this didn't affect him much. Crystal's armor provided extremely formidable defense. Even if he used the Path of Void, it wouldn't make much difference. He still needed to breach this defense. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted instantly. Denny fought fiercely against Crystal and the spirits. He unleashed the Heavenly Lane Fist, its roar shaking the heavens, and employed the White Tiger's sacred art, its cry chilling to the bone. Such formidable power burst forth, instantly dispersing many spirits from the battlefield. However, almost immediately, these dispersed spirits reappeared. They hadn't truly disappeared. Within the Domain of War, they were indestructible unless the domain itself was destroyed. Crystal's gaze was cold as she continuously struck at Denny with her spear, inflicting severe injuries on him. Her spear was exceptionally formidable, easily piercing through Denny's robust physical defense, leaving deep wounds and bleeding profusely. In the Domain of War, Crystal gained the upper hand, gradually suppressing Denny. How is this even fightable? Trapped in Crystal's domain, facing unextinguishable spirits while she wears armor and holds a shield. This seems unsolvable, Anastasia remarked. Just as she said, the situation was very unfavorable for Denny. Crystal held everything together impeccably, putting herself in an almost unbeatable position. Elsewhere, Denny's predicament grew worse. These spirits weren't ordinary. Each was immensely formidable and powerful in life, and their combined strength with Crystal was almost insurmountable. However, despite this, the gleam in Denny's eyes remained bright, not dimming in the slightest. You're impressive. The stronger you get, the happier I am. Denny grinned, teeth stained red, repeating his words. His expression was oddly excited, making people shudder and bewildered. Is that so? Crystal sneered, saying, then let me make you as happy as possible. Ava unleashed even greater power, attacking alongside the spirits. Hashtag chapter 193, turning the tide. Denny was drenched in blood, looking extremely pitiful. However, he laughed loudly, revealing 2 rows of teeth stained red. This sent chills down people's spines and left them feeling disturbed. How could Denny still laugh in such a situation? It was completely irrational. He was utterly incomprehensible. The long spear sparked with boundless golden light, shining exceptionally brightly within the realm of war. Crystal appeared like a true goddess of war, leading a host of heroic spirits to repel the enemy. Blood and flames raged on, while the drumbeats stirred the soul. It felt as though everyone had been transported to an ancient battlefield, the scene horrific and terrifying. Clang! Blazing golden light surged forth as Crystal fought fiercely, her spear thrusting out one after another, leaving a trail of sparks. Denny was entangled by those heroic spirits and couldn't evade Crystal's spear strikes. Her spear pierced his shoulder, tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Crystal's expression remained cold, her spear thrusting again without giving Denny any chance to retaliate, aiming to press her advantage. Denny stayed calm despite his dire condition. He wasn't panicking and was still searching for the right moment to counterattack. Finally, he found it. With a swift movement, he dodged Crystal's spear thrust and avoided attacks from other heroic spirits, delivering a powerful punch to her body. So hard. Denny winced. The armor Crystal wore was incredibly tough, not inferior at all to her round shield. After fighting for so long, his physical strength had diminished significantly, and he felt excruciating pain. Should I use my dermic weapon? This thought flashed through Denny's mind. Without using a dermic weapon, it was genuinely difficult for him to defeat Crystal. Swords, spears, and shadows of heroic spirits attacked him with various cold weapons, inflicting more heavy blows on Denny. Fresh wounds appeared on his body, and dark red blood flowed everywhere. Crystal looked arrogant and cold, saying, "If you don't use your dermic weapon, this battle should end here. You are no match for me." Ava had already fully suppressed Denny. If there were no other forces involved, Denny was destined to lose to her. "You're strong, but not enough to make me use my dermic weapon." Denny spoke, still unwilling to use his dermic weapon. "Fine." Anger flashed across Crystal's face. Denny's words made her feel disrespected. Ava said coldly, "I'll make you taste the consequences of your arrogance." Ava danced her spear wildly, filling the sky with golden spear shadows. Ava wanted to thrash Denny, making him understand what would happen if he disrespected her. "Stack!" Denny roared, unleashing both the heavenly lane fist and the white tiger sacred art, combining their powers. He had been studying this for a long time. Zyremitted by his cultivation level, both the heavenly lane fist and the white tiger sacred art had reached a point where he couldn't improve further until he attained the Zyref wheel realm. So, he had been researching how to enhance their power before reaching that realm. Through continuous study, he had achieved some success. The combined power of the heavenly lane fist and the white tiger sacred art far exceeded their individual strengths. However, he hadn't mastered it completely, and could only succeed occasionally. A dragon's roar and a tiger's cry resounded, and Denny emitted an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Crystal's expression turned serious. She dared not take this lightly and fully mobilized her strength to withstand Denny's attack. Ava even raised her round shield high, guarding herself against the formidable bodong emanating from Denny's assault. Note, the word bodong seems to be a Chinese term that didn't get translated in your input. In context, it likely refers to some kind of aura or energy fluctuation. I've translated it as formidable aura to fit better in English. However, to her utmost surprise, the terrifying aura that erupted from Denny suddenly vanished. "Are you joking?" Crystal sneered. This was clearly an immature technique that Denny hadn't fully mastered yet. "It was just a slip-up, let's try again." Denny roared, attempting the Deijia once more. Note, Deijia means overlay or superposition, but in this context, it refers to a technique or ability. I'll translate it as superposition. The heavenly lane fist and the white tiger sacred art were both exceptionally outstanding and astonishing techniques. Combining these two abilities together was extremely difficult. Denny hadn't fully grasped it yet, and the superposition technique wasn't always reliable. Crystal's expression grew even graver as the aura Denny exuded became even stronger and more terrifying. Ava felt that Denny was likely to succeed this time. Ava didn't dare to let her guard down, remaining fully on alert while also ordering the heroic spirits to continuously attack, trying to prevent Denny from successfully releasing this technique. Out of caution, she didn't dare approach him personally. That level of power made her heart tremble. One misstep, and she might lose this battle. However, the same scene unfolded again. That intensely terrifying aura suddenly vanished once more, and Denny failed to release the technique. I really overreacted. If he could release it, he would have done so already. Crystal gave a self-deprecating laugh, thinking she had overestimated the situation. He has run out of tricks and is even using techniques he hasn't mastered yet. This still isn't enough for him to use his dermic weapon? What's he holding out for? The crowd couldn't help but laugh at how ridiculous the scene looked. "Let's finish this," Crystal shouted coldly, wielding her spear with divine radiance surrounding her like a true goddess of war, moving forward to strike. Ava no longer had any reservations, intending to resolve this battle with one decisive blow. This is the extraordinary strength after changing divine bones. He must regret it deeply now. How astonishing. She's like a true deity. Ava will surely become an invincible powerhouse in the future. People were amazed by Crystal's overwhelming momentum, which exuded a divine aura. Crystal now possessed the might of a deity. Superposition, damn it. Denny shouted again, still not giving up. Although his previous attempts failed, they had given him valuable insights. He adjusted his approach, feeling confident that he would succeed this time. With a thunderous roar, Denny unleashed a punch. The shadows of the heavenly lane and white tiger appeared, intertwining and merging in an incredibly striking and transcendent display. He succeeded. The heavenly lane fist and the white tiger sacred art were combined into one. The power generated from this combination was absolutely terrifying. When Denny threw a punch, it seemed like heaven and earth were cracking apart. The entire battlefield exploded, and the heroic spirits vanished and dissipated completely. With a spray of blood, Crystal spat out a mouthful of blood, showering droplets everywhere. The destruction of the battle arena severely affected her, dealing her a heavy blow. The divine radiance around her dimmed, and the luster of her spear and round shield faded as well. Let's turn the tide, Denny shouted, glowing brilliantly and dashing forward with relentless force, continuously unleashing the combined power. Crystal held her round shield to defend, but the shield that had previously been able to block all attacks now failed. It was struck away and fell to the ground. Crystal's face turned deathly pale, a sense of foreboding rising within her. The superposition power was too terrifying, and even the armor she wore might not be able to withstand it. End it. Denny's expression remained cold, not giving Crystal any chance. He launched another powerful assault, determined to thoroughly defeat her and end this battle. However, to her utter surprise, the intense fluctuations suddenly vanished. Are you joking? Crystal sneered. Clearly this was an immature technique, one Denny hadn't fully grasped yet. Just a mistake, let's try again. Denny roared once more, attempting the stacking again. The Heavenly Lane Fist and the White Tiger Sacred Art were both extraordinary and astonishing. Combining these two abilities was incredibly difficult. Denny hadn't mastered it thoroughly, and sometimes it worked while other times it didn't. Crystal's expression remained solemn. Denny's current aura was even more formidable and terrifying. Ava believed he was likely to succeed this time. Daring not to be careless, she guarded vigilantly and ordered the heroic spirits to keep attacking Denny to prevent him from successfully releasing the technique. Out of caution, she didn't dare approach him herself. The intensity of the fluctuation caused her heart to tremble. One wrong move, and she might lose the battle. Desmond, the same scene happened again. That terrifying and overwhelming power suddenly disappeared, and Denny failed to release it once more. I really worried for nothing. If you could release it, you would have done so earlier. Crystal laughed self-deprecatingly, thinking she overestimated Denny. He couldn't possibly release such a technique. Is he running out of moves? Even trying an unmastered technique. This isn't working. Why isn't he using his dermic weapon and just holding on? People couldn't help laughing at the absurdity of the scene. End it. Crystal shouted coldly, holding her spear with divine radiance surging around her, like a true goddess of war. Ava moved forward with full force, aiming to finish Denny and end the battle. This is what happens after changing divine bones. He must regret it now. Incredible, like a true deity. Ava will surely become an unmatched powerhouse one day. People were astonished by Crystal's formidable aura, displaying the might of a deity. Stack it, Denny shouted, still not giving up. Despite failing twice, he gained some insights. He adjusted his stance, believing this attempt would succeed. Rumbling explosions filled the air. Denny punched forward, causing the images of the Heavenly Lane and the White Tiger to appear intertwined and blending into each other, looking astonishingly extraordinary. He succeeded. The Heavenly Lane Fist and the White Tiger Sacred Art were perfectly stacked together. Such power was terrifying beyond imagination. Denny's punch was like the collapse of heaven and earth, shattering the war realm entirely, and those heroic spirits disappeared and scattered completely. With a puff, Crystal spat out a mouthful of blood, splattering a series of bloodstains. The war realm broken, she suffered severe repercussions, receiving a heavy blow. The divine radiance emanating from her body dimmed, and even the luster of her spear and round shield faded. Let's turn the tide, Denny roared, advancing powerfully forward, continuously releasing stacked attacks. Crystal defended with her round shield, which previously could deflect all attacks, but now failed to block, getting knocked away and landing on the ground. Crystal's face turned pale, sensing an ominous premonition. Such terrifying stacked power might even penetrate her armor. End it. Denny's expression remained cold, giving Crystal no chance to counter. He launched another powerful assault, aiming to decisively defeat Crystal and conclude the battle. Chapter 194, Defeated is defeated. Crystal put up her best defense, her internal power bursting forth without any reserve. But it was no use. The combined force was simply too terrifying and overwhelming. Ava was blasted away, spewing blood from her mouth that stained her armor red. Though her armor remained intact without a scratch, the force exceeded its defensive capacity and penetrated through to hit Crystal directly. Crystal refused to accept defeat, wanting to fight on. But she was gravely injured, unable even to stand. Earlier, she had been severely affected when her war domain was breached, and now, after encountering such a fearsome attack from Denny, she was completely defeated and could no longer continue fighting. Unless she released her self-imposed seal and restored her realm to its peak. Defeated? Despite possessing divine bones and wearing divine armor, she's still defeated? People were dumbfounded, swallowing hard. Everything seemed too frightening, almost unbelievable, like a dream. I didn't lose. Crystal lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes blazing with unwillingness. Ava shouted, I just transplanted divine bones, and they haven't fully merged with me yet. If they did, I would become a divine sovereign body. How could you possibly be my match? This was why she felt so aggrieved. Her divine bones hadn't fully integrated with her body, limiting their effectiveness. Therefore, she felt deeply unjust, believing she hadn't truly lost. Huh. Denny said, if you want to talk like that, then I can say my Deja methods weren't perfect either. If they were complete, you wouldn't even withstand one blow. Note, the term Deja is used repeatedly in the original text and seems contextually related to a specific technique or ability. For better readability and consistency, it should be translated to a more meaningful English term, such as layering or accumulating, depending on the broader context of the story. Here I kept it as Deja to maintain fidelity unless a definitive translation is provided. For improved fluency, we could translate Deja as layering. Denny said, if you want to talk like that, then I can say my layering methods weren't perfect either. If they were complete, you wouldn't even withstand one blow. That was the truth. The current combination was only preliminary and far from reaching true perfection. If it did, the compounded force would be even more terrifying. Additionally, he hadn't used all his tricks yet. Had he utilized the lesser desolate technique to gather surrounding forces, Crystal wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Defeated is defeated. Stop making excuses. It only shows your incompetence, Denny said coldly. Crystal gritted her teeth, remaining silent. Ava knew Denny was telling the truth. His combining techniques clearly weren't complete. If they were, even if she became a true divine sovereign body, she might still struggle to defend herself. Suddenly, she felt despondent. Throughout her journey, she had been astonishing. Opening 9 meridians, obtaining the legacy of a divine sovereign, even ancient noble clans' prodigies vied for her favor. Desmond, in the end, she couldn't match Denny, who hadn't even replaced his divine bones. But soon, she cast off her despondency and recovered her spirit. What if I'm strong? Only temporarily. With my divine bones, I will surpass you eventually. Divine sovereign is merely my starting point, not my end point. And you may never reach divine sovereign in your entire life. Ava sneered, regaining her earlier arrogance. Denny didn't replace his divine bones, and no matter how talented he was, he could never measure up to her. Her starting point was already far above Denny's. He has no future. He will stop here. Several ancient clan prodigies coldly declared as formidable powers erupted, striking directly at Denny. Their power was at its peak, absolutely terrifying and overwhelming. In front of them, Denny was insignificant, easily suppressed with a mere gesture. Whoosh! Denny had anticipated this. He immediately activated the void path, concealing himself within the void. The ancient clan prodigies missed, and Denny vanished right before their eyes, leaving no trace. Come out. Otherwise, these friends of yours will die. They know you're still here. They sneered, having anticipated Denny would try to escape via the void path. They had already surrounded Simon and others. Farewell, everyone. Simon smiled, activating the teleportation array platform instantly, vanishing from the spot. At the same time, Lamar and others quickly activated their platforms and left. Damn! Where did they get those teleportation platforms? The ancient clan prodigies' faces turned grim, never expecting Simon and the others to possess teleportation arrays. Guard the exits, they won't escape. Agreed. They quickly set up defenses, ordering their clan members to block the exits. There was only one exit here, and as long as they guarded it, Denny and the others wouldn't escape. Meanwhile, Denny rejoined Simon and the others. Denny also activated a teleportation array within the void, arriving at the same destination as Simon and the others. Thank you for your help, Taoist friend. Denny smiled at Goss. Goss had also come with Simon. He hadn't misjudged Goss, whose character and principles were commendable. He dared to challenge the ancient clans face to face. Don't thank me, I didn't do much. Goss shook his head. Ultimately, Denny and the others resolved the crisis on their own, and he hadn't contributed much. And if you need to thank anyone, you should thank me. Without your help, I wouldn't have received the Divine Sovereign's legacy. He spoke earnestly, thanking Denny. Denny had slain the creatures occupying the legacy site, giving him the opportunity to gain the inheritance. Without Denny, even if he had qualified for the legacy, he wouldn't have had the chance to approach the site. These are all due to your own fortune, Denny smiled gently. Then, his expression turned serious. By speaking up, the ancient clans will surely blame you. You might find yourself in danger. No worries, I'm on my own, nothing to fear. Goss laughed. An orphan with no ties, everything he owned was achieved through his own efforts. Thus, he dared to oppose the ancient clans when they tried to claim the legacy site, and he spoke up when Denny and others were in trouble. Otherwise, he would have hesitated, fearing the ancient clans. After all, they were colossal entities in Jeremiah Howe, and offending them meant danger for anyone connected to him. I will teach you a transformation technique, so you can leave the battlefield at ease. Denny explained, teaching Goss the transformation technique he learned from Simon. A transformation technique? Aren't you all your real selves? Goss was surprised. Not quite. Denny laughed. This is our second transformed identity. The first transformation intersected with your path, so we are indeed fated. He mentioned the immortal Black Phoenix, but didn't reveal their true identities. This wasn't due to mistrust but necessity. Revealing their true identities could endanger those close to them. Ah, now I see why you felt familiar. Goss suddenly understood. Thinking about Denny's powerful physical strength, he should have realized sooner. After all, at the immortal Black Phoenix site, all mystical powers were suppressed, allowing only pure physical strength to be used. Both identities Denny adopted displayed formidable physical prowess. Such terrifying strength was rare. He should have known it was the same person all along. Chapter 195. Waiting for the exit to open. Goss did not press Denny and the others about their true identities. He knew it was a significant matter that could not be easily revealed. Otherwise, Denny and the others wouldn't have continuously changed their identities. After teaching Goss the method of transformation, Denny and the others bade farewell to him. They had important matters to attend to. Clementine, you replaced your bones, he asked Clementine. Desmond's. Do you trust me? Denny looked at Clementine and said, I want you to change back to your original bones. Change back? Why? Clementine asked. Replacing bones is very dangerous. It could lead to unforeseen events in the future. Your original bones are always better. Denny explained. Denny is right. In ancient times, countless incidents like this have occurred. I strongly suggest you revert to your original bones. Simon said seriously. Ah, it can still cause trouble. Don't you think so? The gods are incomprehensibly powerful, and everything they possess cannot be understood by human logic. The divine bone inside you could regain consciousness, devour your soul, and take over your body. Simon added. That's terrifying. Clementine was startled. She never imagined that replacing her bones could lead to such horrifying outcomes. I'll change back immediately. Without hesitation, she quickly retrieved her original bones and proceeded with the transformation. When removing the divine bone, her original bone fell off. Ava kept her own bone rather than leaving it there because it belonged to her. The process went smoothly without any unexpected issues. This was mainly because Clementine had just replaced her bones recently, and the divine bone had yet to fully fuse with her body. If it had fused completely, changing back would have been impossible as the divine bone couldn't be forced out. As the divine bone left her body, the power of time took effect, gradually breaking it down until it completely disappeared. Once Clementine reverted to her original bones, Denny finally felt relieved. You must always remember, nothing compares to what belongs to you originally. No matter how good external things might seem, they can never match what's inherently yours. I understand. Clementine nodded. From now on, she would definitely think twice before making such decisions again. Come, I'll help you two gain a legacy. Denny smiled and intended to help Hugo Shui and Simon obtain legacies. Is that possible? Hugo Shui and Simon asked excitedly. Zyrenian helped Jeremy Anuan obtain a legacy. I can do the same for you. Denny spoke with certainty. Although he hadn't replaced his bones, he had inherited the legacy of Brad, who was a divine king. Other legacy places only contained lesser deities' legacies, far inferior to Brad's. Using the legacy of Brad, Denny could enable Simon and Hugo Shui to inherit from lesser deities. Similarly, Zyrenian, using the legacy of the war goddess she possessed, had effortlessly allowed Jeremy Anuan to obtain a lesser deity's legacy. Next, they set out for the lesser deity's legacy locations. The ancient clans were busy sealing the exit and hadn't yet reoccupied the lesser deity's legacy grounds. For them, this was an opportunity. It would vanish if they waited too long. On the way, they changed their identities again. Maintaining their current identities would bring too many complications. Entering the lesser deity's legacy grounds, Denny used the legacy of Brad to suppress the divinity within the lesser deity's remains, obtaining their acknowledgement for Hugo Shui and Simon, thus allowing them to receive the legacies. Of course, neither Hugo Shui nor Simon had replaced their bones. They only sought legacies. After acquiring the legacies, they quickly left without delay. The inhabitants of those two lesser deities' legacy grounds didn't leak the news about Simon and Hugo Shui obtaining divine legacies. They despised the ancient clans and didn't wish to aid them. They clearly understood that once the news spread, the ancient clans would try to recruit them, which they wished to avoid. Otherwise, the ancient clan members would have arrived much earlier, and obtaining the legacies would have required more time. Elsewhere, the elite of the ancient clans had finished sealing the exit and returned to their respective legacy grounds. The ancient clans who had lost control of the two legacy grounds where Hugo Shui and Simon gained legacies were furious upon returning. I missed such a great opportunity. If I'd known, I shouldn't have left. They deeply regretted it, nearly turning green with envy. Had they stayed, the people who obtained the legacies would have signed contracts with them, effectively becoming their own. Everyone got legacies. I want one too. Moira envied them aloud. Everyone except her had obtained legacies. Being a beast, even with Denny's ability to suppress the lesser deities remains through the legacy of Brad, it was impossible for Moira to obtain a legacy. Let's see if we can get you one, Denny suggested. Deeper Within wasn't only filled with divine legacies, but also with various ancient ferocious beast legacies. Being a beast, Moira had a chance to acquire these ancient beast legacies. There were numerous ancient ferocious beasts legacy grounds deeper within, unclaimed by demonic beasts unlike humans. Demonic beasts' offspring entering in numbers were fewer, and those who entered often had terrifying and formidable backgrounds. Thus, no demonic beast claimed the legacy grounds. Moira attempted it, and smoothly acquired the ancient ferocious beast's legacy. Am I amazing or what? Moira laughed, believing herself incredibly lucky. Hugo Shui and Simon had tried multiple legacy grounds without success until Denny finally helped them succeed. Meanwhile, Moira succeeded on her first attempt, making her feel quite superior. It's normal. Denny, who knew Moira's background, had expected her to easily obtain a legacy. After all, Moira was the reincarnation of the White Tiger Demon Sage. Not getting a legacy would have been unusual. Train, then wait for the exit to open, Denny instructed. They had destroyed the immortal Black Phoenix's arrangement, but only the one set up for absorbing life energy. They didn't destroy the arrangement controlling the battlefield's opening and closing, not due to lack of intent, but because it was hidden too deeply and undetected at the time. The battlefield's closing time was fixed, while the opening time varied. Calculating the time, it wasn't long before the battlefield would close. With such limited time, they decided to focus on training and await the closure. Denny, you can't escape. Someone sneered from the exit. It wasn't a real person but a manifestation, stationed there long ago. It was the divine manifestation from Zyrenian's legacy of the war goddess, sent by Zyrenian to guard the exit. Chapter 196, Gathering at the Exit. The incarnated figure radiated divine brilliance, slightly translucent and sparkling, floating gracefully without touching the ground, stationed at the exit. It was guarding the place, waiting for Denny to arrive. Elsewhere, the descendants of various ancient noble families stood guard with a fierce aura, preventing Denny and his group from leaving. Of course, they didn't know who Denny was since he had changed his identity. As the Tai battlefield began to close, all living beings inside must leave. Otherwise, they would be killed by the ominous energy within. Chance ago, some living beings stayed in the Tai battlefield hoping to gain more benefits and cultivation opportunities. However, after the battlefield closed, boundless ominous energy emerged, and every living being that remained inside was annihilated by it. These living beings left behind records, informing future generations that when the Tai battlefield opens, it suppresses the original ominous energy, but once it closes, this energy bursts forth. Since then, no living being dared to remain in the battlefield. The boundless ominous energy was simply too terrifying and insurmountable. Time passed slowly as intense light surged around the exit, forming an embryonic portal, signaling the impending closure of the Tai battlefield. Many creatures rushed towards the exit, afraid of being left behind. The opening of the exit was limited in time. Missing it would mean being trapped inside, and staying meant certain death. Roar. A beastly roar reverberated through the mountains, heart-stopping and awe-inspiring, as a huge demonic beast appeared, soaring high in the sky. Its enormous body blocked out the sun, casting darkness over the land. It was a massive golden bird, enveloped in boundless radiance. With each blink of its eyes, phenomena like the destruction of the sun and moon appeared. Truly fearsome, it exuded formidable chi, unparalleled and dominant. This is the golden-winged great pung bird. An ancestor of its kind was an invincible beast, capable of devouring the heavens and subduing the earth, possessing overwhelming power. When it entered, it wasn't this powerful. Now, judging by its aura, it's dozens of times stronger than before. People were astounded, recognizing the origin of the golden giant bird. It was already an astonishing offspring of a demonic beast, and now, after obtaining a legacy in the battlefield, it became even more formidable and shocking. A young man approached slowly, with an unusual appearance not typical of humans. He had a pair of large silver ears and red eyes devoid of pupils, making him appear particularly eerie. He also radiated a terrifying aura, comparable to the golden-winged great pung, indicating he too had obtained a legacy in the battlefield, far surpassing his previous self. This was a prodigy from the Red Rat clan, an alien race whose red eyes seemed to depict hellish scenes, evoking fear and dread, making people dare not look directly. Soon after, several more powerful descendants of demonic beasts and prodigies from alien races arrived, each one exceptionally strong and far superior to their former selves, having obtained legacies. Their legacies weren't taken over, allowing all demonic beast descendants and alien prodigies to attempt them freely. In our side, alas, all the legacies were monopolized. How envious! Bolivarman cultivators sighed. Compared to these demonic beast descendants and alien prodigies, very few humans obtained legacies. This couldn't be blamed on the human race's lack of capability, but rather their greed. Various ancient noble families monopolized the legacies, not letting others try them freely. Otherwise, the number of humans obtaining legacies wouldn't be so few, definitely surpassing the demonic beasts and aliens. After all, the number of humans entering the battlefield exceeded those of demonic beasts and aliens by hundreds of times. Crystal arrived, bathed in divine radiance, her beauty unparalleled. Like the most brilliant star in the world, dazzling and mesmerizing. Ava seemed even stronger, enveloped in misty light, making her inscrutable. To think such an incomparably stunning female warrior lost. Someone gazed at Crystal, deeply moved by her defeat. However, soon his face turned pale as cold sweat poured down his forehead, drenching his clothes. Crystal looked at him with a terrifying gaze, making him feel as if death itself was watching, his soul quivering. Terrified, he hurriedly shut his mouth, not daring to speak again. Was it really a loss? Beside Crystal, Presley snorted. That doesn't count as a loss. Latoya Zyron has yet to fully fuse with the divine bone, so she couldn't display her full strength. Zyra lifting a hand, divine power surged, instantly sending the speaker flying to the side, unconscious. Anyone who dares to speak ill will have the same fate. Ava declared sternly, defending Crystal's dignity. Nowadays, she increasingly resembled Crystal's subordinate, always prioritizing Crystal. Zhanxian's sect disciples watched Presley with disdain. Ava had abandoned Zhanxian's sect for her own selfish reasons, disregarding the sect's nurturing, which was utterly ungrateful. Do you wish to die? Feeling the contemptuous gazes from Zhanxian's sect disciples, Presley responded coldly, emanating intense killing intent. Zhanxian's sect disciples seethed, but dared not say more, quickly averting their gazes. Presley was now someone they could not provoke. Latoya Zyron is indeed formidable. At that moment, someone laughed lightly, riding atop a steel-armored beast. The steel-armored beast was an exceptionally powerful descendant of a demonic beast, an ancient progenitor tamed as a mount in Taichi City. The event back then had shocked many, but none recognized the rider's identity. Now, the main character has arrived. You are the truly formidable one. Crystal glanced at him, her eyes flashing with surprise. This was someone who had received divine heritage, not just a minor deities but a major ones. Aston. Ellsworth's pupils constricted, staring intently at the person. He never imagined that his former rival had now completely surpassed him. Aston came from the Mao clan, equally talented and always his formidable opponent. No wonder I haven't seen you. It turns out you received divine heritage. Ellsworth gritted his teeth. After entering the battlefield, he had been tracking Aston's whereabouts. Desmond. After Aston entered, he vanished, never reappearing. Just luck. Aston smiled. I wandered into a secluded area and unexpectedly found a divine legacy site. After attempting it, I didn't expect to succeed and obtain the legacy. How come there were no rumors? Ellsworth squinted, puzzled. Obtaining divine heritage was a significant event, bound to spread widely. But with Aston, he only learned of it upon his appearance, previously hearing nothing about it. The legacy I received is different from others, quite ordinary, hence no major commotion, Aston explained with a smile. Could it be the legacy of the nature god? Crystal pondered, seemingly realizing something. Hashtag chapter 197, fighting for a path to survival. Carson nodded, acknowledging that he had received the inheritance of the nature deity. Which is more powerful, the war goddess or the nature deity? Someone asked, curious to know whether Crystal's or Carson's inheritance was stronger. A class of divine kings. Crystal smiled. The nature deity and the war goddess were both ordinary divine kings, not great divine kings. It's still Latoya Zyron's inheritance that is more powerful. The war goddess governs war, excelling in all aspects of combat prowess. Carson explained. He spoke the truth, not just polite formalities. In the memories he gained from his inheritance, the war goddess was indeed stronger than the nature deity. The war goddess was one rank below the great divine kings, while the nature deity was one level lower, with a significant difference in combat strength. However, Even if the war goddess was second only to the great divine kings, she still fell far short compared to them. As long as she did not reach the great divine king level, there would always be an unbridgeable gap. Time ticked by, and the light gate at the exit became increasingly tangible, signaling that the exit was about to open. Nearly all living beings in the battlefield rushed toward the exit, unwilling to delay for fear of being trapped inside. Denny and his group also ceased their cultivation and headed to the exit. They suppressed their divine radiance, changing their appearances and blending into the crowd. This person's gaze seems off. Denny's face grew solemn as he noticed Carson frequently scanning their direction. Are you overthinking? With Mac's transformation skill, how could he possibly recognize us? The Temperance dismissed Denny's concerns, confident that even Crystal, who had received the war goddess inheritance, failed to identify their true identities. No, it's not right. He really seems to have spotted us. Denny's expression changed abruptly, and without hesitation, he quickly led Mac and the others away. Where are you going? Carson shouted, his figure flashing as a powerful aura erupted, chasing after Denny and his group. Despite the numerous beings present, Denny's group escaped swiftly, evading Carson's pursuit. What's wrong, Brother Moo? Crystal floated over to Carson. I inherited the legacy of the nature deity, which makes me highly sensitive to everything. These people have a faint divine aura flowing around them. They must be the ones who received the Brad inheritance. Carson's face was cold. Their appearances don't match? Crystal frowned. They possess a divine aura, undoubtedly indicating they received a divine inheritance. And their divine aura is very weak, suggesting they haven't replaced their divine bones, Carson said, narrowing his eyes. Who would inherit such power without replacing their divine bones? I see. They must have some kind of transformation skill that changes their appearance. Crystal sneered, instantly understanding the situation. As Carson pointed out, who else but Denny and his group would receive an inheritance without replacing their divine bones? Pity they got away. Otherwise, we would have killed them right now. Several ancient clans' elites arrived and lamented bitterly. It's all right, as long as I'm here, they can't escape. Carson said confidently. Their transformation skills won't work on me. No matter how they change their appearance, I can sense them. He returned to the exit, guarding it. Meanwhile, Denny and his group stopped once they had thoroughly distanced themselves from the exit. How close? Fortunately, you sensed it in time, or we might have died there. The Temperance sighed with relief. Their current strength was too weak to compare with Carson and company. Being left behind would have been disastrous. Damn, how did he spot us? Mac was puzzled. His transformation skill was extraordinary, an ancient method, and logically should not have been detectable by Carson. He inherited the nature deity's legacy, Denny explained, recalling the discussions around Carson among other living beings at the exit. Knowing this, Denny didn't hesitate to lead Mac and the others away quickly. Because he understood the legacy of the nature deity well, including parts of its memory within the Brad inheritance, Denny knew the significance of this deity. Though not a great divine king, the nature deity was distinguished among divine kings, renowned for its mastery of natural laws. Nature deity. Now I understand. Mac and the others immediately grasped the situation. Their own inheritances contained similar memories of the nature deity. This is problematic. Anastasia frowned deeply. With him there, we can't leave undetected. The exit existed for a limited time, and they needed to leave before it closed or risk being trapped inside. They knew all too well what happened after the battlefield sealed itself. Countless strong warriors had perished due to the boundless malevolent aura inherent in the battlefield, an aura capable of exterminating any formidable entity. To ensure the battlefield remained safe during opening times, the Cathy had placed certain arrangements. It was these preparations that suppressed the malevolent aura. We have to get out, otherwise we're dead. The Temperance insisted. Brute force won't work. We need another plan. Even ignoring Carson and other deified individuals, just the ancient clan elites alone were beyond their current capability to confront. These elites could easily overpower them. Denny's eyes gleamed as he pondered a way out. With Carson stationed at the exit, leaving seemed nearly impossible. Even his mastery of Void Dao wouldn't help, given Carson's heightened sensitivity. This difficulty stemmed from not having replaced their divine bones yet. If they had integrated new divine bones, even Carson's keen senses couldn't detect them. If we can't leave directly, let's stir things up. Denny's eyes flashed with determination, deciding to create chaos as a path to survival. Stir things up? Mac and the others were confused, unsure of Denny's intentions. They want us dead. Let's make them pay the price. Denny sneered, having already devised a risky plan. This gamble could cost him his life, but he had no other choice. Staying meant certain death. We'll wait until the exit fully opens before acting. Denny outlined his plan to Mac and the others. Chapter 198. He dies, I die. What? This is too risky. No way. Anastasia shook her head vigorously after listening to Denny's plan. Denny actually intended to lure Carson and the others towards the immortal Black Phoenix. Carson and his group were powerful. Even the slightest mistake from Denny could result in huge problems. Ava advised against it. I also think it's not a good idea. Amanita shook its head, saying, if we unseal the immortal Black Phoenix, what if it directly locks down the battlefield? Denny's plan was to lure Carson and his group to the immortal Black Phoenix and unseal it, making the Phoenix deal with them. Rest assured about this. Mac interjected. The immortal Black Phoenix only has soul force, not other kinds of power. It cannot interfere with the array setup. That's right. Denny nodded. Precisely because he knew this, he had come up with this plan. The immortal Black Phoenix remained inside the egg, only manifesting soul force without any other powers. Otherwise, it wouldn't have just stood by as they dismantled the place back then. There's no other choice. We can only do this. Denny said. With Carson around, they were doomed not to get out. They had to lure him away somehow. Don't worry, there shouldn't be major issues. Denny continued, I'll wear multiple pieces of treasure armor. Even if Carson wants to take me down, it won't be easy. He wasn't someone who acted recklessly. He had thought this plan through meticulously. He had obtained numerous magical artifacts from the immortal Black Phoenix, which would ensure his safety. You stay here. The soul force of the immortal Black Phoenix is beyond your capability to resist. Denny wanted to act alone. Holding the Book of Cause and Effect made him immune to the Phoenix's soul force. Even going to the Phoenix wouldn't be an issue for him. Not so for Mac and the others. They could very well run into trouble. In the end, they decided to proceed with this plan. Denny wore layers upon layers of treasure armor and held several talismans in his hand, provided by Mac, to enhance his speed. These are the most potent talismans I have. You must return safely, Mac solemnly said. These high-grade talismans were not ordinary ones but ancient relics he had obtained from some ancient site. Relax. Wearing multiple layers of treasure armor and holding these speed-enhancing talismans, Denny felt confident. All they needed to do now was wait for the exit to open. Time passed slowly. The gateway at the exit finally materialized, indicating the exit was about to open. Boom. It didn't take long before the light gate thundered open, revealing the path outside. Wait, they will come. Carson sneered, pushing his natural divine sense to the limit. It was the divine sense inherited from the natural deity, immensely powerful and astonishing. Through this divine sense, he had detected the divinity in Denny and his companions. They know staying means death. Let's wait for them. The geniuses from the ancient clan sneered coldly, fully prepared for Denny's appearance. On the other side, Crystal remained unmoved. These matters did not concern her much. Although she felt resentment too, it wasn't as intense as Carson's. Denny, I'm waiting for you. Ava sat solemnly at the exit, awaiting Denny's arrival. My lady, let's go. At the exit, a young man urged a nearby girl softly. I don't want to leave. The girl shook her head. Ava was extraordinarily beautiful, like a fairy from heaven, with bright eyes, white teeth, flowing black hair, and an outstanding demeanor. My lady, don't do something foolish. Denny can't be saved. The young man quickly pleaded. But I still want to try saving him. Her gaze shone resolutely, ignoring the youth's protest, walking straight toward Crystal. Denny's life was linked to hers. Indeed, Ava was none other than Amira from the Moron clan. Latoya Zyron, although it might seem abrupt, I ask you to show mercy and spare Denny. Ava directly voiced her intention when facing Crystal. How do you relate to Denny? Crystal's eyes flickered curiously. Ava already knew the backing force behind Heavenly Auction House was the Moron clan. Initially, she was puzzled why Denny had tied relations with the auction house, getting full support. Now, it became clear. Denny possibly had a connection with Amira, hence the auction house supported him wholeheartedly. However, she was intrigued about the nature of their relationship. He is my friend, a very important one. Amira answered solemnly. A very important friend? Important enough to entrust life or death to? Our lives are intertwined. I didn't expect Denny to have such charm that he could win over a Moron clan miss, trusting life or death with him. Crystal chuckled faintly. Latoya Moron, save your words. Denny's fate is sealed. He must die here. In that case, I'll fight to the end. Amira's eyes lit up, radiating a fierce glow as terrifying power surged. You're no match for me. Crystal shook her head. Not being a match won't stop me. Amira was firm. Due to her constitution, she hadn't cultivated much earlier on. Later, Denny eased her constitution issues, accelerating her cultivation. However, compared to Crystal, she still fell short. Do you understand the consequences of your actions? Crystal stared at Amira. Once you engage, I won't hold back. You'll risk your life here. He dies, I die. It's that simple. Amira said calmly. If Denny died, her condition couldn't be cured, and she wouldn't survive either. My lady, no. Other members of the Moron clan rushed to block Amira. This matter has nothing to do with you or the clan. This is my personal business. Please don't interfere. Amira dismissed her fellow clan members. Turning to Crystal, she said, I hope this won't implicate the Moron clan. If they don't interfere, the Moron clan will be safe. Crystal replied indifferently. Chapter 199, Thick-Skinned. Crystal and Amira, both flawless beauties, resembled celestial Kiras from the ninth heaven, ethereal and almost surreal. These two were confronting each other, even willing to face life and death for a man named Denny. What does Denny have that he could be entangled with such perfect beauties? Desmond's. People sighed endlessly, becoming even more curious about Denny. They didn't know much about Denny. They only knew there was such a person but weren't clear on specifics. They won't attack. Amira said calmly. Ava turned around, her gaze resolute as she addressed the Moron clan members. Prioritize the Moron clan. If I die here, do not seek revenge. No, Latoya. Why go to such lengths, Latoya? The clan members sighed, unable to stop Amira who insisted on battling Crystal. They couldn't interfere in this fight. Crystal had inherited divine power and was now in a very sensitive position. One misstep might lead to huge problems for the Moron clan. If you want to die, I can fully oblige you. Crystal spoke coldly. At least Denny's life wasn't meaningless if someone would die for him. Rest assured, he will join you soon enough. He dies, I die. Amira repeated those words again. Her body glowed as she raised a long sword, pointing directly at Crystal, ready to begin the battle. I actually envy this Denny now. With such loyal friends, what does it matter if he dies? When will I ever find someone willing to die for me like this? People sighed and envied them, believing Amira and Denny were lovers. You are no match for me. Crystal remained calm, raising a hand that radiated boundless divine light. Ava had grown stronger, partially integrating her divine bone, making her even more divine-like, resembling a true goddess of war. Amira attacked, her sword dancing gracefully, appearing like a sword fairy, ethereal and outstanding. Sword shadows shimmered, illuminating the sky and earth. This ancient sword technique she obtained from deep within the world was formidable. This place seemed to transform into a realm of swords, the sword aura stirring people's hearts. Amira was exceptional, with astonishing talent. If all went well, she would undoubtedly become a powerful figure in the future. You're not good enough. Crystal remained indifferent, casually dropping the raised hand. Instantly, boundless divine light erupted, causing the sword world to collapse. Amira was blasted away, blood staining her dress. This battle was on completely different levels. Crystal far surpassed Amira. Amira's face paled, her petite frame trembling violently. Crystal's casual blow had shattered her powerful sword technique. Ava was no match for Crystal. Desmond, her eyes remained bright without a trace of dimness. Ava launched another attack. Her sword pointed at Crystal once more. Swish. Crystal swung her hand. Terrifying divine power rippled through the air. Amira, like a small boat caught in a stormy sea, was overturned by the tempest. Spurt. Amira coughed up a mouthful of blood, shocking everyone. Ava was severely injured, collapsing on the ground, her fair skin covered in wounds, evoking pity. Struggling, she stood up, her hand holding the sword shaking. However, she took step after step toward Crystal. Boom. Crystal raised her hand, releasing a surge of power that knocked Amira down again. This time, standing up was difficult. Ava used her sword to prop herself up, then continued walking towards Crystal. You are stepping closer to your own death. Crystal looked coldly, raising her hand again. Amira was knocked down yet again. Latoya. Stop it. Moron clan members shouted in anguish, their eyes wet. This was the daughter of their leader, the precious Latoya of their clan. Now, she was being battered so severely, breaking their hearts. I can't let Latoya die here. No one can harm our Latoya. They howled, finally unable to hold back, rushing forward to rescue Amira. Go back. Amira, covered in blood, struggled to speak, urging the clan members to return. Crystal, may you suffer eternal torment. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, Denny's eyes were cold, his heart filled with raging anger. He watched everything unfold clearly in the void, unable to bear it. Though they were far from the exit, even Carson with his natural divine senses couldn't detect him from this distance. Denny, whom you entrusted your life to, where is he now? You're nearly dead, yet he doesn't dare show his face. Such a coward. Crystal sneered, looking cold. Do you have the right to judge him? Despite any faults, he is a man of loyalty and righteousness. And you? Selfish, cruel-hearted. Amira's face was pale, understanding the history between Crystal and Denny. Crystal was ruthless, trying to kill Denny multiple times to ensure no trouble from him. Cultivators must avoid attachments. Loyalty and righteousness are unsuitable for cultivators. Foolish behavior. Crystal spoke indifferently. Slap. Suddenly, a golden giant hand appeared, slapping Crystal's face, a sharp sound echoing across the area. Thick-skinned indeed. Hitting your face makes my hand ache. No wonder you'd say such shameless things, just relying on your cultivation level to bully others. Worthless dog. A voice rang out from the void. Everyone heard it, but couldn't see the person. It's you. Crystal raged, feeling deeply hurt despite the slap not physically harming her. Being slapped in front of so many people, she could not endure it. With no signs, she still couldn't sense the attacker. She knew exactly who it was. So bold. Carson roared, stretching out a hand, unleashing terrifying power to restrict the void, forcing Denny to appear. He had been observing Crystal and Amira but didn't expect Denny to slip through, slapping Crystal. Now aware, his natural divine senses instantly located Denny. His divine bone integration made his senses powerful. Denny hidden in the void couldn't escape detection. The void trembled, Carson's strength overwhelming, forcing Denny out. Die! Crystal roared, taking a step forward, boundless divine light surging as she rushed towards Denny. Worthless dog without higher cultivation. Killing you would be like crushing an ant. Denny roared coldly. The exit wasn't fully open yet. This wasn't the best time for action. But he couldn't bear seeing Amira so miserable. I'll crush you like an ant right now. Crystal's voice was icy, reaching for a golden spear which instantly appeared in her hand. Holding the spear, she pursued Denny with divine authority. Let me assist you, Latoya Zyron, preventing him from hiding in the void. Carson offered, working with Crystal to prevent Denny from retreating into the void. Chapter 200. Falling for the trick. Denny revealed himself. They couldn't let him escape again. Carson pursued relentlessly but didn't attack, wanting to leave Denny for Crystal, giving her some face. He also aimed to win Crystal's favor. He had inherited the legacy of the nature god, and Crystal had inherited the legacy of the war goddess. If Crystal joined their Mu clan, who could still rival their Mu clan in the future? Their Mu clan was destined to be unmatched in Jeremiah and even dominate other provinces. Crystal unleashed a terrifying force as her golden spear swept through the air, seemingly able to tear apart the heavens. Ava was at her peak state. Her power and speed were undoubtedly astonishing. The spear instantly struck Denny, leaving no chance for him to dodge. However, the multiple layers of treasure armor he wore protected him from this blow. Useless mutt remains a useless mutt. A higher realm doesn't mean anything. Can you bite me to death? Denny sneered, his figure flashing as he quickly put distance between himself and Crystal. Crystal was incredibly formidable. Taking a step forward, she instantly caught up with Denny. Her speed was simply too fast. With a swish, her spear stabbed directly towards Denny's head, the tip instantly touching his forehead. This spear thrust was too fast. Denny couldn't react in time. Bang! The jade pendant hanging around his neck shattered, blocking the spear. You cannot escape. Your death is certain. Crystal's expression was cold as she stabbed another spear. Ava was too powerful. Her strength was overwhelming, and another piece of defensive treasure on Denny exploded. Denny dared not hesitate, quickly applying a rune that increased speed. Instantly, his speed surged, pulling away from Crystal. It had to be admitted, these runes were truly astonishing. Despite Crystal's strength far surpassing Denny, these runes still provided Denny with significant speed, preventing Crystal from catching up. Try biting me to death if you can, Denny taunted, gradually moving towards the location of the Cathy. You deserve to die. Crystal raged, increasing her speed to chase after Denny. Latoya Zyron, no? Carson shouted. He sensed something amiss. Why did Denny provoke them without any apparent reason? This might be a trap. Denny was likely using a feint to lure them away. I know, don't worry. Together we can capture him. Even if others escape, it's fine as long as we catch him. Crystal spoke calmly. Ava hadn't lost all her reasoning in anger. She realized this might be Denny's feint. However, she didn't care. With Carson by her side, Denny was doomed to fail. It didn't matter if others escaped. As long as they captured Denny, everything would be fine. Latoya Zyron is right. Carson relaxed, no longer worrying about anything else. My divine perception has completely locked onto him. No matter where he runs, he won't escape. Denny was the main target. Capturing him was their priority. As he said, his divine perception had already locked onto Denny, ensuring he couldn't escape. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions reverberated across the battlefield. Crystal was extraordinarily powerful. Even with the speed rune, Denny couldn't shake her off and remained within her attack range. Fortunately, he had prepared plenty of defensive treasures. Otherwise, there would be no escaping. Does this guy carry an entire treasure vault on him? Carson's mouth twitched. Crystal had destroyed so many treasures, yet Denny still had more. He felt a twinge of pain. Those treasures were clearly extraordinary. It was indeed a pity they were destroyed. You miscalculated, thinking you could escape, unaware that you can't. This is walking into a trap. Crystal's expression was cold as she continued chasing Denny. Her power was immense, fearless of exhaustion. No matter how many treasures Denny had, he was destined to be captured. Well done. Carson sneered. Although there were some unexpected twists, it wasn't a big issue. His divine perception still locked onto Denny. No matter where he ran, he was destined to be caught. Denny finally reached the Cathy's location, the palace in sight. He had destroyed the Cathy's arrangements. There was nothing special about this place now, only ruins remained. If not, he wouldn't have been able to approach the palace easily. The surrounding area previously had terrifying forces that suppressed Taoist power. Pity. Denny sighed. If the setup wasn't destroyed, he wouldn't have needed to lift the seal on the Cathy. Taoist power suppressed, only physical strength could be used. In a physical battle, he feared no one. Even if Crystal and Carson fused divine bones, he was confident he could suppress them. But now, none of that mattered. The setup was destroyed, the force suppressing Taoist power gone. He could only proceed to unseal the Cathy to deal with Crystal and Carson. With a swift motion, he entered the palace, quickly retrieving the various treasures restraining the Cathy. Crystal and Carson didn't think much of it. Their strength and realm were at their peak, immensely powerful. They could walk freely even deep inside, let alone in this outer area. They didn't believe there was any force here that could threaten them. So they pursued Denny without hesitation, entering the palace as well. But when they entered, their faces changed dramatically. They felt an extremely terrifying aura, as if an ancient fierce beast had awoken. It can't be real? I feel like it's very angry. Carson's voice trembled. Did we disturb its rest? We've fallen for a trick. He deliberately led us here. Crystal quickly realized, shouting, let's go. As she spoke, she tried to leave with Carson. But they couldn't. The terrifying aura had completely locked onto them, binding their souls. How is this possible? What are we facing? Their faces were filled with shock, cold sweat streaming down their spines. The aura was too terrifying. They had no means to resist. This left them incredulous. Remember, they had fused divine bones and inherited the legacies of divine kings, their souls tainted with divinity. In such a situation, they shouldn't be trapped without any resistance. Just enjoy it. Denny sneered, turning to leave. Don't go. I'll kill you. The Cathy roared furiously, unleashing a mighty wave of soul power towards Denny. Kill me? I told you. Just enjoy it. My two friends have powerful treasures that will break your eggshell and roast you. Denny bluffed, stirring up hatred, then left the palace. The powerful soul force of the Cathy had no effect on him, completely blocked by the book of cause and effect. Chapter 201. Bragging. Denny left the palace, where the undying black phoenix's enraged roars still echoed inside. Do you two really think you can roast and eat me? Pathetic. Do you know that in the past, I used to roast heavenly gods and eat them? The undying black phoenix was genuinely convinced. Soon after, Crystal and Carson's screams of agony reverberated within the palace. If you die here, everything is over. But if you don't, we will settle this in the future. Denny's eyes were cold as he stared at the palace entrance. Then, he left the area. At the exit, lights surged intensely, and two colossal doors opened with a resounding crash, indicating the passage was indeed open. Many beings departed, embarking on their return journey. They all marveled deeply. What transpired in the battlefield exceeded their expectations, stirring countless emotions within them. Denny rejoined Mac and others, blending into the crowd and starting their way back. Carson wasn't there, so no one could uncover their identity. Even though one of Crystal's avatars remained at the exit, it failed to recognize them. They successfully left the battlefield and emerged outside. Haha, how was the harvest? Just being alive means it's good. Being alive represents a gain. Outside, many powerful figures laughed and welcomed their respective clans' descendants. The mortality rate in the battlefield was too high, making it an extraordinary feat for anyone to come out alive, which made them very pleased. Compared to previous times, the death toll this time was much lower, with not many lives lost. Most importantly, it was because the undying Black Phoenix had been suppressed by Denny. If the undying Black Phoenix hadn't been suppressed, it would have deliberately incited deadly battles among the life forms in the battlefield, leading to many deaths. During previous battles, the extremely high mortality rate was all due to this. You should cultivate well. I'll look for you in the future. Denny bid farewell to Anastasia and others. He couldn't return to Jianxian's sect anymore. Wasn't Crystal lured to the undying Black Phoenix? Ava should be dead, so going back shouldn't cause any trouble, Anastasia said, unwilling to part ways with Denny. Without seeing her die with my own eyes, nothing can be certain. Denny shook his head, not daring to take the risk. If Crystal didn't die and he stayed in Jianxian's sect, the sect might be implicated because of him. He had worked hard to free Jianxian's sect from such entanglements, and he didn't want to implicate them again. Please tell Master I'm sorry. Denny didn't linger long, leaving with the kitten. Anastasia and others resumed their original appearances, reuniting with other disciples of Jianxian's sect. Tai battlefield ended, with some celebrating and others grieving. Although the death toll was lower this time, many still perished in the battlefield. Crystal didn't die. Denny's eyes lit up upon hearing the news. Just before Tai battlefield closed completely, Crystal and Carson emerged from within. Upon their emergence, their reputations immediately soared to unprecedented heights, sparking discussions everywhere. War goddess, nature god. These were divine inheritances. In the future, Crystal and Carson were bound to become the main protagonists of Jeremiah How, invincible in the world. Not dying is better. Denny's eyes turned cold as he said, not dying means I will subdue you personally in the future. If Crystal had died, he would feel regretful, as he didn't personally do it. Only by killing Crystal at her peak himself would he feel no regret. Where do we go? Amanita asked. If we don't leave Jeremiah How, we can only change our identities. With Crystal receiving divine inheritance and being pursued by ancient clans, staying in Jeremiah How required changing their identities. So, do we stay or go? Stay. Denny and the kitten changed their identities once again, deciding to remain in Jeremiah How. Amanita didn't transform into human form. It found it uncomfortable and resumed its natural appearance. Now, its appearance differed from before. It had received a formidable beast inheritance deep within, making its white tiger bloodline purer, gradually resembling a tiger rather than a kitten. Soul Crystal, here you go. Denny handed over the old Beast King Soul Crystal he obtained from Sunset Mountain to help the kitten grow stronger. Though he could also absorb the Soul Crystal's power, the kitten would benefit more from it. After all, he was human, while this was a Beast King Soul Crystal. With the aid of this Soul Crystal, the kitten could enhance its activated white tiger bloodline to perfection, laying the foundation for further bloodline awakening. Once he reached the Zyrif Wheel realm, he could use the causality records to help the kitten gather other white tiger bloodlines within its body. They arrived at a city and settled down temporarily. The city was filled with numerous life forms, many of whom had just returned from Tai battlefield, temporarily residing in the city. Did you know how astonishing Crystal was in Tai battlefield? Ava fought fiercely in all directions, unmatched by anyone. Even the geniuses of ancient clans couldn't stand against her. In the tavern, Denny and the kitten ordered a table full of wine and dishes, overhearing someone nearby saying this. Crystal inherited the war goddess legacy. She naturally became immensely powerful. Please tell us more about Goddess Crystal. People surrounded the speaker. They hadn't been to Tai battlefield and admired Crystal's feats. Here, I'm out of wine. The person shook his wine glass. Waiter, bring more wine, the best kind. Others shouted. Soon, the waiter brought a bottle of premium wine. The man took a sip, finishing it in one gulp, clearly savoring it. Then, he vividly recounted stories about Crystal. Not just the geniuses of ancient clans, but also those from other races, powerful offspring of mighty beasts. None of them could match Crystal. This person praised Crystal excessively, elevating her to unparalleled heights. Nonsense, none of it is true. Amanita frequently shook its head. Crystal was powerful, but this person was exaggerating wildly, recounting things Crystal never did. Crystal never fought the geniuses of ancient clans, nor the geniuses from other races or powerful beast offsprings. Indeed, while Crystal gained immense strength through the war goddess inheritance, she still couldn't compare to the geniuses of ancient clans, other racial geniuses, or powerful beast offsprings. What right do you have to speak of Brother Wong like this? Brother Wong is from Tai battlefield. Many people, hearing the kitten's words, instantly grew displeased, loudly berating the kitten. Denny and the kitten concealed their auras, looking unremarkably powerful, leading these people to believe they were weak. Is Tai battlefield somewhere just anyone can enter? Is Crystal someone anyone can defeat, just because they try? What's there to brag about? Amanita sneered. Bragging about someone else was one thing, but braggart about Crystal, how could it endure that? Are you insane? How dare you say such things? Daring to blaspheme Goddess Crystal. These people flew into a rage, extremely angry. Hashtag chapter 202. Narrow paths lead to conflict. The battle at Tai had concluded, and Crystal's brilliance was unparalleled. Her reputation spread far and wide, earning her the title of goddess. Now, however, someone dared to speak so disdainfully of Goddess Crystal, claiming that anyone with a pair of hands could defeat her. This stirred fury among those who admired her. In the tavern, many eyes turned towards Megan, Moira, their gazes filled with intense hostility. What are you looking at? I'm just speaking the truth. Megan seemed unconcerned, saying, what nonsense about a goddess, she merely relies on her realm to intimidate others. At the same level, she's completely inadequate. You're spouting rubbish. Have you lost your mind? These people were incensed, their killing intent surging. Other cultivators in the tavern, who admired Crystal, also grew enraged, rising from their seats with weapons drawn. Pitiful, all you do is believe every wind that blows. Megan shook his head, saying, whoever has been to the inner regions knows that Crystal was soundly defeated in a fight against an equal. Desmond, here you are exaggerating her abilities. It's truly laughable. Goddess Crystal lost? You must be dreaming. These people sneered, refusing to believe Megan's words. With 9 meridians and the inheritance of the war goddess, how could Crystal lose? Who could possibly surpass Crystal? Even disregarding the war goddess inheritance, Crystal's 9 meridians alone meant no one of the same level could match her. 9 meridians were a symbol of invincible strength, unmatched power even among peers. I didn't hear anything about Goddess Crystal losing despite staying throughout the entire battle. The person praising Crystal retorted, "You're clearly trying to slander Goddess Crystal." Crystal was brilliant and incomparable. Even though she had lost that battle, her potential achievements in the future remained unimaginable. Those on the outskirts who knew about the battle kept quiet about Crystal's defeat, swallowing their knowledge and remaining silent. People in the outer regions had no clue about Crystal's defeat. Now someone dares to badmouth Latoya? A cold snort echoed as a violet slowly entered the tavern. Her face was icy, and a heavy aura of bloodlust surged around her. Clearly, she was very angry. "Goddess Presley," the admirer of Crystal shouted excitedly. "This is Presley, who received an inheritance within the battlefield and also possesses 9 meridians." "What? A 9 meridian holder, a godly inheritance receiver?" Everyone in the tavern's expressions changed, now looking at Presley with reverence. Seeing the reverent gazes, Presley, already proud, became even more arrogant. Narrow paths lead to conflict. Denny's heart sneered coldly, never expecting to meet Presley here. Presley betrayed her principles for the sake of receiving divine inheritance, willingly becoming Crystal's follower to cling to her coattails. "I don't like creatures like you. Seeing you makes me sick." Presley frowned, recalling Denny whenever she saw such beast-like creatures. Denny had a similar beast, but it was a cat, not a tiger. "I feel the same way." Megan bared his teeth, saying, "Everyone knows you are ungrateful. To obtain the divine inheritance, you abandoned the Jianxian sect which raised you and volunteered to be Crystal's servant." The admirer of Crystal was stunned, previously thinking Megan was just spouting nonsense without ever having been to Tai battlefield. But now he doubted that thought. Everything Megan said was true. The beings in the outer regions were well aware of Presley's story. Megan had indeed been to the Tai battlefield. People aspire to reach higher places. Water flows downhill. It's only natural. Latoya Crystal is astonishing. What's wrong with following her? Presley spoke coldly. Ava continued, "I have never forgotten the Jianxian sect's nurturing. In the future, I will repay them 10-fold, 100-fold. Ava wasn't furious or attacking immediately. Instead, she explained herself, wanting to clear her name and avoid being labeled ungrateful. Otherwise, she would have attacked Megan instantly. "Isn't it laughable that you now speak with righteousness?" Megan sneered. "When Crystal threatened the Jianxian sect disciples to force Denny out, why didn't you stand up then? Now that the incident has passed, you suddenly find the right words. What an act. It is kind of Latoya Crystal never to kill indiscriminately. Ava only put on a show and wouldn't have harmed the Jianxian sect disciples." "Pooh, you've got some nerve." Anyone who witnessed that event knew Crystal intended to kill them. If not for Tomas, the prodigy disciple of the Jianxian sect intervening, all those disciples would have died. Megan scorned Presley for washing her hands clean now. "You know nothing. Latoya Crystal had communicated telepathically with me, assuring me she wouldn't harm the Jianxian sect disciples, only forcing Denny to reveal himself." "And telepathy? Huh. Your mouth runs free as if it belongs to you alone. It's futile to argue with beasts like you." Presley's expression was cold. "Earlier, you deliberately slandered Latoya Crystal, and now you're trying to smear me. Creatures like you should be exterminated." Her body emitted radiant light, streams of divine radiance bursting forth. Ava exuded divinity, akin to a deity walking the earth. "How is arguing with me futile? Clearly, you have no arguments left." Megan sneered. "And what about slandering? Are you worth my trouble? The mud is already on you. Arrogant. Do you really think you can act as you please here?" Many rebuked him, murderous intent swirling. They wanted to make a good impression on Presley, hoping she'd remember them. With divine inheritance and a close relationship with Goddess Crystal, Presley was destined to become an extraordinary figure. If they could forge ties with her, their futures would surely soar. Capture it, and let it serve as appetizers. Presley laughed lightly, her expression calm. Her status was now incomparable, so she didn't need to act herself. There were plenty willing to do it for her. Ava gracefully walked to a chair and sat down. "Such disgusting creatures. I'll slay everyone I see." Ava muttered quietly, thinking of Denny, filled with profound hatred. Back at Jianxian sect, Denny had broken her confidence, and it took much effort for her to recover. Now, she despised Denny deeply, and by extension, she also despised Megan. Chapter 203, Ferris. A group of people advanced menacingly toward the kitten. Their strength was considerable, all above the Zairif wheel realm. However, they were quite aged, no longer eligible for entry into the Tai battlefield. The Tai battlefield was accessible only to the young generation, and they clearly didn't fit that description anymore. Shouldn't the innkeeper intervene? At this moment, Denny asked calmly. The innkeeper had been there all along, not uttering a word from start to finish. "Blaspheming the goddess Crystal and defaming the minor deity Presley. You are unforgivably guilty and must be heavily punished." The innkeeper spoke with hatred, sharing an immense admiration for Crystal. "If I had known you were such criminals, I wouldn't have allowed you into my shop. Fellow practitioners, do not hesitate. Act now." He shouted loudly, showing no objection to their actions in his shop. This city was a hub for cultivators, and his inn was not an ordinary one. It contained formidable power, resistant to destruction. Therefore, he was unconcerned. "Sir, don't worry. Any damage will be covered by me," Presley said with a light smile. "Also, please ask your chef to prepare this beast later. There won't be much damage. Minor deity Presley need not worry about it. The chef would feel honored to prepare food for you." The innkeeper replied with a smile. "Since there's no need to worry, let's proceed." "I can't wait to eat this beast," Presley said coolly. "Understood. These people will apprehend the beast for you, minor deity Presley." These people revealed a fierce glint in their eyes, weapons pointing at the kitten. emanating powerful force fluctuations from their bodies. A mere attendant dare act so arrogantly, truly laughable. Denny sneered, saying, even your master would not dare be so disrespectful in front of me. Arrogant? Who knew you're even more arrogant than your pet? No wonder, having a master like you, what could your pet possibly be like? These people were enraged, already dealing with a disdainful cat. Now there was also an insolent human insulting the goddess Crystal. They were furious. Together, we capture them. Presley's face turned cold. You? Who do you think you are? Let's see what you've got. Denny stood up, exuding a fierce aura, as if a ferocious beast had awoken, striking terror into everyone's hearts. His steps carried him forward, muscles glowing brightly like a divine being. His long hair danced on its own without wind, walking straight toward Presley. Presley had betrayed the Zhanxian sect, and Denny intended to kill her here with his own hands. What madness! Do you think you're qualified? Just a small Xianying realm cultivator. You are courting death. They laughed, their killing intent clear, attacking Denny together. They sensed Denny's Xianying realm fluctuation but found it laughable. A Xianying realm dared act like this? He was insane. Rushing lights filled the room as these people launched their attack. Zyrif will realm power sweeping the area. However, before approaching Denny, they were hurled away by an extremely terrifying force that shook the entire hall. Pft, pft, pft. Blood spurted out. Every attacker suffered heavy injuries and crashed to the ground instantly. What? How is this possible? Others were startled, faces full of shock. Could Denny's presence alone be this terrifying? It was inconceivable. Denny was significantly lower in cultivation, just a Xianying realm practitioner. Presley's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected Denny to be so strong. Who are you? Ava asked, sensing something unusual about Denny. My name is Zara. Denny remained calm, giving a pseudonym. Zara, Zara, Presley murmured, repeating the name. Ava had no recollection of it, hearing it for the first time. Have you been to the Tai battlefield? Why else would Tinslao Bolivar know your matters so well? How come I don't remember you? How could you possibly remember me? Denny mocked. You're always scheming to rise, ingratiating yourself with Crystal, fawning over her. Would you pay attention to anyone else? You speak too far, fellow practitioner. Presley's expression darkened. Do you find my actions excessive? You're a disloyal traitor. Unforgivable. Presley slammed her hand on the table, reducing it to powder. As a deity's successor, how can you insult me so? Standing up, she stared intensely at Denny, her gaze chilling. Denny was impressive, yet she believed she was stronger. Her status as a deity's successor meant superiority. What is so great about being a deity's successor, especially when it's just a minor deity's lineage? Denny responded calmly. Too many deities have died in the Tai battlefield. This is not a point of pride. That was in ancient times, nothing like today. In ancient times, deities were everywhere, but now they are legendary, invincible existences. Many voices echoed in agreement. No one knew exactly what happened in the ancient era. Compared to then, the current era seemed insignificant. All those powerful beings perished in ancient times. The current era's experts couldn't compare to ancient times. Minor deity Presley, allow me to deal with this rogue for you. At this moment, someone stepped forward, voice resonant. He looked to be around 27 or 28 years old, with a handsome and resolute appearance. His eyes shone piercingly. Ferris, the mayor's eldest son. Many faces changed. This newcomer was none other than Ferris, the mayor's eldest son. Gifted and immensely powerful, he was renowned throughout the city, rumored to become the next mayor. Unfortunately, he was too old for the Tai battlefield. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly shine brighter. So, it's the mayor's son. Presley smiled lightly. Thank you for your help, sir. After catching this person and the tiger, let's feast and drink to our heart's content. Sure. Ferris replied confidently. Denny displayed remarkable strength, but Ferris remained unbothered. With his superior realm, Denny stood no chance against him. Moreover, Ferris felt a surge of excitement. Dining alongside a deity's successor was a tremendous honor, a future source of pride and glory. In an instant, he felt his blood boil, staring intently at Denny. Excited to dine with a mere attendant? Your life is destined to be lackluster. Denny shook his head. Chapter 204, not an ordinary character. You're still trying to be smart at the brink of death. I'll cut off your tongue first. Bowden's gaze was vicious as he struck out immediately, releasing waves of formidable power that sent terrifying beams hurtling toward Denny. He was indeed powerful, displaying unmatched strength right from his first move, far more potent than all the others combined. You lack the ability. Denny remained calm, delivering a punch that obliterated the incoming beams instantly like a surging tide. At the same time, he raised his other hand, which shone brilliantly, and slapped through the air. With a bang, Bowden was flung to the ground, half his face swollen, having been hit by Denny's invisible slap. You! He flew into a rage, but as soon as he opened his mouth, several teeth mixed with blood fell out. Denny's slap had knocked his teeth loose. The scene was both comical and absurd. What? This is too intense. Many people swallowed hard, their spines prickling with cold sweat. Bowden was no ordinary figure. He was a renowned genius among cultivators. If it weren't for his age surpassing the limit, he would have entered the Tai battleground, where he likely could have achieved great things, perhaps even rivaling the offspring of ancient noble families. Indeed, Bowden was powerful, not inferior to the heirs of ancient noble families. Unfortunately for him, he faced Denny. Even if Bowden were replaced by an outstanding talent from an ancient noble family, as long as they didn't exceed Denny's realm significantly, none could match him. In the final moments of the battlefield, Denny had awaited the portal opening while cultivating. During this time, he made significant progress, advancing to the 9th stage Profound Spirit Realm. Originally at the 7th stage Profound Spirit Realm, He had advanced 2 stages in just a few days outside the restricted temporal space. His cultivation inheritance contained vast divine energy, which fused into his body, enabling such rapid advancement. This divine energy couldn't be used directly but needed gradual refinement. Bowden was only at the 3rd stage Zyrif Wheel realm, surpassing Denny by only a little, which, for Denny, meant this battle was a complete annihilation, without any doubt. I'll kill you. Enraged, Bowden decided to take matters into his own hands, vowing to slay Denny. He had never been so humiliated. His killing intent soared, determined to annihilate Denny. Spitting out a luminous orb, its radiance overwhelming, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. Is that the gravity orb crafted by the Aiden? Someone exclaimed in shock. The gravity orb was one of the Aiden's most lethal weapons, capable of crushing someone with immense gravitational force. Not quite. This is a lesser gravity orb, with only 1,000 units of force. Still, 1,000 units of force is terrifying, far beyond what ordinary Zyrif Wheel realm cultivators can withstand. Some recognize the origin of the orb. I'll make you suffer eternally. Bowden's eyes turned crimson, and he unleashed the full force of 1,000 units of gravity, aiming to crush Denny to death. But soon, his face turned pale, looking as if he had seen a ghost. How can this be? He cried out in disbelief. Despite the eruption of 1,000 units of gravity, Denny seemed completely unaffected, as if there was no gravity at all. Do you think 1,000 units of gravity can crush me? You are too naive. Denny remained calm. His physical strength was unparalleled. Let alone 1,000 units, even 5,000 units wouldn't crush him. Then, he raised his hand again, striking Bowden through the air. Ignoring the 1,000-unit gravity, his palm landed accurately on Bowden's face once more. Instantly, Bowden was slapped away again, the remaining teeth in his mouth all falling out. If you don't want to die, stop moving. Denny's gaze was cold as he glanced at Bowden. Seeing Denny's eyes, Bowden, who had intended to rise and fight again, froze in terror, too scared to even stand up. What kind of eyes were those? It was as if death itself was staring at him. He had no doubt that if he got up to fight again, he might really die at Denny's hands. Drawing in cold breaths, everyone in the tavern felt chills run down their spines. Ignoring 1,000-unit gravity and slapping Bowden away, it was too terrifying. Is he really a profound spirit realm cultivator? This is unbelievable. They stared in awe, finding it surreal, almost dreamlike. Who exactly are you? Presley's expression was grave, truly sensing that Denny was no ordinary person. I told you, my name is Zara. Zara? Never heard of you. Where are you from? Do you belong to any sect? You have no right to know. Denny's expression was calm. Don't get carried away. With a bit of attention, you think you can compare to me? Presley sneered, emitting a powerful aura infused with a hint of divine might, making everyone in the tavern bend slightly under its pressure. Ava had also undergone a god bone replacement, and part of it was already integrated, exuding a strong divine aura in every move she made, astonishingly powerful. Equal to me? You overestimate yourself. You're just a bug beneath my feet, insignificant and unworthy of mention. You deserve to die. Presley flew into a rage, extending her hand bathed in divine light, unleashing an incomparably terrifying strike towards Denny. Her palm contained divine power, extremely powerful. Even a 5th-stage Zyrif Wheel realm cultivator would be crushed under this blow. Daring to challenge a divine inheritor, seeking death, he will definitely turn into a bloody pancake under this palm. Many expressed disdain continuously. Denny had shown formidable power, but only relative to ordinary cultivators. As a divine inheritor with god bones and divine power, Presley was certainly not someone Denny could contend with. However, their expressions changed abruptly, swallowing back their mocking words. Denny's palm clashed with Presley's, sending her reeling back, cracks appearing on her hand and arm, blood trickling out. God bones indeed make a difference. They are tough enough. Denny's eyes narrowed. If not for Presley's god bone replacement, this palm would have broken the bones in her arm. Is he human? People were utterly astonished. For Presley, a divine inheritor, to be at a disadvantage was entirely unexpected and unimaginable. In an instant, their gazes shifted, losing all former disdain, now viewing Denny with utmost seriousness. This was not an ordinary character, remarkably extraordinary and shocking. He truly had the potential to defeat Presley, the divine inheritor. Chapter 205, Tyrant Sage. No one had expected Presley to be at a disadvantage. The scene was terrifying. Presley's pupils contracted. She hadn't anticipated that Denny would be so fierce. When her palm collided with his, it felt like striking divine arms and treasures. Ava suffered a significant shock. You've also inherited the legacy of the gods? Her eyes locked onto Denny, believing he must have received a divine legacy deep within. Otherwise, how could she, using divine power against an enemy, possibly be put at a disadvantage? At the same time, this was also where her confusion lay. Receiving the divine legacy is a grand event, one that garners attention. It was unlikely Denny would remain unknown if he had indeed obtained it, yet the name, Denny, held no familiarity for her. If not for Crystal's claim that the person who inherited the Balance God legacy was already dead, she might have suspected that the Denny before her was the one who obtained the Balance God legacy. The inheritor of the Balance God legacy possesses transformation powers, capable of altering appearance and identity at will. Not bad, I did receive a legacy. Denny remained calm, initiating his fabricated explanation mode. He feared Presley might link this to the identity he used in the depths. He didn't know Crystal had already declared him dead. What? He has also inherited the legacy of the gods? No wonder he's so powerful. People were startled, but soon realized the truth. No, you didn't inherit the divine legacy. You don't exude divine aura or essence. Presley stared at Denny, finding no divine aura or essence from him. Her previous guess was wrong. If Denny had inherited the divine legacy, he would have divine aura and essence, which was impossible to completely hide. I never said I inherited the divine legacy. Denny spoke. Tai Battleground isn't solely about divine legacies. There are other legacies inside that aren't inferior, and even stronger than divine ones. He continued, you only focus on the divine legacy, missing out on rarer opportunities. Creatures who died in Tai Battleground weren't just various deities, but also other formidable figures, like sages. Sages were no less powerful than deities, and even surpassed them sometimes. However, the inheritance of sages wasn't as easy to find as the omnipresent divine legacies. This emphasized the extraordinary nature of sages. During his time in the depths, Denny had searched for sage inheritances extensively but found none, unable to locate any sage bones. How profound, obtaining such an extraordinary legacy in the depths, yet you keep it hidden without revealing a hint of it. Presley didn't doubt anything else. Ava was well aware that there were various extraordinary inheritances deeper within, not just divine ones, though divine legacies appeared frequently, drawing people's attention. Ava believed Denny was truly exceptional, having inherited something extraordinary without letting a word slip, remaining unknown to those in the depths. I simply didn't want to seek attention. I prefer a low profile. Denny calmly replied, your master is hyped up too much. Zyrettel does everyone know. She's nothing compared to me. If we fought at the same level, I'd make her lose completely. Arrogant. Presley shouted. My lady inherited a major divine legacy, far surpassing others. While you may be remarkable, you lack the qualification to compare with her. Infinite divine light radiated from her body, her pride ignited. Don't talk about your lady. You can't even match me. Ava sternly rebuked, wanting to prove her own worth and unwilling to be overshadowed. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, nearly flipping the entire tavern. Harnessing the power of the wind god legacy, she now deployed wind deity techniques against Denny. One after another, wind blades emerged, shimmering with a chilling glow, spinning rapidly towards Denny. Inside the tavern, everything was in chaos, ravaged by wind blades. The originally robust structure couldn't withstand the onslaught, seemingly ready to collapse. The innkeeper wanted to cry, wishing he had slapped himself earlier. He never imagined this battle would be so terrifying. His ancestral tavern might not survive this. Had he known, he wouldn't have boasted earlier and would have let Presley fight Denny outside. Denny's body glowed as he stretched out his hand, shooting out blazing light that obliterated everything. Those terrifying wind blades vanished instantly under his power. His aura erupted, energy surged within him, and his eyes shot two horrifying beams like primordial predators zeroing in on prey, striking fiercely towards Presley. With a boom, he punched out, unleashing terrifying force. However, he missed. The punch slammed into the tavern wall instead of hitting Presley. The wall exploded, leaving a massive hole. Even its formidable structure couldn't withstand Denny's punch. Using the power of the wind, Presley moved incredibly fast, easily evading Denny's punch. Her figure briefly vanished and reappeared behind Denny, her palms glowing infinitely as they struck directly at his back. Bang! No one expected her to be thrown back, hands trembling. Presley's pupils shrank sharply, unable to believe the outcome. When she struck Denny's back, it felt like hitting the hardest object in the world. Her hand bones almost fractured. If not for her godly bones, they surely would have broken. Ava immediately thought of the person who inherited the balanced god legacy, someone whose physical body was as strong as treasure, impervious to ordinary attacks. But she quickly dismissed this thought. Crystal clearly told her that person was dead, killed in the battlefield. I inherited the legacy of the tyrant sage, my physical body unmatched, and you dared to ambush me. Denny casually mentioned a sage's name. He feared Presley might misunderstand, considering the identities he used earlier all had extremely powerful physical strength. Tyrant sage. That's the sage who, in ancient times, pushed physical strength to its peak, able to fight off great demons and deities with sheer physical power. Some recalled ancient legends. In ancient times, there was a sage who excelled particularly in physical strength, unparalleled and terrifying. Really? Denny muttered internally, surprised that a name he casually mentioned actually existed. The method of physical strength has long been obsolete. I thought you obtained some remarkable legacy, but it's just a physical legacy. Disdain showed in Presley's eyes. Ava initially had respect for Denny's inheritance, but now she felt no apprehension. Nowadays, the world valued Dao techniques more. Physical strength was useless compared to the power of Dao. An obsolete legacy. People's gazes toward Denny changed, losing their awe and envy. A physical legacy, what's admirable or enviable about it? Nothing. Foolish. Denny's expression turned cold. With my unparalleled physical strength, overwhelming all methods, how dare you mock me? Today, I shall use you to demonstrate my physical prowess. Chapter 206, no such chance for you. You're the one who's laughable. Your physical body is useless before the overwhelming power of Dao. Presley sneered coldly, and divine light spilled as she raised her hand. Ava radiated with divine might, unleashing the divine force within her body to its fullest extent. Ava cast a divine technique, aiming to slay Denny. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying explosions resonated. A hurricane emerged, sweeping across heaven and earth. The entire tavern exploded on the spot, engulfed by the hurricane. People inside the tavern fled at incredible speeds, narrowly escaping being swept into the hurricane. Few just barely survived. They were still trembling from the close call, their faces filled with shock. The hurricane contained an extremely horrifying power. There was no doubt that if they had been caught in it, they would have been killed instantly. All is lost. Everything is ruined. The tavern owner cried, tears streaming down his face. This tavern had been passed down for generations, and he had planned to continue this legacy. Desmond now, it had been utterly destroyed. The hurricane swept up towards the heavens, creating an incredibly shocking scene. Buildings around the tavern were also instantly drawn into the hurricane, then crushed into fragments. What's happening? Who's fighting? All living beings in the city were startled, gazing at the hurricane reaching towards the sky, hearts shaken. They dashed over, eager to see who was engaged in battle. Hold still. Elsewhere, the kitten stepped on Ferris, restraining him to prevent his escape. Denny had instructed them not to let Ferris run away, intending to keep him as a hostage. As the son of the Aiden, if Ferris escaped, he might bring his father, the Aiden, into the fray. Given the unquestionable strength of the Aiden, they needed to have some means of self-preservation. That's little god Presley. Presley actually came here. Excited murmurs erupted among the crowd gathered there, who recognized Presley. Many of them had been to the Tai battlefield and had seen her. Who's battling little god Presley? Don't know him. Their gazes fell upon Denny, confusion on their faces. None of them recognized Denny. That's young master. Ridiculous. Several experts from the Aiden's residence arrived, seeing Ferris restrained by the kitten, causing immediate fury. How dare anyone treat the son of their Aiden like this in their city? It infuriated them beyond measure. Kill him. Ferris roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot red. How dared someone so inferior step on him like this? We'll save young master. You're dead. Experts from the Aiden's residence shouted angrily, dashing towards the kitten, carrying terrifying powers. I'll crush his head if you take another step forward. Amanita sneered, applying pressure to Ferris's head with its paw, deforming his face. You. The experts from the Aiden's residence halted abruptly, afraid to make any moves, terrified that the kitten would crush Ferris's head. Meanwhile, the hurricane expanded relentlessly, crushing everything in its path, swiftly engulfing Denny. Unparalleled physical strength? What a joke. You will be torn apart in this hurricane, leaving not even bone shards. Presley's expression was arrogant, already envisioning Denny's demise. A smirk played on her lips. This was the great Bolivaricane technique, terrifying in power, capable of sweeping across all realms when perfected, obliterating everything in its wake. Currently, she only grasped the basics of this technique, wielding only a fraction of its power. But it was more than enough to deal with Denny. Inside the hurricane, people could initially see Denny, but as the hurricane intensified, Denny's figure vanished from their sight. Serves him right. In this era, how dare someone with physical heritage act so arrogantly? They sneered, convinced that Denny had died, his body shredded by the hurricane. However, almost immediately after, their smiles froze. How is this possible? They cried out, disbelief etched on their faces. Denny reappeared, his body radiating precious light, emerging from the hurricane like a human beast. Failed. The great Bolivaricane technique had failed to eliminate Denny. Presley gritted her teeth, unable to fathom how Denny remained unscathed despite the hurricane's power. Try my fists. Denny sneered, surging forth with thunderous force, his fists slamming toward Presley. With wind speed, you won't touch me. Presley darted about, her speed blurring her form, vanishing quickly from view. I'll grind you down. Presley sneered again, her voice shifting erratically. Ava continuously unleashed divine beams from all directions, bombarding Denny. For her attacks to work, she had to hit Denny. With her wind-like speed, Denny wouldn't catch her, allowing her to wear him down gradually. Putting up a show in front of me? Denny's expression was cold, and he suddenly swung his fist backward. With a poo, crimson blood splattered, forming a cascade of bloody flowers. Presley was injured, struck by Denny's unexpected punch. This can't be. Presley's eyes bulged wide. Denny had predicted her location. Nothing is impossible. Denny was decisive, pressing his advantage without giving Presley a chance to breathe. Mastering the Void Dao made him acutely aware of spatial changes, rendering Presley's speed futile against him. Presley reacted quickly, trying to distance herself from Denny once more. However, Denny's previous punch inflicted heavy damage, significantly reducing her combat efficiency. In an instant, Denny appeared near Presley, each punch infused with terrifying force, hammering into Presley's body repeatedly. Presley spat blood continuously, unable to retaliate effectively, severely restricted in her movements. Your divine bones are quite tough. Denny frowned. These punches would devastate any other being, even a powerful demon offspring. Desmond Presley was different. Her flesh was battered, but her bones remained intact and unbroken. I won't forgive you. I swear I'll kill you. Presley snarled fiercely, her eyes red from rage, her injuries covering her body, bleeding profusely. Would I give you such a chance? Denny slapped Presley's face twice, distorting her features. Since Presley appeared, he had decided her fate. He would not let her live. I have divine bones. You cannot kill me. Presley screamed. As long as her divine bones persisted, so would she. Denny couldn't destroy her divine bones. Chapter 207. News of Mina. So what if you have a divine bone? Denny sneered, saying, I obtained many sealed treasures from deep within and will press you down into the latrine. I don't believe you'll remain immortal and indestructible. What? You? Presley was terrified, her face pale as death. Denny was going to bury her in a latrine? Oh no. Ava would rather be killed by Denny directly. Without hesitation, Denny placed a treasure ring directly on Presley's head. Instantly, she lost control over all her power. She could not summon any strength at all. You can't do this. I belong to Latoya Crystal, and I still have work for her. Scared witless, the thought of being buried in a latrine made her sick just imagining it. Still have work for Crystal? What kind of work? Denny raised an eyebrow. I must go to a certain place and bring someone back for Latoya. Presley quickly replied, not daring to conceal anything. Who is it? Ava seems to be called Mina. Mina? Denny's pupils constricted. He never expected to hear news of Mina here, but he quickly composed his expression. He couldn't let Presley sense any connection between him and Mina, as it might expose his identity. Desmond's, that's right. Her name is Mina. Latoya was visiting the Mu clan and had no time, so she ordered me to go to one of the Jeremiah sect's branches to fetch Mina. Presley didn't notice the flicker on Denny's face. Her mind was completely occupied with thoughts of the latrine. Denny's heart shook. No wonder those Jeremiah sect disciples knew nothing about Mina. Was Mina cultivating at one of the Jeremiah sect's branch locations? He instantly understood everything. Mina had performed excellently in her evaluation, and even though she didn't become one of the core disciples of the Jeremiah sect, she was certainly an important disciple. Under these circumstances, how could Mina be assigned to cultivate at a Jeremiah sect branch? This was absolutely impossible. It must be Crystal sabotaging things behind the scenes. What does she want Mina to do? Latoya told me that Mina has a very close relationship with Denny, like siblings. Ava wants to use Mina to lure out Denny. Presley quickly explained. Denny hasn't come out of the battlefield yet, but Latoya always feels that Denny might have left using other methods, so she wanted to test it out using Mina. Crystal. Denny felt rage rising in his heart. Crystal truly went to any lengths to eliminate him. However, on the surface, he remained calm and showed no signs of agitation. He couldn't afford to reveal himself. I've never feared your master from the beginning. Threatening me with her doesn't work. Denny's voice turned cold. Your fate in the latrine is sealed. You. Presley's face changed drastically. In tears, she pleaded, please, spare me. I'll serve you like cattle, even as your maid. Just don't imprison me in the latrine. Too late. Why didn't you say this when you were showing off and trying to take my life? Denny laughed coldly. Let's go. I'll find you a nice latrine. Help me. Anyone, please save me. I will remember this kindness forever. Presley shouted towards everyone nearby. Seeing that Denny wouldn't let her go, she began begging for help from the people around her, hoping someone would save her. How dare you treat little deity Presley like this? He must die. Some people stepped forward, radiating extremely powerful energy fluctuations, their realms highly advanced, some already near the fusion realm. They approached Denny to rescue Presley. Although Presley was in Denny's hands, they weren't worried because Presley had a divine bone and wasn't easy to kill. Denny couldn't threaten them. In my hands, there's not just her. Denny smiled coldly, clearly aware of what these people were thinking. He couldn't kill Presley, but he still held a threatening trump card. Don't you care about the son of the Everard either? He brought Ferris, guided by Mavis. Infamous. Don't attack. The Everard's elite guards immediately blocked those who were about to attack, fearing for Ferris's safety. Those who intended to act immediately stopped, not daring to advance any further. Ferris was the son of the Everard. If something happened to him, the Everard would not spare them. Don't bother about him. How can he be compared to me? Save me now. If the Everard dares to make things difficult for you, I'll stand up for you. Presley shouted loudly, completely unconcerned about Ferris's life. Her words incited immediate movements among those who were ready to rescue her. Presley's status was astonishing, backed by Crystal. Although the Everard was powerful, he couldn't compare to Crystal. Who dares to make a move? The Everard's elite guards roared, releasing terrifying power fluctuations, prepared to confront anyone. Swoosh. At that moment, a rainbow bridge appeared from deep within the city, leading straight to them. Standing on the bridge was a Zeke, exuding immense authority with the bearing of a leader. Aiden. The elite guards' faces lit up with joy. It was indeed the Everard. Release my son and little deity Presley, and I'll ensure your safe departure. The Everard stared at Denny. Do I look that stupid? Denny's face was calm. To release them would mean letting you cut us down. Don't worry, your son won't die. I intend to kill Presley. Presumptuous. The Everard roared, sending a wave of overwhelming pressure towards Denny. Don't want your son dead? Denny personally restrained Ferris, gripping his neck tightly, undeterred by the Everard's pressure. Release my son. The Everard commanded coldly, his voice carrying a special force, a mental attack, attempting to control Denny with his powerful spiritual strength. But soon, his face turned ghastly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling. You. He looked at Denny in disbelief, feeling horror. His mental attack hadn't harmed Denny but had backfired on him. How could this be? With his high realm and strength, Denny should have been easily controlled by his attack. Don't try anything else, or your son really won't live. Denny spoke coldly, tightening his grip on Ferris's neck. With the cause and effect record in hand, the Everard's attempt to overpower him with spiritual power was like a dream. Even the Cathy, with its terrifying soul power, couldn't harm him. How much less could the Everard, though strong? In terms of pure soul power, the Everard was far inferior to the Cathy. There's room for negotiation. Don't kill my son. The Everard clearly panicked, losing his previous composure. Leave the city and ensure my safety first, then I'll release your son. Denny said, not intending to kill Ferris. Chapter 208. Stepping into the Zyrif wheel realm. They can't take me away. Presley panicked even more and shouted loudly, Aiden, you're not some stranger. Quickly subdue them, or Latoya Crystal will never forgive you. The Aiden was so furious that he trembled all over, wanting to slap Presley dead. What did he mean by you're not some stranger? This person was truly despicable, disregarding others' lives just to save his own. Lord Aiden must be righteous. If something happens to little deity Presley, it will be a big issue, and at that time, your entire family's lives won't be safe either. We cannot let him take away little deity Presley like this. Many people started speaking up again, becoming restless once more. Whoever dares to make a move, I'll kill them on the spot. The Aiden's eyes were filled with ferocity as he locked down these people with his formidable aura. They were talking about his son, not someone else. How could he abandon his own son? Especially someone as despicable as Presley. He would not exchange his son's life for hers. Don't worry, Lord Aiden. Once I am safe, your son will return unharmed. Carlo took Gary and Presley, then left the city with the kitten. Several people wanted to chase after them but were stopped by the Aiden. Carlo and company safely left the city. After putting enough distance between themselves and ensuring no one was following, Carlo released Gary. "Spare me, please." Presley wailed and begged. "Do you think that's possible?" Carlo's expression turned cold as he changed back to his true appearance. "Carlo, it's you." Presley cried out in shock, completely not expecting this person to be Carlo. Ava immediately lost all hope, knowing Carlo wouldn't let her go. At that moment, she remembered earlier events. No wonder Carlo had been so concerned about Ambria, asking about her situation. "You belong in a latrine. You will rot there." Carlo brought Presley to an old latrine, sealing her inside. Beforehand, he reinforced several seals with precious artifacts to ensure Presley couldn't break free. "Ah, I'll kill you." Presley roared in fury, but her voice didn't carry at all, as the sealing artifacts also blocked any soul fluctuations. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Spencer and the kitten set off toward the Jeremiahua sex branch where Ambria was located. He wanted to know about Ambria's current condition. Jeremiahua sect was one of the prominent sects in Jeremiahua, but this branch Ambria was sent to was one of the weakest. It showed Crystal's malicious intent to ruin Ambria. They ran without stopping for a whole day before reaching the branch. It looked quite desolate, with thin air and low hills scattered around. The buildings appeared shabby and dilapidated. This is a branch that's about to be abandoned. Carlo carried heavy killing intent. Upon arrival, he didn't act directly but gathered information about the branch. Compared to other branches, this one was far inferior, with weaker disciples and Isaias, and was reportedly close to being discarded by Jeremiahua sect. Its resources were incredibly limited. How could Ambria cultivate under such conditions? Nothing. Her time would be wasted here. This branch has a 5th stage Zyrif wheel Isaias in residence. Carlo learned that the strongest individual here was a 5th stage Zyrif wheel Isaias. For outsiders, a 5th stage Zyrif wheel Isaias might be considered strong, but compared to a major sect like Jeremiahua, it wasn't much at all. The strongest individual here was only a 5th stage Zyrif wheel Isaias, clearly showing how weak this branch was. How hateful. Carlo clenched his teeth. He was almost ready to break through to the Zyrif wheel realm, yet the branch's strength barely reached 5th stage. How much could Ambria have grown? He felt an immense heartache. Ambria was gifted. If not for the incidents, she should already be in the Zyrif wheel realm. Cultivate. With a cold expression, Carlo found a secluded place with the kitten to start cultivating. His strength allowed him to fight beyond his rank, and he could take on a 5th stage Zyrif wheel Isaias. However, this was still the Isaias' territory with many arrangements in place. Carlo didn't want to act recklessly and decided to push himself to the Zyrif wheel realm first. He retrieved his spacetime ring, intending to cultivate within the spacetime domain. Unfortunately, it wasn't ready for use. "No problem, I've accumulated enough power already." Carlo's eyes shone as he practiced the Tao Classic, absorbing heavenly energy to enhance his strength. As he said, he had accumulated a significant amount of energy within him over this period, making his breakthrough to the Zyrif wheel realm imminent. Time passed slowly. Days later, Carlo radiated intense light, with an overwhelmingly powerful aura, successfully breaking through to the Zyrif wheel realm. The Zyrif wheel realm was a grand realm, where one opened their internal life wheel, rotating endlessly to provide infinite power. Carlo unfolded the Book of Cause and Effect, acquiring the subsequent methods of the Tao Classic. The Book of Cause and Effect unfurled in his mind, causing a vast glow, and a faint figure emerged, illustrating the remaining methods of the Tao Classic. Admittedly, the Book of Cause and Effect was incredibly powerful and could deduce the subsequent methods based on previous ones. Entering the Zyrif wheel realm, Carlo's strength and realm saw a massive improvement. However, using it to deduce the subsequent methods of the Tao Classic was still challenging. The Book of Cause and Effect only partially illustrated the methods. The Book of Cause and Effect cannot be used casually either. Carlo sighed. This process of deducing the subsequent methods of the Tao Classic was not as smooth or simple as he had imagined. A millennium-old medicinal herb from his body was absorbed by the Book of Cause and Effect before it finally deduced the subsequent methods. The Book of Cause and Effect had changed and required force to activate. Fortunately, Carlo had obtained many natural treasures from the immortal Black Phoenix, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the Book of Cause and Effect to deduce the subsequent methods of the Tao Classic. "I'll cultivate first. You absorb the soul crystal's power, preparing for the upcoming bloodline activation," Carlo told the kitten. After entering the Zyrif wheel realm, he could use the Book of Cause and Effect to help the kitten unlock its other bloodlines. "Alright." Ammonite grinned, taking out the Old Beast King Soul Crystal and rapidly began absorbing its power. The Old Beast King Soul Crystal was visibly less radiant than before, its luster dimmer due to the considerable amount of power the kitten had already absorbed. Open the acupoints. Carlo's eyes gleamed as he prepared to open his acupoints to strengthen his physical prowess. The subsequent methods of the Tao Classic contained instructions for opening acupoints. Chapter 209, Meeting the Crown Point. The human body contains a vast treasure within its acupoints, which is the method to bring the physical strength of the human body to its utmost limits. The ancient noble clans, unwilling to abandon physical cultivation, discovered the treasures hidden within the body's acupoints after an extended period of time. They developed methods to open these acupoints to enhance the power of the flesh. However, their method for opening acupoints had too many flaws. Although they managed to open acupoints, the treasure power within these acupoints could not be fully unleashed, only allowing them to develop superficial strength. Back when he fought against the offspring of the ancient noble clans at the side of the Cathy, Denny used pure physical strength. Despite having opened multiple acupoints, the ancient clan descendants could not match Denny. A large part of this was because they were unable to harness the treasure power within the acupoints, thus the strength they could manifest was quite limited. Otherwise, no matter how strong Denny was, he would not have been able to overwhelm the descendants of the ancient noble clans back then. The Tao scripture contained an unrivaled method to open acupoints perfectly, allowing one to fully unleash the power stored within the body's acupoints. Meeting the crown point. Denny, in all seriousness, initiated the opening of his first acupoint. This was the most crucial acupoint in the human body and the core of 100 acupoints. Only by opening the crown point could the other acupoints be activated. The ancient noble clans made a mistake by activating other acupoints first without prioritizing the crown point, ultimately limiting their progress once they reached a certain number of acupoints. The crown point is located on the center of the forehead. Following the method described in the Tao scripture, Denny began the process of opening the crown point. Opening acupoints was different from other methods. It couldn't be done using Tao power, but only through sheer physical strength. Denny's physical strength was formidable, and his accumulated power was substantial. Opening the crown point wasn't particularly difficult for him. After some time, he successfully opened the crown point. Upon opening the crown point, he felt a warm current filling his entire body. His skin emitted a brilliant glow, enveloped by a layer of golden light. His physical form underwent a qualitative transformation, with the golden light being evidence of this change. With this golden light, his physical strength could rival treasured artifacts, making it virtually indestructible. He stood up, his blood energy surging like an ocean. He took out a spirit artifact and, with a gentle pinch between two fingers, instantly crushed it into powder that scattered on the ground. Whoosh! He started running, his speed comparable to lightning. So fast it was terrifying. Even Presley, who leveraged wind speeds, would not come close to his current speed. All this was pure physical strength, allowing him to engage in combat with a Zyrif will realm cultivator based solely on this power. Meanwhile, Moira had finished absorbing the old beast king soul crystal, which had completely lost its luster, becoming an ordinary stone. Roar! What kind of bloodline does Tiger Master have? So powerful. Absorbing all the power of the old beast king soul crystal only allowed me to reach the peak of a small portion of my bloodline. Moira roared in amazement, feeling its bloodline power was astonishing and terrifying. How could it not be terrifying? You are a demon saint. Denny mused silently in his heart. He didn't voice it out loud, thinking it best to let everything follow its natural course. Moira's previous grudges were immense, and he didn't want Moira to shoulder those burdens so early. I will help you activate more of your bloodline. Denny unfolded the record of cause and effect, probing the bloodlines within Moira's body. Indeed, since he had advanced to the Zyrif wheel realm, the record of cause and effect's efficacy became much stronger. It revealed the positions of the bloodlines within Moira's body. Of course, it still only showed partial bloodlines, not all of them. Another millennium-old precious herb lost. The record of cause and effect required power to activate, and he had consumed one such herb to locate Moira's internal bloodlines. He began the process, channeling power into Moira's body, guiding the bloodlines to regather. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Strands of radiant light erupted from Moira's body as its form expanded, transforming into a tiger body, exuding a rapid surge of Beast King aura. However, its fur wasn't white, but instead multicolored. Too flashy. Moira moaned, disliking the colors of its fur and preferring a single color. It's okay. Denny chuckled lightly, knowing that once Moira's bloodlines fully reunited, it would transform into a white tiger body. Let's go. They moved, hiding around the Nine Flowers Sect Branch's mountain gate, waiting for an opportunity. Their strength had significantly increased. However, blindly charging in was still risky, so they decided to infiltrate first. Before long, many young disciples walked out of the mountain gate, chatting and laughing. That Charlene still dreams of returning to the main sect to cultivate. It's laughable. So much time has passed, and she still hasn't given up on that notion. What a fool. They laughed, mentioning Charlene. Charlene was the biggest joke in this branch. Denny's gaze turned cold with rage, as he learned from these disciples' conversation that Charlene was not faring well here. Ava's just a fool. Ellis's granddaughter said if she served as a maid for a year, she'd allow her to cultivate. Ava actually believed it. Why wouldn't she think about it? With her outstanding test results, why would she end up in our branch? Senior Katrina Crystal already decreed that she's not allowed to practice cultivation. Desmond's, Ellis's granddaughter, only did it to mock her. Even after a year, she wouldn't be allowed to cultivate. The young disciples continued laughing. Ellis, the overseer of this branch, was the Isaias with the 5th stage Zyrif wheel realm cultivation. They laughed heartily, oblivious to the danger looming over them. Denny struck swiftly from the shadows, knocking these disciples unconscious. He hid the disciples to one side. Then, he and Moira transformed into the appearances of 2 of these disciples and entered the branch area. Bolivar, Senior Brother Brenton, Senior Brother Zaire, why did you return? The disciple guarding the gate asked. Oh, we forgot to bring some things, so we came back, Denny replied with a smile, pretending to be Senior Brother Brenton while Moira pretended to be Senior Brother Zaire. I see. The guard didn't suspect anything and smiled, letting Denny and Moira enter. The transformation skill they both possessed was exceptionally extraordinary, making it impossible for even Ellis, the strongest person here, to detect any anomaly. Once inside, they headed straight for where Ellis's granddaughter resided, with Denny wanting to see Charlene first. After knocking out the disciples, Denny conducted a soul search on them to understand the general situation in the branch. He performed a light soul search, which wouldn't affect the disciples and they wouldn't even notice. If he had done a deep soul search, it would have destroyed the disciples' minds. A deep soul search would cause their souls to explode, reducing them to mindless fools. Don't push it. If you go too far, I will definitely not spare you, Denny said coldly. He regarded Charlene as his own younger sister. If anything happened to her here, he would not let it go, unleashing carnage upon this place. Chapter 210, Partake. Denny and Megan had taken the place of Senior Brother Brenton and Senior Brother Zaire, who were not ordinary disciples but held a certain status within this branch territory. This substitution made it easy for them to reach where Ellis's granddaughter was located. Had they posed as regular disciples, they would not have had such a smooth entry. After all, Ellis oversaw this area, and not just anyone could meet his granddaughter. Senior brother Brenton, why has senior brother Zaire come? A young lady giggled, welcoming Denny and Megan into the courtyard. Ava was the attendant of Ellis's granddaughter. We've come to find Junior Katrina, Denny said. The young mistress isn't here, but she should be back soon. Senior brothers Brenton and Zaire can wait inside. The girl led Denny and Megan into the hall. Denny saw Lacey, Nadine. His entire body trembled, and intense anger surged in his heart. Lacey was emaciated, her breath faint, and her exposed skin was covered with scars, some old, some fresh. It indicated that Lacey hadn't stopped enduring new injuries on top of old ones. He met Lacey's eyes, which only added fuel to his rage. Lacey's once lively eyes now lacked any sparkle, appearing dull and devoid of spirit, like an empty shell. He remembered how Lacey used to smile, her eyes filled with innocence and charm. Now she had turned into this. It didn't take much imagination to see what kind of torture she must have endured. Useless wench. Can't even see when distinguished guests have arrived? Stop wiping the table and quickly offer tea. The servant scolded loudly, her eyes showing disdain. Lacey looked at her with blank eyes, not moving, continuing to wipe the table mechanically. Do you want a beating? The servant sneered, raising a hand, from which a whip appeared. No, please don't hit me. Lacey shrank back in fear, her eyes filled with terror as her body shook. Seeing this, Denny's heart clenched. How many times had Lacey been abused to react this way? Worthless. Making a fool of yourself in front of guests. Unhappy, the servant cracked the whip, making loud noises repeatedly. I'm sorry, miss, please don't hit me. My wounds haven't healed yet. If you keep hitting me, I will die. Tears welled up in Lacey's eyes as she pitifully begged. Die? How can you possibly die? Don't worry. Before you're about to die, the young mistress will save your life. The servant sneered. The young mistress enjoys you too much to let you die easily. Young. Latoya. Mentioning the young mistress terrified Lacey even more. She hugged herself in the corner, trembling uncontrollably. Coldness filled Denny's heart, his anger consuming him. Clearly, the young mistress had been more cruel in torturing Lacey. Why are you still waiting around and not serving tea? You can only move when not being beaten? The servant snorted, aiming a lash at Lacey curled in the corner. Ah! Lacey screamed, thinking the whip had struck her. However, the whip didn't land on her. Senior brother Brenton, you? The servant was stunned, confused by Denny's action. When he grabbed the whip, the expression in Denny's eyes frightened her to her core. What kind of look was that? As if a primordial beast was staring at her, intending to devour her alive. How dare you bully her like this? Denny's voice was icy and bone-chilling, sending the servant collapsing to the ground, feeling as if she had plunged into an ice cellar, cold all over. I. The servant spoke in a trembling voice, utterly scared. Ava had never seen such terrifying eyes before. What's going on here? At that moment, a young lady with a sweet smile entered, looking innocent and beautiful like a girl next door. Latoya. The servant greeted the newcomer with delight. It was none other than Ellis's granddaughter, Kesha. What are you doing, Senior Brother Brenton? Why treat Zyrettle John like this? Latoya. Seeing Kesha, Lacey's eyes showed greater fear, her teeth chattering. I came too late. Denny's voice quivered as he ignored Kesha and walked over to Lacey, gently lifting her up with heartfelt concern. As soon as his hand touched Lacey, she trembled even more violently, curling tighter. Witnessing this, Denny felt even more heartbroken. Don't be afraid. I'm Brother Avon. Brother Avon? Lacey cautiously raised her head, looking at Denny, then quickly lowered it again. No, you're not Brother Avon. Ava kept shaking her head. Even though she had suffered greatly and lost much memory, Denny's appearance remained vivid in her heart, unchanged. Brenton Avon, do you like her? Kesha stared in shock, not expecting to witness this scene. I am not Brenton Avon, I am Denny. Denny's voice was cold, his appearance and height returning to their original form. Avon, brother. Lacey's eyes instantly brightened, but soon her gaze dulled again. I've been seeing too many hallucinations lately. I keep seeing Brother Avon. How could he appear here? Ava muttered softly, touching Denny's heart. Has Lacey always missed him this much? At this moment, Denny's heart bled. What had he been doing, letting Lacey suffer so much? Denny? Who is Denny? Kesha was bewildered, unaware of who Denny was. In truth, not just her, many disciples and Isaias of Jeremiah Balavar sect did not know Denny. Crystal's relationship with Denny wasn't widely known, and Denny didn't have much fame outside. Of course, those Jeremiah Balavara sect disciples who had been to Tai battlefield knew Denny. During the Tai battles, Denny had caused a significant stir, becoming renowned in the border regions. Yenner, this isn't a hallucination. Brother Avon really came here. From now on, no one will bully you anymore. This hallucination feels so real. But even if it's just a hallucination, I long to see Brother Avon. Lacey gazed at Denny's face, unwilling to look away. This made Denny's heart ache even more. He couldn't protect his closest person from torment. What kind of man was he? You will all pay the price. His eyes darted toward Kesha, icy and cold. He was furious, determined to make everyone who had bullied Lacey pay dearly. Funny. Kesha scoffed, her brows revealing disdain. On our Jeremiahu Balavara sect territory, you dare to speak such arrogant words? Although this is just a branch location, it's definitely not somewhere you can act recklessly. Chapter 211. No one can bully her again. This was her territory. How could she be afraid? Kesha's eyes turned cold and glinted with menace. She intended to make Denny pay dearly. To actually come here to cause trouble, she couldn't tolerate it. This was not only a sign of disrespect toward her, but also an insult to the Jeremiahu sect. Shut up. Denny struck out directly, his large hand pressing down on Kesha like a mountain. The branch location here was too weak. Despite Kesha being the granddaughter of Administrator Bolivar Arvin and enjoying the best cultivation resources and guidance, it wasn't enough. Ava had barely reached the 4th rank Profound Spirit Realm. Denny had advanced to the Zyrif Wheel Realm, unlocking human acupoints, making his combat power terrifying. To him, Kesha at the 4th rank Profound Spirit Realm was no more than a mere insect. Bang! Kesha was slapped away, spitting blood uncontrollably. Ava collided heavily with the wall, leaving a huge hole. Her bones were almost all broken. This slap nearly took her life. In fact, this was Denny holding back. Otherwise, that slap would have definitely cost her life. Kesha's face turned ashen, void of any vitality, fear filling her heart. How could he be so strong? Ava wanted to escape for help but found it impossible. She felt utterly powerless. The maid was even more frightened. The once formidable Kesha was now utterly helpless before Denny, fear instantly enveloping her mind. This illusion feels so real. I just want to hit her like this. Nadine laughed, laughing happily. Ava still believed this was an illusion. If Avonji couldn't cultivate, how could he be this powerful? However, even if it was an illusion, she was incredibly happy. Not only did she see her long-awaited Avonji, but she also witnessed Kesha getting thrashed. How could she not be elated? Yenner, take a good look at me, touch me. I'm Avonji, not an illusion. Denny's heart was filled with pain. He grabbed Nadine's hand and caressed his face, letting her know he was real. This is real. As Nadine's hand touched Denny's warm cheek, her eyes instantly lit up. How could an illusion generate warmth? It was real, not an illusion. Avonji, I finally got to see you. I thought I wouldn't see you again. They assigned me here and forbade my cultivation, forcing me to work as a maid for a year before allowing me to cultivate. I wanted to leave, but I couldn't. Since Avonji can't cultivate, everyone in the clan has been bullying him. I want to grow stronger. Once I'm strong, they won't dare bully Avonji anymore. I held on for a very, very long time. Recently, I've been barely holding on. Not only did they beat and abuse me, but they didn't let me eat either. I feel like I'm about to die. Tears streaked Nadine's cheeks as she narrated her experience, causing immense heartache. Denny's anger surged, shaking violently with fury. Nadine became a maid for him, enduring endless torment without leaving, all for him. All of you will die. He instantly locked eyes on Kesha and her maid, his gaze akin to that of death itself, penetrating into their souls, causing them to shudder in terror. He had never been this angry before. He had never craved killing like this. My grandfather is the chief Isaias here, and very powerful. You can't kill me and get away with it. Kesha gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear, and said, all right, take Nadine away. I'll act like nothing happened and won't say a word, only saying that Nadine left on her own. Ava hoped this would save her life, truly fearing death at Denny's hands. Escape? Pretend nothing happened? Denny laughed coldly. Why should I escape? Your grandfather will pay the price too. As the administrator here ignored everything or even incited the abuses, he wouldn't let it slide. Kesha's grandfather must pay as well. Kesha's heart froze. Denny was determined to go all the way? Yenner, don't be afraid. Avonji is here. Those who bullied you will all pay the price. Denny, eyes filled with pain, looked at Nadine. He wouldn't let anyone who harmed Nadine off the hook. Haroun, stay here. Denny told Tinsleomio to stay while he went to deal with other matters. Although this was a weak branch, it still had protective arrays. He needed to destroy these arrays. Once destroyed, he'd have no more worries. Don't go, Avonji. I'm scared. Nadine clung to Denny's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. Ava finally saw Denny after such hardship, not wanting him to leave for fear she'd never see him again. Denny understood Nadine's thoughts. He stroked her hair. Then Yenner comes with me. There was no immediate danger. Ellis wouldn't attack right away. Taking Nadine along wouldn't be problematic. You stay here watching over them. If they misbehave, kill them. Denny instructed Tinsleomio. Okay. Tinsleomio despised Kesha and her maid, glaring at them. I hope you misbehave, so I can swallow you whole. With that threat, it bared its fangs, roaring menacingly, scaring Kesha and her maid half to death. Let's go. Denny led Nadine away, transforming back into Brenton Feng's appearance for convenience. Earlier, outside, he had knocked out Brenton Feng and others, conducting a quick soul search on them. From there, he learned the location of the array's core. Jeremy Ahua sect being a major sect had never faced defiance. Coupled with the branch's weakness and potential to be disbanded, management was lax, and the array's core location was common knowledge among disciples. Other branches would not expose such secrets. Only key members would know. Denny held Nadine's hand and headed towards the array's core. On the way, they encountered some disciples. Why does Senior Brother Brenton favor this wretched servant? Haha, Senior Brother Brenton wouldn't actually favor her. He probably just wants to toy with her. Despite her lowly status, she's pretty attractive. As expected of Senior Brother Brenton, we wanted to play with this servant, but dared not mention it to Katrina Kesha. These disciples spoke crudely, eyeing Nadine lecherously. Before her torture, Nadine had been breathtakingly beautiful. Even now, despite her suffering, she remained strikingly gorgeous. Chapter 212. Those who do not obey shall be executed. Master Brenton, when will you be done playing so that we can borrow it for a few days? Thanks in advance, Master Brenton. These disciples continued speaking without realizing the danger they were in. Charlene was scared and hid behind Denny. The ones who had bullied her were not just Kesha and her maidservant, but many other disciples within this branch. Smack, smack, smack. Denny's eyes turned extremely cold, his rage burning fiercely. With a powerful strike of his hand, he sent these disciples flying to the side. Blood splattered everywhere as these disciples were nearly beaten to death, lying motionless on the ground. Master Brenton, you? The disciples looked at Denny with disbelief. How could Denny, who usually had a good relationship with him, deal such severe blows? Wait, your time hasn't come yet. Denny's voice was icy. He did not directly kill these disciples. Just like why he kept Kesha and her servant alive, he would kill them later. He left with Charlene, heading towards the array's central point. Master Brenton, please stop. You cannot enter here casually. Some disciples guarded the entrance, blocking Denny's path. Despite the lax management, the array's central point remained an important area under the supervision of Isaias and disciples. Boom. Denny's body radiated with a strong power wave, immediately sending the guards flying aside. What is going on? An Isaias flew out, responding to the commotion. He was stationed there. Without hesitation, Denny launched a punch straight towards the Isaias. Are you insane, Brenton Avon? The Isaias's face changed abruptly, using both palms to block Denny's punch. However, he was no match for Denny, getting knocked away with all his bones broken and blood gushing from his mouth. You. Staring at Denny in shock, how could Brenton Avon be so powerful? He was at the third level of Zyrif Will Realm and still couldn't withstand one punch from Brenton Avon, losing the ability to fight back. He found it unbelievable. You're not Brenton Avon. Quickly confirming, the person before him wasn't Brenton Avon, since the individual exuded a Zyrif Will Realm aura, something Brenton Avon wouldn't possess. Denny showed no expression and ignored the Isaias. His goal was to destroy this array's core. Swish. A purple blaze shot out as Denny raised the purple lane spear. He aimed directly at the array's core. You dare. The Isaias yelled, trying to stop Denny but unable even to stand. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion resonated. Denny unleashed his full power without holding back, causing massive devastation as he destroyed the array's core. What happened? Ah. The disciples in the branch were terrified, confused by the loud explosion that shook the entire place like an earthquake. Oh no. The array's core has been destroyed. Realizing the gravity, the Isaias rushed to the location. Upon arrival, they only saw the destroyed core and severely injured Isaias and disciples. He left. The near-death Isaias weakly murmured. Dong, dong, dong. Bell sounds echoed across the entire branch. He's in the plaza. Go. Several Isaias quickly moved towards the plaza where the bell sound originated. Upon arriving, they saw Denny, Charlene, Megan, along with Kesha and her servant. Standing on a high platform, Denny emitted a chilling aura, appearing like a fearsome god of war. He had revealed his true form, as there was no need to hide anymore. Crystal would definitely know who did this upon learning about the incident. Apart from him, who else would stand up for Charlene? You dare. Bastard. Seeing Kesha kneeling, several Isaias raged. Call everyone in the branch here. If anyone escapes, I'll turn this place into a river of blood. Denny said coldly. What are you saying? Crazy? Arvins glared at Denny with killing intent. They would have attacked if not for the fear of Kesha's safety. With a stamp of his foot, Denny created a large crater and lunged towards the Isaias. Come on then. Kill. Arvins charged forward with cold stares. Denny's body glowed, encased in a golden light, not using any Dao forces but pure physical strength. Facing these third-level Zyrif Wheel Realm Isaias, he didn't need Dao powers, his physical might alone sufficed. Challenge us with mere physical strength? Looking for death? They believed no one could defeat them with physical power alone. It seemed impossible. Desmond almost instantly, their faces paled. The force they unleashed against Denny caused no damage, repelled entirely by his pure physical defense. Denny glowed, invincible and formidable, launching devastating punches, forcing the void itself to tremble. Blood sprayed like rain, the Isaias being no match for Denny, all falling to the ground. Witnessing this, every disciple felt a chill run down their spine. This monstrous demon's sheer physical strength was terrifying. Move quickly, my patience is limited. Denny shouted from midair. Arvins dared not speak more. They were no match for Denny, whose hands held life and death. They quickly gathered the disciples, but some Isaias tried to escape. However, they were restrained by a massive force and brought back to the plaza. I'm not joking. Those who disobey shall be executed. Denny's eyes were cold, stabbing the Isaias with his spear. Blood dripped as the Isaias's body fell from the sky, a disturbing sight. With powerful spiritual perception, Denny had already locked onto this branch, ensuring no one escaped. Chapter 213, Watching Helplessly. The other Isaias were terrified and no longer dared to have any ulterior motives. Following Denny's instructions, they quickly brought all the disciples within the branch territory to the square. Bring these people to the platform. Denny spoke coldly, ordering that the disciples who had insulted Nadine earlier be brought to the platform. With the Isaias's gruesome death still fresh in everyone's mind, none dared disobey Denny. Soon, those individuals were brought to the platform and forced to kneel. Yenner, take a good look at these people. If anyone has bullied you, point them out to Brother Avon. Denny said, looking at Nadine. He felt that if anyone had bullied Nadine in this branch territory, he must root them out, sparing not a single one. Brother Avon. Nadine lowered her head, fear still visible on her face. Having endured prolonged torment, even seeing Denny's unmatched prowess couldn't completely dispel the fear within her heart. Don't say anything if you don't want to. Denny spoke with concern. He understood how deep-seated her trauma was. It would take a long time for Nadine to fully recover. Thinking of this made him even angrier, waves of killing intent surging within him. The once lively and lovable Nadine had been reduced to this pitiful state, and he could not bear it. Let those who have bullied Yenner step forward. Denny shouted coldly, his gaze sweeping over the disciples and Isaias in the square. The square fell into silence as no one dared to step forward. Who would dare? Stepping forward meant certain death. Not stepping forward? Denny sneered. If anyone knows who did this, I can spare your life. Otherwise, I will bloodily cleanse this place, and none of you will escape. The faces of the disciples and Isaias in the square changed. I know that Wang Bolivari used to bully Nadine. Jealous of Nadine's beauty, she poured a pot of ink over Nadine in public. I also know Fraser used Nadine as a punching bag to practice his fists. There is also Arvin Hugo, who tested medicines on Nadine. People started speaking up to protect themselves, revealing all they knew. Zaire listening to this, Denny clenched his fists, fury rising. Nadine had suffered too much here. Bring all of them to me. Denny's voice was icy cold, like it came from the depths of hell. Soon, those individuals were brought up, kneeling on the platform. Many had bullied Nadine, Isaias and disciples alike, nearly filling the entire platform. And what about your grandfather? Why hasn't he come out? Denny looked at Kesha, speaking coldly. Kesha's grandfather still hadn't appeared. Denny knew what Kesha's grandfather was doing. He was in closed meditation, practicing cultivation. With his spiritual senses covering the area, he was aware of everyone's movements. There was no need for him to attack Kesha's grandfather while he was meditating. Even if Kesha's grandfather had broken through to a higher level, it wouldn't make any difference, given Denny's presence with Megan. Megan's strength surged again after activating more of his lineage powers, reaching the 7th rank Zaire Wheel Realm. Given the situation, Kesha's grandfather wouldn't cause any trouble. Megan could now match a fusion soul realm cultivator in battle due to his extraordinary nature. When my grandfather comes out, you will surely die. Kesha stared at Denny, full of hatred. Then let's wait for your grandfather. Denny's expression remained cold as he waited for Kesha's grandfather without taking any action. After some time, a massive explosion echoed from deep within the branch territory, a terrifying force wave sweeping across the entire area. Boom! Thunder rumbled in the sky as an hill flew down, descending onto the square with overwhelming killing intent. Grand Arvin. Good, Grand Arvin has arrived. Quickly, kill this villain. The disciples and Isaias on the square shouted loudly, excited and agitated. The person arriving was precisely Kesha's grandfather, Ellis, the leader of this branch territory. They believed that with Ellis's strength, he would definitely eliminate Denny. To act so arrogantly in our Jeremiahu Bolivara sect branch territory, you will pay with blood today. Ellis's eyes were cold, his voice icy. The commotion outside had been so intense that it alarmed him, making him aware of what had happened. At the time, he intended to attack but held back since he was on the verge of breaking through to a higher realm. As soon as he broke through, he immediately rushed over. Although you didn't bully Yenner, knowing everything yet doing nothing, you are equally guilty. Denny said coldly. Earlier, when he had others reveal who had bullied Nadine, Ellis's name wasn't mentioned. However, knowing everything yet not intervening made him equally culpable. You liked watching and doing nothing very well. This time I'll satisfy you by letting you watch helplessly as your granddaughter and disciples die here. This explained why he hadn't killed Kesha and the others earlier. He wanted Ellis to watch helplessly as everything unfolded. I'll make you wish you were dead. Ellis gnashed his teeth, rage boiling within him. In his territory, his own granddaughter and his branch's disciples were controlled like this, fueling his boundless killing intent. You need to have the ability for that. Denny sneered. Knowing you won't stay quiet, I'll incapacitate you first so you can watch all this happen. He attacked directly, leaping off the platform and striking powerfully toward Ellis. Ellis spat out a black sword, shrouded in black mist, aiming to slay Denny. He didn't underestimate Denny due to his age or lower cultivation realm. He clearly sensed the power Denny displayed earlier. Denny was no ordinary individual. Denny showed no fear, his fists blasting out, emitting boundless radiant light as he clashed with the black sword. Bang! Quickly, the black sword shattered, exploding into fragments scattered on the ground. You! Ellis's eyes widened. Although he had estimated Denny to be formidable, actually engaging in battle with him revealed that he had underestimated him. That black sword was forged from black crystal stone, virtually indestructible, yet it was utterly powerless against Denny's fists. Denny's strength was truly terrifying. Pity the great array is destroyed. Ellis knew that with the array intact, combined with his strength, Denny would have stood no chance. That array could even block a fusion soul realm expert. Destroyed, and I will still kill you. Ellis gritted his teeth, determined not to retreat. If he left, Kesha and the disciples here would certainly die. Let's see what you've got. Denny was fearless, his black hair flowing with the wind, exuding an invincible aura that was awe-inspiring. Even though Ellis's cultivation realm was far above his, Denny remained fearless, confident in battle. Kill! Ellis shouted coldly, unleashing a powerful technique with terrifying force, charging forward to annihilate. Chapter 214. The Seven-Colored Xiringlong Pagoda. Boom! The fluctuations of the 6th Zaire Wheel Realm power were fully unleashed. Ellis, who had originally been at the 5th Zaire Wheel Realm, broke through and reached the 6th Zaire Wheel Realm. He exploded with all his might, holding nothing back. Denny was a formidable enemy. At the same time, he felt a shudder of fear. Where did such an outrageously gifted monster come from? Even at the 1st Zaire Wheel Realm, Denny had brought immense pressure upon him. Heaven and earth darkened as Ellis's divine techniques swept across, terrifying waves of power rippling out. People felt as if they were facing the end of the world, their hearts filled with dread. As the administrator of a branch territory, he was very strong, surpassing even others of the same rank. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the supervisor of the branch territory. You can't cause a storm here. Xander will definitely tear you apart. Kesha laughed wildly. Seeing her grandfather unleash such tremendous power, she believed Denny was bound to lose. You're too arrogant. Prepare to die. The disciples of the branch territory also laughed heartily, believing that with Ellis's overwhelming power, Denny would undoubtedly be defeated. Brother Avon. On the high platform, Nadine trembled uncontrollably, her face full of worry, fearing that something would happen to Denny. Don't worry. No matter what, your brother Avon will be fine. That hill is destined to fail. Megan comforted Nadine. It knew how terrifyingly powerful Denny was. Though Ellis was of a higher realm with certain advantages, Denny wasn't easy to defeat. Denny's body glowed, enveloped in a striking golden light. Fearless, he surged forward, colliding forcefully with Ellis's divine techniques. Ellis's expression changed drastically, disbelief etched on his face. Denny's physical body was simply too outrageous and terrifying. His powerful divine technique struck Denny without causing any harm. It was completely resisted by Denny, and the protective golden barrier remained intact. So strong. Even Denny showed surprise. He knew his physical strength was formidable, but this current display shocked him. The enhancement provided by opening acupoints was extraordinary. His physical prowess exceeded his imagination. I've only opened one acupoint so far. Denny's eyes sparkled, eagerly anticipating further enhancements as he progressed. As he said, having only opened one acupoint, his body would only grow stronger with more openings, reaching unimaginable levels. But what about those strange and ominous things? He felt a heavy weight in his heart, recalling Mac's warnings about the strange and ominous outcomes of physical cultivation. Legend spoke of even the Heavenly Lord, undefeated in the world, suspected to have faced such strange and ominous occurrences in the end. One step at a time. This isn't the time to think about these matters now. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these concerns. And you're distracted? Ellis's eyebrows furrowed in anger, still recovering from shock to find Denny daydreaming. How disrespectful was this? How could he dare daydream while battling him? Moreover, he deeply regretted missing that earlier opportunity when Denny had been distracted. Originally, I thought you were strong. But sorry, I seem to be even stronger. Denny grinned, his confidence boosted by his formidable physique. Kill! Ellis shouted, raising several long swords which formed a sword formation, cutting fiercely towards Denny. This was an extremely powerful sword formation, honed over many years, with which he had killed many strong enemies. Additionally, each sword was not simple. They were all superior magical artifacts, wielding shocking power. The speed of the sword formation was astonishing, instantly covering Denny from above. Denny quickly moved sideways, trying to evade the sword formation's coverage. However, he didn't succeed. The sword formation locked onto him entirely. No matter where he appeared, it would always cover his head. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, sword beams cut down, each beam carrying terrifying force, enhanced several times by the sword formation. Denny's muscles grew cold, sensing the chill. Perhaps his physical strength couldn't defend against this. After all, Ellis was in the 6th Zyrif Wheel realm, vastly exceeding his own realm with immensely powerful strength. No problem. Denny cried out coldly, unleashing the Lesser Desolate technique. His identity already revealed, he no longer needed to hide the use of the Lesser Desolate technique. Whoosh! From all sides, the power within hundreds of miles rapidly flowed into Denny's body at a visible speed. In an instant, Denny's aura surged, his strength greatly increased. This is the Jianxian sect's Lesser Desolate technique. Ellis's pupils constricted in shock. At one point, the Jianxian sect's Lesser Desolate technique was famous throughout Jeremiah, awe-inspiring and revered. But later, it seemed to lose its lineage. No one in the Jianxian sect could cultivate it to perfection, gradually fading from public view. He never expected Denny to have cultivated it and shown considerable proficiency, demonstrating formidable power. Instantly, his mood sank. Denny was already hard to handle. Now, with the Lesser Desolate technique, his strength multiplied, making him even more difficult to deal with. Do you, disciple of the Jianxian sect, wish to provoke a sect-wide war? He called out coldly. I am no longer a disciple of the Jianxian sect. Crystal from your sect knows this well. Denny's expression remained calm. Crystal? Mentioning Crystal reminded Ellis of something. He seemed to recall hearing that Crystal had a grudge against Denny, and that due to Nadine's close relationship with Denny, Crystal assigned Nadine to him. Now it appeared true. Denny had come for Nadine. Your feud, dragging us into it. He seethed with resentment towards Crystal. Crystal's actions brought disaster upon them, attracting Denny. Boom. Meanwhile, Denny pounded his fists, sending out terrifying waves of power, breaking the sword formation and smashing those swords. Without stopping, Denny charged fiercely toward Ellis. Do you really think you can win against me, little brat? Ellis sneered. I've walked more bridges than you've walked roads. Being insolent before me will surely lead to a bad end. He raised his hand and summoned a 7-story pagoda, radiating with colorful light, each story gleaming in different hues. This is the 7-colored Xirenglong pagoda, a treasure from the main sect given to Ellis. Haha, you're dead meat, no matter how strong you are. The disciples of the branch territory, initially feeling overwhelmingly suppressed, burst into laughter upon seeing the 7-story pagoda. This was a treasure bestowed upon Ellis by the main sect, possessing absolutely terrifying power. Before the 7-colored Xirenglong pagoda, Denny was doomed to fall victim. Chapter 215. It's your granddaughter's turn. The 7-colored lustrous tower emitted light, suspending in mid-air. Each of its 7 layers radiated unique waves and brilliance, harboring different powers: wind, rain, thunder, fire, earth, wood, and metal. These 7 layers contained formidable and terrifying forces, each capable of slaying formidable foes. In Jeremiah sect, every regional branch supervisor was bestowed a powerful treasure to ensure control and management. Such treasures were extraordinary and supreme, of extremely high grade, even hard to come by within the main sect, with many Isaiahs yearning for them. You will die here, Ellis coldly declared, feeling fully confident after invoking the 7-colored lustrous tower. Wind, he bellowed, unleashing the first layer's power, immediately causing a fierce gale that threatened to overturn the entire plaza. Your wind is no good. Denny's expression remained cold as he charged forward unaffected. The power of wind? Even Presley, who had inherited the wind deity's legacy, couldn't compare. let alone the 7-colored lustrous tower's wind force. Denny pushed through the gale unscathed. How intense. The disciples from the branch areas couldn't help but comment, astounded by Denny's prowess. They were far from the gale yet still felt its impact, almost as if they could be swept away. But Denny sliced right through it without any harm, deeply shocking them. Rain thunder. Ellis shouted, activating 2 layers simultaneously. Zyregning flashed, thunder roared, and torrential rain poured down instantly. Rumble. Massive lightning bolts, striking precisely at Denny. The heavy rain carried immense and terrifying power. These weren't ordinary raindrops but spiritual essence water, a rare type of liquid. Denny unleashed his full power, knowing both lightning and rain held formidable strength. Sure enough, when struck, the protective golden barrier around him dimmed, nearly breaking. Thankfully, he hadn't underestimated the attack and had already maximized his internal power. Otherwise, his body would have been torn apart by the sheer physical impact. The 7-colored lustrous tower was incredibly complex, each higher level growing more terrifying. Ellis's face darkened. Despite using thunder and water, he hadn't taken Denny down. Denny's strength was astonishing. Activate all 4 layers. He went all out, opening the remaining 4 layers. The upper levels were far more terrifying than the lower ones. Fire, earth, wood, and metal. These 4 powers burst forth, intertwining to converge on Denny. This time, you won't survive. Ellis snarled, believing this combined power would crush Denny. Brenton shield. Denny bellowed, raising a shield in front of him. This power was too overwhelming for his own strength. He used a magic tool. The Brenton shield, an ancient relic dating back to the prehistoric era, obtained from the Cathy. As his power flowed into it, the shield erupted with blinding, sun-like brilliance. The 4 elements, fire, earth, wood, and metal, were completely blocked by the Brenton shield, not a single drop escaping. I won't die, of course. Denny sneered, lifting another hand and summoning the purple lane spear, lunging forward. You. Ellis's face changed dramatically. He never imagined Denny wasn't just monstrously strong, but also wielded exceptional magic weapons. Unite all 7 powers. Without hesitation, he fused the 7 layers into the ultimate force. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying explosion rocked the area. The unified 7 powers intertwined, forming a dazzling 7-colored beam. Clang. Denny raised his shield to block, the beam's power so immense it severely impacted the Brenton shield, making the protective glow flicker. Had it hit him directly, he surely would have exploded and died. Damn it. Ellis cursed, his face ugly. His strongest attack hadn't taken Denny down. His fate was sealed. Indeed, he had no other means left. The 7-colored lustrous tower was his final and strongest move. Denny attacked mercilessly, the purple lane spear radiating infinite purple light, dragon-like might emanating. The purple dragon coiled around it, seemingly coming to life, eyes blinking. Plop. Ellis was impaled, losing a large chunk of flesh. His physical strength was not formidable enough to withstand such a terrifying strike. Do you like watching and doing nothing? Good, watch closely now. Denny relentlessly assaulted Ellis until he could no longer fight. The square's disciples were stunned, unable to believe Ellis lost, and lost so badly. How old is Denny? Such monstrous power at such a young age, how terrifying will he become in the future? They couldn't imagine. What? We're doomed. On the platform, those who had bullied Nadine paled, their faces bloodless. Ellis's defeat meant certain death for them. They had no hope of salvation. Brother Avon is amazing. Nadine blinked her eyes, her fear greatly diminished. Elsewhere, Denny brought Ellis up onto the platform to witness the execution of Kesha and others. The best always comes last. Finally, it's your granddaughter's turn. Denny's expression was cold, continuously stabbing one disciple after another. He felt no mercy. They all deserved death for bullying Nadine. You, Jeremiahua sect will never let you off. Ellis screamed, watching disciple after disciple die before him, unable to bear it. Desmond he could do nothing, having lost all strength, unable to move. So, you feel pain? The disciples in your region are people, but my sister Nadine isn't. Denny sneered, continuing the slaughter. One after another fell, blood covering the ground, dripping from the platform with a rhythmic drip-drop sound. The audience shuddered, their spines drenched in cold sweat. They were terrified. Denny was like a demonic god. Moreover, they were immensely relieved they hadn't bullied Nadine. Otherwise, they too would be on the platform facing execution. It's your granddaughter's turn, Denny coldly announced, leaving only Kesha on the platform. Chapter 216, Central Uproar. No, please don't kill me. I beg you. On the platform, Kesha wailed and cried. She completely broke down as death loomed over her. Even this death would be too merciful for you. Denny's eyes were cold. Kesha had been the harshest to Nadine, so her immediate death here would almost feel like sparing Nadine. He wanted to suppress Kesha, torture her before finally killing her. However, he did not do it in the end. If Kesha lived, Nadine's trauma wouldn't be fully resolved. Denny wished to eliminate Kesha sooner, to help Nadine recover quickly. Spare my granddaughter, I beg you. Below the platform, Ellis wept and pleaded, hoping Denny would let Kesha go. When Nadine was being tortured, why didn't you ask your granddaughter to spare her? Now you want me to spare Kesha? Is that possible? Denny laughed coldly, then struck, killing Kesha on the platform. Aha! Ellis howled, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Denny. I will avenge this. You won't get the chance. Denny's expression was cold. You've seen enough, now it's your turn. He never left enemies behind, and Ellis was no exception. The purple lane spear shot out, its purple light piercing through, killing Ellis on the spot. From now on, behave well and don't commit evil deeds. Otherwise, their fate will be yours. Denny's gaze swept across the Isaias and disciples below the platform, warning them. He wasn't a cruel person and certainly wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Let's go. Subsequently, Denny took Nadine and the Temperance away from there. My, who is Denny? The Isaias and disciples in the branch territory were horrified. Even after Denny left, they could hardly calm down. Denny had committed a massacre in their branch territory, killing Ellis along with many Isaias and disciples, a scene deeply shocking them, one they would never forget. Elsewhere, Denny brought Nadine and the Temperance to a safe place. Yenner, I'll first help you recover, Denny said with concern. Nadine's current condition was terrible. He gave her a valuable medicine, helping her refine it afterward. After arriving at the branch territory, Nadine hadn't practiced at all, enduring abuse all along, now only at the third stage of Chi Pulse realm. This was about the same as when she initially entered. Very well, Brother Avon will help you open the 9 meridians. Denny's eyes gleamed. Meanwhile, the entire region erupted in chaos. What? Someone attacked the Jeremiahua sect branch territory, killing the Grand Isaias and many other Isaias and disciples. How audacious. Though it was a soon-to-be-cancelled branch, it still belongs to Jeremiahua sect. It seems he's called Denny, from Zhanshin sect. Not quite. He was once a disciple but later left Zhanshin sect. People buzzed, spreading Denny's name far and wide. Of course, he dared to confront the ancient clans even in Tai battlefield. He left Zhanshin sect because of this. Soon, those who had been to Tai battlefield spoke of Denny's deeds there. This made people even more stunned. Denny's audacity exceeded their imagination. To challenge the ancient clans, it was terrifying indeed. Denny, you're dead. All Jeremiahua sect disciples listen up. Pursue Denny comprehensively, kill him on sight. The news reached the main sect of Jeremiahua, whose members were enraged. The Ava issued orders to kill Denny on sight. Then, numerous Isaias and disciples came out from Jeremiahua sect, launching a manhunt for Denny. They even posted bounties on Denny's whereabouts and head. Denny, you're really not dead. In central Jeremiahua, Crystal's eyes turned icy, filled with murderous intent. Ava just emerged from the Mu clan when she heard this news. An incident in a Jeremiahua sect branch was major news, spreading rapidly across the center. Presley also had an incident. Her eyes narrowed. Besides this news, another alarming piece of information spread. The godlike Presley clashed with someone in a city and lost, being captured on the spot. The person even claimed to imprison Presley in a latrine. Was it Denny? Ava found it strange. Right after Presley's incident, the branch territory where Nadine was located also had an incident. It was too coincidental. After all, Presley was going to that branch to act on her behalf. Go check that city. Deciding to investigate personally, she wanted to see if her suspicion was correct. Not long after, she arrived at the city. The mayor and close aides had already fled, fearing retaliation from Crystal. Initially, they hadn't helped Presley, instead aiding Denny in capturing him. They feared Crystal's retribution and immediately left upon Ferris's return. Some residents who witnessed the whole event remained in the city. Crystal found these people and questioned them thoroughly. Not Denny. Ava showed them Denny's portrait, but they all shook their heads. Zara, flesh sage inheritance. Ava muttered, deep in thought, feeling the events were suspicious, possibly interconnected. However, she couldn't be sure. Few knew Nadine's location in the branch territory, but some did. Denny likely learned of Nadine's situation from them. If it were just one person. Ava smirked, hoping it was Denny. If it was Denny, this indicated he possessed a transformation ability. Such a rare ability, if Denny has it, he might be the inheritor of the Balancing God's legacy. That person has a method to change identity. There's a real possibility it's the same person. Ava carefully analyzed and felt it was likely Denny. Back then, she was lured to the black immortal phoenix while her Dharma body stayed at the exit. From the time the exit opened until it closed, Denny never appeared. Ava didn't know how Denny exited, but if it was Denny, everything became clear. He changed his identity and escaped. Finding Denny will answer everything. Her survival from the black immortal phoenix was due to agreeing to help it capture the person. Carson faced similar circumstances. The black immortal phoenix placed restrictions on their souls. If they failed, the restriction would claim their lives. So, she hoped the person was Denny, giving her a target to chase. Since the person constantly changed identities, she had no clue who he was or any leads post-high battlefield. Chapter 217. Astonishing Constitution. Crystal returned to Cloud Mountain City and went to the Mo family. Ava wanted to find Elio. Left. Crystal's face was grim. Denny had indeed planned very well, already arranging for Elio and others to leave the Mo family, leaving her empty-handed. Desmond's. While on the battlefield, Denny had thought of everything, worrying that Crystal might use Elio to threaten him. So, after exiting the Tai battlefield, he contacted Mac and others, asking them to help Elio and the others leave. He and Mac had communication artifacts that allowed them to stay in touch frequently. These were high-grade artifacts obtained from the Cathy, enabling communication over great distances. Ordinary communication artifacts would not be capable of such long-range contact. They were too far apart. Should she go after Zhanshin sect or Amira? Her eyes were cold. Jeremiahua was vast, making it like searching for a needle in a haystack to find Denny's whereabouts. Ava needed to think of other methods. Elio and those with ties to Denny were now all missing. The only ones she could think of were Zhanshin sect and Amira. All these were connected to Denny, possibly forcing his location out through them. Morong clan cannot be considered. Their involvement is too deep, and they won't be easy to handle. Crystal narrowed her eyes, ultimately deciding to target the Zhanshin sect. Denny had stood up for Zhanshin sect disciples in the battlefield and later left the sect to prevent involving them. Ava believed that attacking Zhanshin sect would make Denny unable to remain indifferent. Then I'll start with the Zhanshin sect. Ava sneered, her figure flashing like a goddess, divine light radiating around her as she left Cloud Mountain City. Before leaving, she instructed the Zyron family members to relocate to Jeremiahua sect's territory, fearing Denny might use this to threaten her. Denny is truly amazing. If not for being targeted, he would undoubtedly become an invincible powerhouse. Desmond's, our Zhanshan sect could also become more glorious and powerful because of him. Unfortunately, he was forced to leave the sect. Within Zhanshan sect, many Isaias and disciples sighed endlessly, deeply saddened by Denny's departure. They had no idea that a great calamity was about to befall them, as Crystal had set her sights on them. Master, it's not good that I am incapable. Otherwise, how could you be put under such threat? Ella Sangfeng sighed heavily. It was difficult to have someone who could bring prosperity to the Bolivarangfeng legacy, yet he had been forced to leave the sect, leaving Ella Sangfeng feeling extremely bitter. Meanwhile, Denny successfully helped Nadine refine the medicinal treasures within her body. The potency of the treasure fully manifested, and Nadine's injuries were completely healed. Nadine regained her former adorable and beautiful appearance. However, the psychological trauma Nadine endured had yet to heal. Having suffered for too long, it would take time before she could recover fully. Brother Avon has become so amazing now. Nadine blinked her big eyes happily. Nadine will become even more powerful. Denny chuckled, gently pinching her nose as he used to do. Brother Avon, please help me open my 9 meridians. Denny took out many rare treasures to assist Nadine in opening her meridians. Nadine came from a prestigious background, originating from the Holy Clan, so her constitution wasn't weak. Denny believed Nadine could successfully open her 9 meridians. Indeed, with Denny's guidance, Nadine quickly sensed the locations of her 9 meridians, and, with the assistance of the rare treasures, successfully opened her 9 meridians. Rays of light blossomed from Nadine's body one after another. After opening her 9 meridians, Nadine was enveloped in a misty glow, appearing like a celestial Kira from the 9th heaven, beautiful and flawless. Denny intended to pass on the Dao Cannon to Nadine for her cultivation. However, in the end, he did not give it to her. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He just didn't want anything happening to Nadine. The Dao Cannon contained methods for cultivating the flesh body, which complemented Daoist cultivation methods, but could lead to peculiar and ominous outcomes if pursued too far. Although he trusted the Dao Cannon, he couldn't be entirely sure of its safety and didn't want Nadine to risk the same path. I'll pass on the Wild Scripture, Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique, and White Tiger Sacred Technique to you, Nadine. Denny held nothing back, teaching Nadine powerful techniques without reservation. The Wild Scripture was extraordinary, much deeper than it appeared on the surface. Though the first Isaias of Bolivarangfeng Peak had achieved some success with the Wild Scripture, it was still low-level compared to its true potential. The Wild Scripture had greater and more astonishing origins. Looks like she really has a close relationship with you. Amanita was surprised, not expecting Denny to teach Nadine everything without holding back. Thank you, Brother Avon. You're still as kind as ever. Nadine smiled brilliantly, her face blooming brighter than any flower. Ava received the inheritance and was thoroughly taught by Denny. Amazing. This girl is also a prodigy. Amanita's jaw dropped, shocked by Nadine's cultivation speed. Nadine didn't lag behind Denny at all, perhaps even surpassing him slightly. Whether it was the Wild Scripture, Heavenly Lane Treasure Technique, or White Tiger Sacred Technique, Nadine mastered them instantly upon learning. Nadine is really amazing. Even Denny was astonished, knowing that Nadine wasn't simple, with a strong constitution. Desmond, he was still taken aback by her incredible cultivation speed. Is that possible? It requires a 3,000-year-old medicinal treasure. Denny was shaken to his core. He wanted to activate the causality record to investigate Nadine's constitution, but it showed that a 3,000-year-old medicinal treasure was required. What kind of constitution required such significant resources? Ultimately, he did not activate the causality record since it wasn't necessary. The cost of a 3,000-year-old medicinal treasure was simply too high. He obtained many rare treasures from the Cathay, including many 1,000-year-old medicinal treasures, but there were few 3,000-year-old or higher ones. He would eventually learn about Nadine's constitution in the future. There was no need to expend resources now. The central region was shaking, with signs of turmoil ahead. Jeremy Ahua sect gathered its forces, indicating significant movements. All external experts and disciples were called back. What are they planning? It's unclear, but something big is bound to happen. People in the central region were restless, as Jeremy Ahua sect's actions made everyone uneasy. Could Crystal be planning to attack Zhanshan sect? Denny looked grave upon hearing news of Jeremy Ahua sect's major moves. His first thought was Zhanshan sect. In fact, he had always been worried about Zhanshan sect. Crystal's determination to eliminate him was intense, and he felt that she might still use Zhanshan sect against him despite his departure. Now that Jeremy Ahua sect is making such large moves, my worries might come true. We must be prepared. Denny whispered to himself. He wasn't someone who could stand idly by. If Crystal attacked Zhanshan sect, he couldn't let Zhanshan sect suffer because of him, even though he had left the sect. Chapter 218. Preparations in advance. Denny contacted Simon, instructing him to inform the Zhanshan sect's patriarch that the Jeremy Ahua sect might be targeting the Zhanshan sect. Meanwhile, he was rushing towards the Zhanshan sect as quickly as possible. During this journey, Denny, Mina, and Mavis had all altered their appearances and identities. Denny taught Mina the method of changing one's identity, and astonishingly, she mastered it instantly. The new identities they took on were so convincing that even Denny could not detect any flaws. It was indeed remarkable. Given his exceptionally strong spiritual senses, Mina only needed a single practice to achieve such an effect, which was truly astonishing. The Zhanshan sect was still quite far from their location. However, upon reaching a large city, they utilized the teleportation array within, swiftly arriving at a nearby area of the Zhanshan sect. They traveled without stopping, taking less than 2 hours to reach the Zhanshan sect. Who are you? A guard from the Zhanshan sect asked. To see me. Simon walked out smiling from the Zhanshan sect and welcomed Denny and the others inside. Denny had informed Simon before arriving to have him meet them. Simon led them directly to the courtyard where the patriarch resided. The patriarch had been waiting for them. Simon had already reported Denny's arrival to the Patriarch in advance. I thank you for trusting me so much. The Patriarch looked at Denny with deep emotion. With Crystal from the Jeremiahua sect hunting down Denny, Denny's decision to come here showed great trust in him. Of course I believe in Barak. Denny said solemnly, Barak. Although I do not have evidence that the Jeremiahua sect is targeting the Jianshan sect, I am 70% certain that they will make a move against us. Is your enmity with Crystal that deep? The Patriarch frowned. There was no known enmity between the Jeremiahua sect and Denny. So if they were coming for the Jianshan sect, it must be because of Crystal. He found it hard to believe that Crystal would create such a commotion just to force Denny out. Very deep. Denny's eyes turned cold. Crystal will use any means necessary to deal with me. He continued, currently, among those associated with me who are still exposed, only the Jianshan sect and Moron clan remain. Crystal wouldn't dare to target the Moron clan right now, nor would she let the Jeremiahua sect make a move. The scale of Jeremiahua sect's actions makes it highly likely they are coming for the Jianshan sect. The Moron clan was powerful, deeply rooted, making the Jeremiahua sect seem insignificant in comparison. If Crystal wanted to target the Moron clan, she would need to gather the strength of ancient clans. Against just the Jeremiahua sect, our Jianshan sect has nothing to fear. If they try to destroy us, we will ensure they suffer heavy losses. The Patriarch frowned. However, with Crystal involved, everything changes. As long as Crystal calls out, other sects and forces will surely side with the Jeremiahua sect. That's why I hope Barak prepares early. Denny spoke seriously. If possible, Barak can evacuate the Isaias and disciples first. I trust you. The Patriarch looked at Denny. Your actions in the Tai battlefield have been fully reported to me. You stood up for Jianshan sect disciples despite the risks, even leaving the sect to protect it. I believe you won't harm the Jianshan sect. Evacuation was a significant undertaking, but he quickly made the decision to trust Denny and began the evacuation process. He called several trustworthy Isaias and tasked them with starting the operation discreetly. The Jianshan sect had long set up multiple safe havens to prepare for major disasters. In fact, not only the Jianshan sect had such safe havens, other sects and forces did too. Zyrif's uncertainties were always there, so everyone had contingencies prepared. After parting ways with the Patriarch, Denny and company went to Wild Peak to see Ed. Are you Denny? Ed was visibly moved upon seeing Denny. Denny was the most outstanding disciple in the history of Wild Peak, even having the potential to surpass the first Ed. Master! Denny respectfully bowed, saying, Forgive me for being unable to continue my studies under you due to certain reasons. That's fine, I understand, Ed replied. He knew well that everything Denny did was for the good of the Jianshan sect. If Denny stayed, the Jianshan sect might face catastrophic consequences. Master, the Jianshan sect may soon face disaster. On my journey, I managed to gain some new insights into the Wasteland Canon, and I hope these can help Master. New insights? Ed widened his eyes, feeling inadequate as a master. Since Denny started cultivating the Wasteland Canon, he had benefited greatly from Denny rather than the other way around. Without Master, I wouldn't have been able to study the Wasteland Canon, let alone understand its profound meanings. Master will always be my master, Denny explained, knowing what Ed was thinking. Indeed, it was Ed who passed down the Wasteland Canon to him. Time was tight. The Jeremiahua sect could attack at any moment. Without hesitation, Denny displayed the new profound meanings of the Wasteland Canon for Ed to comprehend. These were derived from the causality record after reaching the Destiny Wheel realm, allowing Denny to unlock greater powers. The Wasteland Canon was undoubtedly of very high quality. Unveiling these new insights consumed one of his precious medicinal herbs, an 800-year-old treasure. Ordinary spells and techniques wouldn't require such a massive resource drain. It was impossible. The rank of the Wasteland Canon must be extremely high. Ed's heart was shaken by the depth and surprise of the insights Denny revealed, which were completely new to him. Compared to Denny, it felt like his previous efforts were wasted, never touching the true core insights. Hope Master becomes stronger, Denny sincerely said. If Ed could grow stronger, he would contribute more in facing the Jeremiahua sect, achieving Denny's goal. Definitely stronger. Ed responded confidently. These core insights helped him correct past mistakes, significantly boosting his strength when cultivated correctly. Without hesitation, he returned to his cultivation site to go into seclusion. Hope I'm wrong, and the Jeremiahua sect isn't coming for the Jianshan sect. Denny gazed into the distance, his voice heavy with concern. He hoped he was wrong. Otherwise, the Jianshan sect would face a major catastrophe. Chapter 219. The army arrives at Jianshan sect. The central region was in turmoil as all the powerful individuals and disciples of Jeremiahua sect outside returned to the sect, causing unrest and anxiety. Those powerful individuals and disciples were still searching for Denny's whereabouts earlier, but they all returned. What's going on? Who knows? People didn't know what Jeremiahua sect was planning. Everyone was in a panic, fearing disaster might strike them. This world had always been cruel. With no absolute safety, disasters could descend at any moment without reason. 2 days later, all the powerful individuals and disciples of Jeremiahua sect outside returned. People heard the war drums of Jeremiahua sect sounding, countless powerful individuals and disciples rushing out as if to wage war. The place they're heading seems to be Jianshan sect. Is Jeremiahua sect going to make a move against Jianshan sect? People were shocked as Jeremiahua sect's leader personally led all the Isaias and disciples straight to Jianshan sect. This was bound to be a major event, with the two top forces of Jeremiah possibly clashing and warring. You made a ruckus in our Jeremiahua sect branch, killing our Isaias and disciples. This can't just be left alone. Denny is your Jianshan sect disciple. Your Jianshan sect must take responsibility. Jeremiahua sect's powerhouses sneered, truly making a move on Jianshan sect, bringing their army to Jianshan sect's doorstep. In just 2 days, Jeremiahua sect had arrived, and Jianshan sect hadn't fully evacuated yet, with many disciples and Isaias still inside. Time was indeed too short, especially as they were secretly retreating, not openly evacuating, which meant they couldn't retreat so quickly. Denny has long since ceased being a disciple of Zhangxian sect. During the Tai battlefield, he announced his withdrawal from our Zhangxian sect. Zhangxian sect's leader flew out to confront at the mountain gate. As a leader, he naturally wouldn't retreat first and would stay until the end. He just quit when he wanted. Jeremiah sect's leader walked forward, his expression cold, saying, "Problems occur, and then you say quit? Is there such a good deal? Your Zhangxian sect must still bear the responsibility." Beside him, Crystal was enveloped in divine light, expressionless, watching everything quietly. Of course, this was all an excuse. If not for Crystal, Jeremiah sect would never dare attack Zhangxian sect. Despite its power, Jeremiah sect wasn't strong enough to crush Zhangxian sect outright. To truly wipe out Zhangxian sect, Jeremiah sect would inevitably pay a huge price. You Jeremiah sect is truly formidable. Zhangxian sect's leader sneered, saying, "Without Crystal, would you dare do this?" He hit the nail on the head. Jeremiah sect only dared act because of Crystal. With Crystal present, Jeremiah sect's casualties wouldn't be so great. This wasn't due to Crystal's strength alone. Crystal was stunning, having opened 9 meridians, obtaining the inheritance of the war goddess, her realm and strength rising rapidly. But the current Crystal was still very weak compared to leader-class powerhouses, vastly inferior and unable to stand up against them. However, Crystal's identity was special, with extremely strong charisma. The campaign against Zhangxian sect wasn't limited to Jeremiah sect alone. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying and fearsome auras spread, one powerful individual after another arriving here, all coming from the top forces in the central region. Crystal issued invitations to these forces, and every invited force agreed willingly. "We have arrived. Zhangxian sect is doomed today." They sneered, siding with Jeremiah sect. With their involvement, Jeremiah sect's strength completely surpassed Zhangxian sect, easily overpowering it. For a single disciple, top forces in the central region are dying out. This is likely the first time in history. How terrifying. Zhangxian sect won't survive this ordeal. People sighed, Jeremiah sect's side was too strong, and Zhangxian sect was powerless to resist. This was destined to be a massacre. Zhangxian sect's leader's face was icy cold. Fortunately, Denny warned him early, allowing him to prepare in advance. He evacuated a batch of Fire Seed disciples from Zhangxian sect. Otherwise, Zhangxian sect's lineage would be thoroughly cut off. Northern Mu family comes to support Zhangxian sect. Southern Desmond clan has arrived. Western Thorn clan has also come. Eastern Desmond family is here. Batch after batch of powerhouses shouted as they came from all directions. They were closely related to Zhangxian sect, and now rushed to offer support. Initially, children of these forces didn't need to go through assessments to enter Zhangxian sect and enjoyed the best cultivation benefits within. Their clan's children were already brought back 2 days ago, learning that Zhangxian sect might face a catastrophe. Zhangxian sect's leader told them there was no need for support, but they felt unable to watch idly, so they brought their powerhouses to bolster Zhangxian sect, settling nearby. Jeremy Angwo didn't come. They had close ties with Zhangxian sect and are located in the central region. They should have arrived earlier. That's odd. Their princess benefited most in Zhangxian sect, successfully opening 9 meridians with Zhangxian sect's help. Many were puzzled. Southern, Western, Northern, Eastern clans all came who had close ties with Zhangxian sect. However, Jeremy Angwo, located centrally, didn't come, raising suspicion. You people have outdated news? In the Tai battlefield, Jeremiah betrayed to Crystal, quitting Zhangxian sect, and later successfully obtained divine inheritance, becoming known as Divine Jeremiah. Someone said, "Oh, there's that. We were too busy cultivating. We missed this big news. A young god." Sure enough, Jeremy Angwo sent people, siding with Jeremiah sect. Someone shouted, seeing Jeremy Angwo's powerhouses directly joining Jeremiah sect. "Did you detect our intent to make a move beforehand?" Jeremiah sect's leader asked calmly. For the other 4 regions' forces to appear so quickly, they undoubtedly prepared ahead, otherwise they wouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Nonetheless, he was unconcerned. The 4 regions' forces were strong, but they couldn't change much. Jeremiah sect's side was even stronger. Coming to die? He looked at the 4 regions' forces, saying, "Can't you see the situation clearly? Supporting Zhangxian sect means death. Take this chance to leave, or don't blame us for your fate. You were told not to come. Why did you still come?" Zhangxian sect's leader sighed heavily to the 4 regions' forces. "Leave. This doesn't concern you." He didn't want to involve the 4 regions, a hopeless battle where insisting to help would surely lead to death. Chapter 220. Bloody battle erupts. The 9 Flowers sect attacked with many top-tier experts aiding them, creating an insurmountable situation. Under such dire circumstances, the 4 clans still stood firm and came to support the Zhangxian sect. This act was not simply a matter of loyalty. It truly demonstrated their willingness to face life and death alongside. "We have come this far. How can we just walk away easily? Lord, there's no need for further words. We will not leave. Without the Zhangxian sect, we wouldn't be so powerful and prosperous. We remember the kindness of the Zhangxian sect, and will never forget it. Now is the time for us to repay that debt." The faces of the experts from the 4 clans were solemn as they chose to stay. Their rise and power in the 4 clans had been deeply tied to the Zhangxian sect, which had greatly assisted them. From the moment they arrived here, they had resolved to stand together with the Zhangxian sect through thick and thin. Before coming, each of them had already made arrangements, expecting not to return alive. Gratitude and deep emotion make them truly admirable. Desmonds. People were filled with emotion. In such a brutal world, it was rare and precious to see someone who could reciprocate kindness so wholeheartedly. They turned their attention to the experts of the Jeremiah kingdom and noticed that all of them appeared utterly indifferent, as if they had nothing to do with what was happening, a fact that sparked intense resentment. After all, the Jeremiah kingdom was the faction that benefited the most, yet now it sided with the Nine Flowers sect, intending to exterminate the Jianxian sect without a hint of guilt. Foolish beyond measure. The Bob sneered, saying, "You reject the path of survival and choose the path of death. Truly, I've never seen such foolish people. What right do you have to speak like that?" The head of the Jianxian sect laughed coldly, retorting, "The Nine Flowers sect is doomed to be abandoned, and you are more than happy to be a lapdog. You are the real fool." Crystal and the Gu family clan had grown very close. Leaving the Nine Flowers sect was only a matter of time. Everyone knew this, even if it wasn't explicitly stated. People strive for higher positions, and water flows downward. It's human nature, and shouldn't be criticized. The Nine Flowers sect leader remained calm and said, "I only know that Crystal is currently our disciple, and that's all that matters. Besides, I believe Crystal will never forget the Nine Flowers sect." How much he wished Crystal could remain in the Nine Flowers sect forever. However, he also understood well that this was impossible and unrealistic. The Nine Flowers sect was too small. It was inevitable that Crystal would eventually leave. The Nine Flowers sect's cultivation will never be forgotten by this disciple. "No matter what I become in the future, this will never change," Crystal declared solemnly from the side. "No need for pointless talk. Let's get down to business." The Nine Flowers sect leader sneered at the other faction's elite experts. "All right, we're ready." The other faction's top experts replied, releasing terrifying and fearsome waves of energy. They wielded magical artifacts, shaking the heavens and the earth. Each was a renowned elite of the middle region. Jianxian sect disciples who hadn't evacuated saw this scene and felt their hearts tremble. Were they going to die here? Coexist or perish with the Jianxian sect? "Our teacher sect is our home. Whoever destroys my teacher sect, destroys my home. I will fight to the bitter end." Shouts of determination echoed within the Jianxian sect. Numerous disciples united, determined to stand with the sect until the end. They regarded the Jianxian sect as their true home, displaying their courage and resolve. There's nothing left to say. The Jianxian sect head smiled coldly, flashing back into the Jianxian sect. Then, the elites of the four clans followed him inside. Layer upon layer of light barriers emerged, glowing with array patterns as the great protective formation of the Jianxian sect fully unfolded to defend against all enemies. "We'll form the last line of defense. You take the remaining disciples and evacuate this place." The Jianxian sect head shouted loudly, commanding some Isaias to lead the remaining disciples away. "Lord, be careful. As long as one person remains in the Jianxian sect, it will not be extinguished." Those Isaias didn't argue further, understanding the gravity of the situation. Staying here wouldn't help much, so it was better to save as many disciples as possible. "We'll hold the last line of defense with Lord, protecting the Jianxian sect disciples." Desmond's. The four clans elites stood firmly beside the Jianxian sect head. Boom. Outside, terrifying explosions erupted as the Nine Flowers sect head led his fellow Isaias and other factions elites to strike the protective formation of the Jianxian sect. Their powers were formidable and their artifacts invaluable treasures. The Jianxian sect's defensive formation barely held up, cracks appearing. It clearly wouldn't last much longer. Walking away? "Ha, you think too much. Kill." Nine Flowers sect Isaias who hadn't participated earlier sneered, noticing some Jianxian sect Isaias attempting to flee with their disciples. They immediately struck out, aiming to eliminate these fleeing Isaias. They had anticipated such escapes and kept watch on them. Boom. In an instant, intense battles erupted. Jianxian sect Isaias fought desperately to protect their disciples as they fled. Kill. Cries of battle rang through the sky, with Nine Flowers sect disciples joining in to massacre Jianxian sect disciples. A bloody battle ensued, turning the area red with blood. "Denny, I don't believe you won't show yourself." Crystal stood where she was, her gaze cold and distant. Ava wasn't concerned about the outcome of this battle. Her only aim was to draw Denny out. With the Nine Flowers sect besieging the Jianxian sect and several powerful factions aiding them, this news had undoubtedly spread throughout the entire middle region. Ava was confident that Denny wouldn't remain idle, and waited for his appearance. Kill. Elsewhere, Denny roared and joined the fray, engaging the Nine Flowers sect disciples in battle. He should have stayed hidden since Crystal was nearby, risking exposure. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch Jianxian sect disciples being slaughtered. He took action despite the risks. Most of the exceptionally talented seed disciples of the Jianxian sect had already evacuated earlier, leaving mostly ordinary disciples within the sect. The Nine Flowers sect, however, sent all their disciples, including many prodigies, overwhelming the Jianxian sect completely. "All of you are trash. What good will it do even if you manage to escape? You're still trash." A Nine Flowers sect disciple sneered, effortlessly killing several Jianxian sect disciples. He showed utter disdain for these Jianxian sect members, mocking them with contempt. "I'll send you to your grave." Denny's eyes turned icy as he unleashed a spirit artifact, striking down the Nine Flowers sect disciple. Chapter 221. Powerless to change the tide. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The spiritual artifact blazed with intense light, dazzling and striking. Denny's murderous intent was strong as he launched an all-out attack from the start, without holding back. "You're courting death." A disciple of Jeremiah's sect sneered, not taking Denny seriously at all. He was one of Jeremiah's sect's outstanding disciples, having crushed many peers of his age. He had already slain a large number of Jianxian sect disciples earlier, and thought Denny was just another ordinary Jianxian sect disciple who would be easily killed just like the others. But soon, he paid a heavy price for his carelessness. With a powerful palm strike, he confidently believed it could take down Denny. Instead, Denny proved terrifyingly strong, directly breaking through that palm's force and slicing off one of his arms. Cold sweat poured down his face as excruciating pain radiated from the severed arm. Denny's expression remained cold as he didn't pause, pressing forward to end this Jeremiah's sect disciple's life. "I will kill you." The Jeremiah's sect disciple roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Losing an arm was unbearable to him. Zyrefting his other hand, he quickly summoned a magical artifact to engage Denny in battle. However, Denny was overwhelmingly fierce, almost instantly destroying his artifact and decapitating him. Who is he? So powerful. Judging by his realm fluctuations, he's at the same level as Avang Balavari, yet Avang Balavari was instantly slain. A group of Jeremiahua sect disciples shuddered, startled by Denny's strength. Avang Balavari, who had been killed by Denny, was not an unknown figure. His death shook them deeply. This is Dallas, very famous within Zhanshan sect, renowned for his extraordinary talent, not your average disciple. A Jeremiahua sect disciple shouted, recognizing Denny's identity. This was naturally a disguise created by Denny, not his true identity. Dallas was one of the Flame Seed disciples of Zhanshan sect who had previously withdrawn from the sect. Seeing Dallas had a similar cultivation level, Denny transformed into Dallas's appearance. So, you think the talented disciples of Zhanshan sect are too afraid to show themselves and have hidden away? Who would have thought some of them still came out? At this moment, a Jeremiahua sect disciple sneered and said, "Is it Dallas? Let me kill you." His aura spread out fully, extraordinarily powerful and intimidating, far stronger than the previous Avang Balavari. Brother Zaire has stepped in. Haha, Brother Zaire is the personal disciple of a lineage Isaias of our Jeremiahua sect, with astonishing talent. This Dallas will surely be slain. Several Jeremiahua sect disciples laughed. Brother Zaire wasn't simple. He was stronger than Avang Balavari, belonging to their Jeremiahua sect's top elites with no defeats among his peers. His realm was the same as Denny's, one stage of the Zyref wheel realm. Killing you is as easy as cutting a melon. Denny's expression remained cold as he charged forward. No matter how outstanding an elite, they weren't worth much against him. He unleashed a powerful strike, and the so-called Brother Zaire met the same fate as Avang Balavari, dead within moments, blood spattered on the ground, and his body fell into a pool of blood. He was too strong. Not just Jeremiahua sect disciples like Brother Zaire, but even top elite disciples from ancient clans at the same level wouldn't stand a chance against him. Having cultivated both the Tao Sutra and physical strength, each alone capable of crushing peers, let alone combined together. Hiss. Sounds of sharp intakes of breath filled the air as numerous Jeremiahua sect disciples felt chills down their spines, utterly surprised by Dallas's ferocity and terror. Still, they held the overall advantage. Some higher realm, stronger Jeremiahua sect disciples locked onto Denny, simultaneously launching attacks towards him. Suddenly, Denny found himself embroiled in a bitter fight. Boom, boom, boom. Terrorizing explosions sounded continuously as the protective array of Zhanshan sect shattered completely. Kill. The patriarch of Jeremiahua sect sneered, leading the charge into Zhanshan sect. Jeremiahua sect Isaias and powerhouses from allied forces quickly followed, rushing inside. All were peak-level experts, possessing realms and strengths that reached unimaginable levels. Their strikes caused terrifying waves that swept across heaven and earth, darkening the skies as if an apocalypse loomed. You want to destroy my Zhanshan sect? I will never let you succeed easily. The patriarch of Zhanshan sect roared with fury and hatred, summoning precious treasures to counterattack. Powerhouses from the four factions did not hesitate, charging forward to meet them. They came with determination to die. They would not retreat in this battle. Rumble, rumble. The epic battle had only just begun and already brought about an exceedingly horrifying scene. Large swaths of buildings collapsed. These ancient structures once bearing immense power were now instantly destroyed. Denny, aren't you going to reveal yourself? Crystal murmured coldly. Bloody battles had long commenced while Denny remained hidden. Have you changed? Don't you care about their lives anymore? Ava asked, her eyes flashing ominously. If she couldn't draw out Denny this time, she would target the Moron clan, using a mirror to coerce Denny's appearance. Though challenging, she would do it when necessary. Suspected to be that person, Denny must be forced out. There would be no retreating. Blood splashed as Zhanshan sect's patriarch and the powerhouses from the four factions quickly became injured. The strength of Jeremiahua sect's side was overwhelming. This was a battle with no suspense. Despite fighting to the death, they couldn't change the outcome. Capture them, but don't harm their lives. I need them to force Denny to appear. Crystal said indifferently. Death would make Denny less likely to show up. She needed to keep Zhanshan sect's patriarch alive to draw Denny out. Understood. Jeremiahua sect's patriarch responded, intensifying his efforts to capture them. Blood flowed increasingly, and wounds worsened. Desmond, they didn't give up or surrender, continuing to fight bitterly. Back at the Zhanshan sect disciples area, the situation was even worse. With its prominent disciples absent, it was nothing short of a massacre. One Zhanshan sect disciple after another fell, dying in pools of blood, their corpses nearly forming a small hill. Aya! Denny roared, full of anger. He couldn't hold back any longer. Revealing his true identity was inevitable. If things continued, Zhanshan sect disciples, Isaias, and even the patriarch would all die here. Against absolute power, everything seemed fragile and helpless. With no options left, he decided to expose his true identity to end the war. Grayson, Georgina, I may never see you again. Please forgive my actions. I can't bear to watch them die because of me. Denny said. Innocence died because of him. If he chose not to stop it, he would never forgive himself. Chapter 222. Anise. Plop, plop, plop. Blood flowed like rivers, and bodies littered the ground. The dead were almost all from the Zhanshan sect. This was a crushing battle, with minimal casualties on the Jeremiahua sect side. Denny could no longer hold back. He had to reveal his identity. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the wasteland peak of the Zhanshan sect, sweeping over thousands of miles. The expressions of Jeremiahua sect's Barak and other powerhouses instantly changed. Was there an even more formidable powerhouse within the Zhanshan sect? Master! Denny's face broke into a smile, his his eyes brimming with joyful tears. He hadn't been wrong in letting the Samuel study the secrets of the Wasteland Sutra, which now played a crucial role. The Samuel had achieved a breakthrough, drastically increasing his strength. To destroy my sect and slaughter its Isaias and disciples, you will all die here. The Arvan roared, shaking mountains and rivers as he charged out of the Wasteland Peak. His overwhelming presence unfolded like that of an invincible warrior, looking down upon all foes. Kill. Without hesitation, the Jeremiahua sect Barak and others unleashed their divine abilities, attacking the Samuel. Rumble. The sky trembled, and the earth cracked. Every ability displayed by the Jeremiahua sect's leaders was extraordinarily powerful, capable of destroying heavens and obliterating lands. They fought from the ground to the heavens. The sky tore apart, revealing enormous black holes one after another, as if they were tearing the heavens themselves. The Jeremiahua sect Barak raised his hand, and brilliant light shot forth. A celestial sun ascended, surpassingly fearsome, overshadowing the actual sun in the nine skies. For miles around, countless rivers evaporated on the spot. The land turned reddish-brown, moisture drained away, splitting into deep fissures like a spiderweb spreading rapidly. This was the Great Solar Technique, an ancient method passed down from Jeremiahua sects founding to the present day, with unimaginable might. Heaven slays, earth slays, heaven and earth perish. A powerhouse coldly shouted, unleashing a devastating technique. An endless aura of ferocity enveloped the heavens and earth, transforming the battlefield into a hellish wasteland. Other powerhouses similarly held nothing back, immediately deploying their strongest techniques, emitting waves that startled the heavens and earth. The Samuel's appearance was too formidable. They dared not be careless, treating him as a true adversary and holding nothing back. You shall pay for what you have done. The Arvan's gaze was icy cold. He employed lesser wasteland technique, causing the powers of the earth within 1,000 miles to rush into his body instantaneously. His own presence reached an unbelievably horrifying level. Great wasteland technique. He called out coldly, forming seals with his hands. A peculiar fluctuation spread, making everyone uneasy and hearts throb with dread. What kind of fluctuations were these? It seemed like wasteland, waves turning the world desolate, heading towards decay. An extremely bizarre and terrifying scene occurred. The forces launched by the Jeremiahua sect leaders weakened under the wasteland fluctuations, eventually dissipating entirely. The wasteland waves did not stop but continued forward, soon enveloping the Jeremiahua sect leaders. What? Under the wasteland fluctuations, the power within their bodies rapidly diminished. Even their life essence began to wane and disperse, their bodies becoming heavy as if aging prematurely. They were terrified. What kind of technique was this, possessing such terrifying power? Who would have thought I'd see the Great Wasteland Technique now? Since the first Samuel passed away, the Great Wasteland Technique has never appeared again. From afar, many spectators sighed in amazement. They had come merely to observe, but didn't expect to witness the Great Wasteland Technique. The Great Wasteland Technique was an invincible technique. Once, the first Samuel used this to defeat numerous enemies, leaving behind infinite glory. Back then, the Jianshan sect had also risen to extreme brilliance, overpowering all cultivation forces in Jeremiahua. Unfortunately, the Wasteland Peak tradition was hard to cultivate. After the death of the first Arvan, no one could carry it forward. The Wasteland waves were terrifying, withering everything in their path. No force stood a chance before them. The Jeremiahua sect leaders tried their utmost, using every means at their disposal, yet they could not withstand the Wasteland power. Soon, they grew old and frail, approaching their twilight years. Continuing this way, they would undoubtedly die. This is too terrifying. The situation has completely reversed. People shuddered. With the Wasteland Peak Arvan employing the Great Wasteland Technique, he was virtually invincible, and the Jeremiahua sect's plan was clearly failing. Not only would the Jianshan sect not be wiped out, but the Jeremiahua sect and those who joined them would likely be destroyed this time. Arvan, well done. Kill them all. Jianshan sect disciples shouted loudly, filled with excitement and enthusiasm. They finally had a turning point. They wouldn't be annihilated. Don't celebrate too early. On the Jeremiahua sect side, Crystal's expression remained calm, showing no signs of disturbance despite the Arvan's power. Hearing Crystal's words and seeing her calm demeanor, the hearts of Jianshan sect disciples sank. Did Crystal have more tricks up her sleeve? Indeed, just as Crystal finished speaking, the space behind her distorted, and as Zeke slowly walked out. He looked ordinary, emanating no terrifying power, like an ordinary mortal without any cultivation. However, that was only superficial. The Zeke casually waved his hand, and a green wave appeared, blocking the wasteland, power and rescuing the Jeremiahua sect leaders. Truly unexpected that someone outside would master such profound techniques. The Zeke spoke, his voice deep and resonant. He looked at the Samuel and said, I'm quite interested in this technique. Studying it might give me some insights. Who are you? The Arvan stared at the Zeke, feeling a heavy heart. Though the Zeke emitted no strong or terrifying aura, he gave off an intensely dangerous vibe. There was no doubt that the Zeke possessed unimaginably terrifying power. Anis. The Zeke said calmly. Anis, a member of the Mu clan. When Denny heard the Zeke's name, he immediately connected it to the ancient Mu clan. He hadn't expected Crystal to be so ruthless, actually inviting a Mu clan powerhouse. Better safe than sorry. Crystal chuckled. Anis was indeed a Mu clan powerhouse, invited by her. Ava was extremely cautious, fearing any unforeseen circumstances, so she had asked the Mu clan powerhouse to oversee things. Her caution proved effective. The Samuel was astonishingly powerful, overwhelmingly defeating the Jeremiahua sect leaders. Without Anis, they were bound to suffer a humiliating defeat this time. With Anis present, everything was fine. Anis could absolutely crush the Samuel. Chapter 223. Arrival of the Sacred Clan. Anis, dressed in a long robe, stood in midair. He looked ordinary, without any remarkable features, and exuded no formidable aura. Desmond. He gave off an immense sense of oppression. People were alarmed. This was undoubtedly an expert among experts, with his energy restrained to the point where there was no leakage at all. His control over power had reached an unimaginable level. Elisang Feng's expression turned grave, never expecting Anis to emerge as such a powerful force. The previously jubilant disciples and Isaias of the Zhanxian sect now fell silent, their hearts heavy. A small external faction can produce a strong warrior like you, which is quite an achievement. I will give you a chance. Hand over your cultivation technique, and I will spare your life, keeping you as a servant. Anis said calmly. He was incredibly confident, and he had the capital for that confidence. His strength and realm were extremely high, making him one of the Mu clan's strongest warriors, far surpassing the external cultivators. Kill! Elisang Feng coldly shouted, unleashing the Great Wasteland technique again to attack fiercely forward. The wasteland fluctuations reappeared, more terrifying than before, as if time itself had paused. People felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Anis extended his hand, invoking the law of order. The runes surged like an ocean, blocking the wasteland fluctuations, preventing them from approaching his body. He was truly powerful and terrifying, able to condense the law of order, an ability that was undoubtedly alarming. One must know that the law of order in the universe is the foundation of heavenly Tao. Only those who have achieved great success on the path of the great Tao can manifest the law of order. With a loud clap, he slapped out, shooting fiery light that collapsed the void. Elisang Feng was immediately struck away, blood splattering, pieces of flesh and bone flying everywhere, his appearance pitiful. The disparity in strength was too great. Anis completely overwhelmed him, leaving Elisang Feng powerless. The situation changed so quickly. People stared in shock, feeling a myriad of emotions. First, the Jeremiahua sect gained the upper hand, almost destroying the Zhanxian sect. Then, Elisang Feng emerged, suppressing the Jeremiahua sect's patriarch and other strong warriors. Finally, Anis appeared, dealing a severe blow to Elisang Feng. The series of changes happened so swiftly that people couldn't react in time. Subdue them. If Denny does not come, kill them all. Crystal's expression was cold as she issued her orders. Her current status was too special. Even a strong warrior like Anis from the Mu clan dared not show any disrespect. Anis acted swiftly, exerting his powerful energy to subdue Elisang Feng and the Barak of the Zhanxian sect in an instant. What about the others? A Jeremiahua sect Isaias asked. It doesn't matter. Crystal's face remained calm. Then, kill. Kill. The Jeremiahua sect Isaias and disciples roared with killing intent, attacking the Zhanxian sect's Isaias and disciples. Seeing one Isaias and disciple fall after another, Denny was filled with rage, unable to bear it. His figure flickered, leaving the battlefield and arriving at a hidden place, reverting to his original appearance. Stop! He attacked from another direction, shouting loudly. Denny! How did you appear here? Germain and others' faces changed drastically. Denny's appearance at this moment meant certain death. Crystal had the powerful Anis backing her, making this situation unsolvable. Just go. Revenge for us in the future. The Barak of the Zhanxian sect growled, urging Denny to leave. You have boundless prospects. You will definitely be stronger than anyone in the future. Go now. Turn today's events into the driving force for your cultivation. Avenge us in the future. Elisang Feng shouted loudly. You won't be able to escape once you reveal yourself. Crystal watched Denny calmly, saying, You haven't changed. You can't bear to see others die for you. You always consider others first, then yourself. There's nothing to say. Spare them. I'll follow you. Do whatever you want with me. Why should I listen to you? Crystal laughed. What capital do you have to bargain with me? You. Denny's complexion changed, not expecting Crystal to be so ruthless. Crystal had accomplished her goal by luring him out, but still didn't plan to spare the Zhanxian sect, intending to annihilate it. Kill them all, and take whatever the Zhanxian sect has accumulated. Crystal said indifferently. Thank the goddess Crystal. Other factions' strong warriors gleamed with excitement, ready for battle once more. Hearing Crystal's words, they pounced like famished tigers, rushing to kill the Zhanxian sect's Isaias and disciples. The Zhanxian sect had a long and rich history, and they all desperately wanted its wealth. Finished. The long-standing Zhanxian sect will be erased today. The grand era of the great sect will come to an end. People sighed, feeling profound emotion. The Zhanxian sect, which had stood in the central region for so long, was about to be utterly destroyed, leaving everyone in despair. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, distant beast roars echoed, fierce and earth-shaking, causing alarm. Even Anis stopped his actions, gazing afar with a grave expression. After some time, a group of people appeared before everyone. 3 young men and 2 young women rode atop extraordinary divine beasts, leading the way. Behind them followed several dozen armored knights, armed with sharp weapons, clad in bronze helmets and armor, radiating a murderous aura, clearly not ones to be trifled with. Are these the reinforcements the Mist summoned? Anis whispered to Crystal. No. Crystal shook her head. She did not recognize these people. Where is Denny? A young man spoke, dressed in green robes, with an extraordinary demeanor and handsome features. They're looking for Denny. Crystal's pupils constricted. Could these be Denny's allies? It's me. Denny responded, maintaining caution. He also didn't recognize them. Where is Nadine? The young man in green robes asked Denny. They're here for Nadine. Denny's heart raced, sensing something. Could these people be from Nadine's clan? He knew Nadine's background, coming from a powerful sacred clan, left in Yunshan City for certain reasons. These people were exceptionally remarkable and extraordinary, surpassing even the ancient noble clan's descendants he had seen. He suspected they were from the sacred clan. Indeed. Denny activated the Book of Cause and Effect to investigate the causes and effects of the young man in green robes. Such an investigation required consuming a 1,000-year-old treasure herb. An ordinary person could never afford such a large expense. The identity of the young man in green robes must not be simple. For safety, he consumed the 1,000-year-old treasure herb to investigate the young man's causes and effects. Soon, the causes and effects of the young man in green robes became clear. The young man was named Cain, from the sacred clan, sent to find Nadine who was wandering outside. I'll call Nadine over. Denny smiled lightly, returning to the Jianxian sect. He found Nadine, restoring her original appearance, and let her out. Indeed, she is from our Lan clan. The young man in green robes smiled upon seeing Nadine, sensing the Lan clan's bloodline within her. This wouldn't be wrong. Nadine was the person they were looking for. Chapter 224, Monster. Brother Avon, who are they? Nadine was somewhat frightened, tugging at Denny's clothes and timidly looking at Cain and the others. Don't be scared. We are your clansmen and have come specially to find you. Cain smiled as he spoke to Nadine. My clansmen? Nadine was still very afraid. Even though Cain's smile was kind, she still hid behind Denny, not daring to look at Cain directly. What's wrong with her? Cain frowned, sensing that something wasn't right with Nadine. Why would she be so afraid? Ava has suffered too much? Torture? Who dares to torture someone of our Lan clan? Cain's eyebrows bristled upright, an extremely terrifying aura exploding from him, frightening everyone. People from the Jeremiahua sect? Denny narrated everything that had happened. So this is why you took Nadine away. Cain understood everything. They had left the Lan clan to search for Nadine, first going to Cloud Mountain City. Then they heard that Nadine had joined the Jeremiahua sect to cultivate, so they came to the central region. When they arrived in the central region, they heard that Denny had caused a ruckus at the Jeremiahua sect branch and taken Nadine away. Afterward, they came here. Since they heard that the Jeremiahua sect planned to attack the Jianxian sect, and Denny was likely to appear, they came over here. All those who bullied Nadine are dead. That's letting them off easy. Otherwise, I'd make their lives worse than death. Cain's voice was cold. A powerful holy clan member suffering such torment was intolerable to him. Are you the one responsible? He focused on Crystal. Denny had narrated the entire process, knowing that Nadine was sent to the branch due to Crystal's machinations. Even the people in the branch dared to torture Nadine, largely because of Crystal's influence. Do you think you can hold me accountable? Crystal remained calm, showing no fear. Even if Cain and his group were extraordinary or well-rooted, she wasn't afraid. With several ancient noble clans supporting her, what did she have to fear? What do you think? Cain's gaze turned chilly. Ridiculous. Anise shouted. Do you know who she is? Ava inherited the legacy of the war goddess and will surely become a god, sweeping all enemies aside. War goddess? Becoming a god? Another young man from the Lan clan, riding on a beast, Hal, sneered, saying, Do you know that initially, even the gods were slaves of my clan, cleaning our courtyards? Are you dreaming? Anise couldn't help but laugh loudly, not believing what Hal said. Gods as servants? He must still be asleep. Thinking back to their Mu clan, whose legacy stretched far into antiquity, even into the era before ancient times. Back then, during the age when gods roamed the earth, their Mu clan was nothing, easily suppressed by the gods. He didn't believe that the force behind Hal could be more terrifying and powerful than their Mu clan. In this era, such forces no longer existed. They had long been erased by the passage of time. Which clan are you from? Anise asked, thinking that Cain and company also came from ancient noble clans, perhaps belonging to other clans within the 4 major regions. Foolish, insignificant, ignorant. Hal shook his head repeatedly, thinking that Anise knew too little and couldn't understand just how powerful their Lan clan was. The Holy Clan. In the era of antiquity, they belonged to a dominant lineage. Changes in heaven and earth forced them to hide their movements out of caution, eventually fading from the world's eyes. In fact, not only were they like this, there were other powerful races in the world that remained unknown to the public. You're too presumptuous, young one. Anise sneered, a heavy killing aura flaring in his eyes. This was the central region, their territory. Would an outsider clan dare act so recklessly? Are you even qualified to call me young one? Hal's voice was icy. Cultivators don't discuss age, but power. What power do you possess to address me as a young one? Haha. Anise burst out laughing again, looking at Hal. A mere child like you, I can crush with just one finger. Hal appeared to be only 17 or 18 years old. At such a young age, what power could he possibly have? No matter how astonishing Hal was, he absolutely couldn't compare with him. Is it like this? Hal lightly lifted one finger, pointing at Anise. Instantly, the void collapsed, chaotic spatial forces surged, and a terrifying beam of light shot out, striking Anise directly. Anise couldn't react in time, and the beam hit him full force. With a loud boom, he was hurled backward, a large bloody hole piercing through his chest, blood splattering everywhere. You. He looked down incredulously, unable to believe how powerful and terrifying Hal was. Moreover, this revealed his own strength as well. If another cultivator had their chest pierced, they would die immediately, but he didn't die. His vitality remained strong, his life not affected. What? He was horrified, his heart surging with shock. He attempted to harness his energy to stop the bleeding. However, he found it impossible. A special force radiated from his wound, blocking any recovery of his strength. Instantly, cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and he felt the threat of death looming. Getting his chest pierced, he wouldn't die. But if the bleeding continued unchecked and untreated, his vitality would gradually diminish, and he would eventually die completely. My heavens! Is he human? Everyone was terrified. Anise, so terrifying and formidable, able to break through the power of a wasteland, had been critically injured by Hal with just one finger. Their scalps tingled, cold sweat pouring down their spines. What kind of monster was this? So terrifying and powerful at merely 17 or 18 years old. Crystal's pupils constricted sharply, fear rising in her heart. Originally, she wasn't afraid, confident in the support of the ancient noble clans. But now, she lost her confidence. The background of Hal and the others might be even more terrifying. This is the power of the Holy Clan's descendants? Denny's eyes gleamed, excitement coursing through him. Throughout his journey, he had been fierce and strong, hard-pressed to find anyone at his level who could suppress him. Even Crystal, who inherited the legacy of the war goddess, couldn't match him in battle at their level. He once thought himself unmatched at his level, none could rival him. But now, he clearly sensed his mistake. He was indeed powerful, but there were others even stronger in this world. At the very least, the offspring of the Holy Clan were definitely formidable and terrifying. In battle against a Holy Clan descendant, the outcome was uncertain. There are always people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains. This saying is undoubtedly true. I should remember this and never forget it. He reminded himself deeply, this incident serving as a wake-up call, reminding him that he wasn't invincible and still had much to improve upon. Now can we pursue accountability? Kane's gaze turned chilly, focusing on Crystal. Chapter 225. Leave it to me. To insult a member of the Long Clan, you think you're worthy? Never mind just gaining the inheritance of the war goddess. Even if the war goddess herself descended, she wouldn't dare insult a member of our Long Clan. Kane's eyes were as cold as ice, waves of murderous intent surging forth. Throw her into the netherworld dungeon and suppress her until death. He spoke coldly, and instantly over a dozen knights brandished their weapons, pointing directly at Crystal. The netherworld dungeon was the dungeon set up by the Long Clan. Inside was horrifying. Anyone locked within would rather be dead than alive, enduring unbearable torment. He was furious and wanted Crystal to pay a heavy price. Denny opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He wished for Kane to spare Crystal's life because, to him, Crystal's life belonged to him. He wanted to kill Crystal at the peak of her strength in order to avenge previous wrongs. If Crystal were to die this way, he would feel unsatisfied for his entire life. Not being able to kill Crystal himself would become a lifelong regret. However, in the end, he didn't voice these thoughts. Kane was asserting the might of the Long Clan. How could he intervene? Interrupting this way would be like slapping Kane in the face, not giving him any face, especially when Kane was still in a rage. Swish, swish, swish. Cold glimmers flashed as over a dozen knights surged forward with their cold weapons. They too possessed terrifying power, stronger even than the Barak of Jianxian sect. Under such an attack, Crystal had no capacity for resistance and was immediately suppressed. However, unexpectedly, Crystal's body began to dissipate little by little. An avatar. Kane's pupils contracted, previously unaware. The Crystal before them was just an avatar. How cautious. Denny sneered. Indeed, Crystal was not simple. Under such circumstances, Crystal hadn't shown her true self, but had only sent an avatar. His strong spirit sense hadn't detected that it wasn't an ordinary avatar, but a divine avatar granted by the war goddess, which Crystal had gained along with divine bones. The divine aura was so potent that Denny hadn't sensed any difference. Otherwise, with Denny's keen spirit sense, he definitely would have noticed. This can't just be left like this. Kane said coldly, his eyes icy. Take me to find her. He turned to Anise and said coldly, I don't know where she is. I didn't even realize this was just an avatar. Anise hurriedly replied, revealing everything without concealment. Crystal truly had made things difficult for him this time, not hinting anything beforehand. He had assumed it was her real self. If I can't find her, I'll exterminate your entire clan. Kane's voice was filled with killing intent. I really don't know. Anise cried out. Kane pointed a finger, touching Anise's forehead. Instantly, Anise's eyes became blank, indicating that Kane was performing a soul-searching technique. After some time, he withdrew his hand, and Anise appeared like a fool, laughing incessantly. Wow, what a big monster. Will it eat me? I'm scared. Anise curled up in a ball, trembling, entirely different from his earlier state. This was the outcome after having one soul searched. Too deep a search could result in a damaged soul, leading to insanity. He has close relations with someone from the Mu clan. Kane narrowed his eyes. From the soul search, he learned everything, including that Anise indeed did not know Crystal's whereabouts. You stay here. I'm going to the Mu clan, he told Hal and others, then mounted his beast and left. It's all right now. You won't suffer anymore. Alon clan Kira smiled lightly, leaping off her beast and coming to Nadine's side. Nadine was still afraid, hiding behind Denny, clutching his clothes tightly. Don't be scared, Yenner. They are all your clansmen. They won't harm you. They will treat you well. Denny gently stroked Nadine's hair, speaking softly. Earlier, he used the Book of Causality to explore Kane's cause and effect. According to the book, Kane genuinely sought Nadine with no ill intentions. Therefore, he felt confident and hoped Nadine would go with Kane and others. Wasn't I an orphan? How can I have clan members now? I don't believe it. Nadine shook her head. You're not an orphan. You are of the Long clan bloodline. Back then, your parents had no choice but to place you in Yunshan City due to certain reasons. The Long clan Kira softly explained, many things have changed since then. Now, Nadine, you can return to the Long clan with us. What about my parents? Nadine asked with wide eyes, wondering why her parents didn't come for her. They passed away, but you are always part of the Long clan and under our protection. Well, why did my parents die? Because of certain reasons. I can't elaborate here. Once you return to the clan, you'll understand everything. The Long clan Kira reassured her, rest assured. Your parents were heroes and pride of the Long clan. You won't suffer once you return. But, I don't even recognize you. Nadine was still afraid, hiding behind Denny, unwilling to follow. Don't be scared. We truly are your clansmen. The Long clan Kira repeatedly tried to gain Nadine's trust, but the shadow cast on Nadine's heart was too large, so she stayed hidden behind Denny. Seeing Nadine so fearful, the Lan clan. Kira felt pity. Ava knew Nadine had suffered much, thus behaving this way. Ava didn't continue pressuring, waiting for Kane's return. After a while, Kane returned. Couldn't find her. Kane shook his head, recounting his visit to the Mu clan. Despite its many strong warriors, he forced his way in and successfully captured Carson. Unfortunately, Carson also didn't know Crystal's whereabouts. How strong must she be? Denny was shocked. Kane single-handedly invaded the Mu clan. A feat incredibly astonishing. The one who dares to bully us must die. Sadly, we can't linger outside for long, Kane stated. The central region was vast, and Crystal intentionally hid. They couldn't find her in a short time. No problem, leave it to me. Denny spoke up, seeing it as an opportunity for personal revenge. Do you think you can manage? Hal voiced doubt. Could he blame him given the significant gap between Crystal and Denny? Everything she did was against me, and I swear to personally take revenge. Rest assured, Crystal will surely die. Denny coldly affirmed, resolute in his words. Regardless of Crystal's astounding abilities or rapid growth, he would never let her slip through his grasp, determined to kill her. Chapter 226, The Celestial Clan. I believe in friends. Kane's gaze was like lightning, looking at Denny as he said, I think our friend is no ordinary person. Although Crystal is powerful now, there's no guarantee she will surpass this friend in the future. Brother E, you're exaggerating? Hal didn't agree, saying, although the war goddess inheritance isn't considered extraordinary by any means, that's only from our perspective. To others, especially in this era, it can be regarded as an unparalleled and transcendent inheritance. Zyretal Bolivarin, you're always just scratching the surface. Kane shook his head, saying, this friend also obtained an inheritance, and a stronger one than what Crystal received. It's the inheritance of the Balanced God. The Balanced God? That first god among the 9 great divine kings. Hal's mouth hung open in shock. The Balanced God wasn't simple, not an ordinary divine king. Even if their Lan clan were a holy clan, they still held great awe towards the Balanced God. How do you know that, Evan? Denny was startled. How did Kane see through this? He had never mentioned receiving the inheritance of the Balanced God. By observing the traces on your body, there are marks of the Balanced God's inheritance on you. The paths of balance and void. These 2 paths are unique to the Balanced God. Kane explained. Indeed, he was impressive and surprising. Without changing his divine bone, the traces left on Denny were very subtle, yet Kane could spot them with a glance, a perceptiveness far beyond that of an ordinary person. You made the right decision not changing your bones. Changing bones might make you much stronger, but the potential risks would also increase. The gods from ancient times were none simple, all left behind certain measures. Kane spoke up, even if Crystal doesn't die, the likelihood of problems arising in the future is also significant. By changing her own bones, she might not remain herself in the future. Will the war goddess replace her? Perhaps yes, perhaps no. The ancient period was so distant, even gods could hardly withstand such a long span of time. The war goddess may have already been completely obliterated. Kane explained, however, the gods from the ancient period had many methods. They might survive in some special form. Even if the war goddess cannot replace her, she may still undergo mutations. All of these were uncertain events. The ancient period was an extremely terrifying and fearful time, with techniques and powers unimaginable by common folk. One generation of demon sage, overlooking the world, with few rivals, yet ended up like this. Truly tragic. He turned his head to look at Mavis, speaking with a sigh about things Mavis couldn't possibly understand. Demon sage? Are you talking about me? Mavis was confused, completely unable to follow. You'll understand in the future. Kane didn't say much more. Denny was surprised. Could Kane actually discern this? Truly alarming. Come with us. Your parents left many things for you, hoping you could inherit them. Kane looked at Nadine, his voice soft. Things my parents left for me? Desmonda. Kane nodded. Everything is in the clan. You can inherit them after you return. At this moment, Nadine was somewhat tempted to return with the Lan clan. Ava wanted to know what her parents had left for her. Arvin brother Avon, come with me. Ava looked at Denny pitifully, not wanting to part ways with him. The Lan clan won't allow outsiders to enter. He can't go in. It would desecrate the sacred land of the Lan clan. Hal remarked. Watch your words, Zyretal Bolivarin. Kane shot a glare at Hal. Brother E, I'm telling the truth. Our sacred land can't be trampled by outsiders. Hal was not convinced. How extraordinary were the holy clans. Even during the ancient times filled with numerous strong ones, the holy clans ruled supreme, let alone in the present era where they stood as absolute behemoths. In their most glorious and prosperous period, countless pilgrims came, all the most powerful beings, whose strength was unimaginable. Desmond, even those mighty figures were ultimately kept outside the clan's bounds. The Lan clan was indeed extraordinary, not for just anyone to enter. It's fine. Denny smiled, not caring. He didn't plan to go to the Lan clan. Although the Lan clan was good, it wasn't suitable for him. With too many secrets on him, a place as extraordinary as the Lan clan, filled with many powerful individuals, might expose him. From what Kane said, Nadine's status within the Lan clan would be quite high after returning. But, this status was ultimately given by others, not something Nadine earned through her own strength. If something went wrong, Nadine might not be able to stop it. Arvin brother Avon, are you not going with Yennefer? If Arvin brother Avon doesn't go, Yennefer doesn't want to go either. Nadine was deeply dependent on Denny. Especially after all the torture she experienced, she relied on Denny even more, seeing him as her only trusted person. Yennefer be good. Uncle and Aunt left many things for you. In both emotion and reason, you should return. Denny looked at Nadine affectionately. Arvin brother Avon has many things to do outside. Arvin brother Avon must not only kill Crystal but also investigate the situation of his parents. They might still be alive. Speaking of this, he asked Kane, Evan, have you heard of the Jeremiah Hang clan? The Jeremiah Hang clan was the clan behind his mother, who bore the surname Jeremiah Hang. According to Amir's investigation, the clan behind his mother was incredibly powerful and frightening, likely as powerful as the Lan clan, belonging to the Holy Clans. Cain might know something. Jeremiah Hang clan. No impression. Cain thought for a while, and finally shook his head. Jeremiah Hang clan. Jeremiah Hang clan. Have you forgotten, brother D? Among the legendary ancient celestial clans, there was a Jeremiah Hang clan. Beside them, a Lan clan girl murmured a few times, seemingly remembering some records about the Jeremiah Hang clan. Among the ancient celestial clans, there was indeed a Jeremiah Hang clan. Cain also recalled. Ancient celestial clans? What kind of clans are they? Denny asked. Unimaginable clans. Cain said, during ancient times, humans were weak and couldn't compete with other races. The celestial clan was the pinnacle force among humans. They were incredibly powerful, leading humanity step by step to its peak, gradually suppressing other races. All of humanity's ability to become the masters of the earth today is closely related to the celestial clan. During the ancient times, the celestial clan laid down a solid foundation for humans to become the masters of the earth. Recalling the records of the celestial clan, they represented the utmost limit of human power, an incomparably powerful clan, beyond imagination. Denny was shaken inside. Did his mother come from such a celestial clan? Is there any news of the celestial clan or the Jeremiah Hang clan in the current era? He urgently asked. What are you thinking? Not just the current era, even in ancient times, the celestial clan was already nowhere to be seen. Hal said. In the ancient times, many unknown events occurred. For some reason, the celestial clan had already vanished in the ancient times. Cain continued Hal's words. Hashtag chapter 227. Matters conclude. Besides the Heavenly Clan Jeremiah Hang clan, have you heard of any other particularly powerful Jeremiah Hang clans? Denny asked. The Heavenly Clan had vanished in ancient times. He couldn't help but suspect that his mother's Jeremiah Hang clan was not the Heavenly Clan. None, Cain carefully recalled, but ultimately shook his head. Besides the Heavenly Clan and the Jeremiah Hang clan, he could not think of any other Jeremiah Hang clan. Thank you, Taoist friend. Denny thanked him. Whether or not it was the case, he now at least had a target to investigate. He could start by investigating the Heavenly Clan Jeremiah Hang clan to see if his mother was a member of the Heavenly Clan. If the Jeremiah Hang clan really was the Heavenly Clan, rescuing his parents would be an incredibly daunting task. They were one of the peak human clans. How could he possibly contend with them? For a moment, his mind was in chaos, realizing how far he still had to go. Brother Avon, remember to come visit me in the future. Nadine said wistfully as she bid farewell to Denny. Her parents had left her some things within the Lan clan, so she had to return and check on them. I will, Denny nodded solemnly. Others find it hard to enter the Lan clan, but friends are always exceptions. In the future, friends can enter the Lan clan freely. Cain said warmly and informed Denny of the location of the Lan clan. However, it wasn't the true clan grounds, but merely an external liaison point. Hope the friend understands, due to certain reasons, we cannot disclose the actual clan grounds. Cain added apologetically. No problem. Denny smiled, knowing Cain had his own concerns, so he didn't press further. In the end, Cain and others left with Nadine. What a little girl with such a grand background, Megan remarked, marveling at how a young man like Cain dared to directly enter the Mu clan territory and apprehend Carson. A feat that absolutely stunned everyone. He didn't doubt for a moment that the Lan clan behind Cain must be even more extraordinary. Ava's so pitiful, having suffered so much before, but finally her suffering has ended. Ava will undoubtedly lead a brilliant life henceforth, Anastasia commented. This matter came to its conclusion. No one expected it to end like this. So many twists and turns. It was truly eventful. Desmond's. People were left profoundly shaken, their hearts unable to calm down. Crystal, who had inherited the goddess of war's legacy, was killed and didn't dare show her face again. The mighty and terrifying Anise was reduced to a fool, and even the Mu clan behind him was suspected to be destroyed. What kind of clan is this? How frightening. Their hearts raced. Originally, they thought the ancient noble clans were the most formidable and terrifying powers in existence. However, they were wrong. Even more powerful and terrifying forces existed beyond the ancient noble clans. At all times, we need to have a heart full of respect. Nothing is absolute in this world. There will always be someone stronger out there. Each person rang their mental alarm bells, warning themselves never to be arrogant. Too many terrifying individuals lurked, ready to emerge without warning. Zhanshan's sect was severely damaged, a mess everywhere without a single intact place. Desmond, the Ava wasn't bothered at all. Our Zhanshan sect will surpass its former glory. He laughed heartily, more delighted than ever. Elisangfeng's strength had doubled, overwhelming numerous central region powerhouses. Denny remained unharmed, with astonishing potential, and also had ties with the mysterious Lan clan. With these conditions, their Zhanshan sect was bound to surpass its previous heights and become even stronger. Good fortune and misfortune coexist. This saying fits our situation perfectly. He couldn't stop laughing, too excited. Although the Zhanshan sect was devastated, it welcomed an even more brilliant future, something he had long dreamed of and now seemed close to achieving. The Jeremiah sect will be expelled. His gaze turned cold, ready to settle scores. None of the factions that had attacked the Zhanshan sect today would escape retribution. Jeremiah sect would pay a heavy price. The Jeremiah sect leader was still present, his face pale. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. He bitterly regretted his actions. If he had known, he wouldn't have moved against the Zhanshan sect at all. However, it was too late to change anything now. He was helpless and had no support. Jeremiah sect's destruction was inevitable. Go back and consider how to make up for this mistake. The Zhanshan sect leader looked at the leaders of the other factions coldly. Thank you, Eli. We will certainly satisfy you, Eli. The faction leaders quickly replied and left. They felt terrible. Originally, they wanted to connect with Crystal to strengthen their factions. But events took an unexpected turn. Not only did they fail to benefit, but they would now have to pay a heavy price. This time, they were bound to suffer significant losses. Calming the Jianxian sect's anger would not be easy. You Jeremiah State were once a minor clan. With our Jianxian sect's assistance, you gradually became powerful and even established your own nation. Your Presley even developed 9 meridians with our Jianxian sect's help, but in the blink of an eye, Presley abandoned the Jianxian sect and attacked its disciples. As for the rest of you, you forgot the kindness Jianxian sect showed in the past and joined Jeremiah sect, intending to destroy us. The Jeremiah state does not deserve to exist anymore. Disband immediately. The Jianxian sect leader looked at the Jeremiah state's leaders, his voice icy. The Jeremiah state leaders tried to speak, but found no words coming out. What else could they say? Regardless of what they said, the Jianxian sect would never let them off. Could they rely on their Princess Presley? Unlikely. Even Crystal didn't dare show her face. What role could Presley play? Especially when their princess was still uncertain whether she was alive or dead. They felt a complex mix of emotions, lowering their heads as they left. Once they returned, the Jeremiah state would dissolve entirely, disappearing from the central region. Arvin Ma, you and the Jeremiah sect leader shall proceed to Jeremiah sect and take control. The Jianxian sect leader gave the order. Desmond's. Arvin Ma accepted the order and left with the Jeremiah sect leader. The Jeremiah sect leader was severely injured and powerless to resist. He sighed deeply. Jeremiah sect had been destroyed because of him. Anyone who shed the blood of our Jianxian sect Isaias and disciples will not be spared. The Jianxian sect leader's eyes turned cold, looking at the Jeremiah sect members present as he issued the extermination order. Earlier, some Jeremiah sect Isaias and disciples had carried out large-scale massacres. He couldn't let them off and would hold them accountable for the deaths of Jianxian sect members. Jianxian sect Isaias and disciples set out, bringing forth the Jeremiah sect members responsible for the massacres, slaying them one by one. Chapter 228, Revered Identity. The mighty 9 Glory sect of Jeremiah Balavara was once expected to become the premier sect in Jeremiah, but now it has been taken over by Jianxian sect and completely dissipated. In the future, Jianxian sect will undoubtedly become the top dog in Jeremiah. People were buzzing with discussions. The battle had concluded, and the landscape of Jeremiah had changed dramatically. The once fiercely powerful 9 Glory sect had vanished, and the previously less distinguished Jianxian sect now displayed a crushing dominance. Now in Jeremiah, no other force could rival Jianxian sect, not even the ancient clans. The Lan clan's origins were unknown but absolutely terrifying. Even the Mu clan could not stand against them and was forcefully attacked. In such circumstances, the ancient clans dared not easily provoke Jianxian sect. In a certain place in Central Region, Crystal's face was dark and ugly. Ava never imagined that Nadine's origins would be so terrifying. Fortunately, I was fusing divine bones and couldn't go there in person, or else I would have died. Ava muttered under her breath, feeling very reluctant. Ava was on the verge of success, but ended up completely defeated, which left her unable to accept it. The ancient clans are too far behind. In the Central Region, I can't stay here anymore. Ava carefully considered her options and decided to leave the Central Region. Ava even planned to leave Jeremiah. The Lan clan was so frightening. She feared that showing her face might result in her death. Ava at least needed to leave the Central Region. I might as well leave Jeremiah first. Though vast distances separated regions, for a force like the Lan clan, such distances meant nothing. They could cross into any region anytime they wanted. Ultimately, she decided to leave Jeremiah. I still have some time. Once I become stronger, I will return. Ava clenched her teeth. The Cathy's restrictions still bound her. Ava must return and capture the man for the Cathy. Otherwise, she would die under these constraints. With reluctance, she took one last look at the Central Region before preparing to leave Jeremiah. This made her heart ache. Not long ago, she was Jeremiah's brightest new star, and the ancient clans vied to flatter her. Now, she had to leave Jeremiah like a stray dog, unable to bear the stark contrast. Jianxian sect was in ruins, but rebuilding it was not difficult. Especially after taking over 9 Glory sect and acquiring all its resources, the reconstructed Jianxian sect would undoubtedly be more glorious and magnificent than ever. Those forces that had previously attacked Jianxian sect sent their powerful figures with numerous treasures to apologize. Additionally, they left their experts behind to help rebuild Jianxian sect as compensation for their past wrongs. It didn't take long, just a few days, and Jianxian sect was rebuilt. The rebuilt sect was larger, more splendid, and grander than before. The Sun clan comes to congratulate. The Zaire clan congratulates Jianxian sect on its successful reconstruction. Many ancient clan experts emerged from their territories, bringing generous gifts to celebrate with Jianxian sect. While outsiders didn't know, they were fully aware. Cain had ascended the Mu clan and nearly obliterated it. This terrified them. Cain was just a young boy, yet he was so terrifyingly powerful. What must his Lan clan be capable of? They didn't dare imagine it. Each ancient clan sought to build ties with Jianxian sect. Of course, they also wanted to connect with Denny, because the person associated with the Lan clan was Denny. Young nephew Denny is youthful and talented, handsome and charming. My clan's princess is about your age. Would you like to meet her? Our clan has 7 princesses, all around your age. Why don't you visit our clan? One ancient clan expert after another surrounded Denny, offering their daughters to him. My heart is set on the path of cultivation. I haven't thought about such matters yet. Denny slipped away quickly. The Moron clan also sent envoys. Denny personally received them. Adelia didn't come. She was seriously injured in Tai battlefield and was recuperating within the clan. There's no need for formalities. The Moron clan will always be my friend. Denny spoke earnestly. During the Tai battlefield incident, Adelia fought Crystal to the death for him despite knowing she wasn't a match. This deeply moved him. While part of it was because he could cure her physical condition, her actions were still very touching. After some time, I will personally visit the Morong clan. Denny saw off the Morong clan's envoy. He intended to visit the Morong clan both to see Adelia and to help heal her. After reaching the Destiny Wheel realm, the Book of Cause and Effect had greater potential. He could perhaps provide further relief for Adelia. He hadn't gone immediately due to the rebuilding efforts at Jianxian sect, which required his assistance everywhere. Once he finished, he would visit the Morong clan. Time passed, and Jianxian sect gradually stabilized. Denny left Jianxian sect and headed for the Morong clan. Upon arriving at the Morong clan, he received highly reverent treatment, greeted personally by the Jerry. There's no need for this formality. Snowy and I are friends. Uncle, you're too polite. Just friends? I heard that Snowy risked her life for you in Tai battlefield. The Jerry laughed heartily. Denny met Adelia. After recovery during this period, she had fully recovered. Remember when we first met? You were nobody back then. Now you've become someone whom even my father respects and admires. Adelia looked at Denny, filled with nostalgia. In Yunshan City, Denny truly was nobody, despised by the entire Mo clan. Now, he was undoubtedly Jeremiah Howe's most revered and noble figure, and no one dared show him the slightest disrespect. Reliant on others. That's not real skill. Only when I can earn everyone's respect through my own strength will it matter. Denny shook his head, not boasting. As he said, people revered him because of the Long clan. Without the Long clan, others wouldn't hold him in such high regard. I will help relieve your constitutional issues. Denny spoke seriously. Unfortunately, I can only provide temporary relief, not a permanent solution. Upon meeting Adelia, he had activated the Book of Cause and Effect, which only provided methods for temporary relief, not a root cure. His realm and strength were still too low. It's okay. I believe you can help me eventually. Adelia smiled brightly and even teased. I'm putting my life in your hands. You can't forget me. You have to live well. Her cheeks turned red upon realizing the double meaning of her words. Chapter 229, Yin State. You and I are one. I won't forget that. Denny said with a smile. What did being one mean? Amira's face turned even redder. Denny's words could be interpreted in so many ways. All right, no more joking around. You need to prepare some herbs. Denny smiled again, mentioning a few types of herbs for Amira to refine into pills which would help alleviate her physical issues after ingestion. The Morong clan had deep reserves. These medicinal materials were not at all an issue. After bidding farewell to Amira, he left the Morong clan. As soon as he returned to Morong clan, Simon found him. Oldemo, I want you to come with me to Yin State. Simon's face was serious, devoid of his usual playfulness. Yin State? Denny was taken aback, asking, why go to Yin State? To go home. To go home? Denny remembered that during the Tai battlefield, Simon had mentioned coming from the Simon family of Yin State. Desmond's, to go home. Simon spoke, saying, the Simon family differs from other ancient families. At the age of 6, we are expelled from our family and must fend for ourselves before returning at 16. So cruel. Denny was astonished. The way the Simon family trained their young truly stood out. Not just cruel, it's brutal. To maximize training results, the descendants of Simon sent out are not allowed to cultivate in Yin State, but only in other states. Furthermore, upon reaching the return date, all descendants outside must return, or they will be expelled from the Simon family. Simon said bitterly. It was clear he hated this method. Honestly, who wouldn't hate it? 6 years old was incredibly young. At such a tender age, shouldn't one be cherished in their parents' arms? But he was sent away, even sent to another state, having to rely solely on himself to survive. This would be unacceptable for anyone and likely cause resentment. No wonder you've always been so cautious. Denny sighed, understanding how difficult it must have been for Simon. At such a young age, surviving alone was no easy feat. Simon had surely faced many hardships. Cultivating a cautious character was understandable. I'm 16 now, it's time to return, Simon said. But, I'm afraid. It may be my ancestral land, but since leaving at 6, even the faces of my parents have become hazy to me. I'm afraid to go back. He continued. Okay, I'll go with you. Denny didn't say much, just patting Simon on the shoulder. He understood Simon's fears. At the tender age of 6, Simon viewed the Simon family as a strange place. His fear was understandable. Jianxian sect was running smoothly, all dangers and crises gone. He had nothing keeping him in Jeremiah Howe, and could use the time accompanying Simon. As for tracking Crystal, he didn't wish to do it right now. Currently lacking the strength to kill Crystal himself, finding her was pointless. He wanted to slay her with his own hands when he grew stronger. I knew you'd help me, Oldemo. Simon grinned widely. All right, when are we leaving? The sooner, the better. The return time is not far off, only 2 months remain. All right. Denny nodded, replying, then let's leave today. He didn't need to prepare anything and could set off any time. Yin State wasn't like Jeremiah Howe. Everything he had in Jeremiah Howe wouldn't apply in Yin State. He didn't ask Clementine and others to come along, but told them to stay and cultivate within Jianxian sect. Finally, they bid farewell to the Ava and others at Jianxian sect, then left the sect. Amanita naturally followed by Denny's side. It couldn't stand staying at Jianxian sect for long. Crossing between states was not a small matter, extremely difficult to achieve. Despite their considerable strength, Denny and his companions might take years to reach Yin State traveling on foot. They needed to use a teleportation array. Denny returned to the Morong clan. Such a journey between states wasn't simple. Jianxian sect didn't have such a teleportation array, so he came to see if the Morong clan had one. It exists, though it hasn't been used in many years. It was an ancient teleportation array leading to Yin State. However, it had been in use for too long, unsure if it still worked. The Morong clan had withdrawn from worldly affairs, making travel to Yin State unnecessary, hence the array had never been used. It was one of the earliest arrays built by the Morong clan before they withdrew, once traveling to various places across other states. It can still work. The patriarch of the Morong clan personally inspected it. Although ancient, it could still function with only minor repairs needed. Thank you, Barak. Denny thanked him sincerely. Without this array, it would be unknown when they would reach Yin state. You should have prepared earlier. 2 months is tight. Denny glared at Simon, thinking him unreliable. Latoying the timing would lead to expulsion. Simon should have started earlier. No time. Simon laughed bitterly, explaining, after the Tai battlefield, Zhanshin sect faced major events. I couldn't leave then. With countless opportunities at Tai battlefield, he couldn't miss them. Leaving the battlefield, 9 Bolivar sect attacked Zhanshin sect immediately after. He indeed lacked the time to prepare earlier. You're going to Yin state. Take me along. Amira wished to accompany Denny. There'll be plenty of chances later. No need now. Your pill isn't finished yet. Denny replied. Refining pills took time, especially the one for Amira, requiring significant effort. All right, you better take me to see other states in the future. I haven't been to any. Amira pouted adorably. Don't worry, I'll definitely take you to other states someday. The Arvin of the array formation quickly repaired the teleportation array. This is an ancient array, not built in recent times. We don't know where it will transport you, but it will undoubtedly be in Yin state, the Isaiah said. Eras change, landscapes alter. Ancient arrays, once leading somewhere specific, now led to unknown locations. That's fine. As long as we arrive in Yin state, we can find a way forward. Denny stated. The hardest part was getting to Yin state. Once there, everything else would fall into place. All right, be careful. The Isaias activated the ancient teleportation array, with runes flashing. Denny, the kitten, and Simon stepped onto the array. A wave of light surged, and their figures vanished. I'll be waiting for you to take me to other states. Amira murmured softly, gazing at the place Denny disappeared, somewhat dazed. Hashtag chapter 230, the icy celestial plane. The distance between provinces was too vast, and even with teleportation arrays, instant travel was impossible. Carlo and his group didn't know how long they had been teleported before their figures finally reappeared. Seriously unreliable. Where did this teleport us? Harold gazed at the surroundings, speechless and unsure of what to say. Before them lay a world of white. Snow covered everything, and the bone-chilling wind made him shiver uncontrollably. Oh woo! Lord Tiger is about to turn into a popsicle. Paris roared in protest, asking where they were and why it was so cold. Carlo frowned, sensing something amiss. He too felt an overwhelming chill. This was truly abnormal. Bear in mind, they were all at the Zyrif Will Realm stage. Ordinary cold winds couldn't possibly make them feel cold. Desmond now, they were entirely numb from the cold, indicating this place was far from simple. He circulated the energy within his body, warming himself to resist the cold and return to normal. Harold and the Temperance quickly followed suit, driving out the chill. Let's go. Carlo and company set off through the icy landscape. They had no idea where they were, but at least they needed to find someone for directions. This is a wilderness. Harold's lips twitched, almost cursing. After walking for an entire day, they hadn't seen anyone, just endless snow. They were completely trapped in this icy realm. This area was incredibly vast. Even at their speed, which could cover 1,000 miles a day, they still found themselves surrounded by nothing but white. They continued on, picking a direction and resolved to go all the way. There was no other option. Without any knowledge of this place, every direction seemed the same. People detected. After another full day of walking, Carlo's powerful spiritual senses picked up human presence ahead. Go! Excited, they hurried toward the source. Soon, they reached a group of young people, men and women, all with extraordinary auras. Excuse me, can you tell us where we are? Carlo asked with a smile. You don't know where here is? Surprise showed on their faces. How did Carlo and company end up here if they didn't know where it was? Sigh. Blame my unreliable Isaias brother. He likes experimenting with arrays and recently drew one, insisting we try it out. Now we're stuck here. Carlo sighed, explaining, we've wandered for days without finding a way out and have no idea where we are. You went the wrong way. A violet couldn't help but chuckle, saying, you're heading deeper inside. Ah. Paris gave Harold a stern look. He was the one who chose the direction. Your brother sure is unreliable, teleporting you here. This is the icy celestial plane. Without knowing the path, you'd be hopelessly lost. Another youth added, luckily you met us and stopped. Going deeper would mean never coming back. The icy celestial plane. Harold's face changed. He hadn't expected to be teleported here. Though he was sent to Jeremiah Howe at age 6, he had always gathered information about Yin province. The icy celestial plane was infamous in Yin province, its dangers feared by all. How far from your home? Carlo asked. Far enough to be opposite ends of the earth. Harold smiled bitterly. Their family lived in the far south, while the icy celestial plane was in the far north. Thank you, friends. Carlo thanked the youths and prepared to turn back with Harold and the Temperance. You won't get out this way. The kind-hearted girl said, the icy celestial plane looks the same everywhere. Without knowing it, it's nearly impossible to find your way out. Why not follow us back to our tribe and we'll lead you out tomorrow? Do people actually live here? Harold's expression changed, wondering if his understanding was wrong. Wasn't the icy celestial plane supposed to be a forbidden land? Desmond's, we've lived here for generations. Not only our tribe but many others reside here as well, she explained. It's true that it's terrifying, but not all parts are dangerous. The real danger lies deep inside. Going there means never returning. Ava briefly described the icy celestial plane to Harold. It was vast, with many tribes living within. We just returned from another tribe. You're lucky we encountered each other. Otherwise, you might never meet anyone. The environment here was harsh, unsuitable for habitation. Even animals avoided this area. That much we noticed, Carlo nodded after hearing her. It indeed wasn't fit for living. The chilling wind required constant use of energy to withstand. Our matters require urgency. Our tribe awaits our return. Otherwise, we could send you out right now. the girl explained. No rush, we understand, Carlo smiled. Even though they'd ended up in the opposite direction, once out of the icy celestial plane, they could use teleportation arrays to reach the southern clan. In-province teleportation should be less complicated, so there was no need to rush. All right. The girl led Carlo and company back to their tribe. Indeed, this place looked the same everywhere. After a long walk, they reached a warmer area free of the biting cold. Tents, tall like small mountains, greeted them. We're here. The girl smiled but soon became somber, thinking about the tribal Isaiah's mission. Don't be like this. We've done our best. Baxter sighed deeply, patting her shoulder. Let's go back and plan further. Only this way. Her expression remained downcast. Is something troubling you? Carlo asked. Nothing. It's a tribal matter. No worries for you. Since you've been wandering the icy celestial plane for days, rest well tonight. We'll lead you out early tomorrow. Translation completed. Please review and provide feedback if necessary. Chapter 231. Chinchur Tribe. Juanita, Yinshur, you're back. How did the talks go? As soon as the Violet and her companions returned to the tribe with Bert and the others, a crowd surrounded them, eagerly asking questions. These matters can wait. We have guests. Let's settle them in first. They've walked through the snowy wilderness for several days and are quite tired. Let them rest first, the Violet said with a smile, though it seemed forced. Gentlemen, please this way. Someone stepped forward to arrange accommodations for Denny and his party, settling them in for the night. By evening, meals were delivered to Denny and the others. Outside, voices could be heard conversing. Ugh, the people of the Xuanhuan tribe are so unreasonable. They want 100 kiras from our tribe just to help us. This is outright exploitation while we're down. Denny and the others paused mid-meal upon hearing these words, listening intently. What do we do? If the Xuanhuan tribe refuses to help us, the Chinchur tribe won't survive this. Those damned Bolivaroyan tribes, they've already annexed so many tribes and occupied so much land, yet they aren't satisfied. They even want to swallow us up. Outside, the exchange grew heated. Hearing this, Denny started to piece things together. They were in the Chinchur tribe, which had caught the attention of the Bolivaroyan tribe. The Violet and others had gone to seek help from another tribe, the Xuanhuan tribe. But the Xuanhuan tribe took advantage of the situation, demanding 100 Chinchur kiras in return for assistance. We can't just leave like this. Denny made his decision quickly. If they hadn't encountered this situation, he might have ignored it. But now that they had, they couldn't walk away, especially since they needed help from the Violet and others. Requiring 100 kiras, how despicable. This is worse than an outright refusal. Macrawled. Do they not have kiras in their own tribe? Really? Haroun sneered in disdain. After a night passed, Jillian arrived early at the tent where Denny and the others were staying. Gentlemen, let's set off early so you can leave the snowy wilderness sooner, Jillian said with a smile, her eyes slightly puffy, clearly exhausted from lack of sleep the previous night. No rush. Denny smiled. We rarely come to the snowy wilderness. Let's explore it properly before we may not get a chance to return. Gentlemen, you aren't leaving? Not leaving, Denny replied. We'll stay here and enjoy the tribal scenery. Jillian's expression changed. Ava sighed. If it were any other time, you could stay as long as you liked, and we'd show you around. But now? Why not now? Sighing again, she replied, none of this concerns you. It's best if you leave the snowy wilderness early. Because of the Bolivaroyan tribe? Looking at Denny, she nodded. Feeling Jillian's kindness, he knew she didn't want to involve them, but having overheard everything last night, they had decided to help the Chinchur tribe. How do you know? The tribe is in turmoil, everyone's discussing it. We heard the murmurs. Since you know, I won't hide it from you. Jillian began. The Bolivaroyan tribe has a new chieftain who has a ruthless desire for conquest. Since taking leadership, he has waged relentless wars against other tribes. Now, the Bolivaroyan tribe has set its sights on our Chinchur tribe. With our strength, we cannot withstand them. This monster Juanita and I went to the Xuanhuan tribe for help but failed. Their demands were too excessive. Ava revealed all the details. They hadn't yet decided whether to agree to the Xuanhuan tribe's demands. Gentlemen should leave. It's better for you no matter what. That wouldn't be right. Denny shook his head. We'll stay and find a way to help the Chinchur tribe through this. Boom, boom, boom. A resonating drum beat echoed across the tribe. The tribal chieftain is gathering everyone. Understanding the significance of the drumming, Alan led Denny and company towards the gathering place. On a raised platform stood several Isaisli men, their hair white and their bodies weary. Below, densely packed, were the people of the Chinchur tribe. I suppose everyone knows, an Isais on the platform side. What should we do about the Xuanhuan tribe's demand? I want your opinions. He was the chieftain of the Chinchur tribe. Sacrificing 100 kiras was a grave humiliation. Desmond, rejecting it would result in the complete destruction of the Chinchur tribe at the hands of the Bolivaroyan tribe. I volunteer myself for the tribe. Akira called out loudly. I volunteer too. I volunteer too. Many kiras voiced their willingness to sacrifice themselves, a deeply moving gesture for the safety of their tribe. The Chinchur tribe has daughters like you, a true blessing, the chieftain cried out, tears streaming down his old face. Who wanted these kiras to suffer? He certainly didn't. Desmond, without their sacrifice, the Chinchur tribe would inevitably fall. You will be remembered as heroes by future generations of the Chinchur tribe. Heroes, heroes, voices shouted below, many with tears of both pride and shame. These willing martyrs included daughters and sisters of the people. They didn't want these sacrifices, but they had no choice. To save the tribe, they must make this decision. Count me in. Jillian spoke resolutely, stepping forward, ready to offer herself. Chapter 232. A contest must be fought. Ah, Lila, you cannot. You are the chieftain's granddaughter. How can you sacrifice yourself? Desmond's Lila, come back. We have enough people already. Seeing Lila stepping forward, many shouted from below the platform, including those girls who had willingly offered themselves as sacrifices. They did not want Lila to sacrifice herself. I, as the granddaughter of the chieftain, should set an example. Lila yelled loudly, if we agree to the demands of the Grey Wolf tribe, I will be the first to lead and head for the Grey Wolf tribe. Her resolve was unwavering. Yenner, Xander is proud of you. On the platform, the old tribal Isaias's tears flowed freely. Lila was his beloved granddaughter, and his heart was bleeding at this moment. The Grey Wolf tribe was notorious, and the fate of the Chinchur tribe's Kiras sent to them would undoubtedly be tragic. Even if they survived, they would end up like the living dead. The Grey Wolf tribe merely wanted these girls for their amusement, and would never treat them like human beings. Ah, how can this be? Our Chinchur tribe has fallen to such a state. Among the crowd below, cries of anger and resentment echoed. For the sake of the Chinchur tribe, they were to offer their daughters, sisters, even the chieftain's granddaughter. It was an unbearable disgrace. Haratane, may I say a few words? At that moment, Denny spoke up to the chieftain. Who are you? The chieftain looked at Denny and his group, not recognizing any of them. Xander, they are travelers lost in the snowy heavenly plain. We met them by chance yesterday when we returned to the tribe and brought them back, Lila quickly explained. The Bryanton had been preoccupied with the concerns of the Chinchur tribe and was unaware that Denny and his group had arrived yesterday. Oh. The Bryanton nodded courteous and asked, Guest, what do you wish to say? I am not from the Chinchur tribe and have no right to speak. However, I still wish to say a few words. Denny said, how does the Bryanton know that the Grey Wolf tribe will honor their promise? What if they take the girls but choose not to help? Furthermore, even if the Grey Wolf tribe agrees to help and drives away the Flame tribe, saving the Chinchur tribe from this crisis, this is absolutely not a long-term solution. The Chinchur tribe will be seen as weak, and other tribes might look down on it. Other tribes might target the Chinchur tribe and take advantage of its weakened state. Also, the Grey Wolf tribe could very well go back on their word and make more unreasonable demands, or even take the opportunity to annex the Chinchur tribe. He expressed many concerns, advising against offering the Kiras. It was the worst possible solution, one that shouldn't be accepted unless there was absolutely no other choice. The Bryanton fell silent. He too had considered these issues. This world was cruel and survival of the fittest. The same applied in the snowy heavenly plain. Once the Chinchur tribe appeared weak, it would certainly become a target for others. Moreover, Denny was right. The Grey Wolf tribe had a terrible reputation and might change terms or annex the Chinchur tribe. If they had options, they wouldn't seek help from the Grey Wolf tribe. But they had none. The Grey Wolf tribe was the nearest one capable of countering the Flame tribe. Other tribes that could compete with the Flame tribe were too far away to help. So, despite knowing the Grey Wolf tribe's poor reputation, they still sought help from them. There's nothing else we can do. We can only take things one step at a time. The Bryanton sighed, not changing his mind. Offering the girls was indeed the worst option, but he had no choice. To oppose the Flame tribe? How could that be possible? The Flame tribe had merged with over a dozen tribes and grew immensely stronger. The Chinchur tribe was insignificant compared to it and could be easily destroyed. I know you mean well, but we have no choice, being too weak to resist. We must prioritize getting through this immediate crisis first. Lila looked at Denny and company. You all should leave now. Don't get involved and suffer because of us. We would never want to humiliate ourselves by sacrificing our children or sisters like this. But we truly have no other way. One can't think about the future without surviving the present, the people of the tribe said bitterly. They agreed with Denny's points and acknowledged the truth. But they felt compelled to follow this path with no other options unless they wanted mutual destruction. We can help you fight the Flame tribe, Denny loudly declared. You all? 2 kids and a little tiger? The tribe's members shook their heads, looking at Denny, Mac, and Megan. Not because they didn't believe Denny, but because they were too young. How strong could someone so young be? Thank you for your good intentions. The Bryanton replied, but you aren't from our Chinchur tribe and shouldn't risk your lives for us. Please leave now. I'll arrange for someone to guide you out of the snowy heavenly plain. He understood Denny's good intentions. However, they were too young and he doubted their strength. We have to try. Without trying, there is only death. Denny insisted. I can't gamble with the lives of everyone in the tribe. Young man, do you understand? The Bryanton looked into Denny's eyes. Of course, he wished to fight too. But he couldn't. As the leader, he needed to consider everyone's safety. If they fought, the entire tribe could be wiped out. If I say I have a 70% chance of success, what would you say? Denny's eyes sparkled. Last night, he had learned from discussions among the Chinchur tribe about the Flame tribe's power. Indeed, the Flame tribe was formidable, with several God Fusion realm experts. Their chieftain was a 9th stage God Fusion expert. The Chinchur tribe had no such experts. Under these circumstances, the Flame tribe could easily crush the Chinchur tribe. Denny, Mac, and Megan were strong, capable of cross-rank battles, but their realms were still low. They were in the Destiny Wheel stage and couldn't match the Flame tribe's experts in direct combat. However, he had a plan to narrow this gap, giving them a fighting chance. 70% was a conservative estimate. In reality, he believed the chances of success were much higher, possibly 90%. Chapter 233, Amplification Array Platform. 70% certainty? Young man, don't talk nonsense. This matter is of utmost importance. The old tribal leader's eyes lit up for a moment, but quickly dimmed again. He felt that Denny was too young and inexperienced, prone to overestimating himself. In fact, I would say there's a 90% chance, Denny said. 90%? A wave of astonishment rose from the crowd below. Everyone in the tribe changed their expressions. 90% certainty, that was almost a guarantee of success. Could Denny really have such capability? Young man, don't be overly arrogant. Please believe me, tribal leader. I wish I could believe you. The old tribal leader sighed deeply. I'll demonstrate my abilities right now, so the tribal leader can trust me, Denny said. He looked at Simon, who immediately understood and quickly walked over to hand Denny an array platform. This was the array platform they had worked on all night. It must be acknowledged that Simon's expertise in arrays was extraordinary. This array platform was incredibly complex. Denny had merely thought of the idea, and Simon had skillfully constructed it to match. Please send the strongest warrior in the tribe to battle me, Denny said. Are you serious, young man? The old tribal leader looked at Denny. Desmond's, I am very serious, Denny nodded. Fine, sure Bolivarn, go fight him. The old tribal leader called out a name. Sure Bolivarn, the strongest in the Chinchur tribe, stood at the realm of the 9th rank Zyrif wheel stage. Then, Sure Bolivarn stepped forward. He was tall and imposing, with sharp brows and piercing eyes, clearly a Zeke radiating a powerful aura. People retreated to clear the battlefield. Let's do this, Denny glowed all over, his vital energy expanding fully, exuding vitality like a slumbering dragon awakening. You are quite remarkable, but alas, you are only at the 1st rank Zyrif wheel stage. Sure Bolivarn remarked, feeling the surge of vitality from Denny. This wasn't something an ordinary person could possess. Just at the 1st rank Zyrif wheel? Indeed. Disappointment echoed around as hope in Denny dissipated among the tribe members. At the 1st rank Zyrif wheel stage, what could Denny possibly achieve no matter how exceptional he was? The Bolivaroyan tribe had several deity fusion realm experts, and their leader possessed 9th rank deity fusion realm strength, an insurmountable power. Young man, you are undoubtedly a genius with astonishing talent, but your realm is far too low. It's best we call off this battle, the old tribal leader said. Despite Denny's insistence, he had harbored some hope for him. Now, like others in the tribe, he lost that hope. Denny's robust vital energy made it clear he was not ordinary, but even the most startling geniuses couldn't leap across so many realms. Not to mention Bolivaroyan tribe's deity fusion realm experts. Denny didn't even have the strength to fight Sure Bolivarn. Let's see after the battle, Denny said confidently, glowing with assurance. Indeed, using just his own power, Denny wouldn't stand a chance against Sure Bolivarn. But holding the array platform he and Simon developed last night, he wouldn't lose this battle. So be it. Sure Bolivarn's eyes shot out beams of light as he unleashed his overwhelming power instantly. There was no time for games. He wanted to end it swiftly. Whoosh. Suddenly, Denny activated the array platform in his hand. Zyrect flashed in rapid succession. The array patterns danced, and a mysterious force surged, accompanied by a flood of elemental laws. What is this? Sure Bolivarn's expression changed drastically as he felt an immense suppression on himself. His power rapidly diminished, and even his realm started dropping rapidly. 8th rank Zyrif wheel. 7th rank Zyrif wheel. Ultimately, he dropped down to the 1st rank Zyrif wheel stage. What kind of technique was this? Shock filled his heart as he gazed at Denny in disbelief. On the high platform, the old tribal leader's eyes also brightened, fixing intently on Denny. This method surprised him as well. Uncle Bolivarn's realm has been reduced. How bizarre is this? Tribal members were speechless, unable to process the scene. They had never heard of such a technique that could forcibly lower someone's realm and power. The battle has begun. Denny grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. He punched forcefully towards Sure Bolivarn. Correctly speaking, the drop in Sure Bolivarn's realm and power stemmed from Denny's mastery of balance. Normally, without using the array platform, Denny could also forcibly suppress Sure Bolivarn. But he used the array platform anyway. The amplification array platform he and Simon created enhanced his balancing power. With just his natural balancing power, he could suppress cultivators around the deity fusion realm. But suppressing a 9th rank deity fusion realm expert required more than his own balancing power. Therefore, he utilized the array platform to test its efficacy and the extent of amplification it provided. After activating the platform, Denny felt confident. His initial 90% certainty had turned into 100%, a guaranteed success. Simon's expertise in arrays was astonishing, and the effect of the amplification array was remarkable. His balancing power increased at least 5-fold. With such enhancement, even a 9th rank deity fusion realm expert could be suppressed. Can't you lower my realm further? If it's just this much, your method won't resolve our crisis. Sure Bolivarn's eyes glinted. Just being suppressed to the same realm was meaningless. Could Denny truly dominate at this level? After the battle you'll know. Denny replied, brimming with confidence. Fine, let's see your true strength. Sure Bolivarn roared. His power erupted completely, emitting a formidable aura. He was indeed not simple. Despite being suppressed, the power he could unleash far exceeded that of other 1st rank Zyrif wheel cultivators. Boom. Blinding light engulfed everything as Denny and Sure Bolivarn clashed, producing a horrifying spectacle. The entire tribal area shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake, with tents tilting unstably. How is it going? The tribal people strained their eyes, eager to see the outcome of the clash between Denny and Sure Bolivarn. However, the blinding light and terrifying power waves prevented them from seeing or sensing anything within the battlefield. The old tribal leader frowned deeply, also trying to perceive the scene. But even he couldn't sense anything amidst the chaotic energies erupting from the battlefield. Hashtag chapter 234, battle intent soaring. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying and dreadful explosions came from the other side, with dazzling and radiant light becoming more and more intense. The people could no longer see what was happening inside. However, it didn't last long. The explosion sound ceased, and the blinding light dimmed, revealing the scene inside clearly to everyone. The tribal members were stunned by the sight before them. Sure Bolivarn was covered in blood, lying sprawled on the ground, looking extremely weak. You are truly formidable. Sure Bolivarn looked at Denny, his eyes filled with infinite admiration. Both being at the same Zyrif realm level, Denny was incomparably stronger, hundreds or even thousands of times so. As soon as they collided, Sure Bolivarn immediately felt Denny's overwhelming and terrifying power, something he could not possibly resist. And that was only when Denny held back. Otherwise, Sure Bolivarn believed he would have died under Denny's punch. Denny could easily kill him with one strike. First in shock, then with smiles spreading across their faces, The tribal members' hopes for Denny reignited in their hearts. Can you suppress Harry Bolivaroyan? He is at the 9th tier fusion spirit realm. The Bryant stared intently at Denny, urgently asking. If Denny couldn't suppress Harry Bolivaroyan, all of this would be useless. Only by thoroughly dealing with Harry Bolivaroyan would everything come to an end, and Chinchur tribe's crisis would be resolved. Earlier I said 70%, then 90%. Now I say 100%. Denny smiled. With the array platform, Harry Bolivaroyan will also be suppressed to my level. Your level? Can't we lower his realm even further? The Bryant frowned, feeling that merely being at the same level wasn't entirely reliable. A match at the same level still carried a possibility of failure. To completely suppress his realm to the lowest would be the safest option. I can't. Denny shook his head. This is the path of balance, emphasizing equilibrium. Higher realms will be suppressed to my level, while lower realms will be elevated to mine. So that's how it works. The Bryant's eyes gleamed with renewed hope, ready to fight and contend with renewed determination. Though a battle at the same level might lead to defeat, the chances of success were significantly higher. They could take a chance. Harry, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to the Chinchur tribe. At my level, I am invincible. Denny stated. Young man, you're impressive, but don't let arrogance cloud your judgment, the Bryant warned. This isn't arrogance, it's confidence. It's part of my unbeatable heart. Denny shook his head. He would never be arrogant or complacent. Even against weaker opponents, he would always give his all. He declared himself invincible at his level, reinforcing this belief within himself. A cultivator's most important trait is their mindset. Only by cultivating an unbeatable heart can one reach greater heights and go further. Lack of self-confidence and timidity would prevent one from achieving great things. Harry, I wish to challenge him. At that moment, someone stepped forward, requesting a battle with Denny. He was young, in his early 20s, handsome, tall, and exuding a special aura. The Bryant looked at him, then nodded, saying, go ahead. If Denny could win again, it would put him at ease. This person wasn't just anyone. He was their tribe's top genius, Bowie, undefeated at his level. Without exaggeration, Bowie's potential far surpassed Bolivar's, and he was practically the next chief of the Chinchur tribe. Denny didn't retract the array platform, and the principle of balance still held sway. As soon as Bowie entered its range, his realm and strength were suppressed to the same level. Despite his young age, Bowie had already reached the 5th tier Zyrif wheel realm. Be cautious, guest. Bowie's eyes shone brightly as he unleashed his full power, throwing a powerful punch towards Denny. Boom. The void echoed with the sound of explosions. Bowie's strength was indeed formidable, far surpassing Bolivar. He appeared like a demonic god, utterly intimidating. There's no way he can win. Bolivar shook his head, knowing Bowie was bound to lose. Having watched Bowie grow up, he knew just how astonishing Bowie was. But Denny was even more formidable and shocking. Among peers, Denny was undoubtedly an unstoppable force. Indeed, Denny's fists clashed, releasing terrifying radiant light. Upon impact, Bowie felt as though he'd met a heavenly hammer, completely beyond his resistance. He was instantly sent flying, spitting blood, his face deathly pale. So strong. He couldn't help but shout in surprise. Despite his immense potential and inner pride, after colliding with Denny, he no longer harbored any doubts. He was convinced of Denny's superiority. Denny's power was vast and overwhelming, far beyond his capability to resist. Before Denny, he felt insignificant, almost negligible. So amazing. Our Chinchur tribe has a glimmer of hope. The tribe's people were abuzz with excitement. Denny's display of unmatched prowess gave them real hope of overcoming this crisis. Truly, heaven has not forsaken our Chinchur tribe. Tears streamed down the Bryant's face, tears of relief and joy, his original worries vanishing. With Denny, they must fight and contend. Who would have thought that a passerby we encountered outside would turn out to be the savior of our Chinchur tribe? Lila also cried, her tears born of joy and relief. Ava was glad she had brought Denny and his companions to the tribe. Otherwise, they would have missed out on such a savior. If you can save our Chinchur tribe, we will eternally remember your kindness. The Bryant, overcome with emotion, walked down from the platform, intending to kneel before Denny. No need, Harry. Denny quickly supported the Bryant, preventing him from kneeling. I will do my best. Thank you for your great kindness. Thank you, honored guest. Thump thump, the tribe's people knelt before Denny, deeply moved. If Denny saved them, they owed him more than their lives. A few kowtows were nothing. You mustn't. If you continue, I'll leave. Denny put on a stern face, urging the tribe's people to stand up. We should get up. The tribe's people quickly rose to their feet, afraid to remain kneeling. All we need is to wait for Bolivaroyan tribe's arrival. Denny's gaze turned cold. With the array enhancement, he would ensure that Bolivaroyan tribe's people wouldn't return alive. Let's wait for them. Crush them utterly. The Chinchur tribe's morale soared high, battle intent burning fiercely. All traces of earlier despondency vanished. Chapter 235, Forcible Seizure. Time ticked away, and 2 days passed. The Flame tribe drew closer to the Thousand Stone tribe, as if they could already hear the shouts and cries of the advancing Flame tribe. A tremor of fear spread through them. Even though Denny's power and methods were astonishingly superb, a sense of unease still lingered in their hearts as the Flame tribe neared. People feared for their lives. The Flame tribe was notorious for its ruthlessness. Any tribe that caught their eye would be utterly annihilated. Do not be afraid. Fear will do nothing. Desmonds. They shouted aloud, encouraging themselves, trying to dispel the fear gnawing at their hearts. With Denny on their side, they weren't defenseless. The outcome of this conflict remained uncertain. The Grey Wolf tribe is here. At that moment, commotion erupted within the Thousand Stone tribe as a group from the Grey Wolf tribe approached. These people radiated formidable strength, their very presence chilling and awe-inspiring. I've come to take the 100 kiras you offered. A Barnabas, his face covered in scars, looking fierce, spoke out. We never agreed to your terms. Alan's face darkened. They indeed had not accepted the Grey Wolf tribe's demands, only saying they needed time to deliberate. The Flame tribe is almost here. With your small tribe's strength, how can you possibly resist? The Barnabas said, so, you'll inevitably agree to our request. We're worried about delays and have thus come early. He gestured to those behind him, saying, see, they are all at the Soul Fusion realm or above and can help you through this crisis. You misunderstand us. We don't plan to agree with the Grey Wolf tribe's demands. We intend to defend against the Flame tribe with our own strength. The old tribal Harry hurried over, addressing the Barnabas and others. Smiles. The Barnabas sneered. With your strength to resist the Flame tribe? Do you have the ability? He snorted coldly, full of disdain. I know this is just an excuse. You actually want to haggle with us. After a brief pause, he added with a cold laugh. Let me tell you, your behavior has angered us. Now, we want 200 Kiras from your tribe. 200 Kiras. Shock washed over everyone's faces. Their entire tribe didn't even have 200 Kiras. The Grey Wolf tribe wanted to take all their young women. You've misunderstood us. I have no intention of haggling. Please return. We won't agree to the Grey Wolf tribe's demands. The old tribal Harry said firmly. The Barnabas narrowed his eyes, surprised by the Bryant's response. They intended to take advantage of the chaos caused by the impending attack, but the Bryant's attitude threw him off. Was the Thousand Stone tribe planning to fight to the death with the Flame tribe? Return? How can that be? The Barnabas laughed coldly. We can't make this trip without reward. This time, you must agree, whether willingly or not. We'll take all the Kiras in your tribe. How can you do this? The old tribal Harry's face showed his dismay. This was outright banditry. Honestly, we never planned to help you. The Barnabas stated coldly. You think 100 Kiras will make us fight the Flame tribe? You think too highly of yourselves. From the beginning, we've been toying with you. Even if you gave us the 100 Kiras, we wouldn't assist you. This time, we came here to take all the Kiras in your tribe. His disguise was torn away, and he revealed everything. The Flame tribe was terrifyingly powerful. Even the Grey Wolf tribe dared not easily oppose them. They wouldn't risk war with the Flame tribe for 100 Kiras. You, despicable. Without exception, the Thousand Stone tribe members seethed with anger. The Grey Wolf tribe was truly despicable, having toyed with him from the start. Fortunately, they hadn't sent the Kiras, or it would have been futile. Understood. You wish to forcibly seize the Kiras of the Thousand Stone tribe. The old tribal Harry's gaze turned icy, realizing everything. The Barnabas and his group did not come to help, but to seize their tribe's young women before the Flame tribe arrived. At least we're not taking all your women. Be grateful. The Barnabas sneered. In truth, they feared the Flame tribe and didn't dare to push too far. Otherwise, they would have ransacked the entire tribe, enslaving all the women, leaving only ruins for the Flame tribe. Now quickly offer up your tribe's Kiras, so there'll be less bloodshed. He barked coldly, his oppressive aura enveloping the area. You truly are fools. At this moment, Denny emerged from the crowd. He stared at the Barnabas unflinchingly and said, the Flame tribe has been continuously annexing other tribes. Do you think the Grey Wolf tribe can escape this fate? Continuing, Desmond's, the Flame tribe might hesitate now, but when they grow stronger through wars, do you think your Grey Wolf tribe can withstand them? These words made the Barnabas's face twitch slightly. They had indeed considered this problem. The Flame tribe's actions disrupting the balance, waging wars and annexing other tribes, raised alarms in the Grey Wolf tribe. They feared the Flame tribe becoming a future threat. Laughable. The Barnabas retorted coldly, no matter what, we won't ally with a weak tribe like yours. They had already contacted other large tribes and would jointly strike against the Flame tribe if threatened. The Flame tribe's recent actions also alerted these larger tribes. No time for idle talk. The Flame tribe is coming, and our playthings will be lost. The Barnabas yelled coldly. They were ruthless, seizing the Thousand Stone tribe's Kiras purely to satisfy their desires, treating them as mere objects. If so, then there's nothing more to say. Denny's gaze hardened, staring directly at the Barnabas, his demeanor imposing and intimidating. Chapter 236, Maiden Tribal Harry. A mere child, and you dare to be so insolent in front of me? I'll start with you. The Barnabas's gaze turned cold as he slapped out a palm, a radiant light shooting forth, intending to crush Iman into pulp. Do you even deserve it? Iman roared coldly, raising his hand to unleash several array platforms, unfurling them all. These were all amplification array platforms. The enemies before him were not just the Barnabas, but also others who had come along with him. He needed multiple array platforms to suppress the realms of all these foes. With only one platform, he could only subdue the Barnabas alone. As the amplification array platforms unfurled, balancing forces spread out, instantly causing a peculiar glow to emanate from the bodies of the Barnabas and his companions. Soon, their realms and strength plummeted rapidly. First level Zyrif wheel realm. What's happening? Their faces were filled with shock, completely unaware of what was going on. Their realms had fallen to the first level Zyrif wheel realm. This is the way of balance. Here, we are of the same realm. Iman's face remained calm. Without hesitation, the Barnabas and his group darted away, wanting to escape quickly. They feared an attack from the other members of the Thousand Stone tribe. At the first level Zyrif wheel realm, this realm was too low. Many members of the Thousand Stone tribe could easily annihilate them now. However, they overthought it. With the way of balance deployed, everything returned to equilibrium. External forces that hit would also be weakened and couldn't retain their original power. Iman's figure flashed, moving at lightning speed. He wouldn't let the Barnabas and his group escape so easily. His speed was incredible. In an instant, he blocked the Barnabas and his companions, preventing their escape. How infuriating. Kill. Realizing they couldn't escape under Iman's speed, the Barnabas and his companions turned around and counterattacked Iman. Although they were suppressed to the first level Zyrif will realm from their original soul fusion realm, the power they could still unleash was terrifying, far beyond what an ordinary first level Zyrif will realm cultivator could achieve. Explosions rang out continuously as they combined their efforts to kill Amon, aiming to eliminate him as quickly as possible. They knew very well that Amon was key. Once he was killed, the suppression on them would vanish, and their realms would return to the soul fusion realm. Unfortunately, imagination is always beautiful. Even though they were much stronger than ordinary first-level Zyrif will realm cultivators, they were still far from matching Amon, notably his opponent at all. Amon's fist struck out with terrifying force, like an undefeated war god, invincible and unstoppable. Blood splattered. The gap between them and Amon was too great. With the sweep of autumn leaves momentum, Amon quickly defeated the Barnabas and his group. Amon raised his hand, unleashing a binding artifact to confine the Barnabas and his group. He didn't take their lives, wishing to keep them for potential future use. The Barnabas gritted his teeth, filled with unwillingness. Each of them had reached the soul fusion realm but ended up being subdued by a young Zyrif will realm fellow like Amon. How could they be content with that? Now they understood. The Norbert truly intended to confront the Fire Flame tribe head-on, rather than merely bargaining. With Amon and this way of balance, the Fire Flame tribe might indeed suffer significant losses. Amon! Too powerful. People in the tribe shouted Amon's name excitedly. They were incredibly agitated and elated. Amon was formidable, defeating the Barnabas and his group with ease. This boosted their confidence in him. Wait for the people from the Fire Flame tribe. Amon ordered someone to move the Barnabas and his group aside, waiting for the Fire Flame tribe's arrival. After some time, chaotic sounds came from outside the tribe as the Fire Flame tribe arrived. They raised banners marked with flaming emblems symbolizing the Fire Flame tribe. One war wagon after another stood at the forefront, each carrying a strong member of the Fire Flame tribe. Their auras fluctuated terrifyingly, even more terrifying than the Barnabas and his group earlier. Without a doubt, their strength surpassed that of the Barnabas and his group. In the center, a huge chariot drawn by 8 ferocious beasts carried Akira. Though young, she exuded an icy expression, with a special aura that compelled reverence. Is she the daughter of the Fire Flame tribe's tribal chief? Someone in the Thousand Stone tribe asked. Outrageous! A cold shout echoed from outside. A Fire Flame tribe warrior atop a chariot rebuked, "This is our new tribal chief of the Fire Flame tribe." What? Ava is the new tribal chief of the Fire Flame tribe. Thousand Stone tribe members gaped in disbelief, never expecting Akira to be the new tribal chief. How could this be? Ava looked no older than 16 or 17. Could someone her age be a tribal chief? It was beyond their comprehension, hard for them to believe. What about the previous tribal chief? That tribal chief had a 9th level soul fusion realm power. They gasped, recalling the previous tribal chief of the Fire Flame tribe. The former tribal chief possessed immense power at the 9th level soul fusion realm but handed over the position to a Violet? This was bewildering and incomprehensible. There must have been a change. The Norbert of the Thousand Stone tribe wore a grave expression. Events had unfolded beyond his expectations. He hadn't anticipated that the Fire Flame tribe's tribal chief had changed. Was this a recent change? According to his knowledge, the former tribal chief, a 9th level soul fusion realm powerhouse, had taken over the Fire Flame tribe not long ago. Desmond now, it had become this young Kira. I am only acting on behalf of the Latoya, the true tribal chief of the Fire Flame tribe. At this moment, someone outside spoke. Judging by his words, he was indeed the 9th level soul fusion realm powerhouse. My strength pales in comparison to Latoya's. The battle for the tribal chief's position required no action from Latoya. Her servant alone was enough to secure victory. He continued, making everyone's heart race. Such a formidable powerhouse was merely a servant. The Thousand Stone tribe members understood the rumor's misinterpretation. The Kira's servant had taken over the tribal chief's position on her behalf, mistakenly leading people to believe that the servant had become the new tribal chief. Are you still confident? The Norbert of the Thousand Stone tribe asked Amon seriously. Based on what the servant said, the Kira seemed even more terrifying and powerful, and he worried whether Amon's way of balance could contain her. Hashtag chapter 237. Leaving is the best choice. The servant, being at the 9th tier soul fusion realm, was even more powerful than a servant. Could it be that the Violet was already at the Heaven fusion realm? The Brian of the Thousand Stone tribe gasped in shock. Where did such a terrifying and abnormal girl come from in the Flame tribe? Ava's only 16 years old, yet she has already reached the Heaven fusion realm? Moreover, he was even more worried that Denny would not be able to suppress the Violet. There were 2 major realms between the Zyrif Wheel realm and the Heaven fusion realm. Under these circumstances, could Denny's balance path still work? No need to worry. Denny's face remained calm. He knew all too well that the Flame tribe wasn't so easy to deal with, and he had never been careless. These past 2 days, he had been studying with Simon to strengthen the amplification array platform to prevent any unexpected situations. Fortunately, Simon's knowledge of formations was exceptionally high, and they also had an abundance of natural treasures. They successfully developed an enhanced version of the amplification array platform, only because they had enough natural treasures. Otherwise, no matter how skilled Simon was in formations, they wouldn't have been able to create an enhanced version of the amplification array platform. After all, the operation of an array platform was extremely energy-consuming. Without sufficient natural treasures to support it, it simply couldn't function properly. Surrender and belong to our Flame tribe, and we will spare you and your people. The servant stood on the war chariot and coldly shouted. He didn't take it seriously. The Thousand Stone tribe was just a small tribe. They had already swept away many such small tribes. In his opinion, the Thousand Stone tribe would be as easy to capture as the other small tribes. You should leave here. It's the best choice for everyone. Denny calmly walked out from the Thousand Stone tribe, facing the formidable members of the Flame tribe alone. Has this little kid woken up yet? You're speaking nonsense. Laughter filled the air from the Flame tribe side. Denny actually said something like that. It was laughable. Nonsense, huh? Denny's expression was cold. I don't know what your ultimate plan is, but as long as I'm here, you can't touch the 1,000 Stone tribe. His words were strong and confident. Where did this presumptuous brat come from? Kill him first. The servant sneered and ordered someone to execute Denny. In an instant, someone flew out from the Flame tribe side. A member at the 3rd tier Zyrif Wheel realm, quite powerful and somewhat renowned within the Flame tribe. Their strength was overwhelming. Even though Denny didn't radiate any aura, they could still sense his realm. Just 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. A member at the 3rd tier Zyrif Wheel realm could easily kill Denny. Not knowing when to die, I'll send you to hell now. The Flame tribe member sneered, palms shooting out, sending towering flames roaring towards Denny. You're not capable. Denny struck back, his body glowing brightly without a trace of fear. He forcefully charged into the flames, which barely harmed him. A punch shot out, its radiant light blindingly bright, breaking through layers of force and smashing directly into the Flame tribe member. Spit. A large mouthful of blood spewed out from the Flame tribe member. Bones shattered inside his body as he was flung away like a scarecrow. The faces of numerous Flame tribe members changed slightly. They hadn't expected Denny to be so powerful. To challenge a higher realm so fiercely. Denny wasn't ordinary. I'll handle it. A youth coldly shouted, flying out from the Flame tribe members and powerfully attacking Denny. He was at the 5th tier Zyrif Wheel realm, several times stronger than the previous attacker. But even before Denny, he wasn't a match. He met the same fate as the previous one, unable to withstand a single punch, and was hurled away with broken bones. What? The realm gap is so large, yet he's this fierce? The faces of the Flame tribe members changed drastically. Denny's power exceeded their imagination. 5th tier Zyrif Wheel realm against 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm, yet unable to resist a single punch. This defied their comprehension. Enough. The servant coldly shouted. Send a truly powerful person to kill him. Boom, boom, boom. Powerful ripples spread out as a soul fusion realm expert flew out, face cold, and smacked towards Denny. No matter how strong Denny was, it was destined to be futile. His realm was entirely above Denny's, and in this situation, he could definitely crush Denny easily. However, soon his expression changed dramatically as if he had seen a ghost. The force he sent towards Denny suddenly weakened upon nearing him. How is this happening? He couldn't help shouting, completely baffled by what was happening. Quickly, his expression turned even uglier. He felt a special wave attack him, and his realm and strength rapidly diminished. 9th tier Zyrif Wheel realm, 7th tier Zyrif Wheel realm, until it dropped to 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. This sudden change made him shudder with fear. Bolivar? The servant's face also changed, not expecting Denny to have such means. He had underestimated Denny. On the central war chariot, the originally expressionless Violet showed surprise on her face. Clearly, this also caught her off guard. Kill him. Kill. Several Soul Fusion realm experts flew out, ruthlessly attacking Denny to exterminate him. However, the same thing happened to them. Their attacking force weakened, and that special wave attacked them, causing their realms and strength to drop rapidly. Their scalps tingled, cold sweat pouring down their backs. This special wave was unstoppable. Within moments, their previously high realms and strengths all plummeted to 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. They feared that their realms and strength might be further suppressed, reducing them to powerless commoners. However, they seemed to be overthinking it. After their realms and strength dropped to 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm, the suppression ceased, and they didn't continue to weaken. Who are you? The servant's expression grew serious, eyes locked firmly on Denny. Such terrifying abilities made him doubt that Denny belonged to the 1,000 Stone tribe. Interesting. Seeing Denny display such horrifying means, the Violet on the central war chariot showed no fear. Instead, she laughed strangely. Ava looked at Denny, her gaze unreadable, making it impossible to guess her thoughts. Chapter 238. The Radiant Stars tribe. Denny remained silent as he unleashed a formidable presence, engaging in fierce combat with the Fire Flame tribe's powerful fighters. The Fire Flame tribe's power was suppressed to the 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. Among those of the same realm, he was absolutely unmatched, his strength off the charts. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying explosions resounded continuously, and he was ferocious and terrifying, unstoppable as he wreaked havoc among the group of Fire Flame tribe's powerful fighters. Blood splattered everywhere like rain, and one after another, these strong fighters were defeated and fell to the ground. All this blood, not a single drop belonged to Denny. His clothes remained spotless, elegant, and extraordinary. He is so strong. How can we fight him? The faces of many members of the Fire Flame tribe changed drastically. Denny's displayed strength was too terrifying, far exceeding the capabilities of the 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. Who among their peers could suppress Denny? None of them had such confidence, knowing well they couldn't contain Denny at the same level. The servant's face turned pale, never imagining that in a small tribe like the 1,000 Stone tribe, they would encounter someone as monstrous as Denny. Tinsleo Zaire, you go ahead. The Violet on the central war chariot calmly ordered the servant to engage in battle. Desmond's. The servant respectfully responded, leaping from the war chariot and charging fiercely towards Denny. His realm and strength were higher, at the 9th tier Soul Fusion realm. However, even this didn't suffice. His own realm and strength rapidly diminished under suppression, reaching only the 1st tier Zyrif Wheel realm. Kill. He coldly shouted, unleashing immense power as he lunged at Denny. To be honest, he was more formidable than the previous Fire Flame tribe fighters. Additionally, it seemed he wasn't part of the Fire Flame tribe, as the spells he cast were entirely different from those of the earlier fighters. Rumbling. The void collapsed, numerous beams of light akin to meteors crashed down, presenting a terrifying and horrifying spectacle. This is Starlight spell. The Radiant Stars tribe spell. In the Thousand Stone tribe, someone shouted in disbelief, recognizing the source of the servant's spells. How could this be? Their faces showed expressions of incredulity. How could the servant possess the Radiant Stars tribe spells? The Radiant Stars tribe was a superpower in the Ice and Snow Plains, ranking among the top tribes. Tribes like the Fire Flame and Grey Wolf were insignificant before the Radiant Stars tribe, like ants. Could he be from the Radiant Stars tribe? Someone gasped, making an extremely alarming guess. If the servant really came from the Radiant Stars tribe, that would be a massive problem. The Radiant Stars tribe Starlight Slash. Starfall. The Thousand Stone tribe members' scalps tingled as the servant successively used multiple spells, all belonging to the Radiant Stars tribe. Now, there was no doubt in their minds. They were certain the servant was from the Radiant Stars tribe, not from the Radiant Stars tribe. How could anyone master so many of its spells? It was simply impossible. Meanwhile, the servant's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Denny was truly monstrous, his physical body incredibly robust, and all the powerful spells the servant unleashed failed to penetrate Denny's defenses. Soul-extinguishing blade. With a swift draw, he produced a crimson longsword adorned with intricate, mysterious runes, appearing exceptionally extraordinary. Since I can't break your body, I'll sever your soul directly, the servant sneered, slashing the crimson sword at Denny. The soul-extinguishing blade lived up to its name, targeting souls specifically and being a treasured weapon bestowed by his young mistress. However, his expression soon changed dramatically. He intended to extinguish Denny's soul with the soul-extinguishing blade, but unexpectedly, Denny's soul power was even more terrifying. While the soul-extinguishing blade ignored Denny's physical defense and targeted his soul, Denny's soul possessed some extraordinarily powerful force that not only resisted the blade but also caused the entire blade to shatter upon impact. His face turned deathly pale, feeling an urge to curse loudly. Both the physical body and soul were so monstrous and unbreakable. How could he continue fighting? Bang, bang, bang. On the other side, Denny was utterly decisive, denying the servant any opportunity. Each punch carried terrifying force, striking the servant relentlessly. These punches nearly cost the servant his life. Severely injured and covered in blood, the servant lay on the ground, devoid of all strength. Most importantly, Denny had held back. Otherwise, the servant would have died instantly. Throughout the earlier battles, Denny had similarly restrained himself, not killing the Fire Flame tribe's strong fighters. He sensed that the servant and the girl had significant backgrounds, so he held back, avoiding complete annihilation. If it were just about him, he wouldn't hesitate and would kill them outright. However, he needed to consider the Thousand Stone tribe. Killing was easy, but the consequences would be too severe. Could the Thousand Stone tribe withstand the forces behind the servant and the girl? He chose not to act recklessly, leaving room for maneuver. As the servant was defeated, there was a wave of commotion among the Fire Flame tribe members, whose gazes toward Denny shifted significantly. However, the girl on the central war chariot remained unperturbed, her expression calm. Why did they only suppress their power to the same level? Wouldn't suppressing them to a lower level be better? Ava murmured softly, deep in thought. Following this, she issued orders for the Spirit Essence Realm members below the Zyref Will realm to attack. The Spirit Essence Realm members of the Fire Flame tribe were dumbfounded. Even someone as powerful as the servant ended up in a miserable defeat. How could they, who were even lower in rank, be Denny's match? Though highly unwilling, they dared not defy the girl's will, and thus moved forward to attack Denny. The girl's methods were ruthless. Previously, anyone who dared oppose her, or the servant faced immediate death. What's going on? My realm has actually increased. The Fire Flame tribe members looked at each other in disbelief. Instead of decreasing, their realms and strengths had risen. They were thoroughly baffled, unable to understand what was happening. As expected, the girl smiled faintly, saying, "It's not that he doesn't want to suppress their strength to a lower level, but that he cannot. He can only maintain the same realm for everyone entering, regardless of whether their original realm is high or low." Understanding this, her heart steadied. Everything has its limits. Exceeding them won't work. Ava remained calm, saying, "Everyone, listen to my command. Attack all together and slay this person." Undeniably, she was astute. Recognizing the situation, she immediately devised a countermeasure. Ava wanted everyone to charge and overwhelm Denny's suppressing force with sheer numbers. Chapter 239, Confident Maiden. High realms were suppressed, low realms were elevated. Achieving this effect undoubtedly consumed a tremendous amount of power. All members of the Fire Flame tribe joined forces, and the Kira didn't believe that Arigo could withstand it. Indeed, her speculation was correct. So many people attacking simultaneously, even if Arigo summoned multiple enhancement arrays, their sheer numbers made it overwhelming. Arigo frowned, surprised by the Kira's intelligence in figuring out the countermeasure so quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Wave after wave of terrifying explosions echoed as Fire Flame tribe members surged forward. All of the enhancement arrays Arigo deployed shattered instantly. Kill. The Fire Flame tribe warriors charged forward, elated to find themselves not suppressed. If they weren't suppressed, Arigo wasn't much of a threat. They're useless. I thought you were powerful, but you only rely on array platforms. The Kira sitting in the central war chariot remained unperturbed. Ava had initially believed the suppression came from Arigo's own strength, but finding it merely stemmed from the arrays caused her interest in him to wane. He seemed unremarkable beyond his reliance on the arrays. Roar. Amanita roared fiercely, charging from the Thousand Stone tribe, its mighty ferocity akin to an unstoppable tiger. I have plenty more array platforms. Simon scoffed, emerging from the Thousand Stone tribe, hurling one array platform after another. Each emitted fearsome killing energy with immense destructive power. Kill. The Isaias chieftain of the Thousand Stone tribe wielded his stone club, still possessing formidable might despite his advanced age, leading the Thousand Stone tribe members into battle. Earlier, the Soul Fusion Realm experts from the Fire Flame tribe were defeated by Arigo and rendered powerless. Except for the Kira, there were no more Soul Fusion Realm experts on the Fire Flame side. This gave the kitten and others a chance to fight. If any Soul Fusion Realm experts remained, the kitten would have been immediately suppressed. Roar. Amanita was exceptionally fierce, leading the charge. Although its realm hadn't reached the Soul Fusion stage, its strength rivaled that of a Soul Fusion Realm warrior due to its enhanced White Tiger bloodline. For a time, it held off many strong Fire Flame tribe members. Damn it, let's go all out. Rashad roared angrily, intercepting numerous Fire Flame tribe experts with his terrifying strength as the top warrior of the Thousand Stone tribe. If one killing array can't stop you, then 2 or 3 will. I'll wear you down until you die. Simon snarled fiercely, throwing out array platforms recklessly. Instantly, a large number of Fire Flame tribe members were hindered by the killing arrays. Truly incompetent. Should I intervene personally? The Kira in the central war chariot shook her head, her beautiful face filled with disdain. Despite resolving Arigo's problem, the Fire Flame tribe couldn't overpower the Thousand Stone tribe, greatly disappointing her. There is much yet to be done. No time to waste. Fine, I will end this fight myself. Her eyes gleamed ominously, emitting an incredibly frightening aura. Ava was extraordinary and immensely powerful. Her mere presence caused heaven and earth to change color. Your opponent is me. At this moment, Arigo confronted the Kira. With your arrays destroyed, you still dare to face me? The Kira spoke softly. Besides, even if your arrays were intact, they wouldn't suppress me. Ava was at the Heaven Fusion realm, which she hadn't revealed earlier. If she had acted, Arigo's arrays wouldn't have affected her. Do you think those are all the array platforms I have? Arigo sneered. More. The Kira remained calm. Do you misunderstand my words, or are you too arrogant? Show me your array platforms. Ava was incredibly confident, not taking Arigo seriously. The Heaven Fusion realm was simply too high, granting her supreme confidence. Then come. Arigo raised his hand, deploying an enhanced version of the array platform. Instantly, his balancing force increased several times over. The Kira's expression changed abruptly. Ava hadn't anticipated that Arigo's array platforms could affect her. This isn't the same array you used before. Her gaze turned cold, recognizing this array was far stronger. The previous ones couldn't affect her. A special vibration rapidly enveloped her, reducing her realm to the first wheel realm. Even at the same level, I can defeat you. The Kira showed no fear, remaining confident. With a palm strike, the void trembled, and countless stars shimmered like a real starry sky. Starry points sparkled brilliantly, and she was surrounded by starlight, appearing otherworldly and exceptional, like a celestial goddess. Kill! Ava shouted coldly. After saying kill, her momentum drastically shifted, a wave of slaughter sweeping through heaven and earth. The starry sky trembled, and streams of star rivers descended, carrying terrifying power, smashing towards Arigo. Arigo's eyebrows rose. The Kira was indeed formidable. These star rivers instilled a strong sense of impending danger in him. He felt his physical body might not withstand the impact. White Tiger Divine Technique. He roared decisively, unleashing the White Tiger Divine Technique without hesitation. Roaring loudly, after entering the wheel realm, the technique's power had significantly increased. A mighty white tiger figure emerged, its eyes flashing with chilling brilliance, larger than any previous incarnations he had conjured. This divine white tiger resembled a genuine beast, intimidating and fierce, roaring as it charged towards the star rivers. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, an extremely powerful force erupted as the divine white tiger collided with the star rivers. Bolivar. The Kira's eyebrows furrowed. Arigo was more challenging than she expected. That white tiger somehow broke through the star rivers. I underestimated you. Ava narrowed her eyes. Earlier, she thought Arigo relied solely on array platforms. Now, she reconsidered. But it's useless. Ava shouted coldly, still brimming with confidence. Exceptionally talented, she had never lost and was adorned with countless accolades. Star Spear Destruction. Ava unleashed her divine skill again. The starry sky trembled, resembling a colossal explosion, its light dazzling and world-shaking. Infinite starlight surged, forming spear after spear, descending upon Arigo. It was horrifying, like a rain of star spears, dense and unnerving. Engaging me is like trying to stop a car with your arms, or hitting a rock with an egg. The Kira's expression was icy, radiating supreme confidence. Ava doubted Arigo could withstand it. When the star spears landed, it would all be over, and Arigo would die here. Is that so? Arigo remained fearless, activating the Heavenly Lane treasure skill. A dragon roar echoed across the heavens, a massive dragon appearing with metal-like scales, surveying the world with awe-inspiring dragon might. This dragon shape, formed by the Heavenly Lane treasure skill, was as terrifying as a real dragon descending upon the world. Chapter 240, Super Tribe. Are they truly from the Thousand Stone tribe? The Violet's heart raced, feeling that Denny was no ordinary individual. First, he displayed the form of the White Tiger God, and then the true Lane form, one technique more terrifying than the last. Roar. The true Lane form roared, radiating an invincible aura, shattering all the star spears descending from the sky. The girl's expression changed. Initially, she believed this strike would thoroughly finish off Denny, but to her surprise, it had failed yet again. 9-star Pearl. Without hesitation, she quickly invoked a magical artifact, a precious treasure of the Starlight tribe. Before leaving, her tribe had bestowed this treasure upon her. Indeed, both she and the servant came from a super tribe, the Starlight tribe. The 9-star Pearl emitted a dazzling light, like 9 genuine stars, astonishingly extraordinary. It was the result of the Starlight tribe's powerhouses condensing stellar energy into this pearl, making it immensely powerful. Streams of starlight erupted from the 9-star Pearl, each one possessing an irresistible force, far stronger than any power the girl had previously used. These beams moved incredibly fast, their force unimaginably terrifying. Just a slight graze on Denny's body caused large chunks of flesh to be torn away. Despite his unmatched physical strength, even a gentle brush could cause severe damage, highlighting the terror of these starbeams. Had anyone else, even a 5th-stage Zyrif will realm cultivator, faced these starbeams, they would have died instantly without any chance of survival. Kill! The girl shouted coldly, not bothering with words of determination this time. Ava had already spoken such words twice before, only for Denny to remain unharmed, which made her feel embarrassed. Ava decided to wait until she had thoroughly slain Denny before speaking again. As the word kill left her lips, the 9-star pearl emitted even more intense and terrifying light. The starlight formed a web, leaving no gaps, aiming to decisively kill Denny. I am invincible. What can you possibly bring against me? Denny roared, unleashing his unstoppable momentum. He performed the small desolate art, causing the surrounding natural energy to flood into his body. Instantly, his strength surged, his presence becoming overwhelming. Superimpose. His gaze turned icy as he activated both the Celestial Lane Treasure Art and the White Tiger Sacred Art simultaneously, layering them. The dragon and tiger forms emerged together, intertwining and vibrating, unleashing far greater power than either art alone. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens. The combination of the Celestial Lane Treasure Art and the White Tiger Sacred Art released an incomprehensible level of power. The indomitable star web, unable to withstand it, shattered into fragments of starlight that rained down. Damn! The girl gritted her teeth, surprised by Denny's tenacity and resilience. Fortunately, she hadn't made any bold claims, or she would have been proven wrong once again. 9-star formation. Ava shouted, channeling all her power into the 9-star pearl, causing it to erupt with even more terrifying and fearsome brilliance. The 9 pearls swiftly arranged themselves in a special formation, stirring up tremendous waves of power. This was the most powerful technique of the 9-star pearl. The stars were commanded through its array. The heavens churned violently as if during the dawn of creation. Roar! A star beast appeared, roaring ferociously like an ancient fiend, extremely terrifying. This was a manifestation of the 9-star pearl's ultimate power, derived from condensed star energy. The star beast's roar echoed as it struck with its claw, causing space to collapse repeatedly. Chaotic spatial energies surged, creating a horrifying scene. Denny was hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The star beast, indeed, was incredibly terrifying. Kill! Denny roared, activating acupoints within his body, drawing strength from them to enhance himself. His eyes remained radiant, undiminished by fear, despite the star beast's power. This was the importance of momentum. Denny intentionally cultivated his indomitable aura precisely because of this. In battle, momentum was crucial. Strong momentum bolstered fighting strength while weak momentum diminished it. His physical strength burst forth, clashing head-on with the star beast, causing the girl to shiver in shock. He was actually able to face off directly with the star beast. That was frightening. Ava had never heard of someone with such immense physical strength. So tough. Denny winced, pulling back from the clash. Even with his full physical strength, he couldn't break through the star beast's defenses. Great Desolate Art. He rapidly formed seals, invoking the Great Desolate Art from the Desolate Scripture. Once, at the Jianxian sect, Arvin Desolate Peak had used the Great Desolate Art. It was much harder to cultivate, and Arvin Desolate Peak only succeeded due to Denny. Denny had mastered it long ago, allowing him to demonstrate its profound principles to the Isaias. As the Great Desolate Art unfolded, a wave of desolation permeated the area, evoking a sense of despair as if it were the end times. The star beast's radiance rapidly faded, showing signs of turning into mere starlight. No way! The girl shouted, commanding the star beast to maintain its form. If the star beast dissolved into starlight, it would be the end. She wouldn't stand a chance against Denny anymore. However, the power of desolation was too terrifying. Despite her efforts, she couldn't stop the star beast from dissolving into a cloud of starlight. It's over. Ava lost all will to fight. Denny had shattered the 9-star pearl's strongest move. There was no way she could defeat him now. Denny acted swiftly, snatching the 9-star pearl and seizing the girl, imprisoning her. To his surprise, she did not resist at all when he captured her. You are too fragile, losing your will to fight before the battle has ended. Denny shook his head. If it were him, he would never surrender so easily. He would fight until death. As soon as the girl was defeated, all other battles ceased. The Fire Flame tribe members dared not continue the fight. Their tribal leader had been captured. I've lost, but that doesn't mean you've won, the girl said coldly, showing no panic or fear despite being captured. Do you think you're only facing the Fire Flame tribe? Wrong. You are confronting the Starlight tribe. Ava revealed her true identity. Her name was Cassidy, and she hailed from a super tribe, the Starlight tribe. Really the Starlight tribe? How is this possible? The Thousand Stone tribe members were terrified. They could still resist the Fire Flame tribe, but the Starlight tribe, being a super tribe, was beyond their ability to confront. Hearing the Thousand Stone tribe members' whispers, Denny realized how formidable the Starlight tribe truly was. Even fused Soul Realm experts weren't noteworthy in the Starlight tribe, let alone fused Heaven Realm ones. There were many experts far superior to the fused Heaven Realm within the Starlight tribe. Do you understand the folly of your actions? The girl sneered. Originally, you didn't need to die. Submission would suffice. But now, you will all die. Ava exuded killing intent, deciding to massacre every member of the Thousand Stone tribe. Denny's actions had thoroughly enraged her. Hashtag chapter 241. Taking the blame. Your life is still in my hands, and yet you dare to speak so fiercely. Aren't you afraid I might kill you? Denny sneered coldly as he stared at the violet Jerry. Kill me if you dare. Jerry was fearless. The Starry Sky tribe was her confidence. She didn't believe Denny would dare touch her. Don't kill her. If you really kill her, we will incur a deadly grudge from the Starry Sky tribe. Someone shouted quickly from the Thousand Stone tribe, fearing that Denny might kill Jerry. That's right. Rest assured, I won't act rashly, Denny said. Thank you for everything you've done. Let's leave it at that. We must relocate. The Norbert of the Thousand Stone tribe suddenly seemed many years older, his face full of helplessness. They had lived here for generations, and even when the Flame tribe attacked, he had never considered relocating. Relocation wasn't a small matter. The Icefield Plain was fraught with dangers, and there were very few places where one could live peacefully. Their relocation would be extremely perilous. As for leaving the Icefield Plain altogether, they hadn't even considered it. Their ancestors left a strict edict. No matter what, they couldn't leave the Icefield Plain. At first, they didn't know why. But later, when someone left the Icefield Plain without permission, they discovered the truth. Zyreeving in the Icefield Plain for generations, they had already been influenced by this harsh land. Some power from the heart of this land had seeped into their bloodlines. Once they left the Icefield Plain, that power would erupt, claiming their lives. Those who had ventured out were all killed by this power just as soon as they set foot on outside lands. So, even when the Flame tribe attacked, they hadn't thought about relocating. But now, they had no choice but to consider it. Jerry had threatened to kill all members of the tribe, leaving them with no choice but to take this desperate risk. Harry, there's no need for this. Denny interjected, saying, I have a plan that can ensure the safety of the Thousand Stone tribe. What plan? The Bryant's eyes immediately lit up, framing others, making the Grey Wolf tribe take the blame. Denny's eyes gleamed. He already had a plan. You must remember, I am not from the Thousand Stone tribe. I belong to the Grey Wolf tribe. Our Grey Wolf tribe received a request from the Thousand Stone tribe, which is why we came here to assist them. Denny scanned the Flame tribe members present. Do you say it just because you want to? Jerry sneered. Desmond's, that's exactly what I'm saying. Denny's expression was cold, and with an extended finger, an incomparable light beam shot out, piercing through Jerry's forehead, killing her instantly. Jerry's eyes bulged wide in shock as she died, never expecting Denny to dare kill her. What? He really did it. The Flame tribe members were terrified, never having expected Denny to actually make a move after Jerry revealed her identity. Denny's expression remained cold as he walked up to the servant, asking, Am I from the Thousand Stone tribe or the Grey Wolf tribe? You are from the Thousand Stone? No, the Grey Wolf tribe. The servant panicked, changing his words mid-sentence. No one wanted to die, and neither did he. Denny had dared to kill Jerry. What more could he do? He immediately chose to comply, following Denny's instructions. Swear an oath before the heavens, and I'll spare your life. Denny spoke calmly. Okay. The servant dared not hesitate, quickly swearing an oath according to Denny's wishes. Denny ordered him not to reveal anything, admit he was from the Grey Wolf tribe, and follow all of Denny's commands. Bound by the heavenly oath, he could not defy it, lest the heavens claim his life. You all should do the same if you want to live, Denny yelled coldly, urging the other Flame tribe members to swear similar oaths. Jerry's death profoundly shocked the Flame tribe members, leaving them no choice but to quickly swear the heavenly oaths. Old Harry, please bring the people of the Grey Wolf tribe over, Denny said to the Bryant. Sure thing. The Bryant ordered his people to bring the Grey Wolf tribe members over. Seeing the scene before them, the Grey Wolf tribe members were terrified. The Flame tribe members cowered in submission, clear signs of defeat. Do you want to live or die? Denny looked at the Grey Wolf tribe members. We want to live. Want to live. They quickly responded. Very good, Denny said coldly. If you want to live, remember what I'm about to say. I am one of the Grey Wolf tribe. Bolivar? The Grey Wolf tribe members were puzzled, unsure of what Denny intended. No need to ask more questions, just remember what I said. Denny instructed the Grey Wolf tribe members to also swear a heavenly oath. They dared not hesitate and quickly complied. Now go back and tell everyone that you encountered the Flame tribe unexpectedly. The Flame tribe mistook you for reinforcements of the Thousand Stone tribe and fought with you. You barely escaped, but the Flame tribe pursued relentlessly, threatening to attack the Grey Wolf tribe. Understood. The Grey Wolf tribe members nodded hastily. Denny released their seals, and they quickly left the area. You all heard what I said? Act according to my instructions, attributing all anger to the Grey Wolf tribe. Denny addressed the servants and other Flame tribe members. Bound by the heavenly oath, they had no choice but to follow his orders without resistance. Got it. The Grey Wolf tribe dares to attack us and even kills our chief. We vow never to let this pass without retaliation. The Flame tribe members loudly shouted in agreement. Remember, this has nothing to do with the Thousand Stone tribe anymore. The Thousand Stone tribe has already submitted to you. With these arrangements, the Thousand Stone tribe would be free from any trouble, no longer needing to worry. Elsewhere, the Grey Wolf tribe members returned home. What? The Flame tribe is being so outrageous? Upon hearing the Barnabas and others' account, the chief of the Grey Wolf tribe flew into a rage. Desmond's, even though we tried to explain it had nothing to do with us, and we were merely passing through, they insisted on treating us as allies of the Thousand Stone tribe and tried to kill us all, the Barnabas said. Barely escaping, they said they wouldn't let this slide and vowed to attack our Grey Wolf tribe. Do they think they're invincible? The chief of the Grey Wolf tribe raged. Our tribe isn't something they can bully. We must gather forces to confront the Flame tribe. He gave orders to contact other major tribes to prepare for war against the Flame tribe. Soon, they received support from other major tribes who sent their strongest warriors to assist. The Flame tribe's continuous attacks on smaller tribes also drew attention from the major tribes, who refused to let the Flame tribe grow unchecked. If you dare come, we'll make sure you won't return. With the support of other major tribes, the chief of the Grey Wolf tribe felt emboldened, challenging the Flame tribe. So pathetic. Despite being so many, you still let us escape and even suffered significant losses. And now you dare attack us? The Barnabas snorted disdainfully, calling out even more boldly, "You're all useless." The chief of the Grey Wolf tribe praised the Barnabas's defiance, slapping him on the shoulder, laughing, "Well said, that's the spirit of the Grey Wolf tribe." What he didn't know was that the Barnabas had framed him completely. If he knew this, he would undoubtedly slap the Barnabas dead on the spot. Hashtag chapter 242, drawing attention. Aren't you supposed to attack us? Bolivari up. Waiting here until the flowers are withering. Do you even have the guts to come? The people of the Grey Wolf tribe were taunting the Fire Flame tribe members without any fear. Other powerful figures from major tribes had already arrived at their Grey Wolf tribe. They taunted loudly, hoping to lure the Fire Flame tribe members over to wipe them out. Meanwhile, a servant reported to the Star Moon tribe as instructed by Carlo. The Star Moon tribe was enraged and immediately dispatched reinforcements. They killed our Star Moon tribe members and dare to taunt us like this. How dare they rebel? An outraged strong figure from the Star Moon tribe led servants and Fire Flame tribe members towards the Grey Wolf tribe. Soon, they arrived at the Grey Wolf tribe. "I've been waiting for you all." The chief of the Grey Wolf tribe sneered, smugly saying, "You thought you could kill us, but we'll be the ones who destroy you." As he finished speaking, several other strong figures from large tribes emerged, each exuding formidable power, top-tier warriors from their respective tribes. "Destroy us?" The Star Moon tribe warriors' gaze turned cold, and with a single slap, an extremely terrifying force erupted. In the blink of an eye, all those powerful figures from large tribes were obliterated into meat paste. "You!" The Grey Wolf tribe chief was terrified, his entire body trembling. He never expected such strength from the Fire Flame tribe. One slap wiped out over a dozen top warriors from large tribes, a terrifying feat. Thorned over the one who killed Margaret. The Star Moon tribe warrior said coldly, "Kill Margaret? Who is Margaret?" The Grey Wolf tribe chief was bewildered. This made no sense to him. He didn't even know who Margaret was. "I know, please don't kill me. If you promise not to kill me, I will tell you everything." A Barnabas fell to his knees before the Star Moon tribe warrior, hurriedly pleading. "Fine, I won't kill you. Speak." The Star Moon tribe warrior replied. "The chief forbade me from saying anything. I feared retribution once you left." The Barnabas explained. "I didn't ask you to say anything." The Grey Wolf tribe chief stared at the Barnabas, but before he could finish, the Star Moon tribe warrior slapped him, instantly killing him. The Grey Wolf tribe chief died with resentment on his face, unable to comprehend why he was killed. His corpse fell to the ground. "Now you can speak." "He's hiding in Ice Valley, too scared to return," the Barnabas said. "Ice Valley? Very well." The Star Moon tribe warrior sneered, then waved his hand. "Kill them all." You promised not to kill me." The Barnabas's expression changed drastically, desperately appealing. However, the next moment, a servant slashed with a knife, severing his head. Then, along with the Fire Flame tribe members, they slaughtered all remaining Grey Wolf tribe members there. On another front, the Star Moon tribe warrior arrived at Ice Valley. He saw Carlo. "How did you know I was here?" They betrayed me." Carlo feigned a terrified look. "Margaret revealed her identity, yet you still dared to kill her? You really must have lost your mind." The Star Moon tribe warrior said coldly. "I had no choice. Ava swore she would never let me go, so I had to kill her. I begged her before I did it. Enough talk. Now pay with your life for Margaret." The Star Moon tribe warrior sneered, sending a palm strike towards Carlo. With his formidable realm of power, the palm strike unleashed an overwhelmingly terrifying force. Luckily, I prepared in advance, knowing I couldn't rely on them. I set up a teleportation array ahead of time. Carlo declared, "Since you want my life, I'll fight you till the end. What does it matter if it's the Star Moon tribe? I won't back down." As rune patterns flickered, his figure quickly vanished. The Star Moon tribe warrior's attack missed, and Carlo teleported away. With a boom, the teleportation array exploded, leaving no trace for the Star Moon tribe warrior to follow. Shortly after, Carlo appeared in a location within the snowfield plains. As soon as he materialized, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Old Ma, are you alright?" Germaine and Moira rushed to support Carlo. The Star Moon tribe is truly formidable. Carlo looked pale, his energy somewhat weakened. Despite activating the teleportation array promptly, he still took a hit from the Star Moon tribe warrior, suffering serious injuries. Even just grazing him, the blow nearly crippled him. Had it struck directly, it would have cost him his life. "I need to recover first." Carlo pulled out a precious medicinal plant, plucked a leaf, and swallowed it to heal himself. This was no ordinary herb but an extraordinary one, capable of fully restoring him regardless of the severity of his injuries. After some time, he completely absorbed the healing properties of the leaf, regaining full strength and vigor. "Alright, let's continue our mission." Standing up, Carlo prepared to proceed with their plan. He planned to hunt members of the Star Moon tribe. By luring their attention through the Grey Wolf tribe, he ensured greater safety for the Thousand Stone tribe. "Let's go." They moved out, putting their plan into action. They gathered much information about the Star Moon tribe from the servants, aiding their efforts. The Star Moon tribe had significant plans, intending to dominate the entire snowfield plains. Margaret impersonating a Fire Flame tribe leader to annex other tribes was just one team among many doing similar tasks. Their strategy was to capture major tribes, then pose as these tribes to absorb smaller ones, much like what Margaret had done. Ultimately, they would unite all the conquered tribes to launch an assault on other super tribes, a ballway tactic. By taking advantage of the super tribes' lack of vigilance, they aimed to conquer numerous large and small tribes and then overpower other major tribes. Note, ballway should be translated as encirclement or surround and conquer for better fluency in English. Revised version. Their strategy was to capture major tribes, then pose as these tribes to absorb smaller ones, much like what Margaret had done. Ultimately, they would unite all the conquered tribes to launch an assault on other super tribes, an encirclement tactic. By taking advantage of the super tribe's lack of vigilance, they aimed to conquer numerous large and small tribes and then overpower other major tribes. Carlo and his group swiftly traveled to a region near a major tribe controlled by a Star Moon tribe member. This member also commanded his tribe to annex smaller tribes, having already claimed many. It's you. Carlo locked his gaze on this Star Moon tribe member, whose power rivaled that of Margaret, an exceptionally young but high-level fusion Sky Realm warrior. Despite this, Carlo was unafraid. With the enhanced amplification array platform, this Star Moon tribe member would be suppressed to Carlo's level, giving Carlo confidence in defeating him. Unmatched when on equal footing, this was his unwavering belief. With determination burning in his heart, Carlo set off to fulfill his mission. Chapter 243, Departure. The member of the Avancing tribe had just led a large tribe to annex a smaller one, and they were currently resting. This gave Denny the opportunity he needed. His figure flashed, striking with lightning speed as he swiftly penetrated the tent of the Avancing tribe member. Looking for death. This Avancing tribe member reacted very quickly. As soon as Denny entered the tent, he sensed Denny's presence and struck out with a palm. His strength was immense, causing an overwhelming force that instantly made the entire tent explode into fragments, the terrifying explosion echoing throughout the area. However, Denny's reaction was even faster. He immediately activated an enhanced amplification array platform, the principle of balance spreading and instantly weakening this Avancing tribe member's strength. Bolivar? This Avancing tribe member furrowed his brows. He felt a peculiar wave of energy assaulting him, and his realm and strength were rapidly diminishing. What's happening? A chill of terror rose within him. The sudden change left him at a loss. Kill. Denny's expression was cold as he summoned the Purple Lane Spear and the Samsara Bell, unleashing a tremendous power to slay this Avancing tribe member. He knew he didn't have much time. Once the other tribe members here reached this place, he was destined to fail. During his previous battle with Star Moon, he had only used his own strength. This time was different. To resolve the battle quickly, he directly summoned two major treasures. Surrounding natural forces surged, Denny employed the Lesser Desolate Art, drawing in a massive amount of natural power, boosting his strength instantaneously. What's happening? Protect the tribe leader. The tribe members here finally reacted, rushing towards the Avancing tribe member. But it was too late. Denny unleashed all his power without holding back. The Avancing tribe member could not stand up to Denny and was killed on the spot. He's gone. He summoned a teleportation array, disappearing instantly from everyone's sight. Who is he? How terrifying. The tribe leader is in the Heaven Fusion realm, yet he was killed in the blink of an eye? The tribe members shivered with fear, their spines tingling. When they arrived, the Avancing tribe member was already dead, slain by Denny. They didn't know that the member's realm and strength had been suppressed. Continue. Denny's expression remained cold as he continued his actions. He wanted to kill more Avancing tribe members before the news spread. Otherwise, once the news broke and the Avancing tribe members became cautious, it would be much harder for him to kill them. After some time, he approached another Avancing tribe member. This Avancing tribe member was commanding a battle, leading a large tribe to attack a small one. Calling it commanding might be a bit of an exaggeration. The small tribe was too weak. It was a slaughter, with no doubt about the outcome. The Avancing tribe member sat calmly on a war chariot, indifferent as he watched the massacre. Soon, his expression changed. Who? He shouted coldly, spitting out a ray of starlight and attacking a certain point in the void. He also possessed Heaven Fusion realm strength, with extremely sharp reactions and spiritual senses. Denny used the void Dao to conceal himself, intending to take him by surprise. But as Denny got close, he detected Denny's presence. Still, this didn't matter. Denny quickly activated the enhanced amplification array platform, instantly weakening the Avancing tribe member's strength and realm. He attacked swiftly, unleashing his full power, giving the Avancing tribe member no chance to react and swiftly slaying him. What's going on? The tribe leader is dead? When the other tribe members realized what happened, the Avancing tribe member was already dead, and Denny had long since left. Denny moved swiftly, killing several more Avancing tribe members. These pieces of news reached the Avancing tribe. Damn it! A mere tribe member dared to challenge our Avancing tribe like this and ruin our plans. He deserves death 1,000 times over. The Avancing tribe was furious. Denny successfully drew their attention, and they vowed to make Denny pay. One strong warrior after another left the Avancing tribe to search for Denny, but they didn't act too openly, fearing other super tribes would notice. Meanwhile, they alerted the fighting Avancing tribe members to be more cautious and informed them of Denny's actions. Berkeley, stop. Simon communicated with Denny, telling him to stop. He and Megan hadn't acted with Denny. Instead, they observed the Avancing tribe's movements nearby. When they saw one strong warrior after another leave the Avancing tribe, they knew the news of the dead Avancing tribe members had reached the Avancing tribe. Their goal was achieved. The Avancing tribe focused their anger on Denny. They didn't need to continue acting, as further actions would likely lead to trouble. Alright. Denny stopped acting and met up with Simon and Megan. For safety, they changed their appearances. Since Avancing tribe warriors had emerged, they had to be cautious. They returned to the Chinchur tribe. There was no abnormality in the Chinchur tribe. They were unaffected by outside events. Who are you? Chinchur tribe members were cautious. Suddenly seeing three unfamiliar faces made them uneasy, given the recent events in the Chinchur tribe. It's us. Denny identified himself and entered the tribe. They found the old tribal leader and asked Lila to escort them out of the snowy sky expanse. Without someone familiar with the routes, it would be difficult to leave successfully. After walking for a long time, Lila eventually brought them to the edge of the snowy sky expanse. Thanks to Lila's guidance, they wouldn't have gotten out otherwise. Even knowing the route, the vast plain looked identical everywhere, making it easy to get lost. I wish I could go out and see the world like you. Lila gazed outside the snowy sky expanse, her eyes filled with longing. Ava longed to see the outside world and often came to the edge to look out. Therefore, she knew the way out well. Unfortunately, there was a certain power in her bloodline that prevented her from leaving. Once she stepped out, she would die. Once I become stronger, I will come back and help you solve this problem so that you can all go outside, Denny said solemnly. He knew why Lila couldn't leave. The old tribal leader had explained the reason to him. Looking for death. The Avancing tribe member reacted very quickly, sensing Denny's presence the moment he entered the tent. He slapped out with his hand. His power was immense, sending waves of force that shattered the tent into pieces, the terrifying explosion echoing through the area. However, Denny's reaction was even faster. He immediately activated the enhanced amplification array platform, unleashing the balance way, which instantly weakened the Avancing tribe member's power. Bolivar? The Avancing tribe member frowned, feeling an unusual fluctuation envelop him, rapidly diminishing his realm and strength. What's going on? A chilling fear arose within him, taken aback by the sudden change. Kill. Denny's expression was cold as he summoned the purple lane spear and the wheel of reincarnation, releasing a powerful force to slay the Avancing tribe member. He knew he didn't have much time. Once the other tribal members arrived, he was doomed to fail. During his previous battle with Star and Moon, he relied solely on his own power. But this time, he directly unleashed two great treasures for a swift victory. The surrounding elements surged as Denny used the lesser wasteland art, drawing in a vast amount of elemental energy, rapidly boosting his strength. What's happening? Protect the tribal leader. Realizing what was occurring, the tribal members rushed towards the Avancing tribe member. But it was too late. Denny unleashed his full power without restraint, leaving the Avancing tribe member unable to resist, ultimately being slain on the spot. Gone. He activated a teleportation array, vanishing from everyone's sight. Who is he? How terrifying. The tribal leader is at the fusion realm, yet he was killed in the blink of an eye? The tribal members shivered in fear, their spines turning cold. When they arrived, the Avancing tribe member was already dead, killed by Denny. They didn't know that the Avancing tribe member's realm and strength had been suppressed. Continue. Denny remained cold, continuing his actions. He wanted to kill more Avancing tribe members before news spread. Otherwise, once alerted, it would be much harder to attack them. After some time, he approached another Avancing tribe member who was directing a battle, leading a large tribe against a smaller one. It barely qualified as directing. The small tribe was too weak, making it a slaughter without suspense. The Avancing tribe member sat calmly in his war chariot, watching indifferently as the large tribe slaughtered the small tribe. Soon, his expression changed. Who? He shouted coldly, spitting out a ray of starlight, striking at an empty space. With the fusion realm strength, his reaction and intuition were incredibly sharp. Denny used the void path to conceal himself but was detected the moment he approached. However, this made no difference. Denny quickly activated the enhanced amplification array platform, instantly weakening the Avancing tribe member's power and realm. He attacked swiftly, not giving any chance for resistance, and quickly slew the Avancing tribe member. What's going on? The tribal leader, dead? By the time the tribal members reacted, the Avancing tribe member was already dead, and Denny had long left. Denny moved swiftly, killing several more Avancing tribe members. News reached the Avancing tribe headquarters. Damn it! A mere tribal member dares to provoke our Avancing tribe and disrupt our plans. He deserves death. Enraged, the Avancing tribe vowed to make Denny pay. More and more experts emerged from the Avancing tribe, searching for Denny but discreetly to avoid alerting other super tribes. Meanwhile, they instructed other fighting members to be cautious, informing them about Denny. Berkeley, stop now. Simon communicated with Denny, telling him it was time to stop. He and Moira had observed the Avancing tribe's movements nearby. Seeing many experts emerging, they knew the news had reached the Avancing tribe. Their goal achieved, the Avancing tribe's anger was directed at Denny, making further action dangerous. Alright. Denny ceased his actions, reuniting with Simon and Moira. For safety, they altered their appearances. With Avancing tribe experts around, caution was necessary. Returning to Chinchur tribe, everything appeared normal, unaffected by external events. Who are you? Chinchur tribe members were cautious, alarmed by the unfamiliar faces. It's us. Denny revealed his identity and entered the tribe. They sought the old tribal leader to ask Xuanhuan to guide them out of the ice and snow celestial plane. Without someone familiar with the routes, it was hard to find a way out. With matters concluded, they no longer needed to stay. The old tribal leader happily agreed, grateful to Denny and his companions. Without Denny, the Chinchur tribe would have faced a great calamity. Xuanhuan guided them for a long while until they reached the edge of the ice and snow celestial plane. It was fortunate to have her guidance. Otherwise, they might never have found a way out despite knowing the route. The vast plain looked the same everywhere, making it easy to get lost. I wish I could go outside like you, see the world beyond. Xuanhuan gazed outside, her eyes filled with longing. Ava often came to the edge, dreaming of the outside world. Unfortunately, a force within her bloodline prevented her from leaving. Stepping out meant death. Once I grow stronger, I will return to help you resolve your issues, allowing you all to venture outside. Denny said solemnly, knowing why Xuanhuan couldn't leave, having learned the reason from the old tribal leader. Chapter 244, Savannah. After leaving the ice and snow plateau, Denny and his group arrived at a city. This city wasn't small, there were many people within it. Denny's group inquired where they could find a teleportation point. You're heading south? The man was taken aback. A direct teleportation array from the north to the south is no small affair. Only the most prominent and powerful sects in the north might possess one. Zyrate Jeremiah Yenzhou was divided into 5 regions: central, south, west, north, and east. Similarly, these regions were very far apart from each other, making them not easily traversable. Especially now, being in the northern region while the southern clan resided in the southern region, which was the furthest away. This distance was even greater, with the central region lying between them. They would have to cross 2 regions to reach their destination. Teleporting to the central region would also be fine. Denny said. They didn't necessarily need to directly teleport to the southern region. They could make a detour by first going to the central region and then on to the southern region. Prominent and powerful sects had extremely high standards and might not be easy to negotiate with. They also didn't want to deal with such influential sects if they could help it. Teleporting to the central region would be much simpler, and even non-prominent sects may have such an array, the man said. However, this city doesn't have one. You can go to the Moon Goddess Palace. They have it. He briefly explained the situation of the Moon Goddess Palace. The Moon Goddess Palace was the largest cultivation sect in this area, containing only female disciples. People in this region who wished to travel to the central region all used the teleportation array at the Moon Goddess Palace. Additionally, he provided detailed instructions for Denny's group on how to get to the Moon Goddess Palace. Thank you, friend. Denny thanked the man and, along with Mac and Mavis, headed towards the Moon Goddess Palace. The man hadn't lied. The Moon Goddess Palace wasn't far from the city. They reached it in less than half a day. On their way, they encountered many people. The central region was prosperous and thriving, the pinnacle of Jeremiah Howe, and many aspired to visit it. Hence, they were also heading to the Moon Goddess Palace to use the teleportation array. The Moon Goddess Palace was the only force in this region capable of teleporting to the central region. Other forces that could perform such teleportations were situated much farther away. Beautiful palaces lined up among the mountains, with wispy clouds enveloping the peaks, clear skies, and occasional auspicious mists emanating out, making the place look like a celestial palace. The Moon Goddess Palace was formidable, though not as strong as the prominent northern sects. Its power was second only to those illustrious sects. Denny and his group followed the crowd into the Moon Goddess Palace and queued up. There were many people wanting to go to the central region, and the queue ahead was densely packed. Of course, using the teleportation array wasn't free. The Moon Goddess Palace set a price, with specialized Isaias managing it. Hee, so many people. At that moment, a playful laugh rang out, causing many to turn their heads. When they saw the owner of the voice, they were momentarily stunned. The voice belonged to a violet, pure and beautiful in appearance, about 17 years old, precisely the age when girls are at their most dazzlingly beautiful. Oh, Latoya, why are you here? The Isaias at the Moon Goddess Palace was taken aback. The girl was the daughter of the palace's leader, named Savannah, notorious for her mischievous nature, causing everyone great headaches. Just wandering around with nothing to do, I didn't expect to see so many people here. The girl seemed delighted, her large eyes twinkling. There are too many people here. It's chaotic. Latoya, you should return quickly. The Moon Goddess Palace, Isaias said. Savannah was a troublemaker, always fond of causing disruptions, leading everyone at the Moon Goddess Palace to dread her actions. Ava feared Savannah would cause disturbances here and wanted to send her away. Georgina won't let me leave the palace. What? Now I can't wander inside either? Savannah pouted in anger. Would they really let her? The Moon Goddess Palace, Isaias inwardly ridiculed. If they really let her out, chaos would ensue. Thinking about what Savannah had done in the past, she felt a headache coming on. Once, a pill refining Isaias had finally gathered all the materials for an ancient pill and spent 80 days refining it, only needing one more day to complete it. But somehow Savannah sneaked in and opened the alchemy furnace without the Isaias noticing, eating the pill inside. After 80 days, the pill had already taken shape and developed some medicinal properties, but it needed one more day to fully mature into an exceptionally rare pill. The heart of the alchemy, Isaias bled. Ava had studied the ancient pill formula for a long time and spent several years gathering all the ingredients, only for Savannah to ruin everything. The scent is so strong. You say it isn't completed? I knew you were lying, afraid I'd eat the pill. Clearly, the pill has already taken shape. This was Savannah's exact words at the time. Not understanding alchemy, she thought the presence of a pill fragrance indicated completion. Despite the Isaias patiently explaining, Savannah refused to listen, insisting the Isaias was deceiving her, frustrating the Isaias to the point she didn't practice alchemy for years. Then there was the time Savannah said she wanted a suitable magic tool and ran amok in the artifact refinement hall. When the artifact Isaias offered to refine it for her, she insisted on doing it herself. If she understood refinement, it would have been one thing, but she knew nothing at all. The precious materials in the artifact refinement hall were wasted by her, and she ended up creating nothing. Many incidents like this had occurred. Almost every Isaias at the Moon Goddess Palace had suffered from her mischief, seeing her as a little devil who never rested. The leader of the palace doted on her excessively. For all her deeds, she merely laughed them off, saying children didn't know better and shouldn't be held accountable, leaving everyone helpless. Now, Savannah had come here, causing the local Isaias much concern, unsure of what kind of trouble Savannah might stir up. What are you all doing here? Savannah blinked her big eyes, looking at the people around. Ava didn't realize this was a teleportation point established by the Moon Goddess Palace and had never paid attention to such matters before. We're going to the central region and using the Moon Goddess Palace's teleportation array. Desmond's. Many smiled and replied. Savannah's beautiful appearance easily earned her goodwill from others. Oh, a teleportation costs 1,000 spirit stones. Savannah glanced beside her, where a sign displayed the payment required for the teleportation array. 1,000 spirit stones, that's too little. The central region is so far away, the energy consumption must be huge. No way, this isn't right. We're losing too much money. Savannah shook her head, continually complaining about losses. What was happening? Was she planning to raise prices? Everyone felt disconcerted, sensing an ominous vibe. Latoya, this price has been in place for many years, it's fine. The Isaias of the Moon Goddess Palace hurriedly said. Desmondars and it's still the same price? That won't do. We need to raise it. Savannah said firmly. Hashtag chapter 245, satisfied and moved. The America felt a headache coming on. Ava knew that when Savannah came here, nothing good usually followed. Sure enough, Savannah was about to cause trouble. Savannah's previous complaint wasn't unfounded. The distance between the regions was indeed far, making such teleportation very energy-consuming. However, saying it was unprofitable was an exaggeration. Who would willingly do something at a loss? And for so many years at that, each person paid 1,000 spirit stones for the teleportation. While it didn't seem much, with the sheer number of people using it, they could transport 50 people at once, and the spirit stones they collected far exceeded their costs. Such teleportations occurred 10 times a day, providing a highly optimistic revenue stream. The decision to raise prices is too significant. It needs the approval of the Alizé. The Arvin steeled herself and even brought up the Alizé, though she doubted it would help. As expected, Savannah didn't listen. Georgina isn't in the palace. How can I discuss it with her? Savannah's face fell as she said, Are you trying to bully me because Georgina isn't around? No, no way. The Arvin hurriedly responded. Ava wanted to add, We wouldn't dare to bully you. If anything, we should be grateful not to be bullied by you. Well, then follow my order. Raise the price? Savannah declared. Raise the price? Well, fine, Latoya. How much should we raise it? The Arvin's face showed exasperation. She truly couldn't deal with Savannah. How much? Let me think about it. Savannah lowered her head, seriously pondering. Here's what. Just give me something I'm satisfied with. Ava smirked, adding, Anyway, I have nothing to do today, so I'll help out a bit. The Arvin was speechless. What kind of solution was this? How could satisfying her be a standard? It lacked any criteria, based entirely on her whims. How could this be fair? Latoya, this isn't right. Increasing prices should require prior notice, right? Everyone was reluctant, agreeing to the price hike, but insisting on maintaining the old rate for them. You all are only thinking of taking advantage. We've been losing money for so long, and we're not allowed to raise prices. Savannah was visibly upset. Everyone was speechless. Were they really only thinking of taking advantage? Wasn't the pricing decided by them? And how could there be losses? This business model simply couldn't result in losses. If you don't agree, go somewhere else. Savannah sounded impatient. Beside her, the Arvin remained silent. Ava couldn't afford to provoke Savannah and didn't want to either. Ava had already figured out how to clean up after Savannah. Afterwards, she'd explain to everyone to come another day with no price change. Savannah wouldn't be around every day. This was just a sudden idea. This is outright bullying. Everyone was indignant. How am I bullying you? You take it if you want, or leave if you don't, it's simple. Savannah retorted. Ava truly didn't care. Such actions were ruining the Moon Goddess Palace's reputation and credit. No one raised prices without warning, and especially not without clear criteria. Fine, we'll leave. It's not like you're the only ones who can teleport to the central region. We'll just spend more time and walk further. Many turned and left. Some in a hurry stayed. Going elsewhere would waste too much time. The Moon Goddess Palace was the only force in this area that could teleport to the central region. Going elsewhere would take them days. For them, several days was too long, so they agreed to the price hike. This is a Ivesful beauty pill. After taking it, your skin will become softer and your appearance more beautiful. Someone took out a pill and offered it to Savannah. He was quite brave. Ivesful beauty pills weren't rare or valuable, barely worth 500 spirit stones. That he dared to offer a Ivesful beauty pill was bold. Clearly, he was a slick talker, trying to get through with minimal effort. Without a standard, as long as Savannah was satisfied, he thought this little girl wouldn't know better. Do you think my skin isn't soft enough, or my appearance isn't beautiful? Savannah huffed. Bringing this cheap pill to insult me. What courage. No. His face changed instantly. Savannah may be young, but she wasn't easily fooled. Throw him out, and never let him enter our palace again. Savannah ordered, and he was escorted out. If you want to go, bring something valuable, not trash. Those eager to reach the center side and reluctantly produced valuable items for Savannah. Savannah had sharp eyes and a keen judgment, easily distinguishing between good and bad. Ava accepted everything valuable and rejected the rest. Even the bad items weren't terrible, all valued over 1,000 spirit stones. Why did I have to meet such a person? Simon grumbled. He, Charles, and the kitten hadn't left. They had spent some time in the ice field and couldn't spare the time to find another place for teleportation. They had to use this route. Once they reached the central region, they still needed to travel south. Time was crucial. Changing places might delay his return home. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Just give her what she wants. Charles said. They had acquired numerous rare treasures from the Cathy, so they were incredibly wealthy. This minor expense was negligible, and there was no need to switch locations. Many people left, leaving only a few. Soon it was Charles's turn. Had many not left, it would have taken longer to reach them. I'll pay. Simon stepped forward and presented 3 azure water beads to Savannah. The beads radiated strong spiritual energy, clearly valuable, each worth over 3,000 spirit stones. These were his own possessions, collected earlier, not from the Cathy. Items from there were extraordinary, so he naturally wouldn't give them to Savannah. Boring. None of you brought anything that really moves me. Surprisingly, Savannah changed her mind and refused Simon's beads. From now on, you must bring something that truly moves me, Ava declared. Before, satisfaction was enough. Now it had to be moving. There was a difference. Satisfaction meant almost acceptable, while moving required truly outstanding items. Chapter 246 Unreasonable Oppression. How can this be? Isn't this utterly unreasonable? The remaining people grew even more indignant. Savannah had a pure and beautiful appearance, but her temperament was extremely infuriating. The continuous price hikes were far too capricious. Wasn't there anyone to regulate her? They looked towards the America, hoping she would intervene. Unexpectedly, the Arvin turned her head away. Savannah. She could neither control nor discipline her. So what? This teleportation array is built within my palace. I decide how it's run. If you don't like it, deal with it. Savannah snorted coldly, her temperamental nature showing through as she acted whimsically. This is an outright oppression. The Moon Goddess Palace behaves so unreasonably and oppresses people like this? Who will come here to use the teleportation array in the future? Many people angrily said. They had tolerated the previous price increase, but this latest one, without any standards, was unbearable. What if I do oppress you? Savannah sneered disdainfully and continued. Based on your insignificant status, you dare threaten the Moon Goddess Palace? Your presence itself disgraces us. You. Everyone trembled in anger. They had seen unreasonable behavior before, but never anything as extreme as this. The America sighed deeply. Their reputation was bound to suffer because of this. Ava truly couldn't understand how such an outstanding person as the Alizé could have given birth to a daughter like Savannah, who acted recklessly and was spoiled rotten, especially since the Alizé pampered Savannah, further fueling her arrogance. Didn't the Alizé realize that this would harm Savannah? For now, it was still manageable since Savannah stayed inside the palace and didn't go out much. The outside world was cruel. Someone with Savannah's temperament would surely cause major trouble. When that time came, the Alizé wouldn't even have a chance for regret. Furthermore, their entire Moon Goddess Palace might face disaster due to Savannah. Not good. Once the Alizé returns, we must talk to her about Savannah's behavior. Ava made up her mind and decided to join forces with other Izayas to discuss Savannah's issues. Get lost, all of you. You've ruined my mood. The teleportation array won't be open today. No one goes to the central region. Savannah, impatient, barked at them. But, what about our items? We've already handed over the items. Those who had submitted their items changed expressions. What items? Get lost. Savannah snarled coldly. If you don't let us teleport, then return our items. Not returning them isn't right. People argued back. Don't get above yourselves. Savannah, dissatisfied, raised a magical staff in her hand. A beam of azure light shot out, forming a blue moon that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Infinite moonlight descended from the blue moon, carrying an immensely powerful force that caused a special fluctuation, instantly blasting everyone aside. Blood splattered everywhere, and those who were blasted flew into critical condition, covered in wounds, their faces pale. Moon Goddess Staff. The Arven's expression changed drastically, not expecting the Alizé to pamper Savannah to such an extent by giving her the Moon Goddess Staff. The Moon Goddess Staff symbolized the authority of the Alizé, only controllable by her, untouched by others. Even pampering has limits, and the Alizé had clearly overdone it. My mother doesn't allow me to use the Moon Goddess Staff lightly. Since I've taken it out, I'll play around with it. After injuring everyone, Savannah showed no remorse. Instead, she felt playful. I am the Moon Goddess, the fairy, you ugly wretches, accept the punishment of the Moon Goddess. Savannah raised the Moon Goddess Staff high, its body emitting formidable ripples, making the blue moon glow brighter and more brilliant. Streams of blue light appeared, rippling outwards rapidly towards the others. Ian and his companions were also caught in the impact zone. Took advantage of me, did you? Ian snorted coldly, his body glowing with overwhelming might, charging straight into the blue light waves. He wasn't afraid of ancient noble families, and certainly wouldn't fear the Moon Goddess Palace. He avoided trouble but wasn't scared of it either. Since Savannah dared to attack him, he would make her pay. Though the blue light waves carried immense power, Ian's indestructible flesh glowed golden, blocking the waves effortlessly. His resilience was astonishing, moving through the blue light waves without hindrance. Very impressive. The Arven's eyes flashed with astonishment. Despite Savannah's mischievous nature, her cultivation talent was very strong. Despite being young, she had reached the third-tier Zyrif Will realm, stronger than some disciples of Grand Sex. Although Savannah couldn't unleash the full power of the Moon Goddess Staff, even her current realm could wield formidable strength. Under such circumstances, a fifth-tier Zyrif Will realm cultivator would have been severely injured. Desmond. Ian remained unscathed. More shockingly, Ian's realm was lower than Savannah's. He was merely at the first-tier Zyrif Will realm. A mere first-tier Zyrif Will realm individual possessed such formidable power. Ian was indeed extraordinary. You seem quite impressive. Savannah stared at Ian, her interest piqued. Then accompany me for some fun. Finding a new toy, her face lit up with excitement, eyes gleaming. Swish. Ava waved the Moon Goddess Staff, beams of light shooting out one after another, each frighteningly thick and menacing. Ian punched fiercely, explosive physical strength clashing with the incoming light beams. His fists glowed brightly, surpassing the beams in brilliance. Terrible power erupted. None could withstand his blows, shattering every beam with his fists. So impressive, I love it. Haven't found someone as interesting and powerful as you in a long time. Savannah's eyes shone even brighter, her excitement increasing. In the younger generation of the Moon Goddess Palace, she reigned supreme. None could match her, while the Arvens feared hurting her, fighting cautiously, making battles boring. Now, Ian greatly intrigued her. Toy. Ian laughed coldly. Do you know who you are? Others may indulge you, but I don't. He unleashed Tinsley Wang technique. Within moments, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body, his momentum rising to terrifying levels. Since no one taught you, I will. The world isn't where you can do whatever you want. There are rules and regulations, which should be followed. He launched a powerful attack, demonstrating the profound principles of the White Tiger Divine Technique. Roars echoed across the heavens, the image of a white tiger materializing, exuding fierce and intimidating power. Chapter 247. A promise is a promise. No one taught you, so let me teach you. Denny's words reverberated around the area. Who was Savannah's mother? The Alizé of the Moon Goddess Palace. For Denny to dare speak like this within the Moon Goddess Palace territory was truly bold. The Isaias of the Moon Goddess Palace narrowed her eyes, emitting a killing aura from her body. However, She soon retracted the killing aura and her expression returned to calmness. If Denny could give Savannah a lesson, it would be a good thing. Savannah indeed deserved to be taught a lesson. Savannah had been spoiled by the Alizé and needed to be knocked down a peg or two. With the lesser wasteland art activated, the power of heaven and earth within hundreds of miles gathered towards him. Denny's momentum surged dramatically, even surpassing Savannah's momentum. It was terrifying and horrifying. The white tiger's sacred art unfolded, its ferocious might subjugating all before it. A serious light flickered in Savannah's eyes as she dismissed her playful attitude. Denny was an opponent worthy of her full effort. Ava was astonished. A mere first-stage Zyreful realm practitioner could actually suppress the momentum of a third-stage Zyreful realm practitioner. It was almost unimaginable. Jail of Moonlight. Ava shouted, urging on the moon goddess staff. Strands of holy moonlight rained down, rapidly coalescing into a jail that pressed towards Denny. Its speed was horrifying, completely locking onto Denny. Even if he retreated into the void, he was still locked in place, trapped by the jail. This was the supreme might of the Moon Goddess Palace's most exalted dermic artifact. It was truly astonishing and remarkable. It could lock onto someone even within the void. This was very scary, indicating that the Moon Goddess staff was of a very high grade. Seal for me. Savannah made hand seals, and order rules continuously sprang up from the jail, landing on Denny one after another, attempting to seal him. Denny frowned. When these order rules fell upon him, he clearly felt a great suppression, causing problems with the flow of energy within his body. He naturally couldn't allow these order rules to fully seal him. He activated the Great Wasteland Art, letting out wasteland waves to erase these order rules. What? Savannah's face changed drastically. The order rules condensed by the Moon Goddess staff were being erased? Ava couldn't believe it, her eyes wide open. Order rules represented the ultimate force, not something that could be countered at the Zyreful realm stage. Even those at the Soul Fusion or Heaven Fusion stages would find it difficult. Desmond, Denny had done it. What kind of power was this? The order rules initially flourished, but then gradually weakened, ultimately disappearing entirely. This was too frightening. The Moon Goddess Palace, Isaias's expression turned solemn. Even she felt a bit unnerved by this power. Although such power wouldn't harm or affect her, she still felt a tremor deep within her soul. Denny radiated light all over his body, akin to a war god walking among the world, especially bright and dazzling. Many people were dumbfounded. Could such a monstrous genius appear in their small region? Perhaps even the top prodigies and heavenly Kiras in the flourishing doctrines of the northern regions couldn't match him. Roar, roar, roar. The sound of dragon roars resounded as a true dragon appeared, its dragon majesty oppressive. Its eyes emitted daunting beams of light, swallowing clouds and spitting mist as it pounced towards Savannah. Savannah waved the Moon Goddess staff, with moonlight swirling around her, resembling a goddess of the moon, sacred and pure. The Moon Goddess staff erupted with boundless radiance, unleashing wave after wave of formidable power to resist the true dragon's assault. However, before the true dragon, this strength was insufficient. The true dragon tore through everything, slamming into Savannah, sending her flying and spitting out large amounts of blood, staining her clothes red. Without the Moon Goddess staff, you don't even have the qualifications to fight me. Denny's expression was cold, his words arrogant and confident. It was the truth. Savannah had excellent talent, being the outstanding and top celestial Kira of the Moon Goddess Palace. But Denny was even more astonishing. Despite being 2 stages lower than her, he still outmatched her. Ah! Savannah roared in anger. Ava had never been disrespected like this before. Denny's words pierced her. Ava went all out, bringing out every bit of power she could muster from the Moon Goddess staff. A shadowy figure materialized. It was the spirit within the Moon Goddess staff, emitting a terrifying aura. What? Did the Alizé actually allow her to establish a connection with the spirit inside the Moon Goddess staff? The Moon Goddess Palace, Isaias cried out in shock. The Moon Goddess staff wasn't just any ordinary item. It housed a spirit. Establishing a connection meant becoming the true master of the Moon Goddess staff. Ava had never expected the Alizé not only allowed Savannah to play with the staff, but truly handed the Moon Goddess staff to her. This severely violated the palace rules. After all, the Moon Goddess staff symbolized the Alizé. Only the Alizé could connect with the spirit within. Savannah was the daughter of the Alizé and had extraordinary talent, overshadowing many youths of the Moon Goddess Palace, making her capable of becoming the next Alizé. But that was a matter for the future. Establishing a connection now was too early and against the rules. Not the complete spirit, useless. Denny saw right through this spirit. With Savannah's low realm, even if she established a connection, she couldn't summon the complete spirit. This was merely a part of the spirit, strong though not a threat to him. Superimpose. He used the white tiger sacred art with one hand and the celestial lane treasure art with the other. The roar of the dragon and the cry of the tiger sounded simultaneously, forming shapes of a dragon and tiger, intertwining and enhancing each other. Boom. A massive explosion occurred. The spirit shattered into threads of moonlight that flowed back into the Moon Goddess staff. Savannah suffered from the aftermath, again spitting out large amounts of blood, thoroughly drenching her chest in red. Her body trembled violently, her hands hanging lifelessly, having exhausted tremendous energy to summon the spirit, and the collapse of the spirit caused her significant impact. At this moment, she was unable to continue fighting, extremely weak. What are you doing? Just standing there watching me get beaten? Quickly go tear him apart. Ava roared angrily, ordering the Isaias to attack. The Moon Goddess Palace Isaias truly did not want to act. Although Savannah had suffered heavy blows, she still hadn't learned her lesson and showed no signs of self-reflection. Ava hoped Denny could give Savannah an even greater lesson, making her realize her mistakes. However, she couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. If she did, she couldn't explain to the Alizé. Young man, let's settle this here. Ava spoke without engaging Denny in battle. Denny was not wrong. It was Savannah who was mistaken. Ava couldn't kill Denny. Her conscience wouldn't allow it. What do you mean settle it here? Savannah screamed hysterically. I won't let it end here. I want him dead. I want him to die under 1,000 cuts. Ava had never been this humiliated before. She wouldn't let it end like this. Ava wanted Denny dead. It indeed can't end here. Denny's expression remained cold. I promise to teach you a lesson. Until you know your mistake, it isn't over. Everyone was stunned. Was this person so fierce? Even with the Moon Goddess Palace Isaiah stepping forward, he still intended to continue teaching Savannah a lesson? Hashtag chapter 248. No more spoiling. Young man, what do you intend to do? The Isaiah of the Moon Goddess Palace's face changed. I'm not going to do anything. Ava should get the punishment she deserves. Carlo was fearless and intended to continue disciplining Bridget. He had an upgraded amplification array platform in his possession. Whoever came from the Moon Goddess Palace would be suppressed, so he had nothing to worry about or fear. Kill him, quickly kill him. Bridget was still roaring loudly, completely unaware of how miserable her situation would soon become. If you insist on this, then I have no choice but to intervene, the Isaiah of the Moon Goddess Palace said, her body emitting a powerful aura. Her strength was at the 8th level fusion of Soul's realm. Do as you wish. Carlo remained calm, walking step by step toward Bridget. Seeing Carlo approach Bridget, the Isaiah of the Moon Goddess Palace had no choice but to take action. She could not let Bridget suffer any further. However, her expression quickly changed. The power she exerted towards Carlo was directly weakened and plummeted. At the same time, she felt a certain suppression over herself, her realm strength dropping significantly to the 1st level Zyrif Will realm. Ava stared at Carlo in shock, filled with disbelief. His method had frightened her. Ignoring her, Carlo walked straight up to Bridget and lifted her up. You've been spoiled and willful, acting without restraint. Well, too bad. I'm even more forceful than you. You treated me as a toy. Now I'll treat you as one. He used his strength to mold Bridget into a ball and kicked her away. I'm next. Harold grinned, flashing over and kicking Bridget back. Count me in. Paris leaped forward, joining in, and they all started passing the ball around. Everyone present was bewildered, their teeth chattering, treating the daughter of the Moon Goddess Palace's palace master as a ball. This was truly terrifying. I swear I'll kill you all. Bridget kept screaming and shouting in rage as she was being kicked back and forth. Still making threats? Excellent, continue. Carlo's expression was cold as he continued playing soccer with Harold and the Temperance. Keep kicking until she learns. Stop it. The Isaiah of the Moon Goddess Palace hastily intervened, trying to stop Carlo and the others. However, before she could get close, Carlo slapped her away with a single hand. In the 1st level Zyrif Will realm, she was no match for Carlo. If you like treating people as toys, then you must prepare to be treated as one yourself. We'll see if you dare to do this again. Carlo said coldly. Outrageous. Halt immediately. The commotion here had alerted the other Isaiahs of the Moon Goddess Palace. When they arrived, seeing Bridget being treated like a ball, they felt a momentary satisfaction before rushing to intervene on her behalf. However, due to the enhanced amplification array platform, none of them were effective. Their realms were suppressed, and their strength dropped significantly. Carlo overwhelmed them effortlessly, suppressing all the Isaiahs on the spot. Everyone looked puzzled. A 1st level Zyrif Will realm Carlo could actually suppress multiple Isaiahs of the Moon Goddess Palace. It was almost unbelievable. Bridget kept being kicked back and forth, the pain making her grit her teeth, barely able to endure it. Her initial curses and roars gradually faded, replaced by pleas for forgiveness. I'm wrong really, I know I'm wrong. Ava cried out in desperation, pleading for mercy. If this continued, she feared she would be kicked to death. Remember, I am not the only one. There are many powerful people in this world. If you don't learn your lesson, you're destined for ruin. Carlo stopped coldly. Turning to the Isaiah responsible for the array platform, he said, it's not convenient for me to comment much on matters within your palace, but allowing her to behave this way will surely lead the Moon Goddess Palace nowhere. None of the Isaiahs spoke, remaining silent. They all knew this, but the palace master had always been too indulgent towards Bridget, leaving them powerless. Please activate the array platform to send us to the central region, Carlo said, releasing the Isaiah who was in charge of the array, allowing her to regain her full strength and free from suppression. He didn't worry about this Isaiah retaliating against them. He still held Bridget and the other Isaiah in his grasp. Carlo handed over 3 water pearls, saying, we won't use it for free. Very well. The Isaiah accepted the water pearls and activated the transmission array. As the runes flickered, the transmission began. Carlo, Harold, and the Temperance stepped onto the platform, their figures gradually fading until they completely vanished. When they reappeared, they were already in the central region. Meanwhile, a powerful and terrifying aura descended upon the Moon Goddess Palace. When I was outside, I felt uneasy and rushed back, only to find that something had indeed happened. A breathtakingly beautiful middle-aged woman sighed, the powerful and terrifying aura emanating from her. Georgina! Bridget cried, throwing herself into the woman's arms. This woman was none other than Bridget's mother, the palace master of the Moon Goddess Palace. Alize, it's our fault. We failed to protect Latoya. The Isaiah quickly recounted everything to the palace master. Show her. This time you've made a mistake. The palace master shook her head. No matter how mischievous you've been inside the palace, I've always indulged you. But this time, you've gone too far, and it makes me very sad. Regardless of how mischievous Bridget had been inside the palace, it had always been an internal matter, tolerable. But this time, Bridget had greatly tarnished the dignity and reputation of the Moon Goddess Palace, which she couldn't tolerate. I apologize, it's my fault for failing to discipline her properly. Everyone, please forgive me. This time, all transmissions to the central region will be free of charge, as an apology. No problem. Thank you, Alize. These people had nothing else to say. The palace master upheld justice and righteousness, understood right from wrong, did not indulge Bridget, and offered them free transmission. They couldn't ask for more. Chioer, after some thought, I realized that I've been too indulgent. This might be good for you, a new beginning. How can you do this, Georgina? You should seek revenge for me. You should go out into the world, not stay within the palace anymore. The palace master shook her head, steeling herself, determined to send Bridget away. Bridget's father had sacrificed his life to save her. Bridget was their only daughter, so she had always indulged her. Ava knew this wasn't good but could never bring herself to change. But this incident had finally made her resolve firm. Ava couldn't spoil Bridget anymore. Let's go. Ava took Bridget and stepped onto the transmission array, activating it and leaving the place. As long as Bridget remained in the palace, she could never bring herself to discipline her. Only when Bridget was away could she be strict. Ava had to send Bridget out. Georgina, no. Bridget cried, but it was useless. When they reappeared, they were already in the central region. Chapter 249, Fellow Southern Clan Members. In the vast central region where spiritual energy was abundant, Denny and his group had just been transported here and hadn't walked far when the light from the transmission array behind them flickered. Two figures appeared at once. One was a tall and one small figure, both women. The taller figure was a middle-aged woman with a noble demeanor and exquisite beauty. The smaller figure was in disarray, covered in wounds all over her body, but it could still be seen that she was exceptionally beautiful, a beauty in the making. They've caught up? Denny's expression turned serious as he held an enhanced amplification array platform, ready to deploy it at any moment. He didn't recognize the Isaias one but knew the younger, none other than Savannah. Georgina, it's them. Savannah glared at them, grinding her teeth with such force that they might shatter. What? You still don't know right from wrong? Denny coldly stared back at Savannah. Savannah jumped in fright, quickly hiding behind her mother, repeatedly saying, No, I know I was wrong. But then she paused, stepping out from behind her mother and standing forward. With her mother by her side, what did she have to fear? It should be Denny and company who were scared. You treated me so poorly. Your crimes are great. Now my mother is here, and you will all face justice. Ava was born to supreme honor, never enduring even a bit of hardship. Everyone pampered her, especially her mother who cherished her above all else. Desmond Denny and his gang treated her like a ball being kicked around. Her anger raged on, regarding Denny and the others as her greatest enemies. Chioer, do not be impolite. To their surprise, the Alize ignored Savannah's outburst and instead sternly reprimanded her. Georgina. Savannah's eyes filled with tears, full of grievance. Didn't her mother bring her here for revenge? What was her mother's real intention in bringing her here? This young man, I sincerely apologize to all of you for my daughter's mistakes. Ava has indeed been spoiled by me and lacks decorum in her actions, acting rashly and recklessly. The Alize sincerely apologized to Denny and his group. Denny and his companions were taken aback, not expecting such an attitude from Savannah's mother. However, they remained vigilant, fearing it might be a ploy from the Alize to catch them off guard. You don't need to worry, I have no ill intentions and no plans for retaliation. This matter is indeed my daughter's fault. The Alize continued, I came here to apologize and also have an unreasonable request, to hope that you would take my daughter along with you. What? Take her with us? Max suspected he had heard incorrectly. Why would the Alize want them to take Savannah with them? I spoiled her too much before, leading to her unruly nature and lack of restraint. I hope you can guide her and help her improve her conduct. The Alize said, my daughter isn't inherently bad. It's just that she has been spoiled by me. I hope you can agree to this request. Aren't you afraid something might happen to her while she's with us? Denny asked. The Alize hardly knew them. How could she trust them so easily to take her daughter? You're not wicked people. Otherwise, with your abilities, you could have killed Chioer within the Moon Goddess Palace and left unscathed. The Alize smiled faintly. That's why I chased after you, hoping you could take Chioer along. Ava paused, turning her gaze toward Mac. Seeing you reassures me even more. Ava chuckled, her eyes holding complex emotions. What does that mean? Could it be you think I'm so dashing and handsome that you feel I'm good-hearted? Mac's face stayed calm as he praised himself lavishly, then nodded and said, You see well, Alize. Indeed, I am kind-hearted and a good person. Howl, don't you have any shame? I feel embarrassed for you. Amanita nearby mocked him with utter disdain. The Southern clan members I trust, the Alize stated. Mac's expression instantly changed, fixing a sharp gaze on the Alize. How do you know I'm from the Southern clan? Because I am from the Southern clan too. The Alize's eyes showed a nostalgic glow. There's a bond between bloodlines which doesn't lie. I was once from the Southern clan but failed during trials and couldn't meet the requirements to join the clan. My surname Nan was also stripped away. What? Mac was shocked, never imagining the Alize of the Moon Goddess Palace was from the Southern clan. After failing, I didn't give up and worked hard on my cultivation. I even founded the Moon Goddess Palace, hoping to develop it into a significant power to regain entry into the Southern clan. The Alize bitterly reflected, however, things were far more complicated than I imagined. Developing a power wasn't easy, and for the Moon Goddess Palace to catch the Southern clan's attention is even harder. Ava sighed deeply. I fear I won't return to the Southern clan in my lifetime. The Moon Goddess Palace was not insignificant, yet compared to the Southern clan, it meant nothing. To gain the Southern clan's attention, at least becoming a grand sect was required. To achieve such grandeur was no simple task. Each grand sect had a history spanning over 1,000 years. The Moon Goddess Palace still fell short of such greatness. Even if the Moon Goddess Palace gained the Southern clan's attention, you still couldn't return. Max shook his head. You should know some failed Southern clan members established religions that developed into powerful sects, yet still couldn't return. I know, but aside from this, I have no idea how to return to the Southern clan. The Alize's expression dimmed. This was the only method she could imagine. No failed Southern Clan member has ever returned to the Southern Clan. Mac felt somewhat dejected. He wasn't sure about his own chances. The standards set by the Southern Clan varied each generation. Failure would mean he couldn't return to the clan either, expelled and stripped of his surname. I know returning to the Southern Clan is a dream, but I cannot help but pursue it. The Alizé glanced at Savannah. If I cannot return, perhaps having Chior experience it would suffice. I hope you can take Chior with you. Feeling the Southern Clan's bloodline in Mac, she hoped more than ever for Savannah to follow Mac, because she clearly understood that Mac was returning to the Southern Clan and wanted Savannah to see it for her. With a thud, she knelt down. Please fulfill my request. All right. Mac sighed. Being fellow Southern Clan members touched him. Everyone missed their home. He agreed. Thank you. Thank you. The Alizé thanked profusely. If you meet my parents or my brother, please extend my greetings to them. Her brother succeeded while she failed. But the Southern Clan's strict rules forbade contact with failed clansmen. If discovered, all parties involved would face execution. For so many years, she had never seen her parents or brother, missing them greatly. This was also why she longed to return to the Southern Clan. Hashtag Chapter 250, Central Region Event. Please rise if we can help, we will definitely do so. Simon helped the Alizé to stand up. With an uncertain future ahead of him, he empathized with the Alizé's plight and was willing to offer as much assistance as possible. Thank you. The Alizé expressed her gratitude again and handed Simon a jade piece, saying, This is a jade given by my parents. I have one, and my brother has one. Seeing this jade, they will understand everything. All right. Simon took the jade. Finally, the Alizé left Perry behind and departed herself. Before leaving, she gave Simon many items, all her cherished possessions over the years, in gratitude for his assistance. Looking at how moved you were, I thought you'd offer help unconditionally, but you didn't even pretend. You just accepted everything outright? Amanita sneered disdainfully. When the Alizé offered those items earlier, Simon did not hesitate and gladly accepted them all. You know nothing. If I hadn't accepted, the Alizé wouldn't be at ease. Now that I've taken them, she'll feel more reassured. Simon retorted with great righteousness. Don't justify yourself. You're just greedy. I saw your eyes turn green. Perry muttered beside him. What did you say? Simon flew into a rage, glaring at Perry, who hurriedly covered her mouth in fright. They continued their journey and settled temporarily in a large city. Perry had injuries that made movement difficult, so they planned to let her recover first. What? Do you want me to give you a pill? Ava won't die from those minor injuries. Though reluctant, Simon eventually took out a healing pill. You blame me for accepting those gifts. If I hadn't, we would have lost out big time, taking care of someone else's child while also giving away our own belongings. Simon grumbled under his breath. This city was not ordinary. It was vast and one of the most prosperous in the central region. The Moon Goddess Palace's teleportation array had brought them directly to the most bustling area in the center, rather than the outskirts. Did you hear? The Xuanhuan clan's young master is hosting a gathering for prodigies, inviting all the outstanding figures from the central region to come together. You only heard now? Haven't you noticed how many more people are in the city? Many famous prodigies have already arrived here. Desmonds, I saw them. There's Lewis from the Celestial Mountain sect, Wang Jeff from the Sun Moon sect, Jan from the Harmonious Bliss sect. Not only human prodigies but also prodigies from other races and powerful beast offspring received invitations. The streets were buzzing with discussions like these. How could it not be lively? Prodigies from the central region were gathering. Humans, other races, and powerful beast descendants. All coming together, marking a grand event unprecedented in history. Why would the Xuanhuan clan's young master host such a gathering? It's rumored that this gathering is held for someone else. For someone else? Who? Unclear. It seems it might be for a member of an ancient family. An ancient family? Someone gasped audibly. The ancient families have never appeared before. Did one of their members come out this time? Unclear. It's all rumors. We don't know if it's true or not. Which ancient family? It's said to be the Nan clan. The Nan clan? In a room on the second floor of a tavern, Denny leaned by the window, watching the outside scenery when he overheard the street discussions. Initially indifferent, he suddenly became interested upon hearing the mention of the Nan clan. Were there other descendants of the Nan clan present here? What do you think? Denny looked at Simon, who was in the room with him. It's possible. Simon pondered. He may want to gather the central region's prodigies to gauge his own strength, wanting to bolster his confidence. None of the Nan clan's children sent out had been able to remain in Yinzhou, living instead in other states. Returning this time, they all came back from other states, unsure of the current situation in Yinzhou. Different states varied in strength and capability. Some prodigies from other states might be nobody in Yinzhou. If his guess was correct, this Nan clan member was no simple person, having foresight. We can go take a look, Simon suggested. He was also curious and wanted to test his own strength, seeing where he stood in Yinzhou. Okay. Denny nodded. We'll leave once Perry recovers. They had just settled in, and Perry was still recuperating from her injuries, not fully recovered yet. Moreover, they weren't in a rush since the gathering hadn't started yet, scheduled to begin 2 days later. 2 days later, Denny and his group set off for the gathering location. The gathering wasn't in the city but outside in Mingshan, T-Mountain. Mingshan had beautiful surroundings and abundant spiritual energy, making it a renowned venue for gatherings. On their way, they saw many different beings, humans, other races, and beast offspring. With all the prodigies from the central region gathering, it was undoubtedly a significant event, attracting much interest from various spectators. Thud, thud, thud. The ground shook as if hit by an earthquake, causing numerous beings to sway. A white jade elephant, its body massive like a moving hill, galloped across the land, causing tremors. This is the well-known son of the white jade elephant beast king, named Jalen. He's very famous among the younger generation, possessing astonishing strength. Some whispered, recognizing the white jade elephant as a power invited to the gathering. Swish. Multicolored light beams shone brightly, nearly blinding everyone. A small bird, palm-sized, emitted dazzling seven-colored light. It emitted a peculiar fluctuation, making hearts race uneasily, as if facing an ancient ferocious beast. A heaven-swallowing sparrow. According to legend, its ancestors could swallow heaven and earth, truly terrifying. They belong to the remnant clans, having partially inherited their ancestors' bloodline, which makes them formidable. True heaven-swallowing sparrows were gray in color, not rainbow-hued. Being ancient beasts from the distant past, their lineage had become extremely diluted by now, with no pureblood descendants remaining. Zoom. A bright streak of light flashed past, almost indiscernible due to its speed, comparable to lightning. Friends from the Zyregning bird clan have arrived. Ahead, Jalen, the white jade elephant prodigy, chuckled, his voice deep and resonant like a bell. The bright streak stopped, allowing people to see what it was. A bird with a sharp beak, featherless body, wings extending to its ankles, surrounded by electrical arcs. Its eyes were intensely red, exuding a menacing aura. You're here, how could I not be? The bird spoke coldly, pausing briefly before flapping its wings again and disappearing in an instant, its speed startling everyone. A prodigy from the Zyregning bird clan, another renowned and powerful beast offspring from the central region. Chapter 251, the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The melodious sound of a zither resonated through the air, creating ripples that sent vibrant petals floating all around. A group of figures traveled through the sky, flying gracefully above the heads of the onlookers. All these travelers were young Kiras dressed in light attire, their skin smooth as congealed fat, wearing radiant smiles on their faces, their laughter ethereal and enchanting, stirring hearts and making them restless. So beautiful. I wish I could travel with them. Below, countless male cultivators had their blood surging, their eyes transfixed on the Kiras above. Hee, if you want to come along, just join us. Come up. Up in the sky, the Kiras smiled brilliantly and acted boldly, inviting the male cultivators below to ascend. Their eyes sparkled with allure, and their delicate white hands constantly glided over their slender, fair thighs, irresistibly seductive. Many male cultivators couldn't resist, their bodies rising involuntarily toward the sky. These are disciples of the xuanhuan sect. You dare to go up there? Someone spoke, revealing the identity of the Kiras. Immediately, the fervor in those male cultivators' hearts subsided as they anxiously descended from the sky. When they landed, beads of sweat as large as beans rolled down their faces, cold sweat pouring from their backs, giving them a sense of having narrowly escaped death. They were disciples of the xuanhuan sect. They were terrified, their hearts pounding. They had just walked through the gates of death. The xuanhuan sect was a prominent sect in the central region, renowned for its practice of extracting yang energy. Any cultivator who engaged with them would inevitably have their yang energy drained, leading to an untimely demise. Why can't you come up and travel with us? Are we so frightening? Like we eat people? In the center of the group, a flawless Kira with a voice like celestial music gently asked. How beautiful you are. You're celestial Kiras, not scary at all. You definitely don't eat people. The person who had earlier revealed the identity of the xuanhuan sect disciples muttered. His eyes glazed over as he slowly rose off the ground, floating upward. Would you be willing to blossom into a blood flower for me? The flawless Kira laughed lightly. I'm willing. To blossom into a blood flower for a celestial Kira is the greatest honor. He responded in a trance. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the words left his lips, his body exploded, sending out wave after wave of eerie blood flowers. Thank you for your blood flowers. The flawless Kira gracefully raised her exquisite white hand, causing the blood flowers in the air to solidify. Strands of light emerged from the blood flowers, flying into the Kira's hand. These were the essences extracted from the fresh blood by the Kira. Ava parted her red lips and swallowed the essence in her hand. Her body emitted an even more dazzling and radiant glow. Are you willing to blossom into blood flowers for me? Ava gazed downward, her eyes filled with boundless allure, making the many male cultivators instantly lose focus, their expressions blank. I am willing. Me too. They mumbled, their bodies gradually rising. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, they exploded mid-air, bursting into bloody flowers that colored the sky red. Before exploding, their faces were adorned with blissful and satisfied smiles. Strands of light flew from the blood flowers, converging into the Kira's hand before being consumed by her. This terrifying scene made everyone's scalp tingle and hearts race. Indeed, Jan of the xuanhuan sect was shockingly powerful, able to make numerous people sacrifice themselves with just a word. The melodious zither continued to play, and colorful petals kept falling, while the Kiras remained enchantingly beautiful, like elusive fairy Kiras, breathtakingly perfect. But now, no one found this scene beautiful. Their hearts were frozen, as if they were in an ice cellar. To them, the Kiras in the sky were not fairy Kiras but demons from hell walking among humans, consuming everything in sight. Mount Ming was just ahead, and the invited prodigies began to appear. Each one was astonishing, enveloped in divine halos, surpassing the ordinary. On the alien side, they were equally terrifying. Yuksha clan, Ireu clan, Jeremianja clan, various powerful clans prodigies emerged, radiating terrifying waves, shocking and extraordinary. Yanzhou is no simple place. Denny murmured, his expression grave. These emerging prodigies were all exceptionally powerful, several times stronger than those in Jeremiah Hao. He felt that these prodigies could compete with the ancient noble clans prodigies in Jeremiah Hao. To know this was quite alarming. These prodigies were not even from Yanzhou's ancient noble clans. The states differ greatly. Yanzhou is different from other states, and in ancient times, even in the primordial era, it was extremely formidable, producing countless unimaginably powerful figures. Max said. This world was vast, consisting of 9 heavens and 10 earths, and their current location was merely one of the 10 earths, called Een Earth. And only within this Een Earth were 18 states, including Jeremiah and Yenzhou. Above the 10 earths were the 9 heavens, even vaster and more astonishing realms, transcending the 10 earths. A single state was boundlessly large, let alone a whole earth. Even if a cultivator spent their entire life, they couldn't traverse a single earth. 9 heavens and 10 earths. How enormous was this world? It was almost unimaginable. In ancient times, Yenzhou